In the vast expanse of the Dragon Ball Earth, a boundless desert stretches endlessly. The scorching sun hangs mercilessly in the sky, relentlessly baking the land, while the searing sands seem almost ready to ignite. Amidst this unbearable heat, a remarkably handsome young man engages in a unique form of training. His agile form executes a series of peculiar movements, reminiscent of a fierce, ravenous wolf. In the blink of an eye, he dashes forward like a phantom, covering several meters in an instant. He then throws a punch into the air, the force of his strike howling, stirring up towering clouds of sand. His silhouette flickers under the blazing sun, the swirling sands shifting in tandem with his movements. That moment, a voice, clear and childlike, resonates from behind him, filled with respect and admiration. Master Yamcha, you have been training for 3 hours, come and have some water. The speaker is Puar, a charming blue cat floating in the air. Its appearance is utterly adorable, with a soft, fluffy body that seems to float like cotton candy. Its skin is a captivating shade of blue, save for a grayish-white patch on its belly, enhancing its endearing look to at present. It holds a water container steadily in its diminutive arms. This desert, known for its harsh conditions, is scorched by the sun year-round, making survival exceedingly difficult for ordinary life forms. Even for a martial artist like Yamcha, enduring 3 hours of training under the intense sun inevitably leads to dehydration. While martial artists possess significantly superior physical capabilities compared to regular humans, such high-intensity training still takes a considerable toll on their stamina. Puar, I'm coming, Yamcha responds, swiftly appearing beside the blue cat upon hearing its voice. Puar beams, handing over the water container. Since joining Yamcha, Puar has enjoyed a stable life. After graduating from Southern Kindergarten, it had embarked on a life of wandering. The Dragon Ball world is fraught with peril, teeming with terrifying creatures and robbers lurking at every corner, posing a grave threat to a small being like Puar. Fortunately, after being robbed by Yamcha, it chose to accompany him, a decision Puar now considers the wisest of its life. Yamcha takes the water container, tilting his head back to gulp down several refreshing mouthfuls. The cool liquid soothing his throat. Without pausing, he resumes his training immediately. At this moment, Yamcha has effectively been replaced by a soul from another world named Zhang San. In Zhang San's previous life, Dragon Ball was merely an animated series. However, this unique background grants him a distinct advantage in innate foresight. This ability allows him to anticipate many developments in this unknown and perilous Dragon Ball world, affording him ample preparation time for training and various challenges. His rigorous training serves not only to enhance his combat prowess, but also to fulfill daily tasks assigned by a system he awakened to the day after crossing into Yamcha's body. This system functions by collecting talent points through exercise. Engaging in 8 hours of training each day yields 0.1 talent points. These points not only elevate his potential, but also accelerate his ability to learn other martial arts techniques. After more than a year of dedicated training, his talent points have risen to 119.5, while the average human on Earth possesses merely 1 point. Prior to any enhancements, Yamcha's talent stood at 83, which, while modest, classified him as one of the rare martial arts prodigies among earthlings. According to the system, the maximum talent potential for earthlings is capped at 100, qualifying them as super geniuses. However, after acquiring the system, Yamcha's fate transformed. He is no longer bound by these limitations, allowing his talent points to increase indefinitely. This explains why he shattered the talent ceiling for earthlings after a year of training. In his memories, Yamcha was already the pinnacle of purebred earthlings, yet he still lagged behind other Dragon Ball warriors in the latter stages. Part of this was due to his less rigorous training compared to his peers, compounded by the distractions of his romantic pursuits with Bulma once he left the desert. Moreover, his innate talent could not compare with the likes of Goku and Tien, who could effortlessly master techniques like the Kamehameha after a mere glance at Master Roshi. Yamcha, however, struggled to achieve similar feats, leading him to abandon his training. Yet, as a new soul inhabiting Yamcha's body, he is determined not to repeat past mistakes, motivating himself to train diligently. With the system as his ally, surpassing Goku and Tien is not an impossibility. Furthermore, as time progresses, his innate abilities will strengthen. Currently, His talent is nearing double that of his original self, and is 100-fold greater than that of an ordinary earthling, qualifying him as a godlike human. As his talent amplifies, his combat power steadily increases. Although he has mastered only his self-created technique, the Wukong Fist, it has reached a remarkable level due to his tenfold innate boost, allowing him to perform feats like splitting mountains and shattering stones effortlessly. Besides refining the Wukong Fist, he has also developed the afterimage fist and the flight technique. The afterimage fist, distinct from other martial arts in the Dragon Ball universe, relies on extreme speed to create illusions and afterimages to confuse opponents with variations of double, triple, and multiple afterimages, enhancing its effectiveness. While useful in the early stages, it becomes less effective later on as mastery of ki renders afterimages ineffective against ki sensing. Nevertheless, for Yamcha at present, it suffices that as for the flight technique, it is even simpler with sufficient combat power and a grasp of ki principles. One can easily unleash ki and develop this technique. Moreover, the method of training the flight technique is vividly detailed in his memories, enabling Yamcha to master it with little effort, although his current low combat power limits the duration of his flight. System, check my current combat power, he commands. The system not only allows for talent point allocation, but also possesses auxiliary functions, one of which is the ability to view personal attributes. This feature enables him to assess both his own attributes and those of others within a radius of 50 kilometers in the next moment. A comprehensive display of data appears before Yamcha's eyes, visible only to him. Name: Yamcha combat power, 50 mental power, 10 talent points, 119.5 skills. Wukong Fist, afterimage fist. Flight technique bloodline, earthling calm spirit. Resistant to rage. 50 points of combat power, quite commendable. Yamcha muses, observing the displayed figures. While this level of power may seem inconsequential in the Dragon Ball universe, it places him among Earth's elite. He estimates that during this period, only a handful including Master Roshi, Tien, and Mercenary Tao could surpass him, marking a significant improvement from the meager 8 or 9 points he had during his original introduction. Chapter 2. The emergence of Sun Wukong and the beginning of the plot. After 3 hours of rigorous training, Yamcha returned to his dwelling. His abode was ingeniously constructed within a colossal rock, which had been entirely hollowed out and divided into 3 levels. The upper level served as a lookout tower, affording views of the outside world. The middle level was his bedroom, a sanctuary for rest, and the lower level functioned as the living area. Despite being situated in a desolate desert, he had adorned his home with some basic furnishings essential for survival. Seated on a stool, Yamcha wiped the sweat from his brow and seized a bottle of drink to quench his thirst. At that moment, Pu-er, standing atop the dwelling and surveying the surroundings through binoculars, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Young Master Yamcha, we have new prey." "Is that so?" Yamcha smiled. After all, he was in a barren desert, devoid of resources, and the means to earn a living were scarce. To survive, he had reluctantly taken on the mantle of his predecessor's profession, robbery, to address his basic needs. Nevertheless, being from a civilized land, he adhered to a code of ethics in his thievery, never harming lives, but merely taking a portion of their wealth. This earned him the title of Desert Bandit among the locals. As his reputation grew, fewer dared to venture into the desert, yet he showed no intention of leaving. He awaited a fateful encounter. Each time outsiders appeared, it signaled an opportunity to improve his circumstances. Rising to his feet, Yamcha leapt effortlessly to the upper level, which soared over 10 meters high, and took the binoculars from Pu-er, following the direction indicated by him. In the distance, approximately 10 kilometers away, he spotted 3 figures trudging through the sandy expanse. A small boy with a stick on his back, a humanoid pig, and a youthful girl of about 15 or 16 followed closely behind. Yamcha immediately recognized their identities. These were the fated companions he had been anticipating. According to the unfolding narrative, they were en route to the distant Bread Loaf Mountain, having lost their way due to Bulma's careless misplacement of her universal capsule while crossing a river, compounded by Oolong's reluctance to contribute his own. Thus, the trio was left to traverse the treacherous desert, the most direct route, yet fraught with peril, as it was an uninhabited wasteland, home only to Yamcha and the countless wolves lurking within. "At last, you have arrived. It is time for me to emerge from the shadows and witness the true visage of this world." Yamcha beamed with delight. However, upon hearing his intention to leave the desert, immediately fell into a state of dejection, lamenting the end of their tranquil existence and fearing a return to wandering. Noticing Pooh's gloomy countenance, Yamcha gently patted the floating creature perched on his shoulder and inquired, "What troubles you? Young Master Yamcha, are you leaving the desert? Are you going to abandon me?" Pooh replied softly, a hint of grievance lacing his voice. "What nonsense! You shall accompany me." Yamcha laughed heartily. Upon hearing Yamcha's assurance, Pooh soared joyfully in the air, brimming with happiness. "Let us go and meet our new friends." With that, Yamcha leapt down and dashed towards Sun Wukong and the others. Meanwhile, Bulma and Oolong, having trekked through the desert for half a day, were both parched and famished. With Sun Wukong remaining the only one unfazed by the arduous journey. Leaning on a tree branch as tall as herself, Bulma stumbled onward, each step seemingly draining her of all her strength. "I am going to die, sob sob. This is unbearable. I can hardly move," she lamented. Oolong chimed in, echoing her sentiments. From the front, Wukong turned back, exasperated, and said to the pair, "You two are utterly useless. I even came down to walk with you, yet you still cannot keep up." Possessing the ability to ride the Kintown cloud, the journey posed little difficulty for Wukong. However, as only those with pure hearts could ride it, Oolong and Bulma were unable to join him in the skies. Out of concern for his companion's spirits, Wukong had opted to walk alongside them. Hearing Wukong's criticisms, Bulma's temper flared, and she retorted, "I am a wealthy young lady. How could I possibly compare to a savage like you?" Engaging in a debate with a woman was not Wukong's forte, and he fell silent under her onslaught. After a while, Bulma sighed again. "Where are we? Why is there no city in sight?" I refused to continue, gazing at the endless expanse of desert. She had lost all hope of escaping. In a fit of temper, she discarded the tree branch, rolling on the ground like a petulant child, shedding her refined demeanor and disregarding the sandy earth. Feeling the scorching heat beneath her, she sought refuge in the shadow of a rock, where she soon fell into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. This marked the third time Bulma had thrown a tantrum, declaring she would not move any further. Having grown up in the city, she was ill-equipped to endure such hardship. At the onset of their journey, she had been filled with excitement, her heart swelling with grandeur upon witnessing the vast desert landscape that contrasted sharply with the towering buildings and lush jungles she was accustomed to. Yet, after merely a few hours, she could no longer bear it, requiring frequent breaks. In the span of half a day, they had barely traversed over 10 kilometers. Observing Bulma resting, Oolong quipped, "This woman is truly willful. At this rate, when shall we ever escape this desert? Who are you to criticize her? You seem to be just as ineffective." Wukong retorted bluntly, displaying the innocent candor of youth, untainted by the calmness he would later develop. "All right, you make a valid point. I shall rest as well," Oolong conceded, removing his hat to shield his face from the sun. Seeing that both companions had settled down, Wukong decided to pause as well. As he relaxed, his stomach began to grumble. Although his stamina was commendable, the demand for sustenance was immense, especially since he had not eaten all day, and his belly was starting to protest. Chapter 3. The reunion of Oolong and Purr. After a brief respite, Oolong began to lament his predicament once more. "I can't sleep, and my hunger is unbearable. Wukong, do you have any food?" Little Wukong observed that one was too famished to stay awake, while the other was listless. He realized that if they did not find a solution to their food dilemma, they might not escape the desert. He promptly rose and declared, "I will search the surroundings for something to eat." With that, he prepared to summon the Nimbus cloud to scout the area. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Oolong and asked, "By the way, do you like pork?" His eyes shimmered with earnest sincerity. However, to Oolong, a pig-headed creature, this question was profoundly offensive. Nothing could be more abominable than eating pork. Previously listless, Oolong sprang to life as if invigorated by a surge of energy, glaring at little Wukong and bellowing, "Look at me. How could I possibly enjoy pork?" Little Wukong, taken aback by Oolong's furious reaction, remained composed, unable to comprehend why Oolong had become so irate. Just as the two of them exchanged bewildered glances, the sound of thudding footsteps echoed from afar, strikingly out of place in the desolate silence of the desert. Wukong lifted his gaze towards the source of the noise and spotted a small black dot racing towards them, stirring up a cloud of dust in its wake. What could that be? Oolong inquired, equally captivated by the approaching dark figure. As the object drew closer, its form became clearer. When it was merely 10 meters away from them, it came to an abrupt halt. As the dust settled, a tall, handsome youth emerged, Yamcha, who had hurried over from his dwelling. Yamcha's attention immediately fixated on the child with the crab head. This was the figure he had idolized in his previous life. and the impulse to befriend him surged within him. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, he possessed a modicum of restraint. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he adopted a fearsome demeanor and coldly declared, "I am Yamcha, the thief who dominates this vast desert." At that moment, Puar leaped out from behind Yamcha, introducing himself in his youthful voice, "I am Puar." Upon hearing the boy's claim of being a thief, Wulong was so frightened that he instinctively hid behind little Wukong. When he heard Puar's name, however, his heart stirred. He peeked out at Puar as if playing a game of hide-and-seek. Little Wukong, having encountered few individuals since descending the mountain, was blissfully unaware of the concept of a thief. He merely felt joy upon seeing others of his kind. What is a thief? Can they eat? His sole concern was how to resolve the food predicament for the 3 of them. "Fool! He intends to rob us!" Wulong exclaimed, exasperated by little Wukong's ignorance. "Correct. If you wish to survive, hand over all your valuables and the universal capsule. Otherwise, you shall regret it," Yamcha threatened ominously. He then watched with amusement as Wukong and Wulong reacted to his words. Wulong trembled at Yamcha's declaration. Well aware of his notorious reputation for theft, he typically robbed without harming lives, but Wulong harbored hidden treasures amassed over many years. Should Yamcha discover them, they would surely be seized. In a moment of inspiration, he attempted to forge a connection, pointing at Puar and saying, "You are Puar, the crybaby." Yet, this attempt at camaraderie was as misguided as Wulong's intellect. Upon hearing his name called, Puar scrutinized Wulong and quickly recognized him as a former classmate from South Kindergarten. "Wulong?" he confirmed, though it took him a moment to recognize the green-clad figure before him, so different from their childhood days. Realizing Puar had identified him, Wulong puffed out his chest, placing his hands behind his back as if to assert dominance. Yamcha, sensing the tension, inquired with a smile, "Puar, do you know him?" Although Wulong felt a sense of self-satisfaction, Puar was burdened by negative memories. "Yes, he frequently bullied me at South Kindergarten. Yamcha, please teach him a lesson. Young individuals who prey on the weak are in the wrong," Yamcha asserted, cracking his knuckles. He nodded at Puar, saying, "Fear not. I shall ensure he learns the importance of respecting his elders and cherishing the young." Puar nodded in agreement, but Wulong was drenched in cold sweat, stammering, "Puar, why do you hold such a grudge? That was a trivial matter from kindergarten, and you still dwell on it? I have no classmates like you. You peeping Tom who only stares at girls' underwear." Puar turned his head away, further provoking Wulong, even sticking out his tongue. "Oh, you are truly incorrigible. Allow me to teach you a lesson, you lecherous fiend," Yamcha declared, preparing to confront Wulong, who was cowering behind little Wukong. Fearful, Wulong whispered to Wukong, "Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Now is your time to act." Still bewildered, little Wukong asked, "Are they villains? Why should we fight them?" In a swift motion, Yamcha positioned himself behind little Wukong, attempting to capture Wulong. Though little Wukong found Wulong somewhat irritating, he could not allow Yamcha to harm his companion. Thus, he intervened to protect Wulong. The two soon engaged in a skirmish, with Yamcha keen to gauge little Wukong's current abilities, refraining from unleashing his full strength. During the tussle, Yamcha activated his system to assess Wukong's attributes. Name: Sun Wukong combat power, 10 mental strength, 1 talent points, 500 skills, rock paper scissors bloodline. Scion, combat power increases when near death. Little Wukong's skills were inferior even to Yamcha's, with low combat power and mental strength. However, the sheer number of talent points was astonishing. Yamcha had assumed his 3 years of talent accumulation had surpassed Wukong's. Yet he discovered the gap was still vast. The ego that had been inflated by the system was swiftly deflated. Seeing Wukong's potential, Yamcha could only imagine how terrifying the other Dragon Ball warriors were, such as Broly and Bu. This realization tempered his earlier arrogance. Yet, while Wukong possessed remarkable potential, his combat skills were woefully immature, leaving him vulnerable in both attack and defense. Although Yamcha only displayed a fraction of his power, he easily outmatched Wukong. After merely 3 or 4 exchanges, Wukong was effortlessly sent flying by a few of Yamcha's strikes, crashing into a pile of rocks behind him. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's defeat, Wulong became immediately anxious, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. As Yamcha approached, Wulong imitated Puar's tone to ingratiate himself, exclaiming, "I always knew Master Yamcha was the strongest." However, Yamcha, unimpressed by Wulong's obsequious flattery, continued to issue his threats unperturbed. Chapter 4: The first encounter with Bulma. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who had just been buried beneath the rocks, sprang back up, exhibiting none of the signs of the severe injury he had sustained. The resilience of the scion physique is indeed remarkable. Having endured an attack of merely 1/10 of my strength, he appeared utterly unfazed. Sun Wukong loudly declared to Yamcha, "I have not lost yet. Watch me play rock, paper, scissors." "Is that so?" Yamcha swaggered over to stand before Sun Wukong, though Sun Wukong was reluctant to concede. He had come to realize through the recent battle that this young man was undoubtedly his superior in strength. His gaze turned significantly more serious, under Yamcha's scrutinizing observation. After engaging in rock, paper, scissors, Sun Wukong's combat power surged to 12 points. However, such power was still insufficient to impress Yamcha. The game was deceptively simple, consisting of merely 3 moves: a heavy punch, a finger jab to the eyes, and finally, a slap across the face. Although Yamcha did not exert his full strength, his reflexes were undeniably sharp. Regardless of the techniques employed by young Wukong, Yamcha had ample time to counter. With a single palm, he intercepted Wukong's punch, then deftly maneuvered his left hand like a blade, trapping Wukong's fingers and neutralizing the jab. The final slap, which had yet to be unleashed, was preempted as Yamcha deftly struck Wukong's wrist, rendering him unable to follow through. Ah, that hurts. Though Yamcha's finger merely grazed him, it felt to Sun Wukong as though he had been struck by a speeding vehicle, prompting him to cry out in pain. "Your rock, paper, scissors technique is nothing more than childish play," Yamcha scoffed with disdain. This infuriated Sun Wukong immensely. After all, this was a martial art imparted to him by his grandfather, Sun Wukong, now belittled by this young man before him. In the next instant, Sun Wukong charged at Yamcha once more. Though invigorated, he was still lacking. Boom, boom, boom. The wolf Fang fist was unleashed again, with Yamcha moving like a swift wolf, his hand striking at Sun Wukong's vital points with the speed of an illusion. Young Wukong attempted to evade and resist, but to no avail. Despite Yamcha not fully displaying his power, at times even using less force than Wukong, the speed of his attacks had increased by 50 after employing the wolf Fang fist, making it impossible for Sun Wukong to keep up. As he fought, Yamcha lectured, "Combat is not solely reliant on brute strength." In the next moment, Sun Wukong was once again sent flying by Yamcha. After several rounds, young Wukong found himself at a disadvantage, his face battered and bruised. Am I being a bit inhumane? After all, he is just a child. But then he reconsidered. Scions were notorious for invading planets from a young age, and one could not judge them by human standards. Despite the severe beating, young Wukong did not exhibit a hint of despair. Rather, his eyes sparkled with boundless fighting spirit. With a swift motion, he charged at Yamcha once more, this time drawing the Rui Jingu Bang from his back. It seemed he was resorting to all available means, even weapons he rarely used. Understanding the capabilities of the Rui Jingu Bang, Yamcha naturally evaded its strike, transforming into a mere shadow to dodge the attack. He positioned himself behind Sun Wukong and sent him flying several meters away once more. Even with his unique physique, after enduring Yamcha's relentless strikes, Sun Wukong's body was nearing its limits, making even walking a strenuous task. Yet, even at the brink of exhaustion, Sun Wukong refused to relent and aimed for another offensive. Yamcha sighed inwardly, recognizing the tenacity of the scion spirit. He was not a sadist, thus. He swiftly moved behind Sun Wukong and delivered a hand chop that rendered him unconscious. As Yamcha knocked Sun Wukong out, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. System, congratulations, host, for defeating the plot character, the weak Sun Wukong. Reward, 3 talent points. What a delightful surprise. Yamcha mused with a smile. He had anticipated that defeating an opponent would yield talent points in addition to mere training. 3 talent points spared him a month of arduous training. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he followed Sun Wukong and continued to defeat him? Would he not then acquire an endless stream of talent points? However, it seemed the system anticipated his thoughts, dousing his newfound enthusiasm with the subsequent message. System, please note, host, that the same important narrative character can only provide a talent reward once per year. With no way to continuously farm talent points, Yamcha suppressed that wicked notion. Meanwhile, Oolong, witnessing Yamcha incapacitate Sun Wukong, mistakenly believed that Yamcha had killed him. In a panic, he transformed into a small bee, attempting to flee. Observing the bee hovering in the air, Yamcha showed no inclination to strike, instead addressing the eager Purr. It's your turn, Purr. Understood, young Master Yamcha. With that, Purr transformed into a fly swatter and swiftly pursued Oolong in his bee form. The fly swatter was pulled back like a drawn bow, and with all his might, Purr struck down upon the bee's head, releasing the pent-up frustrations of his childhood bullying. Bang! The bee crashed into the sand, revealing Oolong's true form, who groggily stared at Per and Yamcha, retreating in a panic behind a nearby rock. Coincidentally, this was the very spot where Bulma was resting. Without delay, he shook Bulma awake, eager to pull her away. Bulma had been deeply asleep, undisturbed by the fierce battle between Yamcha and Sun Wukong. Groggily, Bulma glared at Oolong. Oolong, what are you doing? Why did you wake me? It's an emergency. We've encountered thieves. Sun Wukong has been killed. Oolong exclaimed, his voice laced with terror. Bulma's mind went blank. She had never considered that the formidable Sun Wukong could be slain. Ah, she gasped, bursting into tears. After all, she was merely a girl in her early teens. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out from outside. Beautiful lady, do you need any assistance? It was Yamcha. He was instantly captivated by the sight of the youthful and vibrant girl before him, with large eyes and flowing azure hair. Despite having seen her countless times in his previous life, witnessing her up close left him profoundly awestruck. As for the original's nervousness around girls, it had vanished with the merging of their souls. Bulma looked up to see a tall, handsome boy clad in orange smiling at her. Yamcha's striking appearance perfectly matched all of Bulma's fantasies of the gallant prince from fairy tales. Under Yamcha's gaze, Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson, transforming her from a sorrowful girl into a bashful maiden, radiant with youthful charm. Chapter 5. Ash and Xiaowu. This utterly mundane phrase, when echoed in Oolong's ears, felt as if the Grim Reaper was whispering. A glance at the frozen Bulma confirmed it. There was no escape. Instantly, his heart sank like a stone. After a brief moment of fantasizing, Bulma was jolted awake by Oolong's words. Where are the thieves? He is right here. Oolong pointed irritably at Yamcha, who stood before them. How could that possibly be? There is no way such a handsome thief could exist. In her mind, every thief was a brutish figure, adorned with a thick beard or the eye patch of a notorious rogue. The man smiling at her could not possibly fit that mold. This beautiful lady speaks wisely. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yamcha, a wandering martial artist of the wastelands. As for the accusation of thievery made by this pig-headed fellow, it is nothing short of slander, Yamcha replied with a grin. My name is Bulma, she shyly responded. Observing this interaction, Oolong felt a pang of indignation. This woman, who had previously scolded him, was now exuding gentleness towards a thief threatening her. Ah, and Yamcha's ability to change his demeanor left Oolong momentarily stunned. You even killed Sun Wukong. Oolong stammered, attempting to expose Yamcha's supposed deceit. Is that so? Bulma gazed at Yamcha with her gentle eyes. Yamcha shrugged. It's a misunderstanding. I was merely sparring with Wukong. I didn't kill him. He should be sleeping now. If you don't believe me, feel free to check. Skeptical, Oolong approached the spot where Wukong lay. Before he could get close, the unmistakable sound of Wukong's snores reached his ears. This is impossible. Oolong, not only are you lecherous, but you also tell lies. Bulma glared at Oolong in anger. Yamcha held a fondness for Bulma. Although he remembered that his original self did not end up with her, it did not hinder his desire to engage with her. While he understood that women typically disrupted his fighting prowess, Bulma was no ordinary woman. She was one capable of enhancing it. Essentially, anything one could imagine, she could create. Yamcha envisioned that once he grew stronger, he would explore other universes. Bulma, my home is not far from here, and I invite you to rest there. Yamcha extended an invitation to her. Upon hearing of a place to rest, Bulma's excitement surged. She had grown weary of trekking through the endless desert. That sounds wonderful. How far is your place from here? Not far, just 5 kilometers. You'll reach it in the blink of an eye, Yamcha replied casually. Ah, 5 kilometers. I simply can't walk any further, Bulma lamented, her enthusiasm waning. Not a problem. I have a universal capsule vehicle, Yamcha stated, turning his gaze towards Oolong. No way. Absolutely not. Oolong retreated, shaking his head vehemently, clearly concealing his panic. To the observant, his act was transparent, revealing his underlying turmoil. Bulma, however, did not question Yamcha's words. She shot a fierce glare at Oolong and exclaimed, How could you hide such a useful item? Making me walk for hours in the desert? I would never possess such a thing. As he spoke, he attempted to flee, desperate to protect his precious universal capsule from being seized by the so-called thief. However, under Yamcha's watchful eye, escape was futile. Before Oolong could react, Yamcha lifted him effortlessly. Let me go. Let me go. Oolong shouted in distress. In the commotion, a universal capsule slipped from Oolong's pocket. Yamcha deftly caught it and handed it to Bulma. She quickly found the capsule switch and placed it on the ground. In an instant, a 5-meter-long, 2-story vehicle materialized upon the sand. The exterior bore the bold inscription of Oolong. Each time Bulma beheld such a capsule, she marveled at its wonder. How could such a large object fold into something so small? Although she had acquired smaller capsules in her past exploits, things like motorcycles, this was her first encounter with such a substantial capsule, indicating its immense value. After relocating little Wukong into the vehicle, the group of 5 set off towards Yamcha's abode. Despite the relatively short distance of 10 kilometers, the slow pace of the vehicle through the desert made the journey feel prolonged. As night descended, they finally arrived at Yamcha's home. At that moment, Sun Wukong awoke. And after some coaxing from Yamcha, the misunderstandings were resolved. Meanwhile, Oolong found himself at the mercy of the group, relegated to the role of a servant. Such a glutton. He's consumed a month's worth of my provisions in no time, he muttered under his breath while placing his stored meat into the oven, transforming into a makeshift chef. Several times, Oolong contemplated slipping something into the food to incapacitate the others and make his escape, but he ultimately refrained. The reason for his restraint was not due to a sudden moral awakening, but rather the vigilant gaze of Puar, who, being well aware of Oolong's character, kept a watchful eye on him. Attempting to pull any tricks under the watchful scrutiny of Puar, who also possessed transformative abilities, was a fool's errand. With Puar and Yamcha present, Oolong dared not tamper with the food. While they savored Oolong's culinary efforts, an unseen danger loomed. Since collecting the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong and his companions had drawn the attention of Pilaf and his cohorts, who, due to Wukong's formidable strength, were forced to resort to unconventional tactics. Hidden behind a rock 500 meters from the vehicle, Pilaf, Xiaowu, and Ash lay in wait. Sun Wukong is quite the runner, making our pursuit arduous. Soon, I shall send him to meet his demise, Pilaf declared with a sinister grin, producing a remote control and several explosive devices. These explosives were no trifling matter. They were powerful C4 bombs. Xiaowu, Ash, go install these devices beneath the vehicle. Once the timer goes off, we will send them to meet the King of Hell. Pilaf commanded. Understood, Ash and Xiaowu replied in unison. With the explosive devices in hand, the duo began their covert operation, maneuvering 2 octopus-like robots towards the vehicle. These robots, cloaked in gray, traversed the desert like 2 moving boulders, blending seamlessly into their surroundings. Chapter 6, the interlude concludes. And the journey resumes 100 meters away from the RV. The 2 paused momentarily to observe the occupants inside. Seeing them still engaged in conversation and dining, they felt a wave of relief. However, the number of individuals inside exceeded their expectations. How did an extra person and a cat appear? Asu pondered silently. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, there was no time for contemplation. Sun Wukong and the others were currently indulging in their meal, making it an opportune moment to execute their plan. They stealthily approached the RV. Just as they neared within 50 meters, Yamcha, who was savoring grilled meat, suddenly perked up his ears. Although he had yet to master the art of sensing energy, his heightened senses were unparalleled. With deliberate training, he had honed his ability to detect any disturbance within 100 meters. Despite being inside the RV, a window was ajar for ventilation, allowing him to catch a faint sound. After greeting his companions, he exited the RV and swiftly approached Asu and Xiaowu, startled by Yamcha's sudden appearance. Asu and Xiaowu nearly attempted to flee in their octopus robot, only to find it utterly immobile. In a flash, Yamcha seized them, colliding them together. The next moment, the 2 octopus robots disintegrated, revealing Asu and Xiaowu. With a mischievous grin, Yamcha tossed them aside like meteors soaring into the distance. As they flew through the air, they heard Yamcha's voice echoing in their ears. Do not disturb me, or next time, luck may not be on your side. For the playful trio, Yamcha had no intention of eliminating them. After resolving the matter, he returned to the RV. Although the commotion had been minimal, the astute Sun Wukong sensed it, prompting Yamcha to dismiss it as an encounter with a wild beast. The night passed in silence. The following day, Yamcha naturally accompanied Sun Wukong, Bulma, and the others towards the Bread Explosion Mountain, embarking on their Dragon Ball adventure. Inside the RV, Bulma, Oolong, and Sun Wukong were settled, while Yamcha ran outside, fully aware of the importance of rigorous training as a martial artist. Yamcha is truly full of vitality, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she watched him run. Since Yamcha's arrival, Bulma had transformed, no longer preoccupied with collecting Dragon Balls. She had shed her tough persona, engaging with Sun Wukong and Oolong as a delicate young lady. At this point, Sun Wukong had not yet received training from Master Roshi. Despite his innate scion advantages, he lacked the discipline that would come in time. Why is Yamcha running on the ground instead of riding in the vehicle? He asked Oolong, puzzled. Wulong proudly replied. Young Master Yamcha believes that to become a formidable martial artist, one must endure rigorous training and never relax. Only through relentless effort can one attain greatness. Yamcha is indeed impressive. Bulma praised with a smile. Is that so? No wonder Yamcha is so powerful, Sun Wukong reflected, an enlightened expression crossing his face. Then I, too, shall train. With that, he jumped from the RV and began to run alongside Yamcha. As they journeyed northward through the wilderness, they traveled for an entire day, covering hundreds of kilometers until they finally neared Bread Explosion Mountain. Seizing the opportunity to rest, they gathered to enjoy a meal. Logically, one would expect the northern climate to be chilly. However, as they advanced, the temperature rose, with waves of heat engulfing them. Why is it so hot here? Though the air conditioning in the vehicle was running, the oppressive heat from outside was still palpable. This was, of course, due to Bread Explosion Mountain, formerly known as Liangjing Mountain. 10 years prior, a fragment of fire essence had fallen from the sky, transforming it into a blazing mountain, resulting in a dramatic shift in the region's climate. You certainly know a lot, Yamcha, Bulma remarked, turning into a smitten admirer. After 2 days of interaction, Yamcha had grown familiar with Sun Wukong and Bulma, aside from Wulong. That's nothing. I know that too, Wulong muttered as he grilled the meat. However, his comment was met with disdain rather than admiration from Bulma, who was captivated by Yamcha. Focus on grilling your meat, Wulong, she scolded, frustrated by his interruption. Wulong felt increasingly like a mere tool, overshadowed by the cunning Yamcha, and each time he considered escape, he was swiftly captured. Look, the sunset is beautiful, Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing at the vibrant red clouds ahead. It's stunning, Bulma echoed in awe. That's not the sunset. That's the flames of Bread Explosion Mountain. What? Apart from Yamcha and Wulong, the others were incredulous. At the entrance of Bread Explosion Mountain, Wulong halted the vehicle, fear etched on his face as he addressed the group. Are you really going in? That's the dwelling of the Ox King. The Ox King's fearsome reputation in the north was synonymous with evil, a figure so notorious that children would cry at the mere mention of him. Wulong, self-proclaimed as a coward, dared not provoke the infamous Ox King. You keep mentioning the Ox King. Is he really more formidable than Yamcha and Wukong? Since meeting Sun Wukong, Bulma had ceased to flee and thus held great faith in him. As for Yamcha, his charm equated to strength in her eyes. You truly are ignorant. The Ox King is known as the Emperor of Demons. How could Yamcha and Sun Wukong possibly match him? Wulong countered, unable to bear Yamcha's smugness. Is that so? Bulma gazed at Yamcha with her sparkling eyes. Do not worry, Bulma, I will protect you. Yamcha reassured her with a gentle smile, instilling a sense of security. Chapter 7. Kiki. As for Sun Wukong, he was utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. Over the past couple of days, whenever he found himself with a moment to spare, he would seek out Yamcha to engage in martial arts sparring and pose questions. Under Yamcha's meticulous guidance, Sun Wukong's combat prowess steadily advanced, rising from an initial score of 10 to 15. Yamcha, in turn, greatly benefited from these exchanges. Not only did his practical experience enhance, but he also gleaned the essence of martial arts from his encounters with the young Wukong. After all, the young Wukong had been nurtured by the formidable Sun Gohan. When the group arrived at the base of the Bread Explosion Mountain, they were suddenly met with a resounding thud of enormous footsteps. Captivated by the sound, they turned their gazes toward its source. There, a mere 100 meters away, on a patch of grass, stood a towering Tyrannosaurus Rex, its mouth brimming with sharp fangs. In pursuit of a small girl, the child, terrified, cried out and sprinted forward in desperation. What a massive dinosaur! Yamcha, please protect me, Bulma exclaimed, swiftly retreating behind Yamcha. Yamcha instantly recognized the fleeing girl as Kiki, the daughter of the Ox King. He recalled that at this moment, the Ox King, preoccupied with extinguishing the flames of the Bread Explosion Mountain, had sent Kiki into the outside world to seek out Master Roshi. However, Yamcha found it utterly perplexing that the Ox King would send such a young child on a quest for the elusive Master Roshi. Consequently, Kiki had wandered for days without even escaping the vicinity of the Bread Explosion Mountain. During this period, the Ox King was merely a slave to his greed, mindlessly guarding the fiery mountain, and as a father, he was woefully inadequate. Though Kiki appeared to be in grave danger, Yamcha, with the aid of the system's observations, recognized that the situation remained manageable. The fearsome Tyrannosaurus Rex possessed a combat power of merely 7, while the seemingly harmless Kiki boasted a surprising combat power of 14, rivaling that of the current Sun Wukong. This revelation astonished Yamcha, prompting him to refrain from intervening immediately. After all, Kiki was one of the few female martial artists of Earth's future, with a talent score reaching 50, only slightly lower than Yamcha's original self. If she were to receive quality mentorship, her future achievements could rival those of Krillin and others. The rest of the group, lacking Yamcha's insight, were understandably concerned for the little girl's safety. The first to take action was the young Wukong, but just as he prepared to assist, an unexpected scene unfolded. The little girl, while sobbing, struck her helmet forcefully. In an instant, a dagger embedded in the center of the helmet shot forth like a bolt of light, severing the tail of the imperious Tyrannosaurus Rex with a single blow. The flying dagger circled back, embedding itself once more into the helmet. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex stood bewildered, still reeling from the shock of its severed tail. In her panic, Kiki did not falter. She extended her chubby fingers and pressed them on either side of her helmet. Suddenly, a highly concentrated laser beam erupted from a circular aperture in the helmet, tracing swift arcs through the air. The bewildered Tyrannosaurus Rex did not even emit a cry before being dismembered into several piles of flesh. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend how the once pursued girl had transformed into a formidable force capable of instantaneously vanquishing a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The laser emitted from her helmet posed a threat even to Sun Wukong. Among those present, only Yamcha could withstand such an assault, indicating that Kiki's extraordinary power was indeed derived from the peculiar helmet she wore. This helmet was not a mere technological artifact, but resembled a treasured relic. It was evident that although the Ox King had allowed Kiki to venture out alone, he had equipped her with some means of protection. In this world, there were myriad strange entities and artifacts. For instance, even the relatively unremarkable gold and silver Horn brothers possessed a treasure capable of threatening Sun Wukong. The appearance of the adorable Kiki immediately captured everyone's attention. Despite having just defeated her pursuer, she remained squatted on the ground, sobbing. "Little sister, why are you wandering alone in the wild?" Bulma, sensing the perilous situation, mustered her courage to approach Kiki. Upon noticing someone addressing her, Kiki became alert. But upon realizing she was speaking to a beautiful older sister, she relaxed her guard. With her bright eyes filled with tears, she replied, "My name is Kiki. I'm searching for Master Roshi, but I don't know where he is." "Woo, why on earth do you want to find that lecherous old man?" Bulma grumbled, irritated at the mention of Master Roshi. "Where do you live? I'll take you home." Kiki pointed toward the distant, flaming region, saying, "My home is inside the Bread Explosion Mountain. I can't go back now." Woo-woo. As she spoke, tears began to well up again. Seeing Kiki in distress, Bulma realized that simply comforting her would not suffice. She waved at Oolong and Puar, who had been watching from the sidelines. The two, initially hesitant, felt a surge of anxiety, for while Kiki appeared harmless, her ferocity had already felled a Tyrannosaurus Rex in mere moments. This realization instilled a sense of fear in them. However, under Bulma's commanding gaze, they reluctantly complied with her instructions. Upon seeing the two small, animal-like beings, Kiki's tears subsided. The group could not leave Kiki alone in the wild, so they set off towards the Bread Explosion Mountain. Within a short span of 10 minutes, they reached the desolate village at the mountain's base, which had been deserted due to the surrounding flames. According to Bulma's Dragon Ball locator, the sixth Dragon Ball lay atop the mountain. However, traversing the endless flames enveloping the mountain to reach the castle at its peak would not be a simple task. Yamcha surveyed the flames surrounding them and discovered that their reach was extensive, encompassing the entire mountain within a radius of several hundred meters. Meanwhile, the young Wukong took to the skies on his cloud, seeking a path through the less intense flames. Yet, as he descended from above, the scorching fire singed his tail. "Ouch, hot!" Wukong cried out, hastily retreating into the nearby river. Chapter 8. The emergence of the Bull Demon King. Yamcha observed with keen interest, realizing after a period of meticulous scrutiny that the flame before him was indeed formidable. It possessed the ability not only to scorch the flesh of those who dared to touch it, but also to incinerate the very aura enveloping their bodies. Thus, despite his combat prowess reaching 50, he dared not recklessly plunge into the roaring inferno. Only someone as audacious as Sun Wukong would dare to take such risks, and fortunately, Wukong managed to withdraw in time. "Wukong, are you all right?" Yamcha asked with concern, gazing at Sun Wukong, who was struggling to crawl out of the river. At that moment, Wukong's once fair face was now charred black, resembling a valiant firefighter emerging from a fierce blaze. "This flame, its temperature is terrifying," Sun Wukong remarked, still shaken by the experience. As they conversed, suddenly, a whistling axe hurtled through the air like a shooting star. The ferocity of the flying axe was undeniable. Yet both Yamcha and Wukong were no ordinary fighters. They deftly evaded the axe just as it was about to strike them. The axe continued its trajectory, crashing into the rocks behind them with a resounding bang, akin to a thunderclap. Turning to look, they beheld a towering figure. A giant standing at an imposing height of 2 meters, resembling a mountain. The giant bore 2 massive bull horns on his head and was cloaked in a vibrant, blood-red cape. His eyes, like bronze bells, gleamed with a fierce light as they fixated upon the two. "You thieves who dare to steal my treasures shall surely taste suffering today." Before Yamcha and Wukong could explain, the giant lunged at them with the force of a mountain, shaking the ground beneath him. Yamcha recognized him immediately. He was none other than the master of the Bread Mountain, the Bull Demon King. As the Bull Demon King charged at him like a ferocious beast, Sun Wukong's face displayed no fear. Rather, he rubbed his fists together, eager for the challenge. A thought crossed Yamcha's mind, and instantly, the Bull Demon King's profile appeared before him. Name: Bull Demon King. Combat power: 46 spirit power, 5 talent points, 47 bloodline. Earthling skills: Demon Fist, Iron Body. Yamcha was taken aback, realizing the Bull Demon King's combat power was an impressive 46, far surpassing that of Sun Wukong at that moment. The blood of the Scions pulsed within Wukong, and before Yamcha could utter a warning, he dashed toward the Bull Demon King like an arrow released from a bow. However, the disparity in their strengths was akin to a chasm. When Wukong's attack landed on the Bull Demon King, it felt as gentle as a breeze, causing no harm whatsoever. Fortunately, the Bull Demon King, seeing that his assailant was merely a child, refrained from delivering a fatal blow and casually swatted Wukong away like a kite severed from its string. It hurts, it hurts." Sun Wukong moaned, clutching the spot where he had been struck by the Bull Demon King's fist. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Yamcha stepped forward, placing himself in front of Wukong and declared, "Wukong, you are no match for him. Allow me to confront him." Sun Wukong, recalling the immense power the Bull Demon King had just displayed, nodded in agreement. "Yamcha, I leave it to you. You little thief, do you dare to provoke me?" The Bull Demon King cracked his knuckles ominously, his threatening words echoing as if capable of shattering eardrums. "Old man, if you possess the ability, show me your true skills. Otherwise, when I finish with you, don't come crying to your mother." Yamcha retorted defiantly at the Bull Demon King. Such audacity from a mere thief. "Your tongue is indeed sharp," the Bull Demon King growled, his interest piqued by Yamcha's boldness. With a swift movement, he charged toward Yamcha, unleashing a powerful punch. As if an avalanche were crashing down. Demon Fist, Heavenly Strike. With this blow, the Bull Demon King unleashed his renowned technique. A martial art meticulously crafted by Master Roshi based on the Bull Demon King's formidable physique. Though the moves were simple, they maximized the Bull Demon King's overwhelming strength and rock-solid defense. The technique comprised 8 forms, each embodying the power to split mountains and shatter stones. With this martial art, the Bull Demon King had made a name for himself in the Northern Realms, rarely encountering a worthy opponent. "Bring it on," Yamcha responded with unwavering resolve, his voice booming like a lion's roar, as he met the Bull Demon King's punch head-on. In an instant, a violent whirlwind erupted between them. Their fists collided with a thunderous crash, and both were forced to step back several paces. In that exchange, they found themselves evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. "Remarkable. You managed to withstand 7/10 of my power. It seems I must exert my full strength." The Bull Demon King, shaken yet invigorated, steadied himself, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The unexpected resistance stirred the long-dormant warrior spirit within him. Years of complacency had nearly caused him to forget that he was a seasoned martial artist. "Is that so? I, too, am eager to experience the true might of the legendary Bull Demon King," Yamcha replied, his composure unshaken, his voice resonant and firm. The Bull Demon King, momentarily taken aback, responded, "To know me and yet speak so boldly, it seems this elder has been underestimated by you, young one." "Ah, so he is the Bull Demon King. No wonder his strength is so formidable," Sun Wukong remarked, awakening from his daze. At that moment, the battle spirit between Yamcha and the Bull Demon King ignited like a raging flame, becoming increasingly fervent. In the next heartbeat, they charged at each other like lightning, eager to showcase the essence of their martial arts. Their combat styles were starkly contrasting. The Bull Demon King's assaults were like a torrential storm, powerful and unyielding, relying primarily on his impenetrable demon fist for offense and his indomitable physique for defense. In contrast, Yamcha moved with the agility of a wild wolf, employing swift maneuvers and astonishing speed, retreating rapidly after each missed strike, to seek another opportunity for attack. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. The Bull Demon King could not land a blow on Yamcha, while Yamcha's attacks proved ineffective against the Bull Demon King's defenses. At this juncture, it became a contest of endurance. After a moment's contemplation, Yamcha leaped back, positioning himself 5 meters away from the Bull Demon King. "You have impressive strength, young man. But defeating me is impossible," the Bull Demon King conceded. Having recognized Yamcha's prowess, his tone now tinged with respect. Chapter 9. Misunderstanding resolved. "Master Roshi appears. Behold my final move. I fear you may not be able to withstand it." As Yamcha spoke, he surged forth like a bolt of lightning, swiftly circling around the Ox King, his speed so remarkable that it created multiple phantoms. The Ox King's smile froze in an instant upon witnessing Yamcha's illusion fist. As if a lightning bolt had cleaved through the depths of his memory, it transported him to the days of training under Master Roshi, where he faced his senior, Gohan, only to be soundly defeated time and again by Gohan's illusion fist. Yet, due to his own physical limitations, he was unable to master the technique. A lingering pain in his heart. In the brief moment of distraction, Yamcha seized the opportunity like a specter, launching his attack. He darted into the Ox King's blind spot, one hand clasping the bracer on the Ox King's arm, while the other gripped his belt like a vice, effortlessly lifting him into the air. Fly for me! In the next instant, the Ox King was hurled like a cannonball into a nearby hill, instantly buried beneath a cascade of rubble. Caught off guard and momentarily dazed, the Ox King succumbed to Yamcha's maneuver. "What kind of martial art is this? It's truly formidable!" exclaimed Sun Wukong, his voice brimming with excitement. For Wukong, nothing was more exhilarating than witnessing profound martial prowess. After a considerable time, the Ox King struggled to emerge from the debris. His tough exterior notwithstanding, he was left dazed from the impact. "Ox King, do you wish to continue fighting?" Yamcha called out. The Ox King, not one to be foolish, quickly conceded, "I admit defeat." Upon his surrender, Yamcha received a notification from the system. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Ox King. Reward 13. 8 talent points. Indeed, defeating a martial artist from the original narrative yielded talent points, and astonishingly, the reward was even greater than what Wukong received. It appeared that the amount of talent points awarded was not based on the opponent vanquished, but rather on their combat prowess. The Ox King's strength surpassed that of Sun Wukong, thus garnering him a more substantial reward. In just 2 days, his talent points surged by 16.8, rivaling the gains he would typically achieve after several months of training. Reflecting on this, he realized he had been overly cautious. The greater the storm, the more opportunities it brought. "How did you master the illusion fist? Is your master Gohan?" the Ox King asked, filled with suspicion. "No, I have no master. As for the technique you mentioned, it is a style of my own creation. Illusion fist is indeed a fitting name. Let us call it that from now on," Yamcha replied, maintaining his composure. The Ox King was taken aback, never anticipating such a blunder. Yet he was astounded by the young man's ability to create a technique akin to that of his master. Just then, upon hearing Gohan's name, little Wukong innocently inquired of the Ox King, "Do you know my grandfather, Gohan?" After all the commotion, it turned out he was connected to Gohan. The Ox King scrutinized Wukong carefully, his gaze eventually falling upon the red staff on Wukong's back. "What is that staff on your back?" "This is the Rui Jingu Bang," Wukong exclaimed as he removed the staff, demonstrating its ability to elongate and shorten in his hands, moving like a lively dragon. "Do you truly know my grandfather?" Wukong pressed again. "Of course, he is my senior. I recall our days training together under Master Roshi," the Ox King replied, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. With everything now clear, and with Wukong's connection, there was no need for further conflict among the three. "Daddy, a sweet, childlike voice rang out from a distance. Like a lark in flight, bright and melodious. It was Bulma, leading Chi-Chi, Oolong, and Puar, who hurriedly approached, drawn by the intensity of the previous battle. Upon seeing his daughter Chi-Chi, the rugged Ox King transformed into a gentle father, tears glistening in his eyes as he crouched down to embrace her tightly. He realized that his earlier decision had been hasty, yet his desire for treasure had kept him from seeking her. Overwhelmed with conflicting emotions, the sight of Chi-Chi unharmed brought forth a flood of feelings. "Daddy, I'm sorry. I couldn't find Master Roshi," Chi-Chi confessed, guilt weighing heavily on her heart after wandering for days without even leaving a 10-kilometer radius of Bread Mountain. It's all right, the Ox King reassured her. Master Roshi had remained hidden for many years. Even the Ox King did not know his whereabouts. Only Sun Wukong, blessed with fortune, had encountered Master Roshi upon his arrival in this world. This was also why Yamcha had chosen to remain in the wilderness, waiting for Wukong's arrival instead of immediately seeking Master Roshi to learn martial arts. Understanding the Ox King's plight and his purpose for this journey, Sun Wukong readily accepted the task of finding Master Roshi. Having previously released a sea turtle, he had already met Master Roshi, and with the aid of the flying Nimbus, Wukong located him within a day. Master Roshi appeared, bearing a colossal turtle shell on his back, hunched over like a shrimp, wearing casual attire and dark sunglasses, resembling a kindly old neighbor. This was Yamcha's first encounter with Master Roshi. The next moment, Yamcha accessed Master Roshi's personal attributes. Name: Master Roshi. Combat power: 139 mental power, 15 talent points, 61 heritage, earthling skills, Kamehameha, world-shaking palm, illusion fist, max power boost, telepathy. Master Roshi's combat power of 139 marked him as the pinnacle of martial arts on Earth at this time, with mental power surpassing Yamcha's due to his centuries of existence, though his talent points were slightly lower than Yamcha's original form. Seeing Master Roshi's skill set, Yamcha couldn't help but salivate, recognizing the depth of his expertise. The Ox King approached Master Roshi, bowing respectfully. Master Wukong, it's good to see you. Master Roshi, momentarily stunned, stood still before staggering like a drunken man and collapsing to the ground, mumbling, "Why do I feel so dizzy?" Naturally, his ill intentions prevented him from riding the Nimbus with Wukong, leading him to rely on the flying turtle. The flying turtle's unique flight was characterized by constant spinning. Initially, Master Roshi felt fine, but after half an hour, he became disoriented. When they reached Bread Mountain, his head was spinning, and he failed to respond even when the Ox King spoke to him. His lack of composure raised doubts among others regarding his ability to handle the raging flames of Bread Mountain. Only the Ox King and Yamcha, aware of Master Roshi's true strength, remained unperturbed. After a long moment, Master Roshi seemed to awaken from a stupor and gazed at the blazing flames of Bread Mountain, solemnly stating, "I see." Although he had devised a solution to extinguish the flames, he did not act immediately. Due to the misdeeds of the Bull Demon King, Master Roshi was filled with righteous indignation. In his quest to safeguard his possessions, the Bull Demon King resorted to the heinous act of taking numerous lives, earning himself a notorious reputation. After delivering a scathing rebuke to the Bull Demon King, Master Roshi finally prepared to take action. He leisurely removed his turtle shell and then unfastened his upper garment, revealing a frail and emaciated body that resembled a withered tree branch. Years of neglect had rendered Master Roshi, once a formidable martial artist, devoid of the vigor and strength typically associated with a practitioner of martial arts. After amusing the onlookers with his antics, Master Roshi, akin to a sluggish snail, slowly ascended to a flat stone platform. Chapter 10. The Kamehameha Wave. Master Roshi, akin to an ancient tree shedding its snow, shook his body and began to unleash a powerful aura. Under the scrutiny of the system, his combat power ascended with astonishing speed, reaching levels of 139, 140, and finally stabilizing at 180. In this moment, Master Roshi underwent a remarkable transformation. Resembling a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, evolving from a frail old man into a muscular powerhouse, soaring to a height of 2 meters. As if he had become an entirely different person. This meticulous display of technique provided Yamcha with an invaluable opportunity to learn. Through careful observation, every movement of Master Roshi was etched into his mind, and soon enough, Yamcha grasped the essence of the technique. This explosive state significantly enhances the user's combat power. Even in his untrained state, Master Roshi could unleash an attack power 3 times greater than his base. This explosive state was indeed a commendable technique, one that Yamcha lacked. After mentally reviewing the technique several times, he felt confident that he could replicate it with a mere attempt. Moreover, what thrilled Yamcha was that this explosive state could potentially elevate his attack power by 50%, contingent on his physical strength and mastery of energy. Due to his youth and resilience, unlike Master Roshi, Yamcha's physique remained perfectly balanced after entering this state, negating the need to rely on explosive energy to restore his condition. This, however, correspondingly diminished the effectiveness of the enhancement. While Yamcha absorbed this spectacle, Sun Wukong and Bulma were left in awe, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground at Master Roshi's transformation. After completing his metamorphosis, Master Roshi brought his hands together in front of him, resembling a flower poised to bloom, signifying the initiation of the Kamehameha Wave. Yamcha's heart raced with anticipation. This was a divine technique within the Dragon Ball universe and the signature move of Sun Wukong. He focused intently on observing the Kamehameha Wave's intricacies, which, despite being simpler than the explosive state, was undeniably more ferocious. The explosive state awakened all of one's energy to surge forth like a wild stallion, while the Kamehameha wave concentrated this energy to a singular point before releasing it like a volcanic eruption. As the tension peaked, Master Roshi became enveloped in a rich blue energy, draped in a mysterious aura, a manifestation of his inner power. Subsequently, he shaped his hands into a blossom-like stance, cradling this energy as if it were an exquisite treasure at his waist. With a resounding shout, Master Roshi unleashed his hands like arrows released from a bow, channeling a torrent of energy into his palms. The once blue energy rapidly converged between his hands, radiating brilliant white waves of light, akin to a colossal laser, hurtling towards the bread mountain with overwhelming force. In the next instant, the world was bathed in the pure white light emitted by the Kamehameha wave, as though it had plunged into a realm of ice and snow. The subsequent collision with the bread mountain produced a deafening explosion. A tempestuous wind surged around, and even from over 10 meters away, Yamcha felt an unparalleled shockwave wash over him, underscoring the sheer power of the Kamehameha wave. As the dust settled, everyone realized that Master Roshi had reverted to his former self, the frail old man sitting upon a rock, panting heavily. The exertion required for the Kamehameha wave had drained him significantly. After all, to simultaneously employ two formidable techniques was no trivial feat, even in his youth, let alone in his current frail state. "Look, it's been obliterated," Master Roshi remarked, his breath slightly labored, yet a proud smile adorned his face. It was evident that he had poured every ounce of effort into this display. "Remarkable," exclaimed young Wukong, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he beheld the Kamehameha for the first time. Each observer had their focal point. Yamcha and Sun Wukong were captivated by the two techniques Master Roshi had just demonstrated, while Ox King fixated on the now extinguished bread mountain. With a pained expression, Ox King pointed to the ruins. "Master, the fire is indeed extinguished, but..." "What?" Master Roshi's demeanor shifted to one of stern authority. "But the mountain and the castle have been destroyed," Ox King lamented. Upon turning, Master Roshi beheld the remnants of the bread mountain and its castle, now reduced to rubble, and awkwardly scratched his head in apology. Yamcha recognized that this destruction was, in fact, a lesson crafted by Master Roshi for his wayward disciple. However, this did not concern him, for he had acquired what he sought. Two new techniques had been added to his repertoire: the Kamehameha wave, which allowed him to gather his energy to unleash an attack surpassing his innate power, and Master Roshi's muscular transformation, which Yamcha dubbed the explosive mode. With these two techniques, Yamcha's combat style had expanded significantly. Indeed, following Sun Wukong had proven advantageous, as he would have struggled to achieve such insights alone. As Yamcha perused the system, Sun Wukong boldly approached Master Roshi with the desire to train in the Kamehameha wave. "To master the Kamehameha wave, one requires 50 years of training," Master Roshi replied, hesitant to teach Sun Wukong, given his youth and lack of experience, and reluctant to undertake the burdensome task of teaching after so many years. Upon hearing the 50-year requirement, Sun Wukong's mind momentarily faltered. It was not that he doubted his ability to learn, but rather, he was bewildered by the concept of 50 years, a time span unfathomable to his limited understanding of mathematics. Mistaking Sun Wukong's confusion for a sign of surrender, Master Roshi continued conversing with Ox King. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong began to recall the motions Master Roshi had performed during the Kamehameha wave and instinctively mimicked them. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He shaped his hands into the blossom-like stance at his waist and, after a few seconds of concentration, unleashed his own attack. Incredible as it was, a wave of energy manifested between Sun Wukong's hands, obliterating the nearby Oolong's vehicle into fragments. Oolong, previously enjoying the company of Chi-Chi, Oolong erupted in fury as his sole vehicle was destroyed by Sun Wukong. "Sorry," Sun Wukong scratched his head apologetically. Oolong, though initially indignant, quickly accepted the apology, especially after Bulma promised him a larger vehicle in compensation. Chapter 11. The refusal of Master Roshi. Indeed, he is the grandson of Sun Wukong. The Bull Demon King exclaimed in awe. "What? The grandson of Sun Wukong?" Master Roshi suddenly awakened to the realization that this young boy before him was none other than the grandson of his disciple, Sun Wukong. No wonder he possessed such extraordinary strength at such a tender age. He had mastered the Kamehameha technique in a single attempt. Curiosity about Sun Wukong welled up within him. He strode confidently towards Sun Wukong and inquired, "Child, how's your grandfather, Sun Wukong?" "My grandfather has passed away," Sun Wukong replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. The emotions he harbored for Sun Wukong were as profound as the depths of the ocean. "Is that so?" His passing is indeed a great loss. Master Roshi's face was etched with sorrow. However, as a man who had weathered 5 centuries of life, he had long since come to terms with death. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of loss upon realizing that his newly accepted disciple had also departed. After a moment of sadness, Master Roshi quickly regained his composure and extended a heartfelt invitation to Sun Wukong. Having not taken on a disciple for quite some time, he felt a surge of affection for the talented youth before him. How about it? Come train with me. Perhaps one day you shall surpass me. Really? A radiant smile blossomed on Sun Wukong's face. However, after a moment's reflection, he recalled his promise to Bulma to help her find the Dragon Balls. But I must first locate the last Dragon Ball. That is perfectly fine, Master Roshi replied with a pleased smile. Given his connection to Sun Wukong, he had developed a fondness for Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Yamcha, witnessing Sun Wukong's success in becoming a disciple, felt a stir of ambition within himself. Although he had already learned 2 of Master Roshi's legendary techniques, he understood that this ancient master, having lived for hundreds of years, surely possessed more than just those 2 skills. With a desire to benefit from Master Roshi's wisdom, he respectfully approached him, saying, Master Roshi, please accept me as well. Master Roshi's expression shifted as he finally took notice of the young man before him. The more he observed Yamcha, the more serious his demeanor became. Initially, Master Roshi had overlooked Yamcha's presence, but now, under his keen perception, he realized that Yamcha's aura was on par with that of his disciple, the Bull Demon King, and perhaps even surpassed it. It was important to note that the Bull Demon King had been practicing martial arts for 30 years, and his prowess was rarely matched among his peers. Who is your master? Master Roshi inquired, furrowing his brow as he faced Yamcha. I am self-taught. I have no master. Yamcha replied with a smile. Although his foundation was built in a martial arts school, his most cherished techniques, such as the Wolf Fang Fist and the Phantom Fist, were products of his own research, showcasing his exceptional talent. Self-taught, how intriguing. If you wish for me to teach you, you must first earn my acknowledgement. Master Roshi stated solemnly. And how might I gain your acknowledgement? Must I undergo the same process as Sun Wukong? Yamcha asked respectfully. Master Roshi shook his head and assumed a starting position. In an instant, Yamcha understood that Master Roshi intended to test his martial arts foundation and prowess. Without hesitation, Yamcha aimed to enhance himself and identify his weaknesses. Forgive me, he said, and in an instant, he became a blur, launching an attack at Master Roshi. The Phantom Fist, wait. Master Roshi instantly recognized the subtle differences in Yamcha's attack pattern compared to his own Phantom Fist. While his technique emphasized luring the opponent, Yamcha's version prioritized speed. The sheer velocity took him by surprise, but being an experienced martial artist, he quickly adapted. He shifted his body half a meter to the side, effortlessly evading Yamcha's strike. Yamcha, fully aware that he could not land a hit on Master Roshi with a single blow, swiftly spun around and delivered a powerful flying kick aimed directly at Master Roshi's chest. Not bad. The force is commendable, but your intentions are too transparent. Master Roshi moved rapidly, lightly tapping Yamcha's foot, which sent him staggering backward. Yamcha recognized that Master Roshi was offering guidance, yet he did not cease his attacks. Wolf Fang Fist. A flurry of claw-like shadows assailed Master Roshi's pressure points, and even before the attack reached him, the resulting wind swept up the surrounding flora. Impressive. Quite intriguing, Master Roshi remarked, not merely evading but countering with swift hand movements to block Yamcha's Wolf Fang Fist. Realizing that his attacks were yielding no results, Yamcha felt a surge of determination to escalate his efforts. He swiftly retreated, gathering a significant amount of energy into his hands. Kamehameha. Master Roshi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Not out of fear of Yamcha's Kamehameha, but because he had witnessed 2 individuals learn his signature technique with a mere glance. This left him questioning his worldview developed over many years. Yamcha, you are quite remarkable, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his youthful innocence shining through. The energy Yamcha had amassed was considerable. If unleashed, it could easily obliterate a small hill. Young man, quickly release that gathered energy. I, an old man, wish to live a few more years. Master Roshi gestured for Yamcha to cancel the Kamehameha. Although Yamcha's attack would not match the one he had unleashed against the Bread Mountain, it still posed a significant threat to his unguarded state. Feeling the weight of Master Roshi's words, Yamcha felt embarrassed to proceed with the attack and promptly dispersed the energy in his hands. Master Roshi, what do you think of my abilities? Yamcha inquired with a smile. Quite impressive. I initially believed Sun Wukong to be a rare talent, yet your strength has also surpassed my expectations, Master Roshi replied with a grin. So, Does that mean you agree to take me as your disciple? Yamcha asked, brimming with excitement. However, Master Roshi's subsequent words left Yamcha feeling disheartened. Not quite. I believe you do not require my guidance. Your strength has already surpassed that of my long-trained disciple, the Bull Demon King. Moreover, based on our earlier spar, I can see that your martial arts foundation is quite solid. Training under me would not yield significant improvement for you. Then, Master Roshi's tone shifted, however. I know of a place that would be perfect for you. What place? Yamcha inquired. Karen Tower. There resides a sage who can offer you guidance. I believe he can provide you with even greater advancements, Master Roshi explained with a smile. Karen Tower. Yamcha murmured. He was certainly familiar with that location, however. His original plan had been to train under Master Roshi for a while before heading there. Unexpectedly, his bold actions had led Master Roshi to forego accepting him as a disciple, instead directing him to Karen Tower. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Karen Tower was indeed a suitable destination for Yamcha at this stage. In his memories, Sun Wukong had first ascended Karen Tower after participating in the martial arts tournament, at which point his combat power was only around 30. In contrast, Yamcha's current power had reached 50, far surpassing that of Sun Wukong a year later. Primarily, Yamcha's mindset remained anchored in the storyline, as he sought to act in accordance with its progression. However, after years of rigorous training, his strength was no longer comparable to that of the original character. Even Sun Wukong lagged considerably behind him. Chapter 12. Confronting the Indian warrior upon learning of Kalinta's whereabouts from Master Roshi, Yamcha propelled himself forward like a released arrow, accompanied by Puar, racing towards the direction of Kalinta. Despite Bulma's profound reluctance, Yamcha was not one to be ensnared by the comforts of tenderness. After all, the world was on the brink of upheaval, whether it be the impending emergence of the Demon King Piccolo or the subsequent arrival of the Saiyans. They were foes far beyond Yamcha's current capabilities. Yet, to alleviate Bulma's worries, he tasked her with researching the gravity device. Although he had no immediate use for it, he anticipated that it would prove invaluable once his combat prowess reached a plateau. The journey from Breadfruit Mountain to Kalinta spanned a daunting distance of 1,000 kilometers. Yamcha endured an arduous week of travel before finally arriving at Kalinta's vicinity. Along the way, he encountered several robbers and monsters. However, their strength was rather feeble, and the rewards from the system were scant, less than what he had gained from overcoming Son Goku. Nonetheless, any reward was better than none. Look, Mr. Yamcha, that towering structure over there must be Kalinta, Puar exclaimed with excitement, pointing towards the sky. After enduring half a month of relentless travel, Puar was thoroughly exhausted by Yamcha's rigorous pace. Though it merely stood atop Yamcha, the daily journey of hundreds of kilometers had taken a considerable toll on Puar. Now, upon sighting Kalinta, it recognized that the days of hardship were finally drawing to a close. Yamcha followed Puar's indication and beheld a magnificent and slender tower that seemed to stretch endlessly into the clouds, even though he had anticipated its grandeur. Witnessing Kalinta in person filled him with awe at its magnificence and height. The construction of such an imposing edifice suggested that extraordinary individuals had once roamed the earth. After consuming some provisions, Yamcha pressed onward towards the base of Kalinta. Although he had laid eyes upon it, a considerable distance remained. Indeed, the journey was far from over. After several hours, he reached a primitive village enveloped by dense forest. The sacred site of Kalinta was renowned as the birthplace of martial arts on Earth. For Master Karin had lived for over 8 centuries. Aside from the stout figure in the heavenly realm, he could almost be regarded as a living fossil of the planet. Just as Yamcha was within a mere kilometer of Kalinta, he was confronted by a tall and imposing Native American warrior, armed with a crude spear. Though his stature was formidable, Yamcha sensed that his strength was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person. Access to the sacred ground ahead is forbidden, the warrior declared. Yamcha understood that this individual was one of the guardians of Kalinta, hence he refrained from making any rash moves, standing still like a statue, awaiting the warrior's approach. In no time, the robust Native American advanced, his skin as dark as coal, adorned with a necklace of mysterious animal teeth. His gaze wary like that of a vigilant lion, fixated on Yamcha. Little one, this is not a place for you, he scoffed, though his actions were cautious. Aware that anyone who reached their village was no ordinary character, whether a warrior or an adventurer. Why can I not go? Yamcha retorted nonchalantly, his voice calm as a tranquil stream. I shall be frank. Only the most valiant warriors are permitted to approach Kalinta, and you, by any measure, do not resemble one. The warrior replied, puffing out his chest like an erupting volcano to display his might. In his view, the most courageous warriors were muscular and robust. akin to the strongest in their tribe, while Yamcha appeared slender and short, hardly fit for hunting, and certainly not a valiant warrior. And what if I insist on approaching Kalinta? Yamcha inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes resolute as steel, exuding unwavering determination. The Indian warrior observed Yamcha's confidence, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind, and he finally spoke. That is simple enough. You need only defeat our tribe's strongest warrior. However, given your appearance, your chances seem slim. Ultimately, the purpose of these natives was to sift through ordinary martial artists, for if one could not best these untrained warriors, attempting to scale Kalinta would be a futile endeavor. Lead the way, Yamcha stated without hesitation, his tone as steadfast as a mountain. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Indian village. The settlement was modest, resembling a small hamlet with only a few dozen rudimentary huts. Upon hearing of the foreigner challenging Kalinta, the surrounding natives flocked to the scene, buzzing with excitement like bees drawn to nectar, encircling Yamcha. Amidst a throng of towering warriors, Yamcha appeared as diminutive as a child. Over 100 Native American warriors gazed down at the 1.6-meter-tall Yamcha, their faces brightening with innocent amusement, perceiving this as nothing more than a comical farce. None believed he could triumph over their mightiest fighter. "Chief, allow me." One muscular man urged an elderly man with a white beard who leaned on a cane. "Let me handle it," another boasted, as the muscular warriors clamored for the chance. Before the elder could respond, a sharp voice rang out. "One at a time is too tedious. Let you all face him together." Yamcha had no desire to indulge in such childish games, knowing he would frequently return to this place. Thus, he reluctantly agreed to exchange blows with them. Upon hearing Yamcha's arrogant declaration, the once lively crowd fell into an oppressive silence. His casual remark felt like an endless mockery to them. They had never anticipated being belittled by a diminutive outsider, especially after years of teaching lessons to those who ventured into their territory. The warriors of the tribe, their fists clenched in anticipation, were eager to teach this audacious individual a lesson. The chief, whose eyes had previously narrowed, now sparkled with the sharpness of a hawk. "Very well, outsider. Your courage is commendable, and I shall not take advantage of your size." He turned to the tallest man in the crowd and declared, "Bora, you shall face this outsider." Yamcha could not help but smile inwardly, bemused that they claimed not to bully him while selecting their strongest warrior. Nevertheless, to Yamcha it mattered little. Chapter 13. Ascent of Kalinta. The reckless audacity of Yamcha pierced the heart of the chief like a thorn, sowing seeds of discontent. The ordinary Indians loomed like giants, yet Brola stood out among them, towering at an impressive height of 2.1 meters, his muscles exaggerated and forged like steel, resembling a coach descending from a bodybuilding stage. His fighting prowess was unmatched among the assembled Indians, boasting a combat strength of 16 points. While the others simmered with indignation, Yamcha was lost in a reverie, contemplating the system rewards that awaited him after defeating Brola. A combat strength of 16 promised a generous allocation of talent points. Facing Yamcha, Brola brandished a bone fork, exuding an aura of a war god. "Draw your weapon. Let us engage in a fair contest," he proclaimed. "My weapons are these hands. Come forth." Yamcha replied with nonchalance. Being the strongest warrior of the tribe, Brola approached with caution, like a leopard stalking its prey, mindful of Yamcha's potential. As the distance between them shrank to 2 meters, Brola struck with the swiftness of lightning, wielding the bone fork with such finesse that it transformed into a sweeping arc of attack, crashing toward Yamcha with overwhelming force. Although Brola's strike appeared swift to Yamcha, it unfolded in slow motion. With the grace of a swallow, he leaped back 3 or 4 meters, effortlessly evading Brola's assault. Yamcha discerned that Brola, wary of his abilities, had not exerted his full strength in that strike. With a smile, he taunted Brola, "Do not hold back. Otherwise, you shall not have a second chance." Brola's heart sank upon hearing Yamcha's words. He had merely unleashed half of his power in that tentative strike, and yet, even the fiercest lion on the plains would struggle to evade it. He never anticipated that Yamcha would avoid it with such ease. "I acknowledge your prowess as a martial artist. Now, I shall unleash my strongest attack," Brola declared, bowing slightly, his gaze sharpening with hawk-like intensity. In the next moment, Brola's body surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. As he approached Yamcha, he leaped into the air, descending upon him like a mountain poised to crush. "Too weak," Yamcha murmured, shaking his head. Although this attack was significantly stronger than the previous one, it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree for him. With lightning speed, Yamcha dodged. Brola's body, once hurtling toward him, suddenly froze mid-air, as if ensnared by an unseen force, before being propelled backward at a breathtaking speed. crashing into a throng of tribal warriors. What just happened? Why did Brola suddenly fly away? Could this little fellow wield magic? Murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. Struggling to his feet, Brola alone comprehended the astonishing speed of Yamcha's attack, which had struck him like a tempest. Though he had glimpsed Yamcha's afterimage, he could not react in time, merely watching as the attack connected. To his disbelief, Yamcha's strike had not been a forceful blow, but a mere fingertip touch. Yet, that seemingly casual gesture felt as if a full-grown dinosaur had collided with him, leaving one side of his body numb and still aching. He finally grasped the vast chasm separating their strengths. I concede, he admitted sincerely, as the tribe's most valiant warrior, truly recognizing his own limitations. So weak, it's rather dull. Yamcha internally scoffed, yet he was pleased to receive 4 talent points as a reward for his victory over Brola. With the tribe's mightiest warrior vanquished, there was no reason for the guardian of the Karinta sacred ground to impede Yamcha's approach. Under Brola's guidance, Yamcha arrived at the base of Karinta. From a distance, Karinta appeared as a graceful maiden, slender and delicate. Up close, it resembled a towering giant. With its foundational base exceeding 2 meters in height and stretching 4 to 5 meters in length and width, its depths unknown. The base was constructed of unyielding granite, upon which stood a tower with a radius of over 1 meter, adorned with intricate totems and patterns that exuded an air of ancient elegance, as if narrating the stories of time. Yamcha, your strength is indeed formidable, yet I must caution you. Challenging Karinta is a matter of life and death. A moment's carelessness could lead to your demise, Brola warned gravely. Although Yamcha remained unfazed, a look of trepidation crossed the face of Pulu, who timidly remarked, Master Yamcha. Pulu, there is no need for concern. Just hold on tightly to me, Yamcha reassured, bidding farewell to Brola. With a firm stamp of his foot, he leaped into the air, soaring upward like a bolt, landing firmly atop the tower after ascending approximately 100 meters. This astonishing leap left the onlooking Indians in awe, their mouths agape in disbelief. Though he had previously showcased part of his prowess in battle against Brola, this single jump surpassed their wildest imaginations. Perhaps he truly could succeed. Brola mused inwardly. While the crowd continued to marvel, Yamcha had already vanished from their sight. Upon the tower, cloaked in clouds, he moved with the swiftness of a lone wolf, darting across its surface. Occasionally glancing back, he noted how the tower appeared distorted due to its altitude, a whimsical allusion to the human eye. As he ascended, the oxygen thinned and the temperature plummeted like a descent into an ice cavern. The exact height of Karinta remained a mystery. However, as recounted in the original text, the mighty Sun Wukong, with a combat strength of around 30, had taken 2 full days and nights to climb it. Based on Yamcha's calculations, Karinta must have penetrated deep into the Earth's atmospheric layers. After a relentless sprint of 20 kilometers, he finally paused for a brief respite at the stratospheric level, where the air had thinned to extremes, making survival impossible for ordinary humans, leaving only seasoned martial artists capable of enduring. To conserve his strength, Yamcha reluctantly slowed his pace. Though he could soar through the skies with the dancing air technique, the ascent of Karinta itself was a profound trial. As he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the world, Yamcha was not inclined to seek comforts. Moreover, the climb was a test imposed by the Karinta sage upon challengers, a means to gauge their strength through the speed of their ascent. After a moment's rest, Yamcha resumed his journey. After running for another 3 to 4 hours, he finally beheld a circular summit, resembling a radiant pearl that shimmered with a mysterious luminescence amidst the clouds. Chapter 14. The Cat Sage. Young Master Yamcha, we are almost there, Por exclaimed, unable to conceal its excitement. Though it merely needed to cling tightly to Yamcha's body while scaling Karin Tower, the prolonged suspension at such dizzying heights was undeniably terrifying. However, the imminent arrival at their destination brought a sense of relief. Yamcha smiled faintly, his body accelerating like an arrow released from a bow. After another half hour, he reached the base of the circular tower. The design of the base was remarkably user-friendly, featuring a staircase. With the grace of a swallow, Yamcha leapt upwards and entered the spiral staircase. The staircase twisted and turned, resembling a colossal dragon coiling upward in Yamcha's perception. Upon traversing the staircase, Yamcha arrived in a spacious area. It resembled a pavilion, albeit one of considerable expanse, covering several hundred square meters, with another level above and a parasol-shaped roof overhead. Yamcha understood that this roof not only served as a shelter from the wind and rain but also acted as the foundation leading to the celestial temple. Not far from the entrance stood several large water tanks, alongside a petite bed. These tanks were extraordinary, akin to mirrors of time, allowing glimpses into the past, present, and future. Filled with curiosity, Yamcha gently lifted the lid of the first tank. Instantly, the surface of the water unfurled like a vibrant painting, akin to a film reel. Depicting his own training in the desert, this tank undoubtedly represented the past. Next, he opened the middle tank, revealing Bulma within a classroom. Despite the lesson in progress, her attention was diverted to the window, clearly disinterested in the teaching at hand. This tank reflected the present, functioning as a real-time monitoring device. Upon opening the final tank, Yamcha was confronted with a shrouded image. As he continued to observe, a silhouette emerged, his own form, enveloped in mysterious energy. Suddenly, the figure in the tank possessed eyes that deepened with an ancient wisdom, seemingly transcending the bounds of time to gaze back at him. In the next moment, Yamcha felt as if his head were about to explode from an unbearable pain. The figure within the tank seemed to issue a warning. The future is uncertain. Fearing the implications, Yamcha hastily closed the lid, unwilling to explore further. Departing from the first floor, he ascended the staircase with the swiftness of an arrow, reaching the second floor in no time. Upon arriving, he was met with the sight of a 1-meter-tall, white-haired cat, who greeted him with a smile as warm as the spring sun. Leaning on a cane, with squinted eyes reminiscent of a benevolent elder, the cat spoke softly, "Young man, you scaled Karen Tower in merely half a day. That is truly remarkable." Before Yamcha could respond, Puar, hidden within his clothing, leapt out in sheer curiosity. "Wow, there's a cat up here too," it exclaimed. The cat's enigmatic demeanor shattered instantly at Puar's words, as if an impenetrable fortress had been breached. For years, no one had dared to refer to it as merely a cat. Instead, it was revered as the Sage of Karen. Clearing its throat, with a hint of pride, it declared, "Ahem, what cat? I am the Sage of Karen." Casting a glance at Puar, it added, "You, young one, are fortunate to accompany this lad." "Of course. Young Master Yamcha is immensely powerful," Puar replied, holding Yamcha in high regard. "Modesty, modesty," Yamcha smiled, addressing Puar. He then bowed deeply to the cat sage, saying, "Sage Karen, I humbly greet you." Habitually checking the sage's information through his system, he noted, "Name, Karen combat power, 180 mental strength, 500 talent, 72 lineage, Earth Cat clan skills, afterimage fist, sky dance technique, aura perception, mind reading, foresight." As the leader of martial arts on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe, the Sage of Karen was undoubtedly far superior to Yamcha. With a combat power that reached the pinnacle of Earth's capabilities, his mental strength eclipsed that of Master Roshi, likely a result of centuries of accumulation. The sage's gaze fell upon Yamcha as he spoke aloud. "Young man, your ascent to Karen Tower indicates your desire for the sacred water, does it not?" "No. I have come to seek your guidance in my training," Yamcha replied earnestly, directly expressing his intentions. He understood that the sacred water was not as miraculous as legend suggested. It was the sage's tutelage that would genuinely enhance his abilities. The other, potentially power-boosting sacred water was not meant for mere mortals. Recalling memories from his past life, he knew that honest individuals who climbed Karen Tower would receive the sage's training and, through trials, be granted the sacred water. In contrast, those with impure or malevolent intentions would be offered the toxic sacred water instead. Only those with exceptional constitutions could survive after consuming the latter. Yamcha's words left the sage momentarily dumbfounded, causing the carefully prepared speech to falter. "Young Master Yamcha, have you made a mistake? I, like you, am a cat. How could I possibly instruct you in your training?" Puar inquired, puzzled. Just then, a sudden thump resounded as Puar was playfully struck on the head, causing it to tumble from midair. "Ouch, that hurts," Puar cried, clutching its head in agony. "What swiftness," Yamcha thought to himself, observing the seemingly harmless sage who had just delivered a sharp blow to Puar's head with remarkable speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. "Enough, Puar. You brought this upon yourself with your reckless words. Apologize to Sage Karen at once," Yamcha admonished, crouching down to pat Puar gently. Puar, realizing its misstep, timidly uttered, "I'm sorry, Sage Karen. You are quite amusing. Since you wish for me to guide your training, perhaps you should offer something in return. I cannot squander my time merely indulging your whims. After all, I am quite busy," the sage replied with a twinkle in its eye. "You, a meerkat? What could you possibly have to do on this Karen Tower?" Yamcha silently scoffed, though he maintained a polite demeanor. "Naturally, I would never dream of imposing upon you without offering something in return." Turning to Puar, he instructed, "Please retrieve the items from capsule number 1. Chapter 15. Corinta's training young master Yamcha, that represents my sustenance for an entire year, Per reluctantly remarked. Do not be so stingy. Once we descend from Corinta, I shall prepare you a double portion. Yamcha reassured him with a pat on the back. In the next moment, a container, several dozen cubic meters in size, materialized instantaneously upon the barren ground. Upon opening, it revealed numerous large water tanks brimming with a myriad of fish, both large and small. So many fish. The normally composed cat sage's eyes sparkled with excitement, his initially narrowed gaze widening in astonishment. For many years, due to his responsibilities, he had been unable to descend from Corinta. Although he could use magic to procure some fish from the ground, the considerable distance, over several kilometers, rendered such efforts impractical. He only resorted to this method on rare occasions when temptation struck, having not encountered such a bountiful catch for centuries. The sight of these fish was akin to a feast before him. The variety was astounding, and thanks to the universal capsule, they remained exceptionally fresh, featuring many species unavailable nearby, causing the cat sage to salivate profusely, despite his elevated state of mind and cultivation. The overwhelming temptation of such numerous fish stirred even his tranquil heart. Since you were so perceptive, I shall be sure to teach you well. Now, gather these. The cat sage coughed lightly, adopting an air of grandeur as he squinted. Yamcha promptly utilized the universal capsule to collect all the small fish and presented it respectfully to the cat sage. Without further ado, the cat sage accepted the capsule and concealed it beneath his fur. The so-called training would naturally commence with the cat sage's traditional exercise, seizing the water jug. He pointed to a statue in the center, atop which rested an ancient water jug. Your sole purpose now is to find a way to obtain that jug. Yamcha assessed the jug. It was positioned not too high, merely 5 or 6 meters away. With a swift movement, he could reach it. However, he surmised that the cat sage would not allow him such ease. Then I shall begin, Yamcha declared. With that, he dashed toward the water jug. But just as his hand was about to touch it, he was forcefully struck aside, rolling away. Despite his preparations, he was caught off guard by the cat sage's sudden assault. Indeed, it was not as simple as it appeared. Undeterred, Yamcha sprang back to his feet and charged again. Yet, regardless of the approach he took, the cat sage always managed to intervene before he could grasp the jug. Is this all you are capable of? The cat sage's voice echoed behind him. Yamcha remained silent, rising once more. With a smile, he responded, that was merely a warm-up. Now the real challenge begins. In an instant, his figure became a blur as he launched toward the jug from various angles, leaving countless afterimages in his wake. Afterimages? How intriguing, the cat sage mused. For an ordinary person, this may create confusion, but for me, your movements lack any efficacy. In the next moment, Yamcha found himself flung away once more. Young man, your speed is commendable, yet you are overly reliant on what you see. You must calm your mind and attune yourself to your own energy as well as mine. The cat sage pointedly noted, his tone unperturbed. Your energy, in my perception, resembles a massive light bulb. Regardless of the martial techniques you employ, they will yield no effect. Yamcha understood that the cat sage was imparting wisdom on how to harness his own energy. Throughout the 3 years since his arrival, he had focused solely on enhancing his combat prowess. While his strength had indeed increased significantly, he had yet to master the deeper intricacies of martial arts, and his control over energy remained rudimentary. Though Yamcha was aware of various developmental paths within the martial arts of the Dragon Ball universe, he lacked the specific steps necessary for execution, which required astute guidance. Now, with the cat sage's direct instruction, his foundation was swiftly solidifying, and the flaws within his form were rapidly diminishing. Previously, he had relied solely on his formidable combat strength to compensate for the imperfections in his movements. But now he was addressing them at their root. His actions became increasingly succinct. Martial arts is indeed a journey from simplicity to complexity and back to simplicity. Under the cat sage's tutelage, Yamcha was now engaged in the process of refining his techniques, eliminating unnecessary movements during combat to minimize energy expenditure. His training in energy control quickly progressed from a mere glimpse into mastery, moving towards proficiency. Throughout the guidance of the cat sage, Yamcha's combat abilities steadily improved. You still cannot seize the jug. You have yet to decipher my movements or my breathing. How could you possibly succeed? The cat sage ambled leisurely, resting his staff on his shoulder, while the jug dangled from its head. Though the cat sage's back was turned to Yamcha, in his perception, they were on equal ground. This exemplified the essence of energy perception. Yamcha realized that to truly grasp energy perception, one must not rely excessively on sight, as doing so would yield poor results in training. With this in mind, he tore a strip from his garment and blindfolded himself, thus rendering himself incapable of relying on his eyes to locate the cat sage. An astute idea, the cat sage commended. The moment Yamcha covered his eyes, he genuinely lost track of the cat sage's presence. Cat sage, where are you? The cat sage shook his head, while Yamcha's approach was commendable. The execution was fraught with difficulty. Ah, I'm feeling tired. I think I shall retire for a nap, the cat sage chuckled lazily. Following the sounds emitted by the cat sage, Yamcha dashed forth, only to find that by the time he reached where the cat sage had stood, he had already relocated elsewhere. Calm your mind, the cat sage reiterated gently. However, it was evident that mastery was not achieved overnight. Thus, day after day, Yamcha found himself battered and bruised, yet he remained undeterred and fervently engaged in his training. While Yamcha was immersed in his training at the Karinta Sacred Land, Goku and his companions concluded their quest for the Dragon Balls. Without Yamcha's intervention, the wish granted by the 7 Dragon Balls was ultimately seized by Oolong, who requested a pair of women's underwear. Bulma returned to West City as the second semester was about to commence, while Goku set off towards the island of Master Roshi, eager to begin his martial arts training. Along the way, he encountered Krillin, and after passing Master Roshi's trials, the two formally became his disciples, embarking on a rigorous training regimen. Chapter 16. The training of Yamcha II. As the days passed, under the rigorous training regimen, Yamcha found himself increasingly exhausted. Yet unbeknownst to him, his ability to sense breath had subtly improved. One day, as was his custom, Yamcha trained with his eyes covered, pursuing the cat immortal. His movements had become more agile, no longer characterized by the clumsiness of his early attempts. He began to focus intently on the flow of air around him, striving to capture the faint breath that accompanied the cat immortal's movements. The cat immortal intentionally slowed his pace, curious to see if Yamcha would notice the change. Suddenly, Yamcha sensed a gentle breeze emanating from his left side. A spark of intuition ignited within him, prompting an immediate lunge in that direction. Alas, he collided with a nearby pillar instead. Haha, Yamcha, you are beginning to sense things, but your accuracy still needs refinement, the cat immortal teased from his right. Rubbing his sore head, Yamcha, undeterred, exclaimed, Cat immortal, I truly felt something to my left just now. It seems I am not far from success. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. You have a long journey ahead, the cat immortal replied, shaking his head as he continued to guide Yamcha. Days rolled by, and Yamcha's progress became increasingly evident. He no longer dashed about aimlessly but could discern the cat immortal's location based on the flow of breath. On a particular day, the cat immortal, as usual, waved his staff with the water flask suspended from it in front of Yamcha. Taking a deep breath, Yamcha calmed his mind, vividly picturing the distribution of breath in his surroundings, feeling that the cat immortal was not far ahead. Cautiously, he advanced towards the cat immortal, each step light and soundless, mindful not to disrupt his perception. As he approached, he suddenly reached out for the water flask. The cat immortal was momentarily startled, not expecting Yamcha to locate the flask with such precision. However, with a swift movement, he evaded Yamcha's grasp. Well done, Yamcha. You can accurately sense my position and breath, yet your speed still requires improvement. The cat immortal nodded approvingly. Though he missed the flask, Yamcha felt exhilarated. He was aware of his progress. While he had not yet reached the level of Sun Wukong, who grasped breath sensing in mere days, he was nearing his own breakthrough after this fortnight of training. As time elapsed, Yamcha's breath sensing ability ascended to new heights. He could not only accurately sense the people and objects around him, but also gauge their strength based on the intensity of their breath. During a simulated battle with the cat immortal, he successfully seized the water flask from the staff. Calculating the passage of time, he realized he had spent 20 days atop Karinta. Yamcha eagerly consumed the super holy water, now aware that it was merely ordinary water without enhancing properties. Yet his curiosity about its taste remained. After a few gulps, his parched lips felt refreshed, though he noted no other effects. Stop drinking and come over to grill some fish. The cat immortal was busy preparing fish on a grill nearby. Ever since tasting Yamcha's grilled fish, he had developed a fondness for it. Yamcha set down the water flask and hurried over to the cat immortal, deftly retrieving spices to enhance the flavor of the fish. The cat immortal eyed the fish hungrily, nearly drooling in anticipation. Before long, the delightful aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. The cat immortal eagerly grabbed a piece and relished it. This tastes splendid. Yamcha, your culinary skills are improving. Of course, young Master Yamcha is the best. Yamcha responded with a hint of pride. Eat the fish, less talk. He chuckled, handing a freshly grilled fish to the cat immortal. He then took a piece for himself, savoring the taste. As they feasted, the cat immortal remarked, Yamcha, you possess considerable talent. I recall the last time a martial artist ascended Karinta. It took them nearly 3 years to master breath sensing, and they only acquired the super holy water while I was napping. Cat immortal. I can only claim to be of average talent. I know of someone whose abilities far surpass my own. Yamcha thought of Sun Wukong's extraordinary talent points, realizing that even with daily practice, it would take him 23 years to reach a similar level. Is there truly someone that formidable? I would love to see it. The cat immortal expressed skepticism, noting that Yamcha's talent already exceeded his own. Perhaps, soon, he will also ascend Karinta, Yamcha replied with a smile. You have grasped the essence of breath sensing. The next step is to learn how to utilize it in combat. Are you ready to leave Karinta to train alone? Or will you remain? The cat immortal gazed at Yamcha with anticipation, appreciating the companionship after his solitude. In these 20 days, Yamcha had not only mastered the application of breath to a proficient level but had also significantly increased his combat power to over 70. Although he was now capable of descending from the tower, he had no intention of doing so immediately. He desired to further solidify his understanding of breath for future ascents to higher realms. After all, achieving a momentary success in seizing the flask did not equate to perfect mastery over breath. It merely marked the beginning of his journey. Yamcha understood that in comparison to Sun Wukong, he still lagged considerably behind. Only through diligent training could he hope to keep pace with Sun Wukong in the future. I wish to continue my training atop Karinta. Do you intend to drive me away, cat immortal? Yamcha retorted. I have no objections. If you wish to stay, then do so. The cat immortal replied nonchalantly, but felt a sense of joy in his heart, as he would not need to cook for himself anymore. During this period, Yamcha, guided by the system and the cat immortal's teachings, categorized the application of breath into 5 levels: initiation, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Seizing the super holy water flask merely constituted the initiation stage, while the cat immortal could be considered at the perfection level. His progress was tenfold slower than Sun Wukong's, and thus he remained humble, refusing to become complacent over such minor accomplishments. Chapter 17. The Target, West City in the ensuing period. Although Yamcha remained engrossed in rigorous training at Karinta, he often found himself practicing alone, with the occasional sparring session alongside the cat sage. However, once the cat sage set aside the water jug and entered combat mode, he transformed entirely. Despite Yamcha having mastered the manipulation of ki, he was still thoroughly outmatched. After all, the cat sage had spent centuries honing his skills. Such a disparity could not be bridged in a short span. Time flew by, and before long, 3 months had passed. Yamcha, I have little left to teach you. I hope that as you return below, you will remain steadfast in your original aspirations and continue your diligent training, the cat sage remarked with a gentle smile. Yamcha bowed respectfully to the cat sage, who he regarded as his mentor in this world. After 4 arduous months of training, he had finally clarified his path in martial arts. With his proficiency in ki experiencing a remarkable leap, achieving a significant level of mastery that exuded the aura of a grandmaster. I leave Per to your care, he declared. Indeed, Yamcha had no intention of bringing Per along on his descent from Karinta. He was determined to have the cat sage impart knowledge to Per and teach him the art of cultivating the magical beans. Before his departure, Yamcha discreetly acquired a substantial quantity of magical beans from the cat sage. At that time, the beans had yet to be squandered by that glutton, Yajirobe. With 2 large vats still intact, Yamcha requested one of the vats, not out of greed, but to ensure that these beans would serve their utmost purpose in the future. The cat sage, unaware of their significance and pleased by Yamcha's prior gifts of delectable dishes, did not refuse. Rest assured, the cat sage replied, his demeanor calm and lighthearted. He harbored great affection for this young kin, and with the solitude of Karinta, he relished the company of a junior. After bidding farewell to the cat sage and Per, Yamcha vanished from the sacred grounds of Karinta like a wisp of smoke. Meanwhile, Per remained in tears, gazing longingly out the window, but outside, only the drifting white clouds offered no trace of Yamcha. Since being rescued by Yamcha in the desert 2 years prior, Per had never left his side, thus forming an intense dependency. Young Master Yamcha, Per murmured to himself. Despite understanding Yamcha's expectations, the young creature still felt a sense of abandonment. Stop looking. He has long since vanished without a trace, the cat sage said, shaking his head in resignation. Seeing Per still in a daze, the cat sage continued. As long as you master the magic I bestow upon you, you will be able to seek out Yamcha below. Upon hearing that he could search for Yamcha, Per's previously vacant expression transformed into one of invigorated determination. He swiftly turned to the cat sage, earnestly stating, "Then I shall rely on you, esteemed elder." "That's the spirit." The cat sage resumed his teaching mode, this time shifting his focus from Yamcha to Per, transitioning from martial arts to the wondrous realm of magic. Indeed, the esteemed cat sage was not only a master of martial arts, but also possessed formidable magical prowess. Otherwise, he could not have developed the magical beans. A remarkable creation derived from the fava beans provided by the gods of the heavenly palace, enhanced through magic. Meanwhile, Yamcha, having swiftly descended the depths of Corinta in a mere 20 minutes, though he could have easily flown down, chose instead to engage in a manner that would enhance his training. Now proficient in key manipulation, he could navigate the heights with the ease of walking on level ground, no longer requiring the use of all 4 limbs as he had upon arrival. Over the past 4 months, he had scaled the tower numerous times, an essential element of the cat sage's training regimen designed to acclimate him to the thin air of high altitudes. Upon exiting Corinta, he encountered Bra, who had just returned from a hunting expedition, accompanied by a child of 4 or 5 years old. "Yamcha, you've come down again. Are you here to collect more fish snacks?" Bra greeted him with a smile. Indeed, during these past months, Yamcha had not only dedicated himself to training, but had also taken on the responsibility of gathering ingredients for Corinta. After centuries of subsisting on meager rations, the cat sage was eager to utilize this newfound labor. Thus Yamcha was tasked with procuring various necessities for Corinta. "No, I am leaving this place," Yamcha replied. At this, Bra's initial shock morphed into envy. Yamcha's departure signified that he had acquired the knowledge he sought from Corinta. For those who had guarded the vicinity of Corinta for generations, witnessing the air of Corinta was a tremendous honor. Upon leaving Corinta, Yamcha raced toward West City like an arrow released from a bow, opting to run rather than fly. After months of rigorous training, his combat power had soared to 99 points. However, breaking through the threshold of 100 points felt akin to wading through a mire, exceedingly arduous. According to the cat sage, it appeared he had encountered the first limiting barrier inherent to the human body. Should he succeed in overcoming this barrier, his combat power would ascend like a rocket. Conversely, if he failed, his strength would be forever capped at 99 points. Even the immensely capable cat sage found himself unable to assist at this critical juncture. Only Yamcha could muster the resolve to fight through. Each race has its own limitations. For instance, the Scions possess a staggering first barrier of 3 million combat power. Upon breaking through this threshold, they not only continue to enhance their strength but can also unlock the Super Scion mode, akin to a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Although earthlings often struggle against their bodily limitations, surpassing these barriers is relatively easier compared to Scions. In Yamcha's understanding, these limitations were akin to shackles on physical strength, a fence confining the body's capacity for endurance. The most effective means of enhancing one's physical resilience was undoubtedly through dedicated training in a gravity chamber. Based on his estimations, Bulma had likely completed the construction of the gravity chamber by now. Eager to reunite with Bulma, Yamcha abandoned the time-consuming and labor-intensive conventional methods, opting instead to employ the instant transmission technique. With every surge in his combat strength, the speed of his instant transmission soared as well. At this moment, Yamcha exerted all his effort in utilizing the technique, achieving speeds akin to lightning, reaching 200 kilometers per hour. In just 5 hours, he traversed over 1,000 kilometers, arriving at West City. Chapter 18. The reunion. As Yamcha approached the western capital, he descended gracefully like a nimble bird, keen to avoid any unnecessary complications. This world was not only rich in martial arts, but also basked in the zenith of technological advancement. Should he unexpectedly intrude upon the western city from above, he might be perceived as an invader and face unwarranted hostility, a significant predicament indeed. Upon entering the western capital, Yamcha found himself enveloped in a sea of technological civilization. Towering skyscrapers stood like colossal trees, while the wide avenues resembled intricate spider webs, adorned with various vehicles darting about like agile dragons, a truly vibrant scene of prosperity. Countless flying machines traversed the skies like shooting stars, weaving back and forth. The world appeared as a torn canvas, juxtaposing the bustling urban landscape with primitive, rustic villages. Furthermore, the population density in the western capital was staggering, with hurried pedestrians reminiscent of the frenetic pace of a great metropolis from a prior life. In addition to the ordinary humans, a myriad of anthropomorphic creatures coexisted seamlessly, their interactions strikingly harmonious. Before long, Yamcha discerned the location of Bulma's residence. Situated to the north of the western capital, Bulma's home was surrounded by clusters of affluent villas, clearly a haven for the city's elite. Among these, Bulma's abode stood out remarkably. While most residences were modest 2 or 3 stories, hers resembled a majestic castle or an enormous inverted bowl, markedly eye-catching. Its height soared to several dozen meters, dominating the villa district. Emblazoned on the castle's outer wall were the bold letters Capsule Corp, the emblem of the Capsule Corporation. Yamcha pressed the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, a robot emerged. "Greetings, sir. Welcome to Capsule Corporation. How may I assist you today?" The robot's expressive features and lifelike demeanor surpassed any automaton Yamcha had encountered in his previous life. "Please, could you inform Bulma that her friend Yamcha is here?" Yamcha requested. "I apologize, but Miss Bulma is currently not at home," the robot replied, raising its hands in a gesture of regret. Its vivid mechanical form and remarkably human-like expressions led Yamcha to wonder if there was a soul hidden within this machine. Unwilling to wait idly like a wooden statue, Yamcha said, "Could you please notify Bulma? Just tell her that her friend Yamcha has come to see her." The robot nodded in acknowledgement. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on for a moment while I contact Miss Bulma." As it spoke, the robot accessed its back-end system to reach out to Bulma. At that moment, Bulma was in her second high school class, where the teacher was droning on at the blackboard like a rapid-fire barrage. However, Bulma found herself utterly disinterested. Given her exceptional lineage from Dr. Briefs, the academic material was second nature to her. Attending school was merely a means to experience life and evade her parents' incessant nagging. To Bulma, school felt like a stifling cage, while the great outdoors beckoned with boundless possibilities for adventure. She preferred to navigate through the wilds rather than endure the tedious curriculum within the classroom. In her eyes, her fellow students appeared as immature as unripe fruit. Devoid of intrigue, the thrill of exploring the wilderness paled in comparison to the monotony of classroom lectures. After her recent escapade in search of the Dragon Balls, she had forged friendships with numerous formidable martial artists. Suddenly, a handsome young man flashed into her mind, powerful yet gentle. Lost in thought, a blush crept onto her cheeks. At that moment, someone bumped her shoulder, and a teasing voice chimed in her ear. "My lady, are you thinking of your Prince Charming again?" It was her deskmate, Maria. "Get lost, you little brat," Bulma replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Just then, her smartwatch emitted a series of soft beeps, as if calling to her from afar. Eagerly, she pressed the activation button, and a stream of text cascaded onto the watch's display. "Yamcha has finally come to find me." A radiant smile blossomed on Bulma's face. Completely disregarding the curious glances of her classmates and teacher, like a light-footed butterfly, she swiftly crammed her books into her backpack and dashed out of the classroom without a backward glance. In any realm, the wealthy and powerful wield privileges akin to nobility. As the heiress of the world's largest corporation, Bulma's bold actions in school went unchallenged by anyone. Exiting the classroom, she strode into the corridor, eschewing the staircase like a lithe leopard. With nimble grace, she leaped onto the railing and, without hesitation, jumped down from the 10th floor of the academic building. As she descended, she swiftly retrieved her capsule remote from her pocket, and in the next instant, a jet motorcycle appeared beneath her. It caught her seamlessly, and she twisted the throttle, soaring into the air. This fluid sequence of actions revealed that she was no novice to such daring feats. The second high school was not far from her home. Within a mere 10 minutes, Bulma returned to her residence. Upon landing, she spotted Yamcha waiting at the door. Dismounting her flying motorcycle, she dashed towards him like a jubilant bird, her face aglow with a smile as radiant as spring blossoms. "Bulma." "Yamcha." Just as Yamcha was about to embrace Bulma after their long separation, she abruptly turned cold, her expression chilling like winter frost, and slapped him across the face. "Filthy Yamcha. You said you would come find me in a month, but it's been over 4 months." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks like a torrent breaking free from a dam. Bulma was clearly indulging in a playful pout, and as someone who had experienced such moments before, Yamcha recognized that the more he explained, the more it would seem like pouring fuel on the fire, making forgiveness elusive. The only remedy lay in the most direct and sincere actions. Yamcha, embodying the courage of a lion, enveloped Bulma in his arms, his gaze shimmering with tenderness as he held her close. Being the daughter of a wealthy family, Bulma had never encountered such overt displays of affection. Her previous classmates had only ever offered sweet nothings, never such brazen gestures. Feeling the solid warmth of Yamcha's chest, Bulma's heart raced like a startled fawn. Bulma, I fear that once I came to see you, I might forget to train. Bulma's heart sank at his words, feeling as if she was of lesser importance than his training. With a hint of indignation, she retorted, Is training truly more important than me? Of course, you are paramount. If I neglect my training, how can I protect you in the future? Yamcha replied gently. His words struck a chord within Bulma. Naturally, she relished flattery. And upon hearing the answer she longed for, she ceased her relentless inquiries. Chapter 19. The fascinating brief family under the sweet words of Yamcha. Bulma's fury melted away like snow, and she soon flitted about like a cheerful bird, eagerly sharing amusing tales from their time apart. Every girl immersed in love is akin to a book brimming with stories, possessing endless words for her beloved. Bulma grasped Yamcha's hand and led him towards the magnificently castle-like abode. Upon passing through the glass sensor door, they seemed to step into a vast dreamlike world. The hall was deserted, save for the bustling figures of robots. Whether they were cleaning or manning the reception, all were robots. Evidently, the prevalence of robots in her household had reached astonishing heights. The so-called vacuum robots were no longer the disc-shaped machines of yore, but rather humanoid robots clad in human attire, appearing distinctly like domestic helpers, diligently sweeping every corner of the hall. Upon seeing Bulma, one of the cleaning robots approached and respectfully greeted her, saying, Welcome back, Miss Bulma. Bulma nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, Where is Mom? The cleaning robot lowered its head, pondering for a moment before replying, At this hour, she is likely in the garden. Is that so? Bulma nodded lightly and continued leading Yamcha deeper into the house. Their destination clearly the gravity chamber that Bulma had constructed. As they traversed the spacious hall, it felt as if they had stepped into another enchanting realm. In front of them loomed modern skyscrapers like giants, while behind them, the garden, fragrant with the melodies of birds, appeared as a vibrant tapestry. The garden was extraordinarily vast, reminiscent of dozens of football fields, where numerous kittens and puppies frolicked like mischievous sprites. To Yamcha's astonishment, he even spotted a few diminutive dinosaurs, seemingly having traversed time from an ancient era. Just as Bulma began to introduce this remarkable scene to Yamcha, a middle-aged man unexpectedly emerged from a nearby flower bed, riding a bicycle clad in a white lab coat. His beard and hair resembled a wild thicket, exuding a casual air. This man shared Bulma's striking blue hair, wore glasses, and embodied the essence of an old scholar, with a black cat perched leisurely on his shoulder, appearing as if he were on vacation. Yamcha instantly recognized him as Dr. Brief, Bulma's father and a leading scientist in this world. Dr. Brief rode over to Bulma with a leisurely demeanor and remarked, Ah, Bulma, you've returned. Bulma softly replied. Noticing Yamcha beside her, Bulma's lips curled into a playful smile as she teasingly asked, And who might this young man be? She mischievously winked at Bulma, as if suggesting there was an untold story between them. Bulma, catching the implication, felt her cheeks flush, stamped her foot in embarrassment, and retorted, What are you talking about? I told you this is my friend, Yamcha. Oh, I see. Dr. Brief burst into hearty laughter, his gaze seemingly skeptical. Yet, the more he laughed, the more Bulma's expression soured. At that moment, a stylishly dressed woman approached. With her vibrant yellow curls, she was none other than Bulma's mother, Bikini. Haha. What is so amusing? She asked. Mom, Bulma replied, her face flushed with shyness. Bikini did not glance at Bulma or Dr. Brief but instead focused on Yamcha. Smiling as she said, What a handsome young man. How about a date with me sometime? Her sparkling eyes flirted playfully with Yamcha. Although Yamcha was not Na'vi, he felt a slight unease under Bikini's jest, aware that she meant no harm, yet unable to maintain his composure. Mom, you're being ridiculous. Bulma feigned jealousy, pouting at Bikini. Seeing her daughter's playful antics, Bikini relented, saying, All right, no more teasing. She then turned her gaze to Yamcha, saying, Bulma often speaks of you. You must not disappoint her. This is the first time I've seen Bulma care so much for a boy, she added. Never. Yamcha quickly nodded in agreement. Just as Bikini was about to continue her banter, Bulma seized Yamcha's hand and hurriedly ran towards her secret hideout, exclaiming, Mom, Dad, we have things to do. They fled like the wind. Worried that her parents' antics would leave Yamcha with an unfavorable impression, Bulma anxiously said, Yamcha, my parents are just a bit eccentric. You won't think ill of me, will you? Not at all. Your parents seem quite amusing and very kind. I have no negative thoughts whatsoever. Yamcha replied with a smile. Feeling warmth spread within her at Yamcha's words, Bulma relaxed. To Yamcha, the brief family, despite their status as the world's wealthiest, did not carry an air of superiority. Their charm and humor were indeed rare and delightful. Before long, they arrived at Bulma's workplace, where she conducted her research. In the center of a vast factory stood a hemispherical structure towering 3 to 4 meters high, resembling a mysterious fortress, beaming with pride like a flower blooming in spring. Bulma exclaimed, "Yamcha, this is the gravity chamber you've always dreamed of. I've poured 2 months of effort into its creation. What do you think?" Bulma's face radiated with pride, her arms crossed behind her back, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yamcha, perceptive and attuned to her unspoken desires for praise, replied, "Bulma, you are indeed extraordinarily intelligent. Nothing seems to challenge you." "Of course, I am the unparalleled genius, Bulma," she declared, lifting her chin with pride. As their eyes met, an intimate current surged between them, drawing Yamcha closer. He gently placed a kiss on Bulma's enchanting visage. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and she playfully pushed him away. Yamcha understood the importance of patience and refrained from further teasing Bulma. Subsequently, they both immersed themselves in studying the gravity chamber. Chapter 20. The gravity chamber. Inside the gravity chamber, the equipment is intricate and sophisticated, with an array of dials and control buttons adorning the walls. Bulma pointed to a massive display screen that showcased a series of incomprehensible parameters and complex graphs. "This gravity chamber was constructed by me, using the materials available at your request. Theoretically, we can adjust the gravitational multiplier within this console," Bulma explained, her eyes gleaming with pride. Yamcha, intrigued by the buttons, inquired, "What is the current setting for this gravity chamber?" Bulma gently pressed a few buttons, and the data on the display flickered momentarily. "It is currently set to Earth's normal gravity at a multiplier of 1. If you wish to try, you can gradually increase the gravity, which will aid in your adaptation and enhance your abilities." Yamcha nodded, filled with anticipation for the gravity chamber. He understood that training in a high-gravity environment could rapidly improve his physical condition and strength. The operation of the gravity chamber was remarkably simple and under Bulma's guidance. Yamcha quickly grasped how to utilize it. Eagerly, he turned to Bulma and said, "Please step outside for a moment. I want to test the effects of this gravity chamber." "All right, but do take care," Bulma replied before exiting the chamber and closing the door behind her. Once she departed, Yamcha focused his gaze on the control panel. "I will start with a gravitational multiplier of 2, he declared, brimming with enthusiasm. He adjusted the settings, and with a soft whirring sound, the gravity within the chamber began to rise gradually. Instantly, Yamcha felt the weight of his body increase, requiring more effort for each movement. "This feels quite good. Although there's some pressure, it remains within my limits," he remarked with a smile. Under 2 times the normal gravity, he commenced some basic training exercises, such as push-ups and squats. Each action proved slightly more challenging than under normal gravity, but for Yamcha, it remained manageable, as he had often practiced with heavy rocks in the desert. The pressure from the 2 times gravity was not as daunting as lifting several hundred pounds of stone. However, after half an hour of training, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. As he acclimated to the 2 times gravity environment, he decided to increase the setting further. He continued to test the limits, adjusting to 3 times, then 4 times, until he reached 5 times gravity, at which point he felt a noticeable strain. Each movement felt as though he were struggling through a quagmire, with his muscles aching under the immense pressure. Yamcha recognized that this level of gravity was optimal for his current training. Unfortunately, due to material limitations, this gravity chamber could only reach a maximum of 60 times gravity. But for Yamcha's needs, that was more than sufficient. Having spent over an hour testing the chamber, he realized Bulma must have been worried. Consequently, he reset the gravity to normal and exited the chamber. By this time, evening had fallen. Bulma was anxiously pacing outside the door. "Bulma, please stop pacing. It's making me dizzy," Oolong grumbled from a nearby bench. Previously, when the Bread Mountain was destroyed by Goku, Bulma had promised to provide Oolong with a new universal capsule. So after parting ways with Goku, Oolong had accompanied Bulma back to West City. Upon arriving in West City, Oolong was captivated by the bustling modern metropolis. With towering skyscrapers and busy streets filled with advanced technological devices, not to mention the numerous scantily clad girls everywhere. Thus, Oolong settled in comfortably, spending his days wandering the city and returning to Bulma's home for delightful meals, reveling in the indulgence. Upon hearing Oolong's comment, Bulma halted, hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "What do you know? Yamcha has been in there for so long. How could I not be concerned?" He's a martial artist. His body is not as fragile as some. Oolong scoffed, muttering under his breath. What did you say? Before Bulma could respond, the gravity chamber door swung open, and Yamcha emerged. She joyfully rushed toward him. Yamcha, you've been in there for so long. I was worried sick, Bulma said, her brow furrowed but her eyes filled with concern. Yamcha chuckled as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Apologies, Bulma. I lost track of time while testing various gravitational settings. The gravity chamber is incredibly effective. I truly enjoy it. That's wonderful. Bulma beamed with delight. Oolong chimed in. Only you humans, martial artists, could come up with such a device. He recalled the painful experience of being tested in the chamber, where even 3 times gravity felt like it might crush him. If it weren't for my skills, I would have surely been broken in half. Yamcha smiled, but remained silent. Well, now that you're out, let us go eat. I had the chef prepare a feast, Bulma suggested. At the mention of food, Oolong's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for Yamcha and was quite hungry. With that, Bulma led Yamcha and Oolong toward the dining area. Soon, they arrived at an opulent restaurant, where a grand table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, wafting enticing aromas. Yamcha's stomach growled as he gazed at the spread, realizing just how famished he had become. Bulma's culinary creations were renowned. Even divine beings could not resist them, let alone Yamcha. Before Yamcha could take a seat, Oolong dashed to the dessert table, sampling the treats. Yamcha, you've exerted yourself today. Hurry and eat, he urged. I want to hold back then, Yamcha replied, settling down to feast heartily. Bulma watched with amusement as he devoured the food. Slow down. No one is competing with you, she laughed. With his mouth full, Yamcha mumbled, Bulma, your cooking is exquisite. I've exerted so much energy in there. I'm truly starving. After their meal, Yamcha and Bulma stepped into the courtyard. The night sky was dotted with stars, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing chill. Looking up at the starry expanse, Bulma suddenly asked, Yamcha, why do you train so diligently in martial arts? Yamcha, following her gaze, became serious. The universe is vast. What if extraterrestrial beings invade Earth? If I am not strong enough, how can I protect you? I've encountered an alien before. It was adorable and quite charming. Why would they invade Earth? Bulma replied, referring to the alien Gak, whom she had met during an adventure while seeking inspiration for her writing. Subsequently, she embarked on cosmic escapades alongside Gak. Years have passed since their last encounter, and she finds herself missing her sister. It is worth noting that her penchant for adventure is partly influenced by Tai, who, during their childhood, often regaled her with tales of daring exploits. Humanity, like all beings, possesses a duality of good and evil, and extraterrestrials are no exception. While she may have encountered the benevolent ones, the existence of malevolent aliens cannot be discounted. Yamcha reflects on the Scion race, known for their predatory nature. Bulma lets out a soft sigh. If that is the case, Earth could be in peril. Yet, with someone as diligent in their training as you, I find a sense of reassurance. Yamcha takes Bulma's hand, expressing, Bulma, you are truly remarkable. The devices you create have greatly enhanced my abilities. However, even if it weren't for me, with your intellect, the aliens would find it far from easy to invade Earth. Bulma's cheeks flush as she lowers her gaze, softly replying, Oh, I'm not as impressive as you say. She then nestles into Yamcha's embrace. They share a night of silence. Chapter 21. The first breakthrough of limits. For the time that followed, Yamcha shamelessly lingered at Bulma's residence, for he had no other place to go. Bulma's home was indeed the most well-appointed location on the entire planet, a place even the proud Scion Prince could not resist. Thus, Yamcha settled in comfortably. Apart from dedicating time each day to accompany Bulma, he spent the majority of his hours within the gravity chamber. In the gravity chamber, Yamcha resumed his daily training regimen. With familiarity, he adjusted the gravity to 5 times the normal level, instantly transforming the chamber into a viscous realm where breathing became a laborious task. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his respiration before embarking on a series of complex training maneuvers, such as rapid combinations of punches and kicks. Yet, each strike and kick became exceedingly arduous, his speed and strength severely constrained. Before long, sweat cascaded down his forehead, pooling on the floor beneath him. His garments, drenched in perspiration, clung tightly to his form, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any thoughts of surrender. After enduring the 5-fold gravity for a while, Yamcha realized his stamina was waning rapidly. Aware that he could not excessively deplete his energy, he opted to momentarily cease the high-intensity training and instead engage in simpler stretching exercises to relax his body. During the stretching, he felt his muscles tremble under the weight of gravity, but he gritted his teeth, and persevered. He understood that only through such trials could he become stronger. After a brief respite, Yamcha resolved to once again challenge his limits. He increased the gravity by an additional 0.5 times, reaching an imposing 5 times. This time, he felt as though a colossal mountain pressed down upon him, making each breath a struggle. He attempted basic movements, only to find his legs as heavy as lead. Nevertheless, he progressed slowly yet steadfastly, akin to a traveler persevering through a tempest. As time passed, Yamcha gradually discovered a semblance of balance under the five-fold gravity. He began to practice simple combat techniques. While the motions lacked the fluidity they possessed under normal gravity, he sensed his body adapting and growing stronger in this extreme environment. In the gravity chamber, Yamcha valiantly battled against the formidable force, his willpower as steadfast as steel, relentlessly pushing past his limits toward a higher realm of strength. After an indeterminate period, he sensed his stamina nearing its brink. Recognizing he could proceed no further, he gradually reverted the gravity to its normal state. The moment the gravity normalized, he felt as though a tremendous burden had been lifted, leaving his body remarkably light. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Yet his face radiated a satisfied smile. He knew that his efforts in the gravity chamber that day had yielded substantial results, and he felt on the verge of shattering his limits. Time flowed swiftly, and half a month elapsed. During this period, Yamcha devoted each day to training. On this particular day, while immersed in a 7-fold gravity environment, he suddenly sensed an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his being. It was as if his body had ignited, each cell rejoicing in exhilaration. The sensation was extraordinary, as if all the pressure he had endured transformed into a force propelling him toward a higher echelon. With his eyes tightly shut, he concentrated intently on the changes within his body. He could perceive subtle reconfigurations in his muscles, becoming denser and more elastic, akin to meticulously forged steel. The fatigue accumulated from excessive training began to dissipate, replaced by an inexhaustible vitality. His breath transformed as well. The previously sluggish circulation of energy within him now flowed like a swift, unimpeded stream, its volume steadily increasing. Each inhalation felt as though he was absorbing the very essence of the universe, fortifying his physique. Testing his body, he discovered a remarkable enhancement in both speed and strength. With a gentle leap, he soared to the apex of the gravity chamber, landing soundlessly as if a feather had drifted down. He unleashed a punch. The wind from his fist howling past, creating a powerful gust that formed a mini whirlwind within the chamber, a manifestation of strength he had never before attained. His senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. He could distinctly hear every minute sound produced by the gravity chamber's machinery, as if they were amplified beside his ear. He even perceived minute temperature variations along the chamber's walls and the trajectories of dust particles in the air. Yamcha exultantly realized he had finally transcended his limits. This breakthrough was not merely an enhancement of strength. It was a profound reawakening of his self-potential, revealing a newfound depth of capability. Indeed, when he accessed his personal attributes, astonishment washed over him. Name: Yamcha. Combat power: 120 mental power, 10 talent points, 200 skills: New Wolf Fang Fist, Phantom Fist, Sky Dance Technique, Kamehameha, Burst State. In a single breakthrough, his talent surged by 50 points, equivalent to more than a year's accumulation of training, though he had never ceased his training. And with prior system rewards, he had only reached 150 points of talent before this momentous leap to 200. The excitement was palpable. Clearly, transcending human limits resulted in a temporary enhancement of talent, a reward not from the system, but from the very rules governing the world's operation. Moreover, his combat power escalated dramatically from 99 to a remarkable 120, signifying a transformative growth. After familiarizing himself with his newfound physique, Yamcha chose not to continue training but instead exited the gravity chamber, understanding that a balance of labor and rest was paramount. Upon emerging, he discovered Bulma busily engaged in her laboratory. The moment she laid eyes on him, she sensed something extraordinary about his demeanor and smiled. "Our training enthusiast Yamcha. What brings you out from the gravity chamber?" "Certainly to see our beautiful genius girl," Yamcha replied with a grin. "Flattery will get you nowhere," Bulma retorted playfully, well aware of his intentions to please her. "I've broken through," Yamcha announced, extending his right arm to showcase his bicep. "Really?" Bulma, fully aware of Yamcha's journey, felt immense happiness for his achievement. "Indeed, he truly is the boy I have my eyes on," Bulma remarked with a smile. Chapter 22. The world's greatest martial arts tournament. After a half-day respite, Yamcha once again immersed himself in rigorous training. Following a breakthrough of his physical limits, Yamcha's combat prowess began to steadily escalate. On this particular day, he adjusted the gravity in the gravity chamber to 10 times that of normal. One should not underestimate the intensity of tenfold gravity. In the universe, it is akin to the environment of a superior planet, such as planet Vegeta or the planet where King Kai resides. Under such an immense gravitational force, the burden becomes extraordinarily daunting. Considering Yamcha's current weight of 150 pounds, he was now bearing a weight of 500 pounds. This was unlike his previous training in the desert, where he often trained under heavy loads but was limited by equipment. He could only carry large stones, which made it challenging to engage his entire body. Now, in the gravity chamber, he felt the overwhelming pressure coursing through him, and even he could not help but feel his legs tremble, as if a colossal mountain rested upon his back. Indeed, tenfold gravity was a different realm entirely. Previously, he had only attempted eightfold gravity, and this was his inaugural challenge at tenfold. Due to the limitations of human physiology on Earth, it took longer for him to acclimate to the gravity chamber compared to the Saiyans. Goku experienced his most rapid advancement during his time on King Kai's planet, where he surged from a combat power of 5 or 600 to 6,000. Thus, tenfold gravity represented a significant hurdle. After 3 days of arduous effort, Yamcha finally adapted to the tenfold gravity, resulting in a further enhancement of 20 points in his combat strength. Rather than blindly increasing the gravity, he chose to continue training under the tenfold conditions, as his current combat power of 140 had yet to fully exploit the training benefits of such an environment. After all, Goku had managed to elevate his strength to 6,000 under tenfold gravity. Of course, Goku's remarkable transformation was not solely due to his innate talent, but also the guidance of King Kai. Now, Yamcha had to rely solely on himself. Even if he could not match Goku, he could still elevate his combat power by several tiers. A week passed, and just as Yamcha was prepared to resume his daily training, Bulma approached him. "You mean the world's greatest martial arts tournament is about to commence?" Yamcha exclaimed, surprised. Having been engrossed in training, he had lost track of time and was unaware of the tournament schedule. Bulma, being the representative of the largest capsule corporation on Earth, was well informed about the tournament as her company sponsored it. Knowing her boyfriend's enthusiasm for martial arts, she felt it was only right to inform him. It is worth noting that over the past month, Yamcha and Bulma had officially confirmed their romantic relationship, although there were hints of him being somewhat dependent. Yamcha was not one to be overly concerned with such matters. He cared deeply for his connection with Bulma. If their feelings were to wane, he would not cling on without purpose. Indeed, there is just a week left. I've heard that many formidable martial artists will participate, and you'll have the opportunity to spar with them, Bulma said with a smile. Yamcha, lost in his training, had inadvertently spent less time with her. While Bulma was not the clingy type, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. She thought about enjoying some quality time together before the tournament to relax. Yamcha considered this perspective. After all, balancing work and leisure was essential. Moreover, engaging with other martial artists would be a splendid way to enhance his skills. Most importantly, the tournament would present an opportunity to earn system rewards, as he realized that merely relying on training would not suffice to surpass Goku's innate talent. Having trained at Korin Tower for half a year, he felt it was time for the world to recognize his existence. He checked his combat power using the system and felt a surge of confidence. Turning to Bulma with a smile, "Bulma, would you like to have a trophy from the world's greatest martial arts tournament?" Bulma instantly understood Yamcha's ambitions, rolling her eyes at him. "You've only been training for a little over a decade, and you're already dreaming of a championship. Dream on. Although my training time is short, I am Yamcha. It would be quite embarrassing not to claim first place," he replied with a relaxed demeanor. The next day, they set off with Oolong, flying toward the island hosting the tournament. Initially, Yamcha had no intention of bringing along the rather lewd pig, but Oolong insisted on accompanying them after hearing rumors of many beautiful women attending the tournament. Unable to refuse Oolong's enthusiasm, Bulma relented and brought him along, turning their anticipated couple's getaway into a rather crowded affair. After 4 hours, they finally arrived at the island where the tournament was to be held. The island was bustling with people, reminiscent of the grandeur of the Olympics in Yamcha's former life. "Hurry, Yamcha. I've heard that participants need to register beforehand. Otherwise, they won't be allowed to compete," Bulma urged, pulling him toward a densely populated area. "Bulma, your investigative skills are truly impressive," Yamcha remarked with a grin. "Of course. Didn't you say you wanted me to secure a first place for you?" I had to gather all the necessary information to ensure we don't miss anything important. She replied, determination evident in her voice. Upon reaching the registration area, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The outer fringes of the island were filled with curious onlookers, while the registration zone was dominated by a group of martial artists exuding a formidable aura. They shone like brilliant stars, each representing the pinnacle of their respective martial arts schools on Earth. With his current sensitivity to energy, Yamcha could easily discern the power levels of these warriors. They posed little threat to him at this stage. Most had combat powers around 10, with only a few exceeding that threshold. Just as Yamcha began to feel a sense of ennui, he suddenly sensed a notable surge of energy behind him, akin to a stone being cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. He turned to see 3 figures approaching, akin to shooting stars traversing the sky: Master Roshi, Goku, and a bald-headed boy. Yamcha immediately recognized the bald youth as Krillin, pleasantly surprised that Krillin had indeed followed the same path as in his previous life, becoming a disciple of Master Roshi. The energy he had sensed earlier was emanating from Goku and Krillin, while Master Roshi's energy was remarkably restrained, akin to a fathomless abyss. Appearing as calm as an ordinary person, following Yamcha's gaze, Bulma spotted Goku and the others and gleefully rushed over to greet them. Goku. She waved enthusiastically. Goku, who had been wandering around, quickly noticed Yamcha and Bulma, responding with a cheerful, Bulma, Oolong, Yamcha. They all exchanged pleasantries, and Master Roshi, who trailed behind Goku, couldn't he help but feel a shift in his demeanor. He recalled the overwhelming energy Yamcha had exhibited during the explosive encounter at the Bread Mountain. Even from hundreds of meters away, he could distinctly sense Yamcha's formidable presence. Yet now, with only 100 meters between them, he could hardly detect the same intensity, sensing instead a similar restraint in Yamcha's aura. It seemed that through his training at Korin Tower, Yamcha had significantly refined his control over his energy. This realization left Master Roshi both astonished and apprehensive, considering he had spent 300 years on Earth mastering his own energy manipulation, while Yamcha had achieved this in a remarkably short time. However, reflecting on Yamcha's innate talent, which paralleled that of Goku, he found himself at ease. As for Sun Wukong, due to time constraints, he has yet to impart the technique of breath control to Sun Wukong. However, after 6 months of training, Sun Wukong's strength has experienced a remarkable surge, which brings him immense satisfaction. Chapter 23. Registration. As Master Roshi scrutinized Yamcha, the latter activated his system to observe Master Roshi, Son Goku, and Krillin. Master Roshi's personal attributes remained largely unchanged, but Son Goku exhibited the most significant transformation. When they parted ways, Goku's combat power stood at a mere 15. In just 6 months, it had surged to 39, more than doubling. He had also acquired numerous skills, including Master Roshi's explosive power mode, indicating rapid growth. Yamcha then turned his gaze to Krillin. Name: Krillin. Combat power: 18 mental power, 9 talent points, 80 skills, Dodon Ray. Running speed: Kamehameha. Krillin's talent was indeed formidable, albeit slightly weaker than in his previous incarnation, yet he ranked among the most gifted individuals on Earth, especially as he had managed to learn the solar flare. However, in terms of combat power, he lagged behind the current Goku, let alone Yamcha. After observing Yamcha for a moment, Master Roshi shifted his attention, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor, his eyes glinting mischievously as he leered at Bulma. In the peaceful times that had passed, Master Roshi had long abandoned his ambition for martial arts. Having consumed the fountain of youth, his life was unending, prompting him to seek diversions to pass the time. As a man, his greatest indulgence was, without doubt, the appreciation of beauty. It was akin to a widely circulated street interview from a past life, where a reporter asked an elderly gentleman, "Sir, what is your secret to longevity?" The old man proudly replied, "I make it a point to admire lovely women every day. It is solely for the joy it brings me." Clearly, Master Roshi embodied this sentiment. Although Yamcha understood that Master Roshi harbored no ill intentions, he still felt quite uncomfortable with the old man's lecherous gaze fixed on Bulma. In an instant, he appeared like a specter between Master Roshi and Bulma, serving as an impenetrable barrier, obstructing Master Roshi's view. Not deterred, Master Roshi attempted several angles, akin to a cunning fox, but each move was thwarted by Yamcha's steadfast presence. This playful exchange between the two was naturally witnessed by Goku and Bulma. Bulma recognized that Yamcha was standing up for her and refrained from intervening, engaging in casual conversation with Goku, during which she got to know Krillin. Frustrated by his inability to feast his eyes on beauty, Master Roshi fumed, his beard bristling as he scolded Yamcha, "You little brat. Have your wings grown so strong that you dare obstruct my view?" Yamcha innocently scratched his head and replied, "I am merely helping you stretch your old bones." Humph. Master Roshi snorted, choosing not to respond further. Before long, it was their turn to register. Since it was merely a registration day, the process was relatively straightforward, requiring only the recording of names, ages, and affiliations along with a registration fee. The actual competition would commence the following day, featuring preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament. The registration area was quite rudimentary, with 3 sharply dressed young men seated behind a long table measuring 5 to 6 meters. One of them was familiar to Yamcha. He was the host who would preside over the martial arts tournament for many years to come. Dressed in a suit and sunglasses, with golden curly hair, he epitomized the spirit of martial arts throughout the Dragon Ball universe, exuding professionalism and fairness in his judgments. "Name?" asked one of the young men, his tone remarkably calm. "Son Goku." "Age?" 12. The young man appraised Goku from head to toe, internally muttering to himself that he had anticipated a shorter figure, only to realize the boy was indeed a child. However, as there was no separation between adult and child categories in the current martial arts tournament, Goku's name was duly recorded. The young man was genuinely concerned about Goku's safety in the competition, given that the preceding competitors were all towering and robust figures. "Affiliation?" Goku pondered for a moment before replying, "Kame House." The previously seated host immediately perked up, whispering, "Kame House? That is an ancient and prestigious martial arts school." The young man responsible for the inquiries turned to the host, saying, "Pulse, you actually know about this school?" Pulse, the host, smiled and elaborated, "You must understand. My family has been involved for over a century, with each host of the martial arts tournament being a member of my lineage. Kame House has produced numerous martial arts champions, and among my family's records, there are 2 legendary warriors, one named Sun Gohan and the other known as King Piccolo." Upon hearing Pulse's words, the other 2 registration staff could no longer underestimate the small figure of Son Goku. Pulse expressed a hint of regret, continuing, however, "In the past 5 or 6 tournaments, no one from Kame House has participated, resulting in a lack of thrilling battles. With their return, I genuinely look forward to the upcoming events." Of course, Pulse was unaware that Master Roshi had secretly participated multiple times without using the Kame House name. Hearing the praise, a satisfied smile spread across Master Roshi's face. Next came Krillin's turn. With Goku's precedent established, the registration staff no longer dared to dismiss Krillin lightly. After Yamcha and Krillin completed their registrations, it was Master Roshi's turn. However, he remained still, looking at Yamcha and saying, "Kid, it's your turn. Are you not participating?" "Sir?" Yamcha asked with a beaming smile. "I am old and frail now. This is the domain of the youth," Master Roshi replied cheerfully. Yamcha said no more, providing his name and age, while in the affiliation section, he wrote Wolfang School. After rigorous training under Karen Tower, he had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of martial arts on Earth. Establishing his own school was only natural. Once they left the registration area, Bulma suggested they explore the surroundings. At that moment, Master Roshi suddenly clutched his stomach and exclaimed, I can't hold it any longer. I need to use the restroom." "You all go ahead." "You old lecher, you're quite unfortunate," Bulma couldn't help but comment. "There's nothing to be done. Age has its toll." Master Roshi chuckled before swiftly disappearing into the crowd. Yamcha smirked, a clever grin gracing his lips as he observed Master Roshi's agile figure, pondering silently. This old man moves with such vigor. He surely isn't ill. Although martial artists cannot ward off all ailments. As expected, with Yamcha's keen sense of energy, he discerned that Master Roshi, upon melding into the throng, did not head to the restroom but rather took a turn towards a secluded area, changing into a different attire. He transformed into an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, with white hair and a dignified posture. Had Yamcha not been vigilantly watching Master Roshi, one would be hard-pressed to connect the two. Their auras were markedly distinct. Clearly, Master Roshi had not spent centuries in vain. He possessed countless subtle techniques. Subsequently, Master Roshi strode directly towards the registration area, prompting Yamcha to cease his observations. Fortunately, his interference had not disrupted the narrative, or else this martial arts tournament would have been utterly mundane. Yamcha mused inwardly. Chapter 24, the preliminary rounds commence in response to the overwhelming demand from a vast audience. The organizers exerted every effort to create a vibrant atmosphere. The entire island transformed into a bustling metropolis. adorned with a dazzling array of goods and an assortment of delectable cuisines. The liveliness surpassed even the most prosperous districts of the Western capital. After a day filled with joyous activities, the crowd gradually returned to their hotels to rest. The following day marked the official commencement of the martial arts tournament's preliminary rounds. This year's event was particularly thrilling, featuring over 100 martial artists eager to compete, though their abilities varied significantly. To enhance the spectacle, a preliminary round was held to select the top 8 contenders from the multitude of participants. The preliminary venue consisted of 4 square arenas. Any contestant who fell off the platform or voluntarily conceded would be immediately eliminated. Yamcha, alongside Sun Wukong and Krillin, stood together, while Master Roshi, disguised as Shenlong, deliberately kept his distance, retreating to a corner. Among all the competitors, Krillin and Sun Wukong were the youngest and shortest. Observing the towering and muscular fighters around him, Krillin couldn't help but tremble. Despite their rigorous training, he and Sun Wukong had never fought against other martial artists, leaving him feeling quite anxious. At that moment, an elderly man with a white beard approached the center of the arena with a microphone, his voice trembling as he announced, "Today marks the once-in-5 years Grand Martial Arts Tournament. We are grateful to all the martial artists who have traveled great distances to participate. This year, we have a total of 137 participants." It was evident that the scale and strength of this year's competitors intimidated him greatly. Can we truly stand against such formidable martial artists? Krillin voiced his fear, glancing at the fierce-eyed beastmen surrounding him. Memories of being bullied at the Dorian Temple resurfaced, and he instinctively feared the towering figures before him. However, Yamcha chuckled reassuringly. "We have trained diligently. These individuals may be tall but lack true strength." Sun Wukong remained unfazed, although he couldn't sense the opponent's energy yet. He had never shied away from a challenge. Yamcha wouldn't deceive us, he thought, placing his trust in his companion. "Are you certain?" Krillin asked, skepticism creeping into his voice. Just then, a hulking figure with bulging muscles and a pompadour, having overheard Yamcha's words, felt slighted and glared at them with fury. Striding forward with the pride of a lion, he approached Yamcha, his fists colliding with one another in a thunderous display. Krillin, already on edge, felt like a startled bird and instinctively hid behind Sun Wukong and Yamcha. Yamcha shook his head in resignation, thinking that Krillin still hadn't grasped his position. Standing tall like a steadfast pine, he confronted the muscular man, declaring, "What's the matter? Are you looking for trouble?" The muscular man scoffed disdainfully, "It is you. This ignorant fool who dares to claim we lack strength. With a mere hand, I could make you regret ever coming here. If you dare to strike, I will ensure you leave on a stretcher." A confident smile graced Yamcha's lips as he maintained his composure. Due to the prohibition of unsanctioned combat outside the competition grounds, the muscular man merely postured menacingly, making a throat-slitting gesture without taking actual action. The tournament soon officially began. As it was the preliminary round, the participants exhibited a wide range of abilities. Some matches, in Yamcha's eyes, resembled children's play and lacked any entertainment value. Only upon encountering familiar characters from the storyline did he find some appeal, his gaze fixated on Shenlong, hoping to glean useful techniques from him. As anticipated, the fight featuring Master Roshi concluded swiftly. His opponent, caught off guard, was defeated before he could react. The opponent fell like a paper tiger, unable to showcase Master Roshi's true prowess, as he dispatched him with a single move, akin to autumn leaves swept away by the wind. Before long, it was Sun Wukong's turn to take the stage. "Contestant number 93, Sun Wukong, please step forward," called the bald elder hosting the preliminary rounds, holding a notepad aloft. "It's my time to shine." Sun Wukong grinned confidently. His opponent was a rotund man resembling a small mountain, clad in a wrestling singlet, who immediately attempted to seize Sun Wukong with his oversized hands. However, he severely underestimated Sun Wukong's agility. In a flash, Sun Wukong vanished from sight, appearing behind the hefty man. The competitor, feeling as if struck by a mighty hammer, lost his balance and toppled off the platform like a kite with severed strings. This was undeniably Sun Wukong's doing. At the moment he reached the man's rear, he had merely extended a single finger, lightly tapping the opponent's leg. To everyone's astonishment, the burly man crumpled effortlessly. It wasn't until the referee declared Sun Wukong the victor that he realized the vast disparity in power between himself and the ordinary contestants. Sun Wukong's triumph left the other competitors in shock. They suspected that the large man had simply fallen due to clumsiness rather than being defeated. Next up was Krillin, who faced his former Dorian Temple senior, a tall, slender monk clad in a simple yellow training outfit. Upon entering the arena, the monk wore a smug expression, as if victory were assured. Krillin felt an innate fear towards the monk, his body feeling as heavy as lead, rendering him unable to move. The tall monk, sensing Krillin's trepidation, wore a cruel smile as he swiftly advanced, intending to easily knock Krillin off the platform. However, to everyone's surprise, Krillin instinctively launched a kick that sent the lanky monk flying out of the ring, leaving the spectators in stunned disbelief. The preliminary rounds moved quickly, each match lasting only a minute, and soon it was Yamcha's turn. To his astonishment, his opponent was none other than the previously confrontational Pompadour man. Dressed in a white training outfit with a black belt, the man was easily recognized by Yamcha as a Taekwondo practitioner. Taekwondo, in Yamcha's previous life, was often viewed as a flashy style lacking substance, and in this world, it held even less power. Before the match commenced, the Pompadour man began to showcase his skills, performing a series of extravagant kicks as if attempting to impress Yamcha. The audience reacted enthusiastically, applauding after his performance. However, as the match whistle blew, the Pompadour man lunged at Yamcha, lifting his leg high to strike down towards Yamcha's head. Chapter 25, The Battle of Krillin. For a long time, Yamcha had been waiting. And as he observed his opponent's high kick, which revealed numerous flaws, a look of disdain crossed his face. With a gentle motion of his right hand, he seized the opponent's powerful leg and effortlessly tossed the yellow-haired man aside, thereby putting an end to his ridiculous display. Although the preliminary rounds had attracted a large number of participants, they concluded within a single day. Consequently, the 8 finalists of the World Martial Arts Tournament emerged: Yamcha, the Barbarian, Master Roshi, Nam, the Monster Jerebi, Krillin, Launch, and Goku. Throughout that day's competition, Yamcha fought 4 matches. However, as his opponents were considerably weaker than him at this stage, the system rewarded him with merely 1 talent point, saving him 10 days of training. He did not deem this amount insignificant, for he believed that through consistent effort, his talent would one day astonish the world. As another day passed, the official matches commenced in a grand fashion. The arena was a vast expanse, dominated by a towering platform measuring 50 meters by 50 meters, resembling a sacred stage. In front of the platform, wide passages of 5 to 6 meters were left clear on the left and right sides, as if designed for the audience's exclusive use, while a 1-2-meter-high railing stood as a loyal guardian, separating the crowd from the competitors. Anyone who stepped onto the island could bear witness to the event. At this moment, the martial arts tournament had yet to evolve into the comfortable settings of a sports arena, complete with seating for spectators and ticket sales for profit, a trend that would emerge a decade later. For now, onlookers stood like tall poplars, eager to witness the proceedings. Before long, a bespectacled, golden-haired man with a small mustache graced the stage like a celebrity. He was the host, Piccolo. Clearing his throat, he commanded silence like a conductor, then began to announce the rules of the competition. In essence, the martial arts tournament was a pure contest of skill, prohibiting the use of weapons or external forces, and forbidding underhanded tactics such as targeting an opponent's eyes. Falling out of the ring or conceding defeat would be deemed failure. In the waiting area, Yamcha, Goku, and Krillin conversed like close companions. Alongside them were 5 others: a blue-haired elder with a cunning demeanor akin to a sly fox, a youthful girl dressed vibrantly, reminiscent of a blooming flower, a tall, slender monk resembling a steadfast pine, a winged dinosaur man, seemingly a mysterious messenger from antiquity, and lastly, a robust barbarian, akin to a moving mountain. The barbarian, with his wild mane, approached with heavy steps, each footfall echoing like thunder, while an unbearable stench emanated from him, assaulting the nostrils of those nearby. At that moment, Piccolo approached with a folder in hand, declaring loudly, "Attention, all participating contestants, please gather here." Once assembled, the host announced the match order based on the draw. The first bout would be the Barbarian against Krillin, followed by Qianlong against Yamcha, Launch versus Nam, and Goku against the Monster Jerebi. On the arena, Piccolo stood between the Barbarian and Krillin, one hand holding a towel to his nose and the other grasping a microphone. This young contender is Krillin, the youngest participant this year at just 13 years old. He then gestured toward the Barbarian, stating, "In this towering figure, exuding an unbearable odor, is the Barbarian. He has never bathed since birth." As Piccolo's words sank in, the audience quickly covered their noses. Although they were several meters away from the stage, the stench reached even the front rows. The spectators, engrossed in the match, focused on the diminutive Krillin, questioning how such a child could compete in this prestigious tournament, a sentiment echoed by a middle-aged man who scorned, "This tournament is losing its credibility." You're short-sighted. Krillin is the disciple of the cunning elder and possesses formidable strength, Bulma retorted, her temper flaring at the disparagement of Krillin. Their verbal sparring was drowned out by the cheers of the crowd. Even before the battle commenced, Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware of the stark height difference between himself and the barbarian. To see his opponent clearly, he had to look up. And after witnessing the previous contestants fall victim to the barbarian's foul odor, he could not help but feel a natural fear and apprehension regarding the stench. The first match began. As the drums sounded, the battle between Krillin and the barbarian officially commenced. Though anxiety filled his heart, Krillin maintained a composed defensive stance. The barbarian, however, laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide to unleash the noxious odor from his armpits. Clearly, the barbarian's assault had begun long before he even struck. In an instant, a wave of overwhelming stench enveloped Krillin. He had encountered this foulness before, and now it clouded his senses, leaving him disoriented and having his combat effectiveness. As the barbarian advanced with heavy strides, Krillin instinctively retreated, mirroring his opponent's movements. Just as the barbarian believed victory was assured, he lunged forward, his right hand arcing toward Krillin, seemingly intent on capturing him. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Krillin kicked off the ground, leaping high and gracefully evading the barbarian's grasp. The barbarian turned with a grin, exclaiming, "Not bad, little one, your agility is impressive. Now, allow me to show you my special move, the stench storm." With that, the barbarian unleashed a foul breath directly at Krillin, an odor far more pungent than that which had previously radiated from his body. This noxious breath, rife with bacteria and viruses, surged toward Krillin. The potency of the barbarian's halitosis rivaled that of a biochemical weapon, and as Krillin struggled to withstand the assault, his limbs grew weak, and he forgot all defenses. But the barbarian was not finished. Rubbing his hand over a certain area, he unleashed an even more overwhelming stench. With a wicked grin, he pointed a finger at Krillin's forehead. In an instant, Krillin felt as though he had been electrocuted. His body became sluggish, his vision blurred, and he collapsed, his fighting spirit extinguished. Chapter 26. Inside and outside the arena at this moment, Pulse had donned his gas mask and immediately began reporting as Klin collapsed. The battle had barely commenced when Klin succumbed, besieged by foul breath and the repugnant odor of the barbarian, an assault that few could endure with ease. What a disgusting tactic. Klin, rise. The barbarian's revolting techniques began to rally the spectators, who had initially doubted Klin, now cheering him on. After a brief moment, Klin regained his awareness and stood once more. Come on. He mustered his resolve, speaking in a deep voice. However, before he could assess the barbarian, he was seized firmly by both hands and lifted off the ground, the barbarian's grip tightening around his neck. In the eyes of the barbarian, there was no distinction between child and adult. Not only did the barbarian exude an unpleasant stench, but his strength was formidable, constricting Klin's throat to the point where he struggled to breathe. As the barbarian's force intensified, Klin's face flushed crimson, on the verge of asphyxiation. Klin, you can do it. The crowd and Yamcha shouted in encouragement, and at last, Klin found his spirit, breaking free from the barbarian's hold. He kicked the barbarian, sending him sprawling to the ground. The audience erupted in applause, clearly eager to see the odorous brute face defeat. Damn little brat. The host had yet to finish his countdown when the barbarian climbed to his feet, visibly enraged by Klin's earlier attack. With a menacing glare, the barbarian advanced, forcing Klin into a corner of the arena. Retreating further would mean falling off the stage. Klin, observing the barbarian's defensive posture, lacked confidence in landing a decisive blow. He understood that despite the barbarian's seemingly crude movements, his martial arts foundation was not lacking. After all, none who had passed the preliminaries possessed weak skills. Suddenly, Klin noticed a significant defensive gap beneath the barbarian's waist. He swiftly maneuvered beneath the barbarian, attempting to escape the oppressive grip. Just as Klin was about to slip through, the barbarian unexpectedly sat down heavily, pinning Klin beneath him. Ouch! The barbarian's considerable weight bore down on Klin, who began to wail in distress. Having undergone rigorous training under Master Roshi alongside Sun Wukong, Klin quickly acclimated, and, as the barbarian attempted to apply further pressure, he executed a swift turn, lifting the barbarian's rear end. The barbarian, realizing he could no longer press down, remained unfazed, flashing a peculiar grin. With a forceful motion, he directed his internal energy downward, and with a resounding flatulence, a nauseating stench enveloped Klin. Yamcha, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of disgust, wishing he could unleash a Kamehameha wave at the barbarian. Klin, who had been struggling against the barbarian, suddenly felt his body weaken once more, succumbing to another round of the barbarian's oppressive antics. This was not the end. The barbarian rose and began to stomp on Clin. After more than 10 strikes, Clin lay unresponsive, prompting the referee to signal the barbarian to cease. 10, 9. Paul stepped forward to begin the countdown. The audience, now incensed, yearned to rush in and collectively reprimand the loathsome barbarian. Among them, Sun Wukong, who had trained with Clin under Master Roshi, called out loudly, "Clin, don't you lack a nose? That stench is merely an illusion for you. Stand up and defeat that barbarian." Initially dazed, Clin regained his senses at Wukong's urging. He realized he had fallen into the trap of collective anxiety, observing how others recoiled from the barbarian's foulness, and he, too, succumbed to the notion that he could not withstand it. With Wukong's insight illuminating his misunderstanding, Clin suddenly felt liberated from the stench. As the referee counted to 3, Clin rose once more. Empowered by Wukong's encouragement, Clin shed his hesitance and showcased the fruits of his training. In an instant, the barbarian's attacks lost efficacy, and Clin swiftly subdued him. The victor is Clin. As Pulse announced the outcome, cheers erupted from the crowd, while the barbarian's presence was disregarded, quickly removed by security personnel pinching their noses. In the backstage resting area, Lan Fong applied lipstick before a lecherous old man approached her, feigning seriousness. "Excuse me, miss. What is your name?" This old man was none other than Chen Long, masquerading as Master Roshi. "I am Lan Fong. Pleased to meet you." In response to Rashi's flirtation, Lan Fong exhibited no typical feminine shyness, instead winking playfully at him. "Oh, I am Chen Long. Who is your opponent in the competition?" Rashi inquired further. "That handsome young man over there." Lan Fong pointed to a youth nearby, eyes closed and hands clasped in meditation, resembling a monk. Rashi was momentarily speechless, glancing between Lan Fong and the meditative youth, realizing that the monk's allure surpassed his own. Without hesitation, Rashi approached the monk, lightly tapping his arm. "Hey, you are truly enviable." However, the young monk ignored Rashi's provocations, his unresponsive demeanor piquing Rashi's interest. With a focused gaze, Rashi directed his attention toward the monk, as if a beam of light were cast upon him. Yamcha, who had been observing Rashi, smiled subtly. Through his system's detection, he discerned that Rashi was employing a unique technique, one of resonance with mental waves. This technique involved mimicking another's mental frequency to achieve a state of resonance. While not particularly difficult, the challenge lay in comprehending its nuances and possessing extensive experience, both of which posed no issue for Yamcha. After a few attempts, he grasped the fundamentals. This technique was akin to telepathy, though not applicable in combat. It proved effective for insight. Yamcha, ever keen to learn, eagerly adopted it. His purpose for attending the World Martial Arts Tournament extended beyond fame. He sought to glean further from Master Roshi, alongside the Kamehameha and explosive techniques. This marked the third skill Yamcha had appropriated from Roshi. With his newfound telepathy, Yamcha set his sights on the monk, and in an instant, the thoughts within the monk's mind materialized in Yamcha's consciousness. Chapter 27. Yamcha versus Master Roshi. Though he found himself amidst the fervor of the competition, Nam was deeply tethered to his homeland. His village lay within a desolate expanse of desert, where relentless drought rendered crops nearly non-existent, leaving the villagers struggling to secure even the most basic necessities of water and food. Should the village fail to replenish its water supply, a dire survival crisis loomed over all. "I cannot afford to lose. The destiny bestowed upon me must be altered by my own hands," Nam silently resolved, his fists unconsciously clenching in determination, even as he momentarily disregarded the audience and began to shadowbox. "Youth, your spirit is undeniably remarkable," Master Roshi observed with a knowing smile, nodding approvingly at Nam. Shifting his gaze, he soon focused on Yamcha. However, just as he prepared to employ his mind-reading technique once more, he discovered, to his surprise, that his once infallible ability had faltered against this young man. "This lad is quite peculiar," he mused. Yet Master Roshi was not one to press for answers and chose not to delve further. After a brief intermission, the second match commenced. The contenders were none other than Yamcha and Master Roshi, as the audience erupted in cheers. Bulma, witnessing that Yamcha's opponent was an elderly man, vocally rallied her support for him. Yamcha turned to her, offering a warm smile and a wave. While others may not recognize Master Roshi, Yamcha was acutely aware of his formidable reputation. Despite encountering him in the quarterfinals, Yamcha understood that this would be his most formidable challenge of the tournament. "To think I would face Yamcha so soon," It appears my plans are thwarted, Master Roshi reflected, originally intending to leverage his current form to temper Goku's rapidly growing strength. As a seasoned warrior who had once scaled Karin Tower, Master Roshi was capable of gauging the combat prowess radiating from Yamcha. Their last encounter had seen Yamcha's power at roughly half of his own. Now, however, the young man's energy was on par with his own. Indeed, I am growing old, he self-deprecatingly acknowledged. The match officially began with the resounding clang of the gong. Master Roshi gestured for Yamcha to initiate the attack, although Roshi appeared relaxed. Seemingly rife with openings, Yamcha hesitated. He knew that for warriors of Roshi's caliber, apparent weaknesses could often serve as traps. It was clear that Roshi wished for Yamcha to strike first before launching his counterattack. In that case, I shall not hold back, Yamcha thought, a clever smile gracing his lips, as he resolved to show respect to his elder. In an instant, Yamcha unleashed a flurry of strikes, his hands transforming into a multitude of claw-like shadows that assailed Master Roshi from all angles. The intricacy of the claw strikes was both profound and deceptive. Following his journey to Karin Tower, Yamcha's Wolfang fist had undergone a significant transformation. Previously, it had been characterized by rapid hand movements that inflicted damage, leaving opponents feeling as though they were hunted by a ferocious wolf. Now, the technique had evolved, creating an illusion of being surrounded by a pack of wolves, each one poised to deliver devastating bites. The threat level had escalated exponentially. Though Master Roshi maintained an air of ease, his reflexes were remarkably swift. As Yamcha's onslaught of claw shadows bore down upon him, Roshi adeptly evaded, creating afterimages that mesmerized the audience. How astonishingly fast they move, the spectators marveled. This is the battle we yearned for. Go, go! They cheered, their excitement palpable. Unlike the previous clash between Krillin and the Barbarian, the bout between Master Roshi and Yamcha was not only visually captivating, but also possessed an intensity that far surpassed any prior match. As the battle raged on, Master Roshi instinctively employed his afterimage technique, generating phantom images that multiplied the targets for Yamcha's attacks. However, Yamcha was not easily deterred. He increased the frequency of his strikes, shattering Roshi's illusions with ease. Well done, but this isn't over yet, Roshi proclaimed, revealing that the afterimage technique was not limited to just one layer. The first level produced a single illusion. The second could conjure 5, while Roshi had mastered it to the third level, summoning 9 phantoms alongside his real form. Instantly, 10 Master Roses surrounded Yamcha, launching a relentless barrage. Yamcha found himself in a precarious position, realizing that even his formidable Wolfang fist was struggling against such overwhelming numbers. Suddenly, a confident smile crept across his face. Your technique is impressive, but it is ineffective against me. Alarmed, Master Roshi recognized the implications. Yamcha had trained at Karin Tower. Without hesitation, Yamcha retracted his Wolfang fist and directed a powerful strike at the third Roshi on his right. The elder, who had been watching with amusement, was caught off guard, forcing him to block the attack, causing the illusion to dissipate. This flaw in the afterimage technique was a critical vulnerability. Any action taken would render the illusions void. Realizing that his years of combat experience might not suffice against Yamcha's prowess, Master Roshi's demeanor shifted. From a seemingly leisurely old man, he transformed into a martial artist radiating an extraordinary presence. Now this is intriguing. Bring it on. Although Yamcha felt the surge of Roshi's formidable energy, he was far from intimidated. Rather, he felt invigorated. Soon, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their figures darting across the stage with such speed that the audience could scarcely discern their movements, only hearing the symphony of their powerful clashes. Only those well-versed in martial arts could catch glimpses of their blurred forms. After a flurry of exchanges, Yamcha retreated momentarily. Master Roshi, seeing that Yamcha had ceased his assault, remarked with a smile, "Young man, your previous strikes were certainly swift, yet they lacked a certain finesse." With a confident grin, Yamcha stood tall, exuding an air of pride. "Is that so, old man? My Wolfang fist has only unleashed half of its potential. If you maintain this mindset, I shall send you off the stage in the next moment." Taken aback, Master Roshi had intended to impart wisdom as an elder, but found himself challenged instead. "Very well. Then, I shall witness the true extent of your Wolfang fist." Chapter 28. The world-shattering palm. After a brief moment of concentration, Yamcha launched his attack once more. The new Wolfang fist had been propelled to its utmost limit, and an invisible current enveloped his claws, roaring as it surged towards Master Roshi, constricting his movement to an almost negligible space. Master Roshi's expression grew grave, At this juncture, he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique in retaliation. However, due to his current predicament, he found himself unable to utilize some of his preferred techniques, resorting instead to a few seldom used moves. Young man, you possess some skill. But now, I shall reveal my true prowess. To witness my ultimate technique is indeed a remarkable experience, Master Roshi declared solemnly. With hands clasped together, a tremendous surge of electricity erupted from his palms, instantly enveloping them in a golden lightning aura. The world-shattering palm. As a devotee of Dragon Ball, Yamcha recognized this formidable technique, which, although seldom showcased, left a profound impression on him. Even in the era of Dragon Ball Super, the world-shattering palm had not lost its relevance. Originally wielded against Goku, it was now compelled to surface against Yamcha. The current emitted by the world-shattering palm could reach tens of thousands of watts. Despite his confidence, Yamcha was wary of being struck by this powerful force. The technique was exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Only in the presence of Yamcha did Master Roshi dare to employ it. Driven by a desire to ascertain the extent of Yamcha's growth after training with Karen, the moment the arcs of electricity manifested in Master Roshi's hands, they effortlessly pierced through the illusory wolves conjured by Yamcha's wolf Fong Fist, relentlessly entwining around Yamcha's form. With the world-shattering palm in play, Yamcha found himself unable to approach Master Roshi. Real-time analysis from the system indicated that Master Roshi's combat power had surged to 278 points, effectively doubling his strength through the use of the world-shattering palm. In contrast, Yamcha's combat power, honed in the gravity chamber, stood at a mere 150 points. Yamcha was swiftly ensnared in a passive position, forced to evade the arcs of electricity unleashed by Master Roshi. He understood that prolonged defense would inevitably lead to his downfall. Yamcha, stay strong. Defeat that old man, Bulma shouted from below, witnessing Yamcha's predicament. He turned to wave at her, but in that fleeting moment, Master Roshi seized the opportunity. 3 arcs of electricity suddenly emerged from his hands, akin to whips, cutting off Yamcha's escape routes. A heart-wrenching cry echoed as Yamcha grimaced in pain. Thankfully, his combat power significantly surpassed that of the original Goku, or this strike would have rendered him powerless. Young man, to be so distracted while fighting me. You truly underestimate my capabilities, Master Roshi taunted with a smirk. Yamcha remained silent, and Master Roshi, unfazed, wished to see what other tricks this younger fighter possessed. It was evident that Yamcha's usual techniques were insufficient against Master Roshi, yet he still retained the ability to resist. At this point, it was time to unveil the skills he had covertly mastered. With a devilish grin, Yamcha proclaimed, "Now, I shall forsake the rules of combat." He drew in energy, and in an instant, his form underwent a remarkable transformation. What? Master Roshi's jaw dropped as he beheld Yamcha's transformation. Standing at 5 meters tall, he had morphed into a colossal, muscular giant. The upper half of his clothing had been completely shredded, revealing explosive muscles, while the lower half, though torn, had been reduced to shorts of decent quality. The reason for adopting this explosive form was that Yamcha had discovered that the enlarged state offered superior defense during his training. Even in this more agile explosive state, it would be challenging to evade the lock-on of the world-shattering palm's control abilities. As Bulma observed Yamcha's imposing physique, her cheeks flushed, lost in thought. This is the explosive state I once utilized at maximum size. I don't recall teaching him that. I only used it once when extinguishing the fire on Bread Mountain, and he learned it. Master Roshi mused inwardly. Seeing Master Roshi's astonishment, Yamcha smiled and said, "You recognize it, old man, don't you?" No longer evasive, the muscular Yamcha boldly advanced towards Master Roshi's world-shattering palm. Master Roshi, an old hand at combat, quickly regained his composure, a look of approval crossing his face. "Very well, let me see how much of my techniques you have truly absorbed." He accepted Yamcha's recognition with poise. With all his might, Master Roshi unleashed the electric arcs of the world-shattering palm, transforming the serene currents into a multitude of arcs, enveloping Yamcha in a vast net of electricity from all directions. "Bring it on," Yamcha shouted, charging into the electric web. While his transformation had enhanced his physique and defenses, it had also diminished his speed. Faced with the onslaught of the electric net, evasion was futile. In a mere breath, he found himself completely ensnared. Becoming a giant of lightning, the extreme current relentlessly battered against Yamcha's defenses. Although his giant form offered considerable resistance, he still faced numerous electric strikes, yet he remained undeterred, enduring the immense pressure with each step. At this moment, Yamcha not only expended vast energy to maintain his explosive state, but also bore the psychological trial imposed by the electric currents. Chapter 29. The battle continues. Yamcha appeared as though a demonic deity had descended upon the earth. With each step he took, he imposed considerable pressure upon Master Roshi. Truly, the youth are formidable. Master Roshi, who had always been confident in his universal shockwave palm, found himself once again shaken. For centuries, his technique had proven invincible, even against his longtime rival, Crane Hermit, yet today, it was thwarted by this young man before him. On the surface, he seemed to possess the upper hand, however. He alone knew that due to his advancing age and neglect of training, fully exerting his technique had placed an immense strain on his body, causing his breath to quicken. In stark contrast, Yamcha appeared unfazed, his aura undiminished, merely sustaining some superficial injuries from the earlier exchange. Master Roshi understood that prolonging this stalemate would yield no victory, thus, it would be wiser to concede gracefully. With a swift motion, the energy coursing through his hands dissipated. Eager and fervent, Yamcha suddenly noticed the electric energy surrounding him had vanished, and upon closer inspection, he realized Master Roshi had withdrawn. With a smile, he inquired, "Elder, why have you suddenly ceased? Are you perhaps outmatched?" "Young man, you seem oblivious to the need to yield to your elder," Master Roshi retorted. Casting a sidelong glance at Yamcha, this was a martial arts competition. How could one afford to show leniency? Yamcha chuckled lightly. Master Roshi sighed softly. "I had hoped to demonstrate my prowess so that my disciples might recognize the existence of those beyond them. Alas, it seems that shall not come to pass. The world now belongs to the youth. It appears my time to retire has arrived." Before Yamcha could respond, Master Roshi leapt down from the ring. With only one combatant remaining on the stage, Pulse immediately announced Yamcha as the victor. Despite this triumph, Yamcha felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, though Master Roshi was formidable. He had lost the sharpness characteristic of a true martial artist, making their confrontation feel more like a demonstration than a life-and-death struggle. In merely half a year, Yamcha had surpassed the pinnacle of martial prowess on Earth, which was indeed commendable. Shortly thereafter, a pleasant notification chimed. "System, congratulations, host, for defeating Master Roshi. Reward, 10 talent points." With the acquisition of 10 talent points, Yamcha swiftly cast aside his earlier discontent. Nothing could bring greater joy than enhancing one's abilities. Descending from the arena, Yamcha entered the waiting room, where he was soon surrounded by Sun Wukong and Krillin, who congratulated him. However, Krillin's gaze was somewhat evasive, for their imminent battle loomed ahead. After witnessing the clash between Yamcha and Master Roshi, he felt no glimmer of hope for victory. Next came the third match, featuring Nam against Lan Fong. For Yamcha, this was merely a farce. Lan Fong attempted to employ seduction to defeat Nam, who was solely focused on securing the championship. However, Nam remained undistracted by feminine wiles, unlike Master Roshi. In terms of raw strength, Lan Fong was no match for Nam. Ultimately, Nam resisted Lan Fong's temptations and emerged victorious. The fourth match showcased Sun Wukong against the beast, Jirabi. As a competitor who had advanced to the formal rounds, Jirabi possessed his own unique skills. After exchanging several blows with Sun Wukong, he seized an opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique, the rubber ring. This ring, akin to the tightening headband of Guanyin, ensnared Sun Wukong's hands and feet. Yamcha shook his head. When Jirabi executed his special move, Sun Wukong had ample time to evade and counterattack. Yet he allowed himself to be ensnared, displaying a degree of carelessness and arrogance. Sun Wukong had always had this flaw, often falling prey to those of lesser strength, a pattern that persisted even decades later. Nevertheless, due to Yamcha's presence, Sun Wukong's combat prowess had far exceeded that of the original narrative. Though Jirabi's rubber fist was impressive, the vast disparity in their fighting abilities rendered such tricks ineffectual against Sun Wukong. With a mere exertion of strength, Sun Wukong shattered the rubber ring. Upon witnessing his once proud technique being dismantled, Jirabi, who had previously exuded confidence, suddenly lost interest in continuing the fight. The rubber ring was capable of restraining opponents with twice his strength, and Sun Wukong's ability to break free clearly indicated that he was not someone Jirabi could conquer. The rubber ring was indeed intriguing. It constituted a technique reliant on a unique physiology. Although Yamcha instantly comprehended the mechanics of the rubber ring, he found himself incapable of utilizing it, as his physique differed significantly from that of the beast. Unless he could transform his body to resemble Jirabi's or that of Majin Buu, it would remain beyond his reach. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to launch another assault on Jirabi, the latter suddenly produced a small white flag from seemingly nowhere and declared, "I concede." Following Jirabi's submission, Pulse promptly announced Sun Wukong as the victor. The fifth match pitted Krillin against Yamcha, the victor from earlier. Yamcha, though I am aware I am no match for you, I shall not concede, for I am a disciple of Master Mutant Rashi, Krillin declared, his expression resolute as he faced Yamcha. Yamcha chuckled inwardly, amused by Krillin's ignorance of his recent victory over Master Rashi. While he found humor in Krillin's naivete, he maintained a smiling facade, responding, "Is that so? I am eager to see what you have learned from Master Rashi." Krillin, a significant figure among the Dragon Ball warriors, possessed considerable martial aptitude. Had it not been for his unexpected entrance into the fray, he would have nearly matched Sun Wukong, who had trained for over a decade under Gohan. However, the current gap between Krillin and Sun Wukong was vast. As the battle commenced, Krillin charged at Yamcha with fervor, launching a series of shadowless kicks. Faced with Krillin's onslaught, Yamcha refrained from exerting his full strength, merely tilting his body slightly to evade the attacks with an air of nonchalance. "How infuriating!" Krillin exclaimed. Realizing his initial strike had failed, he regrouped and launched an offensive, fists aimed at Yamcha's vital points. Yamcha shook his head. Although Krillin had benefited from Master Rashi's training, his flaws were still glaringly apparent. In the next moment, Yamcha vanished from Krillin's line of sight. "Your speed is commendable, but your intentions in battle are all too obvious." Yamcha's voice echoed in Krillin's ears. Before Krillin could react, he felt a chilling sensation on his back, followed by an overwhelming force propelling him forward, sliding several meters. Chapter 30. The finals begin. "What incredible speed!" exclaimed Krillin, as if awakening from a dream. "It is not speed that defines strength, but awareness." Yamcha replied with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "The moment you launched your attack, I anticipated your next move and responded accordingly." "I see. From now on, I shall grant you no further opportunities," Krillin declared, his expression serious. As a disciple of Master Rashi, he would not allow himself to be bested by his peers. With that, he charged at Yamcha like an arrow released from its bow. Yet, despite grasping Yamcha's earlier words, the profound intricacies of martial arts could not be deciphered through mere phrases. In just a single exchange, Krillin found himself once again defeated and sprawled on the ground. As he lay there, the host, Poir, began the countdown once more. 10, 9, 8. When Poir reached 2, Krillin struggled to rise, shaking his throbbing head. He looked at Yamcha with trepidation. "How frustrating. I am utterly powerless." Krillin slammed his fist into the ground, the sound resonating as if it could draw water from the earth. He understood that no matter the circumstances, overcoming Yamcha was an insurmountable challenge. The gap between them as vast as a chasm. Seeing the despondency in Krillin's expression, Yamcha instantly realized that Krillin was beginning to doubt his own martial prowess due to this encounter. He did not wish for the only individual on Earth capable of standing beside him to extinguish his flame of ambition following a single devastating defeat, becoming, as he once did, merely a baseball player. "Krillin, you are already remarkable. Achieving what you have is a testament to your rare talent among humanity," Yamcha reassured him. "Talent? Ah, I am merely a defeated foe in your eyes," Krillin replied with a bitter smile. "At my level, if you can engage with me in combat, you must have only been training for half a year, correct? Do you have any idea how many years I have endured trials and tribulations in my training?" Krillin turned his gaze towards Yamcha, seemingly yearning for an answer. Yamcha spoke slowly. "I have trained for 7 or 8 years. Receiving guidance from a martial arts master capable of surpassing Master Rashi, which has led to my current achievements. Your path ahead is still long. I hope you do not give up." "What? A martial arts master who can surpass Master Rashi? Such a formidable figure exists?" Krillin was astonished. To him, Master Rashi had always been the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, your defeat to me is only logical. Yet it does not signify that you lack the potential to surpass me. I hope you can keep pace with me," Yamcha stated earnestly. Krillin recalled how he had been ostracized by the monks of the D-Rin Temple, how he had strived tirelessly to be accepted by Master Rashi, and how he had endured rigorous training to achieve his current level. Although he felt a twinge of unwillingness at losing to Yamcha, he believed he would not be defeated forever. With a renewed determination, Krillin shook off his despondency. Seeing the spark of resolve rekindle in his eyes, Yamcha continued, "Excellent. Let us settle this once and for all." With that, the two clashed once more, and without suspense, in a single move, Yamcha rendered Krillin into a deep slumber. Just as Krillin was about to fall, Yamcha caught him in his arms. As Krillin succumbed to unconsciousness, Sun Wukong rushed over, concern etched across his face, clearly reflecting the strong bond forged over their 6 months together. At that moment, Master Rashi, having regained his composure, appeared as well. Soon, everyone returned to the resting area. In his leisure, Yamcha checked the system as prompt. It revealed that Krillin's strength was still significantly inferior to his own. Overcoming him only awarded a single talent point. The sixth match that followed was Sun Wukong against Nam. Although Nam aspired to victory, he quickly fell to Sun Wukong's overwhelming prowess. In his moment of dejection, Master Roshi approached, handing Nam a universal capsule and explaining its usage. With this capsule, he could extract free water from this resource-rich area to bring back to his village. As the matches progressed, the sun dipped toward the western horizon, casting a crimson hue upon the clouds. "What an adorable child," Yamcha remarked, standing alongside Sun Wukong, who, despite being 14 years old, appeared as a young child due to the slower development of scions. Sun Wukong's innocent gaze captivated the hearts of most spectators. "Wukong, it seems you are quite popular," Yamcha laughed, addressing Sun Wukong. I'm not sure why," Sun Wukong replied, his cheeks flushed as he scratched his head, shyly glancing at the enthusiastic crowd. Despite his usually calm demeanor, he felt a rush of embarrassment. Not daring to watch further, he turned his gaze back to Yamcha, brimming with determination. "Yamcha, this time, I will not be defeated." With a smile, Yamcha said, "Wukong, your spirit is commendable. Let me see how much you have improved in these past 6 months." In an instant, the two entered combat mode. Although Sun Wukong's displayed combat power was still significantly below Yamcha's, Yamcha remained cautious, aware of the innate advantages scions possessed over humans. Coupled with Sun Wukong's tenacity in battle, as the gong sounded, they charged towards each other in unison. Their forms collided rapidly in midair, the arena resonating with the sounds of their fierce exchanges. In the initial moments, Sun Wukong did not unleash his full strength, and Yamcha, too, exerted only a fraction of his capabilities. As the battle wore on, both fighters consistently enhanced their strength, creating uneven patches across the arena from the force of their clashes. What an intense battle. This is the spectacle I wish to witness. Go, go. The audience's cheers grew louder as the fight escalated. After 10 minutes, Yamcha noticed that Sun Wukong's combat power had plateaued around 60 points, likely due to the effects of his energy boost. Yet, even at this level, his strength far exceeded that portrayed in the original story. When Sun Wukong participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, his power was merely 20 points. After ascending Karen Tower and undergoing training with the Cat Sage, his combat power reached the 50s, allowing him to triumph over the Turtle Hermit's disciple, Tien Shinhan. Yamcha was quite satisfied with this level of strength, but it was still insufficient. He was eager to see if Sun Wukong would unleash his full potential under pressure. "Is this where your strength ends? Then I shall not hold back," Yamcha declared. Chapter 31. The transformation of Sun Wukong. Upon finishing his words, Yamcha's aura surged dramatically, propelling him towards Sun Wukong like an arrow released from a bowstring. He unleashed his new Wolfang fist, his fists moving with astonishing speed, conjuring a series of afterimages in the air. Sensing the formidable power behind Yamcha's strike, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, his focus intensifying. He firmly planted his feet on the ground, slightly crouching, and swiftly crossed his arms in front of his chest, adopting a defensive stance. With a resounding crash, Yamcha's fist struck violently against Sun Wukong's arm, the tremendous force fracturing the arena beneath them and sending cracks radiating outward. Yet, Sun Wukong's defense held firm. Leveraging the force of Yamcha's blow, he leaped backward, creating distance between them. "Yamcha, you are indeed powerful, but I have not yet been defeated," Sun Wukong shouted, his body beginning to shimmer with a golden light. He was attempting to transcend his limits, his energy swirling vigorously within him as he sought to elevate his combat prowess once more. Yamcha observed Sun Wukong's transformation, secretly delighted. He recognized that Sun Wukong still possessed untapped potential and aimed to provoke the utmost from him. Thus, he did not grant Sun Wukong a moment's respite before launching another assault. Yamcha's attacks were precisely calibrated to challenge Sun Wukong's limits, creating the illusion of countless Yamchas striking at him simultaneously. Yet, Sun Wukong remained unflustered. The greater the pressure, the more fervent his fighting spirit became. Suddenly, Yamcha sensed a significant increase in Sun Wukong's momentum, culminating in a powerful punch that shattered the new Wolfang fist and barreled toward him. In response to this seemingly divine strike, Yamcha smiled faintly and swiftly retreated a few paces. "Well done, Wukong, managing to break through my new Wolfang fist," he praised. "Yamcha, you are truly formidable. I nearly faltered," Sun Wukong replied with a grin. The spectators below gasped in awe at Sun Wukong's transformation, astonished by the thrilling turn of events as both fighters exceeded their expectations. Yamcha, witnessing Sun Wukong's renewed vigor, wore an expression of excitement, knowing his objective had been achieved. He charged at Sun Wukong once more, this time amplifying his combat strength yet again. In an instant, their forms vanished, and the arena trembled violently. Suddenly, a diminutive figure plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a thunderous thud. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Sun Wukong, who had just moments ago engaged in a rapid exchange with Yamcha. Yamcha had seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to Sun Wukong's abdomen, sending him crashing down. After Sun Wukong hit the ground, Yamcha descended gracefully, appearing remarkably composed. At that moment, purists exclaimed, "This is bad. Competitor Sun Wukong has been struck down by competitor Yamcha and seems gravely injured. Is this the end? No, Sun Wukong is getting back up, unfazed by Yamcha's strike." Sun Wukong brushed off the dust and stood up nonchalantly, chuckling, "Yamcha, your speed is astounding. I hardly had time to defend myself." Yamcha was well aware of Sun Wukong's incredible resilience. His recent assault had struck with a force equivalent to an 80 in combat power, had it been Krillin. Such a blow would have either severely wounded or potentially incapacitated him. Yet, Sun Wukong remained unscathed. The Scion constitution was indeed remarkable, capable of withstanding attacks surpassing their own combat power. At times, Yamcha pondered switching his lineage to that of a Scion, yet as a two-time Earthborn transcendent, he held his own pride. He did not believe Earthlings were inherently inferior to Scions, which explained why he had not sought the Dragon Balls to make a wish. "Very well, let us continue," Yamcha said with a smile. As Yamcha's combat prowess escalated, Sun Wukong inevitably found himself on the defensive, managing only a couple of counterattacks amidst Yamcha's relentless barrage. Minutes passed, and under Yamcha's relentless assault, Sun Wukong was on the verge of collapse. His endurance stemmed from the Scion's innate resilience and willpower. Although Sun Wukong's combat strength had increased by 5 points during this ordeal, it proved futile. "Is this all you can muster?" Yamcha mused inwardly before declaring, "Wukong, victory eludes you. It is time to concede." Sun Wukong offered no reply. His eyes fixed warily on Yamcha, clearly still intent on resisting. Yamcha shook his head, unwilling to prolong the match. In an instant, taking advantage of Sun Wukong's momentary distraction, Yamcha maneuvered behind him, wrapping a powerful arm around his neck and proclaiming, "Wukong, it is over." He sought to compel Sun Wukong to surrender. However, the indomitable Scion spirit refused to allow him to yield. Even as Yamcha tightened his grip to the point of suffocation, Sun Wukong stubbornly persisted. Moments later, Sun Wukong's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson. "Wukong, you cannot win. It is time to concede," Yamcha urged. The surrounding spectators could not bear to watch, urging, "Just give up, kid." Despite hearing their pleas, Sun Wukong stubbornly muttered, "I will never concede." The energy within him, stifled by Yamcha's hold, surged uncontrollably toward his lower back. With a sudden pop, Sun Wukong's severed tail burst forth from behind him. Then, an eerie silence enveloped Sun Wukong. Yamcha's expression shifted slightly as he glanced down at Sun Wukong, murmuring, "Surely, I haven't choked him to death." Before he could finish his thought, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within Sun Wukong. Yamcha felt an immediate threat and was compelled to release Sun Wukong, retreating swiftly. Impossible! Yamcha suddenly realized something. Looking skyward to see a full moon had risen. In an instant, he recalled the Scion transformation under the full moon. This is bad. Indeed. Sun Wukong was enveloped in a sphere of light. In mere moments, his form expanded to a towering height of over 10 meters. His appearance morphed entirely, transforming into a colossal, menacing gorilla, covered in black fur and armed with fearsome fangs. This newly transformed behemoth, having lost all semblance of reason, began to wreak havoc, targeting everything in sight for destruction. The first target in its sights was a nearby building, which it demolished with a single blow, sending debris scattering in all directions. What is this monster? Run. Chapter 32. Yamcha vs. Giant Ape. Goku. The audience, still in shock, scattered like startled birds, abandoning the match entirely. Suddenly, Yamcha spotted a sizable boulder, roughly half a meter in diameter, hurtling toward Bulma. If it were to strike her, the consequences would be dire. Without a moment's hesitation, Yamcha flew towards her, disregarding the ongoing battle. Bulma, caught in a moment of panic, found herself paralyzed, seemingly resigned to her fate as she watched the massive stone approach. Just then, a tall figure appeared in midair, effortlessly kicking the boulder away. "Yamcha, I knew you wouldn't ignore me," Bulma exclaimed, relief washing over her face upon recognizing him. "Bulma, the situation is critical. You must leave this place at once." Once I have dealt with Goku, I will come to find you, Yamcha urged hastily. Bulma understood the urgency and nodded in agreement. Soon, only Yamcha and the transformed Goku remained on the stage. Unbeknownst to them, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Bulma had gathered nearby, their expressions reflecting their concern. "We're doomed," Master Roshi lamented, his face betraying his helplessness. "Master Roshi, is there truly nothing we can do about Goku's transformation?" Bulma questioned anxiously. "There's nothing to be done. Goku's power now far exceeds mine. I had previously cut off his tail for safety, but I never anticipated that he would regrow it during his fight with Yamcha. He will only stop once he tires, or else the entire island is at risk." Master Roshi replied, a shadow of dread in his voice. "Is there truly no other option? Yamcha is in grave danger," Bulma exclaimed, her worry palpable. At that moment, under Yamcha's vigilant observation, Goku's combat strength surged explosively, akin to a volcano erupting, reaching a staggering 450 points. In a state of uncontrollable rage, Goku was like a rampaging beast, oblivious to the insignificant Yamcha beneath him. Yamcha understood that to subdue Goku, he had only two courses of action: either sever Goku's tail once more or obliterate the moon, which would automatically reverse Goku's transformation. However, Yamcha hesitated in taking immediate action, for he knew that destroying the moon would not address the underlying issue, similar to the impending threat from the Saiyans. Vegeta could still create a moon-like object using his own energy. Thus, the most viable solution was to sever Goku's tail again, although this would diminish Goku's potential. The safety of Earth necessitated such drastic measures. Still, executing this plan was no simple task. One could not underestimate the giant ape Goku as a warrior of the universe. Even in a state of madness, his fundamental combat instincts remained intact. Moreover, Goku inherited the innate battle prowess of Earth, making him far more formidable than the average Saiyan in a state of rage. At this juncture, Yamcha revealed his full strength, channeling every ounce of his power. Yet, he still fell short, lagging behind Goku by 300 points. The transformed Goku began to move, wreaking havoc as he walked. Though he regarded Yamcha as a mere nuisance, the latter found himself in peril. Just as Yamcha attempted to approach Goku, a colossal hand swung toward him. Thanks to his honed instincts and enhanced ki manipulation, Yamcha narrowly evaded the blow, though the force of Goku's swing sent him flying 10 meters away. It was evident that with his current strength, Yamcha could barely approach Goku, let alone cut off his tail. In the next moment, Yamcha unleashed his energy, a powerful aura erupting from his body, igniting the air around him with intense waves of force. His hair danced wildly in the turbulent winds, and his eyes shone with unwavering determination. Yamcha knew this battle was a matter of life and death, not only for him but for the safety of the Earth. He could not falter. He concentrated his energy into his legs and propelled himself towards Goku like an arrow released from a bow. "Yamcha looks incredible. That old pervert Yamcha should be able to defeat Goku, right?" Bulma remarked, her spirits lifted as she watched Yamcha explode into action. "Not quite, he's still lacking a bit." Master Roshi interjected, dousing her enthusiasm. With his extensive knowledge of ki, Master Roshi recognized that Yamcha's combat power still paled in comparison to Goku's, making it challenging for him to inflict damage on the giant ape. This time, Yamcha's speed had increased exponentially, leaving a blur in the air as he moved. However, as Yamcha's power grew, the mindless Goku took notice of the agile figure darting about. With a glint of menace flashing in his enormous crimson eyes, Goku raised his massive arm and swung it forcefully in Yamcha's direction, creating a howling gale. The wind, sharp as a blade, rushed toward Yamcha. Feeling the overwhelming force bearing down on him, Yamcha swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping Goku's colossal hand. The gust generated by the swing failed to affect him. Yamcha adjusted his trajectory, continuing to close the distance to Goku. He constantly fine-tuned his energy, pushing his speed to its limits. As the gap between them narrowed, Goku suddenly opened his massive jaws and unleashed a torrential beam of scorching energy aimed at Yamcha. The energy beam surged forth like a raging torrent, threatening to obliterate Yamcha in his path. Fortunately, Yamcha halted just in time, avoiding disaster. The ground where the energy beam struck instantly caved in, creating a vast pit several meters deep. It appeared that he had underestimated his opponent. After the earlier exchange, it became clear that Goku's attack speed, under the pressure of absolute force, was even swifter than during his explosive state. While this form allowed Yamcha to survive in Goku's presence, it was insufficient for him to maneuver behind the giant ape, unless Yamcha could somehow double his speed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Reminiscent of a technique from his previous life in the world of Naruto, the stimulation of speed via lightning. He had covertly learned this technique from Master Roshi. But this time it would be directed at himself, increasing the inherent danger. A moment's inattention could render him incapacitated. Yet, time was of the essence. The longer he delayed, the more lives hung in the balance. Without hesitation, Yamcha placed his hands before his chest, gathering a tremendous current of electricity that surged through his arms before he pressed it against his chest. What is he doing? Is he really harming himself? Master Roshi mused, perplexed by Yamcha's actions. Chapter 33, Yamcha vs. Giant Ape Sun Wukong II. Before Master Roshi could finish his lamentation, Yamcha's body was enveloped in black smoke, and he collapsed, trembling uncontrollably. It was a dire situation. How could he be so reckless? Yamcha, Bulma exclaimed anxiously. Fortunately, Yamcha's body convulsed momentarily before he quickly retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and chewed it. This young man had managed to bring a Senzu bean with him. Master Roshi, surprised to see Yamcha produce the bean, recalled that 300 years ago, when he trained at Karen's tower, the cat sage had tightly guarded the beans, refusing to allow him to take any. Unbeknownst to him, the cat sage had accumulated an abundance of Senzu beans over the centuries, having grown weary of them and no longer treating them with such reverence. Once the bean was consumed, Yamcha sprang back to his feet. That was a close call. He nearly met his end, but thankfully he had the Senzu bean. Although he had failed this time, Yamcha had grasped some rhythm from the recent trial, realizing he needed to allow the electricity to enter his body at a specific frequency. Luckily, Sun Wukong was once again preoccupied with destruction and not focused on Yamcha, granting him a moment to breathe. Yamcha took a deep breath to calm his spirit. Observing Wukong's rampant destruction, he made a silent vow to master this newfound power. He prepared to continue his attempts, closing his eyes and regulating his breathing to achieve tranquility. He then unleashed the universal shockwave palm, cautiously directing the currents of electricity into his body. This time, Yamcha allowed the lightning to gradually permeate his being, following the rhythm he had previously discovered. He could feel a tremendous energy coursing through him, but this time it was not accompanied by the excruciating pain he had experienced before. A surge of joy filled his heart. He knew he had found the right method. He maintained this state, letting the electricity roam within him, invigorating his muscles and meridians. At that moment, it appeared as though he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair standing on end, though still retaining its black hue. As time passed, Yamcha's aura grew increasingly volatile. Under the system's monitoring, his combat power astonishingly exceeded the explosive state limit, reaching 350 points. Just 100 points shy of Sun Wukong's giant ape form. Remarkably, he had initially thought this state would only enhance his speed, but it also significantly augmented his strength. Yamcha clenched his fists, feeling the transformation within his body. From a distance, Master Roshi and Bulma could sense the change in him. This young man had truly unlocked something extraordinary, Master Roshi marveled. Finally, as Yamcha's momentum escalated, the giant ape Sun Wukong noticed him once more, furiously lifting his foot to stamp down on Yamcha's position. In the face of Wukong's impending stomp, Yamcha wore a disdainful expression, perhaps a testament to the mental shift brought about by his newfound power. While to an outsider, Wukong's attack seemed to be at its peak, to Yamcha, Wukong's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. He deftly dodged the stomp and swiftly moved to deliver several punches to Wukong's chest. The impact of his fists against the giant ape's body resonated like a tolling bell. Despite Wukong's immense physique, Yamcha's powerful strikes forced him to stagger back 2 steps. A primal howl escaped the colossal creature as the immense pain gripped him. This relentless assault, fueled by a combat power of 350, provoked Wukong's wrath. His eyes blazing red as he unleashed a massive beam of crimson energy from his mouth, aimed directly at Yamcha. Yamcha remained composed, effortlessly evading the attack. Realizing his initial strike had missed, Wukong continued to fire the red beam, sweeping it across the arena in pursuit of Yamcha. For Yamcha, these red energy blasts posed little threat now. However, the ground was not so fortunate. The energy beams shattered the hard surface of the arena like cutting through soft tofu, leaving destruction in their wake. In a short time, the battleground was rendered unrecognizable under the relentless onslaught of the red beams. Yamcha would not allow Wukong to continue his rampage. In an instant, he vanished from Wukong's line of sight, reappearing behind him, targeting Wukong's tail. Yamcha's right hand crackled with electricity, resembling a sharp scalpel. With a swift motion, Yamcha severed the giant ape's massive tail. It was only when Wukong turned around that he realized his tail had been cut off, followed by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The towering giant ape rapidly diminished in size, soon transforming into a naked child, reverting to Sun Wukong's original form, unconscious on the ground. Yamcha exhaled in relief as he approached Wukong, checking his condition and confirming he was not gravely injured. Finally, it was over, Yamcha said wearily. Having unleashed two ultimate techniques simultaneously had taken a heavy toll on his body. In mere moments, he felt on the verge of collapse and quickly consumed another Senzu bean for relief. After all, this was his first battle against a being with superior combat power. The inherent dangers were self-evident. Despite the arduous struggle, the rewards were substantial. The system generously rewarded him with 50 talent points, bringing his total to 265 points. Not long after Wukong collapsed, a figure named Piccolo suddenly appeared, microphone in hand, declaring loudly, "The victor is Yamcha." Yet, the audience was nowhere to be found. Shortly thereafter, Bulma, Master Roshi, and others rushed over. A medical team soon arrived to transport Wukong to the hospital. "Wait," Yamcha interjected, producing another Senzu bean from his pocket. "You still have Senzu beans?" Master Roshi exclaimed in surprise. He had thought it remarkable that Yamcha had managed to bring one bean, yet here he was with more. "Would you like some?" "I can spare a few," Yamcha replied with a nonchalant smile. Master Roshi was taken aback, as if a poor person were confronted by a billionaire. Realizing that what he deemed precious was merely a trifle to Yamcha, he did not respond directly but questioned, "But how did you manage to bring them?" "Karen is notoriously stingy." Master Roshi was well aware of the cat sage's frugality. "It's nothing. I simply traded some dried fish for them," Yamcha replied with a grin. "What? That's all it took?" Master Roshi felt regretful, realizing that had he known it was so simple, he could have exchanged dried fish himself and avoided countless injuries during battles with the Demon King. Chapter 34. The commotion at the Capsule Corporation's entrance. The Turtle Hermit, lost in self-doubt, deftly placed a Senzu bean into Sun Wukong's mouth. The hazy Sun Wukong, upon sensing the Senzu bean in his mouth and inhaling its fragrant aroma, could not help but begin to chew. The bean, crushed within his mouth, swiftly slid down his throat and into his body. In the next moment, the battered Sun Wukong sprang up, alertly surveying his surroundings, clearly unaware that the battle had concluded, his mind still lingering in the form of a raging gorilla. "Master Roshi, Krillin, why are you both on the stage?" Wukong exclaimed. "Wukong, the battle is over, and you have lost," Krillin replied tersely. "Ah, I lost again," Sun Wukong responded, belatedly grasping the situation. He quickly recalled his transformation into a gorilla, his wanton destruction, and ultimately his defeat at the hands of Yamcha. Although his dominant consciousness had been that of the gorilla, he retained a faint awareness. Gazing at the ruins he had wrought, he could not help but feel a pang of guilt. "Wukong, it's all right. This was not the outcome you desired, but fortunately, the impact is minimal," Yamcha reassured him, patting him on the shoulder. He understood that such scenes would become commonplace on Earth in the future. "Indeed, Wukong," others chimed in, gradually lifting Wukong's spirits. "Yamcha, you are truly formidable. It appears I must train even harder to catch up to you," Sun Wukong declared, his fervor reignited as he addressed Yamcha. "Wukong, I have great faith in you. However, catching up to me will not be an easy task," Yamcha replied. With the martial arts tournament concluded, the small island quickly returned to its lively atmosphere. Regardless of the world, life continued, and no matter how intense the preceding battles had been, the aftermath was filled with revelry, albeit with some damaged structures. The procedures for the World Martial Arts Tournament were straightforward, with a simple registration. Yamcha soon received the champion's reward of 500,000 zenny and a medal. For Yamcha, the monetary prize was insignificant. As his girlfriend was the daughter of the world's wealthiest man, merely plucking a hair from his leg was worth more than 500,000 zenny. He valued the trophy, for its significance far outweighed the financial reward. Yamcha handed the medal to Bulma, smiling as he said, "Bulma, this is the champion's trophy I promised you." Bulma joyfully accepted the trophy and affectionately kissed Yamcha on the cheek. "Yamcha, you were so good to me." A fragrant breeze enveloped them, and Yamcha felt a rush of exhilaration, realizing that everything was worth it, further strengthening their bond. "Truly, the world is going astray," the turtle hermit remarked, somewhat enviously. "Humph. What are you talking about, you old coot?" Bulma snapped, her initially shy demeanor transforming into a fierce confrontation as she raised her hand to strike at the turtle hermit. This display left Yamcha utterly astonished. It seemed Bulma possessed a significant amount of violent genes. Had she pursued martial arts, her strength would surely be formidable. After some playful banter, the group decided to celebrate at a high-end restaurant. Unfortunately for Yamcha's wallet, The champion's prize money swiftly diminished as Sun Wukong consumed an astonishing amount of food, revealing his terrifying appetite for the first time. "Oh, I'm so full," Sun Wukong exclaimed, patting his bulging belly with delight. As they parted ways, the group agreed to reunite in 3 years for the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Yamcha and Bulma naturally returned to West City, while Krillin and the Turtle Hermit headed back to Kamehameha House. Sun Wukong mentioned his desire to travel, and according to the story, he would encounter many intriguing adventures. However, none of this held any relevance for Yamcha, so he chose not to partake. Upon returning to West City, Yamcha resumed his training regimen. Having recently broken through the barrier of 100 battle power, he was now in a prime position to rapidly enhance his abilities. He knew he could not afford to relax, while his battle power was impressive on Earth. It paled in comparison within the galaxy. Even the lowest minion of the cosmic tyrant Frisia would far surpass him. As time swiftly passed, 6 months had gone by. During this period, Yamcha had adapted to the 20 times gravity training environment, his battle power reaching an impressive 600 points. Beyond this threshold, progress had slowed. Though he continued to improve steadily, now engaged in the painstaking process of refinement, Yamcha found himself with more time to spend with Bulma. After a grueling day of training, drenched in sweat, he emerged from the gravity chamber. Just as he stepped out, Bulma approached him with a hint of displeasure. "Yamcha, you need to check the entrance. There have been people waiting outside for several days, insisting they won't leave until they see you. Their presence is severely disrupting our Capsule Corporation's operations," Bulma lamented. The individuals Bulma referred to were a group of fervent martial arts enthusiasts. Somehow, the news of Yamcha's victory in the World Martial Arts Tournament had spread like wildfire. Initially, only a handful of people came to the Capsule Corporation seeking information, but to avoid complications, Yamcha had chosen to ignore them. Many soon left in disappointment upon realizing he would not appear. However, a few individuals, with an unwavering determination akin to steel, resolved to remain until they had met him. As long as Yamcha refrained from showing himself, they steadfastly blocked the entrance, unyielding even to the police's presence. They neither caused disturbances nor committed crimes, merely gathering like statues at the door. This demonstrated the immense allure of the World Martial Arts Champion to those who cherished martial arts. "All right, don't be upset. Anger will only create wrinkles on that porcelain-like visage of yours," Yamcha teased, ruffling Bulma's hair. "Get away, you smell terrible," Bulma retorted, recoiling from the odor emanating from Yamcha's sweat-soaked clothes. "Fine. I'll go see them and urge them to leave the Capsule Corporation," Yamcha conceded, quickly washing up before meandering toward the entrance. As he approached, he overheard the commotion outside. "Officer, we merely wish to meet the champion of the martial arts tournament. We're not causing trouble, but your presence is disrupting the operations of Capsule Corporation." Yamcha felt a sense of amusement. He never imagined he would one day be the object of such adoration. At the entrance, a substantial crowd had gathered, with 30 or so martial arts enthusiasts eagerly awaiting his appearance, clad in training uniforms, confronting a squad of officers armed with batons. The entrance to the Capsule Corporation, typically modest, was now utterly congested. As Yamcha sauntered out, a wave of attention immediately fell upon him. Chapter 35, Marquis is none other than Yamcha. Suddenly, someone shouted, and dozens of martial arts enthusiasts immediately surged forward, rushing towards Yamcha. Despite the police's attempts to intervene, the ordinary officers were no match for the fervent martial artists, who quickly broke through their ranks. At the forefront stood a tall figure, with a chiseled face and thick, black, curly hair resembling a mushroom, presenting a rather striking appearance. "You must be Yamcha. I've heard you are the champion of that so-called World Martial Arts Tournament," the tall young man declared arrogantly. "Indeed, that is me. What brings you here?" Yamcha replied with a smile. "I wish to challenge you, to see what level this so-called champion truly possesses." The tall youth rolled up his sleeves, eager for action. "Perhaps it would be better to reconsider." Yamcha gently shook his head, his gaze radiating a sense of calm. Upon hearing this, the tall youth's eyes widened in anger, his expression brimming with defiance. "Are you looking down on us? I must duel with you today," he shouted, rallying the other martial arts enthusiasts behind him, creating a tense atmosphere. Yet, Yamcha remained unperturbed. With his arms crossed, he calmly stated, "It is not a matter of underestimating you. Rather, you have yet to comprehend the true essence of martial arts. The path of martial arts is long and arduous, not something that can be achieved through mere impulse. Your current abilities may suffice to bully ordinary individuals, but to contend with me, you need significantly more practice." Even without a system to gauge their strength, Yamcha could sense that the strongest among them possessed a fighting power of merely 8 or 9 points. Unwilling to listen, The tall youth stepped forward, exuding a stubborn aura. How will you know if you do not try? I refuse to believe you are that formidable. With that, he assumed a fighting stance, ready to attack Yamcha at any moment. Recognizing the youth's stubbornness, Yamcha decided that refusing their challenge would only lead to more trouble for the Capsule Corporation in the future. Thus, he resolved to provide them with a profound lesson. Very well, I accept your challenge, he declared. Thank you, Mr. Yamcha. The tall youth bowed deeply in gratitude. Excitement rippled through the crowd as they quickly formed a circle, clearing a space for the impending duel. Yamcha stood casually, beckoning the tall youth with a wave of his hand. Unleash your full strength. You have but one chance to strike. Though Yamcha did not adopt the combat stance, an invisible aura emanated from him, causing the tall youth to grow increasingly anxious. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his courage and charged forward, fist raised, aiming to strike Yamcha. In an instant, the youth's momentum carried him swiftly, only to be met with an even swifter response. Where did he go? The onlookers gasped in shock, witnessing a shadow dart past them, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When they turned to see what had happened, they found a large hole smashed into the nearby wall. In the shadow, previously the tall youth had been sent flying. Did I strike too hard? Yamcha pondered, feeling a twinge of concern. At the moment the youth approached him, he had merely delivered a gentle kick, yet it had propelled the youth dozens of meters away. As his strength increased, controlling his combat power became increasingly challenging. He had intended to offer a lesson, not to cause injury. If the youth were to meet a dire fate due to this encounter, it would certainly spell trouble. Even with the Capsule Corporation's intervention. Cough, cough. Just as the crowd stood in astonishment, the tall youth, shaking off the debris, sprang back to his feet. What just happened? How did I end up here? He exclaimed, rubbing the large bump on the back of his head in confusion. I hope I haven't knocked him senseless. Yamcha thought, feeling a mix of exasperation and concern. At that moment, a young man with yellow hair rushed forward from the crowd. Are you all right? He asked the tall youth. How could I possibly be in trouble? The tall youth chuckled. But suddenly his expression shifted to one of fear as he noticed Yamcha approaching slowly. Realizing that the youth remembered the earlier events, Yamcha felt relieved. However, truth be told, the tall youth's combat prowess was quite limited. His capacity to withstand blows was commendable, as Yamcha estimated his attack had exceeded 20 points of power. Do you comprehend now? Your strength pales in comparison to mine. Yes, I understand. The tall youth replied, his former arrogance replaced by admiration for Yamcha. Just when Yamcha thought the matter was settled, the tall youth unexpectedly bowed again. Mr. Yamcha, I wish to follow you and train in martial arts. Please accept me. Please accept us as well. A multitude of others echoed, bowing sincerely in unison. Seeing their earnest expressions, Yamcha hesitated. The idea of taking on disciples had never crossed his mind. Although his strength was commendable, he still regarded himself as a novice, primarily focused on refining his skills and delving into more profound martial arts. However, to others, he had already become a paragon of martial prowess, a beacon in the realm of martial arts on Earth. 3 centuries prior marked an era of great prosperity in martial arts, birthing many formidable practitioners, including Master Roshi and Master Shin, along with their even more powerful mentor, Master Matedo. Yet, ever since the sealing of the villainous King Piccolo, Earth had enjoyed an extended period of peace. Coupled with the rapid advancement of technology, martial arts had naturally waned in prominence. Nonetheless, Yamcha understood that this era of tranquility was nearing its end. The challenges awaiting Earth would surpass any previously encountered, with the looming threat of destruction. In his eyes, the martial arts community was alarmingly fragile. With great power comes great responsibility. Having undergone training under Master Karen, he felt an obligation to promote and disseminate martial arts. Observing the eager glances of the crowd, a sudden impulse surged within him to nurture a fresh wave of talent for Earth. What is your name? Yamcha inquired of the leading tall youth. The young man, upon hearing his name called, beamed with joy, his voice trembling slightly as he replied, in response to Mr. Yamcha. My name is Mark, and I am 17 years old. Chapter 36. The trial of Yamcha 17 years old, yet he appears nothing of the sort. Yamcha pondered for a moment, then smiled as he scrutinized Mark once again, observing the young man's exaggerated, voluminous hairstyle. An iconic figure from the Dragon Ball universe suddenly materialized in his mind, Mr. Satan, revered as the savior by earthlings in Dragon Ball Z. Yet, the youth before him was still quite young, lacking a beard and the weight of experience, but his small, expressive eyes and exaggerated gestures were unmistakably telling. It had to be him. What surprised Yamcha was that Mark had come seeking him as a mentor. According to the original storyline at this juncture, Mark should have been training at the martial arts dojo in Satan City, where he would later earn the title of world champion through sheer luck and commendable skill. Adopting the name Satan, on one occasion, he and his master traveled afar for a competition, only to encounter Tao Pai Pai in a tavern in South City, where Mark's mockery of Tao's hairstyle led to a deadly pursuit, while Satan managed to escape due to his incredible resilience. His master tragically met his demise at the hands of Tao Pai Pai. It was only after hearing of Tao's death that he returned to the fray. Little did Yamcha know that Mark was originally from West City and had intended to study martial arts in Satan City. However, upon discovering that the champion of the martial arts world tournament, Yamcha, was in West City, he altered his plans and sought mentorship from the Capsule Corporation. Mark, quick to react, noticed Yamcha's smile and understood that he had made a favorable impression. He eagerly exclaimed, "Yamcha-sensei, do you agree to take me as your disciple?" Yamcha shook his head, smiling. "Becoming my disciple is not so simple. You must endure my trials." "What trials?" "We are willing to do anything to become your disciples." Mark replied eagerly. "Martial arts require aptitude. Not everyone can train in this discipline. Today, I offer you an opportunity. To the south of West City lies Heaven Dome Mountain. You have 1 hour to reach it. The first 3 individuals to arrive will be accepted as my disciples. As for the others, I can only express my regrets. Remember, you can only run there. Using any form of transportation will result in immediate disqualification." With that, Yamcha vanished from sight before they could ask further questions. Heaven Dome Mountain was nearly 50 kilometers away. 1 hour? How could that be possible? Instantly, the group of martial artists began to murmur amongst themselves. "What should we do, Mark?" inquired a young man with blonde hair, clad in a taekwondo uniform. "What else? We run. Since Yamcha-sensei has given us this opportunity, we must strive to fulfill it. Otherwise, why have we come here?" Mark declared, leading the charge toward Heaven Dome Mountain. "Wait for me." Others quickly followed suit, inspired by his determination. 50 kilometers tested one's endurance and spirit. In the previous world, even elite long-distance runners would require 3 to 5 hours to complete such a distance. Yet, in the Dragon Ball universe, martial artists were not mere mortals. While the distance seemed daunting, an hour was not an impossibility for them, demanding extraordinary physical prowess and willpower. This was precisely the caliber of individuals Yamcha sought. Those who could not endure were not what he needed. As they raced toward Heaven Dome Mountain, a throng of young aspirants, fueled by dreams of martial arts, exerted themselves with fervor. Their figures danced in the sunlight, sweat soaking their garments. Yet nothing could hinder their forward momentum. The collective rush of dozens resembled a stampede of wild horses, creating a striking spectacle. What fervor! Above them, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, Yamcha soared, observing their performance. Mark led the pack with unwavering resolve. Each step imbued with hope for the future and steadfast determination, he was indeed the embodiment of youthful passion. The blonde-haired youth closely trailed him, though he struggled, refusing to fall behind. While his desire for martial arts did not match Mark's, he gritted his teeth and pressed on for the sake of friendship. The scenery blurred past them, their focus singular, to reach Heaven Dome Mountain as swiftly as possible. As time wore on, some began to falter, their pace slackened. Yet, Mark and the blonde youth maintained their speed, encouraging one another. Meanwhile, anxiety and unease gripped the hearts of the other martial artists, who feared elimination yet hesitated to concede. They clenched their jaws, forcing themselves onward, mentally urging, "Stay strong, do not give up. This is our only chance." After running over 20 kilometers, many found their stamina severely depleted. Some gazed at the seemingly unattainable path ahead, their conviction wavering. Such a distance, how could they possibly reach it within an hour? Perhaps it was best to surrender. They halted, exhaustion etched on their faces, disappointment casting shadows in their eyes. A few simply sat down, gasping for breath, resigned to their fate of elimination. In truth, their performance had been commendable. Completing 20 kilometers in just over 20 minutes was extraordinary by earthly standards. However, in this realm, their efforts were deemed commonplace. As the distance extended, Mark and the leading group, spearheaded by the blonde youth, had already created a gap of over 1,000 meters from those in the second tier. By this point, half of the participants had given up. Yet a dozen or so continued to push forward. After 30 kilometers, their legs felt as though they were encased in lead, each stride requiring immense willpower to sustain. Mark's thoughts raced. "I cannot give up. This is my only opportunity. I must become a disciple of the martial arts champion and carve out my own path in this world. I refuse to surrender here." The blonde youth echoed similar sentiments within himself. "If Mark can persevere, I cannot yield before this guy." Although they were the best of friends, They were also in competition at this moment. Their bodies, though weary, were fueled by an unwavering spirit, akin to a blazing fire that grew ever more intense. With this fervent energy, their physical limitations began to be gradually transcended, though they remained unaware of this transformation. Chapter 37. The Three Disciples. As time flowed steadily onward, Mark and his companions drew ever closer to the majestic Tien Mountain. Their hearts brimmed with anticipation, envisioning themselves as disciples of Master Yamcha. Imagining their continuous ascension in martial arts, becoming the center of attention. Yet, they were acutely aware that the final stretch of their journey was often the most arduous. Having left the city behind, they now tread upon the untamed wilderness. The path beneath their feet transformed from a smooth highway to a winding, treacherous trail, littered with gnarled branches and stones that impeded their progress. At this juncture, only 6 of them remained, all of whom were formidable practitioners of martial arts. At last, they reached the foot of Tien Mountain, the silhouette of the towering peak beckoning them. Suddenly, a broad river barred their passage, its waters raging fiercely with no bridge in sight. This presented them with an even greater challenge. What shall we do? The river is too swift. We cannot cross. Panic began to seep into the hearts of some, despair and helplessness clouding their minds as they gazed upon the tumultuous waters. Mark furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before declaring, "It is merely a river. There must be a way to cross. Let us search for a suitable spot." The group began to scour the area, and eventually they discovered a shallower section of the river. However, crossing it still required immense courage. Hesitation gripped their hearts. They feared the dangers of the water yet were reluctant to forsake this opportunity. "Time waits for no one. I shall go first," Mark proclaimed, leaping into the river without a trace of hesitation. The water quickly engulfed his knees, yet he pressed on, step by step towards the opposite bank. The young man with golden hair followed closely behind. Under their leadership, the remaining 4 plunged into the river, bravely making their way across. After a series of struggles, they finally succeeded in reaching the other side. As they set foot on solid ground, joy and a sense of accomplishment flooded their hearts, knowing they had come one step closer to Tien Mountain. Having crossed the river, the remaining journey consisted of ascending the mountain. Although Tien Mountain was not particularly high, it posed yet another trial for the weary travelers. In a final sprint, the 6 of them poured forth all their energy, striving to secure a place among the top 3. "The first place is mine," Mark shouted, filled with determination. However, claiming the top position was no simple feat. Just as Mark believed victory was within his grasp, a lean man who had lagged behind surged forward, overtaking the 4 ahead of him and matching pace with Mark. "What?" Mark exclaimed in surprise, his expression turning serious as he shouted, "It will not be so easy to surpass me." He once again surged ahead of his rival. Yet, the lean man merely chuckled, launching forward once more and reclaiming the lead with undeniable dominance. "Excellent, only 6 remain. This is far better than I anticipated." Meanwhile, Yamcha had already reached the summit, reflecting on the efforts of the 6 as they ascended. Without making Yamcha wait long, the first climber appeared, the once unassuming, now assertive lean man. Upon seeing Yamcha at the peak, he joyfully exclaimed, "Master Yamcha, I am the first." "Haha, very well. Take a moment to rest and await the arrival of the others," Yamcha replied to the lean man. Minutes later, the second and third climbers arrived, revealing a somewhat dejected Mark and the golden-haired youth. Upon reaching the summit and spotting Yamcha, they immediately bowed in respect. "Master Yamcha." Thus, the top 3 disciples were established. Yamcha nodded in satisfaction, stating, "You have performed admirably. From this moment forth, you shall be my disciples." The lean man, Mark, and the others knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. We shall not disappoint your expectations." Observing the talents of his new disciples, it was clear that among them, Vera possessed the greatest potential with a talent score of 60, the highest among the group. Mark followed with a score of 45, while Vincent ranked lowest with 36, a commendable score for a martial arts talent, considering that the average human possesses merely 1 point in talent. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the final 3 reached the summit, witnessing that Yamcha had completed his selection of disciples, their faces reflecting a mix of defeat and resignation. Although these 3 did not secure a place among the top 3, their perseverance to reach the end showcased their solid foundation. Furthermore, their talent scores were all above 10, marking them as promising candidates in other martial arts sections. Yamcha felt a twinge of reluctance to part with them. Yet he understood the perilous path of martial arts was fraught with challenges, and he lacked the time to instruct so many disciples. 3 was already his limit, and he needed to focus on his own training. Yamcha strolled over to the trio, smiling as he said, though you cannot become my disciples. I permit you to train in my dojo." "Wonderful. Thank you, master." The three beamed with joy, considering this an unexpected boon. Although they could not train alongside Mark and the others, being near Yamcha promised considerable benefits to their martial arts advancement. "From now on, this shall serve as our dojo." Yamcha gestured towards the Tiendo mountain beneath them. "Master, this mountain is so desolate. How can it serve as a dojo?" Mark questioned, perplexed, as the place seemed devoid of even a flat surface. Yamcha smiled knowingly, choosing not to respond. He led the group down to the mountainside, engaging in a series of mysterious actions that left the six bewildered. "Second brother, what is master doing? I cannot decipher his actions. He is gesturing and aiming," the golden-haired youth remarked, bewildered. Following a brief initiation ceremony, the newly minted disciples confirmed their ranks, with the lean man who had arrived first becoming the eldest brother, named Vera, who had diligently practiced martial arts for many years. He had fortuitously arrived in the western capital upon hearing of the prestigious martial arts tournament and had unwittingly become a disciple of Yamcha. As for the golden-haired youth, he was named Vincent, who had initially planned to train in combat techniques alongside Mark. The other three were Carlos, Sadie, and Mocha, enthusiasts of martial arts from the western capital. "Surely master has profound intentions. Let us observe," Mark said, feigning profundity. After a flurry of gestures, Yamcha soon reached a decision. Turning to the six and proclaiming, "You are fortunate. Today, I shall allow you to witness the true might of a martial artist." Tiendo Mountain, in its current state, could not serve as a dojo, lacking even a flat expanse. Yamcha intended to demonstrate the Kamehameha technique, aiming to level the mountaintop to lay the groundwork for future construction. Subsequently, he would gather individuals to erect structures, thereby establishing a rudimentary form of a dojo. Chapter 38. Display of Might. Yamcha inhaled deeply, gradually regulating his breath. His gaze became intensely focused, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just him and the towering Tiendo Mountain before him. Mark and the others watched him anxiously, their hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Yamcha slowly raised both hands, commencing a series of intricate gestures before him. His movements were fluid and powerful, as if he were communicating with a mysterious force. As he continued, the air around him began to shimmer gently. "Is this the true power of a martial artist?" "It is simply astounding," Vincent murmured, his eyes wide with awe. Vera, meanwhile, fixed her gaze upon Yamcha, admiration gleaming in her eyes. As a seasoned practitioner of martial arts, she could sense the formidable aura radiating from him. Even the strongest teacher she had trained under could not emit a fraction of Yamcha's presence. Though Mark feigned composure, he too was deeply shaken. He had always known Yamcha was strong, but never to such an extent. It dawned on him that during their previous encounter at the Capsule Corporation, Yamcha had not even begun to reveal his true capabilities. Yamcha's movements accelerated, and his aura intensified. Suddenly, he let out a powerful shout and thrust his hands forward. A dazzling blue beam erupted from his palms, soaring towards the mountain's peak like a shooting star. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, causing the entire Tiendo Mountain to tremble. Dust and debris obscured the view of what had transpired at the summit. After a moment, as the dust began to settle, the six disciples were astonished to discover that the rugged mountaintop had been cleaved away, leaving behind a vast, flat expanse, an astonishing feat of craftsmanship. "This is incredible!" Vincent exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Vera could not contain her admiration, exclaiming, "Master's strength is indeed unfathomable. With such a mentor, our journey in martial arts will surely be smoother." Mark, filled with excitement, declared, "Master, you are truly amazing. Could I ever attain such power?" At this moment, Mark was not yet the hardened individual he would later become, so he embraced the experience with fervor, his heart inspired by Yamcha's overwhelming prowess. Yamcha surveyed the results before him, nodding with satisfaction. "Well, now that we have a level ground, we can commence the construction of our dojo. Next, I will seek out some individuals to assist with the building process, and I expect all of you to actively participate and contribute to our dojo." In unison, Mark and the others responded, "Yes, master." Subsequently, Yamcha returned directly to the Capsule Corporation, while the others headed home to bid farewell to their families, for they would be residing at Tiendo Mountain for the foreseeable future. Having spent 2 hours here, it seemed Bulma might be growing anxious. Where had this Yamcha disappeared to without a word? When Yamcha finally located Bulma, she was in the midst of scolding Oolong. "How should I know?" "Why don't you ask, Yamcha?" Oolong retorted irritably. At that moment, Yamcha's voice emerged from behind her. Bulma spun around, her anger not yet fully dissipated upon seeing him. "Where have you been?" "You vanished without a word." Do you have any idea how worried I was? Yamcha offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I had some urgent matters to attend to. But I'm back now. Bulma furrowed her brow. What could be so important that you left without a word? Yamcha paused thoughtfully before briefly explaining his intention to take on disciples and establish a dojo on the southern side of West City's Tiendo Mountain. Upon hearing his aspirations, Bulma's expression softened, as it was indeed his endeavor. I understand now, but you should have informed me. I thought something might have happened to you. Yamcha gently took Bulma's hand, saying, I appreciate your concern. It was my oversight, and I assure you it won't happen again. Oolong, observing the interaction, rolled his eyes. Oh dear, how sappy. Yamcha, you better not disappear again, or Bulma will take it out on me next time. Yamcha chuckled. Don't worry, that won't happen. By the way, Bulma, did you need to talk to me about something? Bulma shot him an exasperated look, nearly forgetting in her irritation. I've made progress on that invention you asked me to work on. I wanted you to take a look. Oh, really? Yamcha inquired with curiosity, with a mysterious smile. Bulma beckoned, follow me. She led Yamcha to her laboratory, while Oolong, shaking his head in resignation, trailed behind. In the lab, a plethora of advanced instruments shimmered with faint light, enveloped in an air of technological mystery. Bulma approached an operation table, where a meticulously crafted test tube containing a liquid that emitted an unusual glow awaited. Yamcha, look, this is the prototype of the evolution serum I've been working on, Bulma said, her eyes gleaming with pride. Yamcha leaned closer, examining the serum with great anticipation. It looks promising. Please tell me about the current progress. Clearing her throat, Bulma began to elaborate. This serum has already shown initial success in some animal trials. Those injected with it displayed significant enhancements in both strength and speed. However, there are still some unstable factors, such as the duration of its effects and the potential for unknown side effects on the animals. Yamcha nodded thoughtfully. It appears that there are many details that still require refinement. Chapter 39, The Wolf Fong Dojo. Nonetheless, this marks an excellent beginning. What are your next steps? Bulma smiled confidently, stating, I plan to further refine the potion's formula to mitigate the risks of side effects. Simultaneously, I will conduct more experiments to ensure the potion's safety and efficacy. Beside them, Oolong, perplexed by their conversation, inquired, can this potion truly make someone as formidable as Yamcha? Yamcha glanced at Oolong and replied, this is merely a hypothesis. Its success remains uncertain. However, if it succeeds, it could profoundly impact our world. Bulma added, indeed, but it requires time and extensive research. Yet, I firmly believe there is nothing beyond the capabilities of this genius girl. Yamcha, gazing into Bulma's resolute eyes, felt a warm surge within him. He understood that once Bulma committed to a task, she would pursue it with unwavering determination. All right, I trust you. Should you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The assistance referred to here naturally involved providing blood samples and capturing some fierce beasts. As the foremost martial artist on Earth, Yamcha's genetic samples had previously been utilized. He did not oppose using his own genes for experimentation, confident that his own progress would always surpass that of his prior genetic material. Although the construction of the martial arts venue at Tiendo Mountain was proceeding at an accelerated pace, Yamcha felt no need to oversee its management. He merely conveyed his thoughts and requirements to a dedicated construction team. Within a month, the primary structure of the dojo was completed, with only minor adjustments remaining, making it ready for use. On a particular day, as dawn broke, Yamcha took Bulma and soared towards Tiendo Mountain. Although Bulma was no stranger to flying, she seemed either timid or intentionally nestled against Yamcha's sturdy chest like a delicate bird. The Capsule Corporation was merely 50 kilometers away, a journey that now took Yamcha only 10 minutes. However, to protect Bulma, he reduced his speed, extending the journey to half an hour. Tiendo Mountain, once towering over 1,000 meters, had its peak leveled by Yamcha, yet it still stood at a height of 800 meters. At the summit, shrouded in mist, a magnificent martial arts training venue loomed. The first sight was a grand entrance adorned with the words Wolf Fong Dojo in an elegant script. The ancient architectural style exuded a rich aura of nostalgia, as if transcending time, embodying the essence of the martial arts tradition. Behind the entrance lay a spacious plaza, paved entirely with bluish stone slabs, covering dozens of acres, ample enough for hundreds of martial artists to train. The morning sunlight bathed the plaza, casting a golden glow. At that moment, 6 dark-skinned men were exercising, clad in uniform training attire emblazoned with the Wolf Fong emblem. The leading trio demonstrated powerful martial techniques. the wind from their punches echoing through the air. They were practicing the Wukong fist, a technique perfected by Yamcha. Through Yamcha's meticulous modifications, the Wukong fist had transcended ordinary martial arts, qualifying as a top-tier fighting style. However, the corresponding difficulty of training had also increased. To facilitate his disciples' practice, Yamcha categorized the Wukong fist into 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, minor completion, major completion, and transcendence. Each level was aligned with corresponding combat power: beginner level at 10 points, intermediate at 20 to 30 points, minor completion at 30 to 40 points, major completion at 40 to 50 points, and transcendence at 50 to 60 points. Vera possessed the highest combat power among the 6. Thus he was the first to reach the beginner level in the Wukong fist. After a month of rigorous training, he had now advanced to the intermediate level, achieving a combat power of 21 points. Following him was Mark, who also trained diligently and advanced significantly within the beginner level. With slight further effort, he would surely break into the intermediate level, currently boasting a combat power of 18 points. Despite a slight gap in combat power, his exceptional resilience ensured he was on par with Vera. Vincent, on the other hand, lagged slightly behind, with a combat power of 12 points at the beginner level. The remaining 3 struggled with lower combat power, yet their training in the Wukong fist had still improved their abilities, averaging around 8 to 9 points. Behind the plaza, several elegantly arranged pavilions and towers rose, adorned with flying eaves and intricate carvings. The crimson pillars contrasted beautifully with the bluish-gray tiles, shimmering with a mystical glow in the sunlight. Within the pavilions, stone tables and benches were neatly arranged, providing a resting place for practitioners to savor the tranquility of the mountains. The towers soared into the clouds, with exquisitely carved windows exuding an ancient and dignified beauty. To harmonize the structures with the environment, various flowers, trees, and mountain spring water were integrated, creating a perfect blend of nature and architecture, truly embodying the concept of the Tao. In the distance, the mountains undulated, shrouded in mist, resembling a realm of the divine. Occasionally, birds would soar across the sky, leaving graceful arcs, infusing life and vitality into this serene landscape. "You've built a splendid place. It makes me want to move here," Bulma remarked with a smile. "If you wish to come, you are always welcome. Are we not the same?" Yamcha winked at her, his tone laced with playful intimacy. "Humph." Bulma, nestled in Yamcha's embrace, felt a surge of shyness. After his teasing, her cheeks flushed even deeper. Before long, Mark and the others noticed the two descending from the sky and promptly ceased their training. They were not overly surprised by the flight, as they had grown accustomed to Yamcha's aerial antics. They had contemplated learning the air dance technique, but Yamcha had only promised that whoever broke the 50-point combat power threshold first would earn the right to study it, a tactic to keep them focused. Soon, Yamcha landed with Bulma in his arms. Observing Yamcha with a young maiden, the astute Mark exchanged glances with the others and, in unison, called out loudly, "Master." "Good day to you, and your lady." Bulma, being a young woman, was unaccustomed to such address, especially from several burly men. She merely nodded slightly, turning to Yamcha with a disapproving glare, her right hand squeezing his arm with force. Yamcha feigned discomfort, grimacing in response, and then gave Mark a thumbs up. Chapter 40. The shocked disciples. Yamcha led the group towards the rear of the pavilion, and soon they arrived at a flat clearing. At that moment, Bulma produced a capsule and tossed it onto the ground, resulting in a loud bang. In the next instant, a hemispherical metallic structure materialized before them. They were familiar with the universal capsules produced by Capsule Corporation, yet the purpose of this entirely alloy-constructed building eluded them. "Master, what is the function of this house, especially considering it is made of alloy?" Mark inquired with eager curiosity. Indeed, the other disciples echoed in agreement. "Are you eager to learn?" Yamcha replied with a slight smile, scanning their faces with a sly expression. Bulma, recognizing his mischievous demeanor, chose not to expose him. Mark and the others nodded in unison. Yamcha opened the door and stepped inside, with Mark following closely behind. However, upon entering, Mark was taken aback. The room was sparsely furnished, revealing only walls that gleamed with a metallic sheen and nothing else. Once all 6 entered, Yamcha shut the door behind them. "Where is the master's wife?" Vera observed, noticing that Bulma had not followed them in, stirring a sense of doubt within her. "Why is there nothing here?" Mark murmured, glancing around in confusion. After a brief silence, Yamcha suddenly prompted, "Are you all prepared?" "Prepared for what?" Before he could finish his sentence, an invisible force pressed down upon them, and they felt as if they were burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. Instantly, their faces flushed as they struggled to remain upright. The three with the least combat power collapsed to the floor, momentarily speechless. Even Vera found it difficult to breathe under the weight, finally comprehending why Bulma had stayed outside. Remarkably, Mark fared the best. Though his legs trembled under the intensity of gravity, he valiantly held himself up, proving that his impressive musculature was not without merit. Despite Yamcha merely adjusting the gravity chamber to 3 times normal, it was still an arduous challenge for those who had only just embarked on their martial journey. Of course, he wasn't ready to let them engage in gravity training just yet. He intended to wait until they had mastered the Wolf Fang Fist technique. Ah, Master. What is happening? Mark gritted his teeth, struggling to articulate the words. Seeing the desired effect had been achieved, Yamcha promptly retrieved a remote control and reset the gravity chamber to normal levels. As the pressure abated, the 6 of them gasped for air, relieved from the earlier intensity. Yamcha observed their disheveled states, a smirk playing on his lips. Heh, this is a gravity training room, specifically designed to enhance your strength. The gravity you just experienced was 3 times the norm. Not so pleasant, was it? Upon hearing this, their eyes widened in disbelief, realizing why they had struggled so. Once Vera regained her composure, she exclaimed, "Wow, Master, can this gravity training room really improve our strength?" Yamcha nodded earnestly. Absolutely. Training in a high-gravity environment can significantly unleash your physical potential, allowing for rapid improvement in your abilities. However, this process will be quite painful. And for you at this stage, it is still too early. Your primary focus should remain on mastering the Wolf Fang Fist. Vincent, wearing a pained expression, lamented, "Master, this is exceedingly uncomfortable." Yamcha playfully tapped Vincent on the head, admonishing, "There are no shortcuts in martial arts. Only by exerting more effort than others can one become a true warrior." Afterward, Yamcha escorted the group out of the gravity chamber, where they found Bulma waiting patiently. She was idly exploring the surroundings, intrigued by the architectural style reminiscent of ancient dragon country, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she seemed to discover a new world. Once he had finished with Mark and the others, Yamcha approached Bulma. He smiled as he observed her inquisitive demeanor, warmth swelling within him. "Bulma, do you find this fascinating?" he gently inquired. Bulma nodded enthusiastically, her eyes alight with excitement. "Yamcha, this architectural style is truly unique. I have never encountered anything like it. It feels like a brilliant cultural tapestry. Most buildings in this world were hemispherical, resembling yurts, while the pavilions and towers of Tiendo Mountain featured a more complex structure, incorporating hexagonal and octagonal forms. Strolling through, one experiences a sense of continuity in time and space, akin to listening to a grand, cohesive symphony." Clearing his throat, Yamcha began to elaborate on the architectural style. This design is known as pointed roof architecture, emphasizing symmetry and harmony. Observe these flying eaves and bracket sets. They are not only aesthetically pleasing but also serve to drain water and provide decoration. The colors are predominantly subdued, imparting a sense of solemnity. Bulma listened intently, occasionally posing questions. "And what about the dojo? Do you have specific plans moving forward?" Yamcha smiled softly and continued, "I intend to transform this place into a comprehensive martial arts academy. In addition to the gravity training room, there will be various training areas, such as combat arenas and endurance training zones. Furthermore, I will establish relaxation and study areas, allowing disciples to unwind and learn amidst their training." Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight. "That sounds wonderful. But with only 6 disciples at present, are you planning to recruit more?" Yamcha pondered for a moment before responding, "Not at the moment. I will consider it once they are on the right track." Bulma nodded, smiling. "Is there anything else this talented woman can assist you with?" Yamcha gazed at Bulma, filled with anticipation. "I hope you can continue to employ your intelligence to design advanced training equipment for the dojo, as well as the genetic evolution serum you are researching. With your assistance, I am confident our dojo will become a premier martial arts institution on Earth." Unspoken, however, was his true ambition. He envisioned the dojo as a top-tier establishment not just on Earth, but throughout the universe. Bulma chuckled, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I will do my utmost. However, you must not grow complacent. Be sure to diligently teach your disciples." Yamcha grasped Bulma's hand earnestly, declaring, "I will. This will be my lifelong endeavor, to transform this dojo into a sanctuary for martial arts enthusiasts." Witnessing Yamcha's unwavering dedication, Bulma's heart swelled with happiness, her smile radiating warmth. Chapter 41. Vitality. Bulma remained until the afternoon before taking her leave. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha approached the 6 individuals who were diligently training, stating, "During this period, We have been preoccupied with construction, and Master has yet to properly guide you in your training. The six expressed their eagerness for their master's guidance. Without further ado, let us commence with 100 laps around Tien Shinhan Mountain. 100 laps? Upon hearing this, Vincent's enthusiasm waned considerably. Less chatter, follow my lead, Yamcha commanded. Sprinting down the mountain. Unlike Master Roshi, who would rest while his disciples trained, Yamcha took the initiative, setting an example for his students. Seeing Yamcha begin to run, Mark and the others silently followed suit. At this moment, Tien Shinhan had undergone a month of renovations, transforming from a mere entryway to a long, narrow staircase, making the descent easy but the ascent arduous. As long as no one fainted, Yamcha pushed them relentlessly until the sun set behind the mountains, at which point they returned to the dojo. After their return, Yamcha led them in half an hour of practicing the Wolf Fang Fist. From now on, you are required to run 100 laps around Tien Shinhan Mountain every day, he instructed before retreating to the backyard. For Yamcha, training his disciples was merely an appetizer. The true training was about to begin. He re-entered the gravity chamber, setting the gravity to 20 times Earth's normal level. Thus commenced a rigorous day of formal training. The twinfold gravity meant that Yamcha had to endure immense pressure. Every movement became exceedingly arduous, as though he were burdened by a heavy mountain. Yet, he showed no signs of retreat, gritting his teeth and striving to train under this extreme gravitational force. Sweat poured down like rain, soaking his garments. His breathing became labored and rapid, yet his eyes shimmered with determination. Within this high-gravity environment, he continually challenged his limits, awakening the potential within his body. He repeated various movements, from simple punches to complex combinations, each effort drawing him nearer to his aspirations. Time in the gravity chamber seemed to stretch infinitely. Yet Yamcha remained blissfully unaware, completely engrossed in his training and oblivious to the world outside. When he finally felt utterly exhausted, he paused his movements. At that moment, though his body was fatigued, his heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. He knew he had taken a significant step forward. Emerging from the gravity chamber, he stepped into the quiet of the backyard, inhaling deeply to relish the tranquility of the night. The moonlight bathed him, as if celebrating his efforts. However, he did not feel elated. With his increasing combat prowess, his control over his own ki seemed to diminish. In martial arts, the three essential elements are vitality, spirit, and ki. In this world, vitality refers to physical strength, spirit signifies mental fortitude, while ki represents the synthesis of both physical and spiritual power. In the Dragon Ball universe, these elements hold paramount significance for martial artists. Physical strength serves as the foundation for warriors, enabling them to endure and unleash formidable power in battle. Like Goku, whose body, honed through countless battles, can erupt with astonishing force at critical moments to vanquish powerful foes. Mental strength constitutes the inner pillar of a martial artist. A steadfast belief, unwavering will, and fearless courage are manifestations of this spirit. In combat, mental strength empowers the warrior to maintain focus, resist external distractions, and perform at their peak. When faced with formidable adversaries, mental fortitude can unleash a warrior's latent potential, allowing them to transcend their limits and achieve the extraordinary. For instance, Vegeta's indomitable spirit drives him to continually surpass himself in battle. Ki, as the amalgamation of physical and mental strength, represents the core of a martial artist's abilities. Warriors can enhance their offensive, defensive, and speed capabilities through ki control. They can sense their opponent's ki, enabling them to anticipate their actions and devise effective combat strategies. Additionally, ki can be harnessed to execute various formidable techniques, such as the Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb. In combat, the degree of control over ki directly influences a warrior's combat effectiveness. For Yamcha, while training in the gravity chamber rapidly improved his physical strength, his mental fortitude saw little enhancement. Unlike the Saiyans, who could endlessly ascend in strength within the gravity chamber, earthlings require a deeper connection to nature and their own psyche to elevate their spirit. On Earth, it seems that knowledge regarding the cultivation of spirit is predominantly confined to the realm of the divine, leaving a sense of incompleteness. It appears I must find an opportunity to visit the divine realm, Yamcha mused. That day, having just concluded his training, with sweat still glistening on his skin, Yamcha sought a quiet place to rest. At that moment, Mark and Vincent hurriedly approached. Mark's face radiated excitement, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he scratched the back of his head, betraying his bashfulness. Master, I wish to descend the mountain for a while. Descend? Is there something urgent? Yamcha inquired with a smile. Not really. I heard from a delivery person that a renowned female singer is coming to West City for a concert tomorrow, so I'd like to go see her, Mark replied, seemingly hesitant to divulge more details. It can't be that simple. With your temperament, you're interested in music? There must be more to this, Yamcha remarked. Intrigued by Mark's nervous demeanor, after a brief pause, Mark summoned the courage to continue. The singer is named Miguel. She is a childhood friend of mine, and I haven't seen her in over 6 months. As he spoke, a tender affection and longing shone in Mark's eyes. Is she beautiful? Yamcha continued to tease, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 42. The concert. Mark's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if stars were twinkling within them. He exclaimed, Miguel, she is exceptionally beautiful. She possesses long golden hair that cascades like a waterfall, gently curled and shimmering under the sunlight. Her eyes resemble deep blue sapphires, clear and bright, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Her lips are akin to radiant rose petals, perpetually adorned with a warm smile. Her voice is nothing short of celestial, every time I hear her sing. As Mark described Miguel's appearance, he became immersed in fond memories, his face alight with infatuation. Haha, you really like her, Yamcha teased. Mark replied nonchalantly, but quickly reconsidered, stating, no, we are merely friends. Yamcha chuckled at Mark's demeanor and remarked, man, what is there to be embarrassed about? If you like her, you should bravely pursue her. In that case, I shall grant you both a day off. You have worked hard during this time, so take the opportunity to relax. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Mark was overjoyed. That's fantastic, he exclaimed. Just as Mark was about to dash back, Yamcha's voice called out once more. Wait. Mark's excitement waned, fearing that Yamcha had changed his mind. However, Yamcha continued. By the way, could you prepare 2 tickets for me as well? Mark was taken aback, quickly realizing that Yamcha intended to accompany Bulma to the concert. In his previous life, Yamcha, hailing from the Moonlight clan, had always been short on funds, often deterred by the hefty prices of concert tickets. Yet, for the current Yamcha, such concerns were trivial. The following afternoon, a gentle breeze swept through the streets, bringing with it a refreshing aura. Yamcha arrived at Bulma's doorstep. Although he had been away for some time, the Capsule Corporation's robots recognized him and allowed him easy entry into the building. Before he could take a seat, a playful voice rang out. Isn't that Yamcha? Are you here to see our Bulma? She's busy in the lab, but would you like to join me for dinner? The speaker was none other than Bulma's mother, Bikini. Bikini was someone Yamcha dreaded encountering at Capsule Corporation, as each meeting left him blushing. No, Mrs. Brief. I'm taking Bulma to see Miguel's concert, Yamcha replied with an awkward smile. A concert? How romantic. That old man of mine lacks your sense of romance, Bikini sighed. Just as she lamented, Dr. Brief, clad in a white lab coat and gliding in on a balance bike, interjected, Didn't we just go a few days ago? Humph. How can an old man like you compare to the youth? Bikini shot him an exasperated glance before walking away. You're talking about that, Miguel, right? Dr. Brief leaned closer to Yamcha, smiling. Each individual has their passions, and Dr. Brief's was music. His enthusiasm for it was evident, as he had even fitted his spaceship with sound equipment. Oh, Dr. Brief, you know that singer? Yamcha inquired, clearly intrigued. It was apparent that Dr. Brief kept a close eye on concerts in West City, as he immediately recognized the name. I've heard she is a promising new artist, Dr. Brief replied seriously. Then, Doctor, would you like to join us? Yamcha suggested, uncertain of Dr. Brief's interest. Forget it. If Bulma finds out I'm going to a concert with her, I'd be in for it, Dr. Brief lamented. Clearly, Bulma held a significant position at home, and even her father, Dr. Brief, dared not offend her. This dynamic had fostered Bulma's fearless character, allowing her to wander in search of Dragon Balls. After Bulma finished preparing, she emerged in a vibrant orange dress. Droplets of water clinging to her voluminous blue hair, resembling a fairy just emerged from the water. With maturity, she had grown even more enchanting. Let us go, Bulma exclaimed, linking her arm with Yamcha's, her smile radiant. Prior to Yamcha's arrival, he had communicated with Bulma through their devices. Upon hearing that he had arrived, she quickly set aside her tasks, freshened up, and came out. Bulma, you look stunning, Yamcha complimented, enchanted by the delicate fragrance she exuded. Of course. Bulma playfully winked at Yamcha, resembling a lively lark. They made their way toward the concert venue. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a sea of enthusiastic fans. The atmosphere vibrant and alive. The stage shimmered with colorful lights. Yamcha held tightly to Bulma's hand, anxious not to lose her in the crowd. They found their seats and awaited the concert's commencement. Despite the throngs of people, Yamcha immediately spotted Mark and Vincent seated in the front row. Mark had gone to great lengths to secure the best view of Miguel. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Bulma were situated in the center of the audience, a choice made for its lively ambience. For Yamcha, attending the concert was about savoring the exuberant atmosphere. Mark eagerly scanned the stage, anticipating Miguel's appearance. But the show had yet to begin. "Stop looking, the performance hasn't started," Vincent teased. As Mark's closest friend, Vincent was well aware of Mark's infatuation with Miguel. Mark's dedication to martial arts stemmed from Miguel's past comment about her preference for tall men who could protect her, motivating him to train diligently. "I just want to see Miguel as soon as possible," Mark replied with a dreamy smile, not denying Vincent's observation. Just then, an unwelcoming voice interrupted. "Humph. With that foolish expression, do you really think you can see Miguel? You should take a good look in the mirror and see if you're worthy." It was Tien, a familiar face to Mark, who, dressed in a suit, exuded an air of arrogance, his demeanor dismissive as he provocatively gestured at Mark. Chapter 43, Mark and Tanaka. Upon hearing Tanaka's words, Mark was instantly infuriated. "Tanaka, what are you saying? You are unworthy to meet Miguel." Tanaka, that insufferable fellow, had come in and immediately began to provoke him. Though Mark preferred to avoid confrontation, Tanaka mistook his restraint for weakness, becoming increasingly audacious. With his arms crossed and a smirk on his lips, Tanaka taunted, "Why am I unworthy? Do you possess wealth like mine? Can you assist Miguel?" The three soul-piercing questions left Mark speechless. Tanaka was the son of a wealthy family, and the three of them had attended the same high school. After graduation, they went their separate ways. Miguel was scouted by an entertainment company and underwent training, while Mark wandered in pursuit of knowledge and martial arts. Suddenly, Mark had a revelation and chuckled. "Miguel is not the type to be swayed by money or power. She prefers a man of valor like myself. You, Tanaka, are simply out of luck." "Out of luck, you say?" Tanaka burst into laughter, loosening his suit to reveal his well-defined muscles beneath. After graduation, he had not been idle. He had invested significant effort into finding a traditional martial arts dojo, where he honed his skills for 6 months, dramatically enhancing his abilities. His purpose in attending Miguel's concert was to showcase his transformation to her. "What? You have begun training in martial arts as well?" Mark exclaimed in surprise. "Are you astonished?" "You are no match for me now," Tanaka replied with unwavering confidence. Although his talent was average, his dojo instructor had claimed that even seasoned fighters would struggle against him, let alone a recent high school graduate. To Tanaka, Mark remained the image of an ordinary person with some strength but no real prowess. Merely brute strength. "Do you truly believe that a few days of training can surpass my abilities?" "I have been training under the champion of the martial arts world, Yamcha," Mark boasted. Tanaka had certainly heard of Yamcha. As this year's champion, he was a prominent figure in the martial arts community, eclipsing even some seasoned masters. However, witnessing Mark's arrogant demeanor irked Tanaka, who retorted, "Yamcha is merely a fortunate newcomer. My teacher is a disciple of the Crane School. The Crane Master, unlike the Turtle Master, preferred city life and sought wealth and power, although he seldom appeared in the martial arts scene. Nevertheless, he had established numerous disciples over the years. While Mark had once been an enthusiast of martial arts, he knew little of its renowned figures. After joining Yamcha's Wolfang School, he focused solely on training, leaving him unaware of other martial arts sects, especially the long-absent Crane School. "The Crane School? I've never even heard of it," Mark replied dismissively. After 6 months under Yamcha's guidance, he had transformed from his former self. As his strength grew, so too did his pride. In his eyes, only Yamcha commanded his respect. Mark was the kind of person who, once he recognized someone or something, would remain unwaveringly loyal. "Humph, since we are both martial artists, let us engage in a contest to see who truly deserves Miguel's favor," Mark declared, his expression laced with disdain for the Crane School. Tanaka could hardly tolerate this affront. While he held no deep loyalty to the Crane School, Mark's disparagement was a direct insult to him. "Let us compete, then." "I fear you not," Mark scoffed. Just as Tanaka was about to discuss the details of their duel, music resonated around them. "Now is not the time to teach you a lesson. You will regret this after the concert," Tanaka replied coolly. As the stage lights began to dance with the music, Miguel emerged from the shadows, surrounded by her dancers. Resembling a princess, the melody intertwined with her ethereal voice, flowing like a gentle stream into the hearts of every audience member. The crowd's emotions surged, creating an atmosphere of harmony. "Ah, Miguel has something special about her," Yamcha remarked with a smile, though he hadn't listened to much music since arriving in this world. He had followed various musical programs in his previous life. Miguel's unique voice and captivating singing surpassed many from his past. You appreciate music? Surely. You are not merely watching her beauty. Bulma teased. Yamcha felt a chill. Bulma's question was a perilous one. Any misstep could lead to her wrath. Of course not. The most beautiful woman in the world is right beside me, he replied, maintaining his composure. Well, you do have good taste, Bulma replied with a satisfied smile. Then turned her attention back to Miguel's performance. Yamcha, relieved that Bulma did not pursue the topic further, felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He was no seasoned lover and would struggle to answer her probing questions. Fortunately, Bulma was not like the unreasonable women of his past. As the concert continued, the audience's enthusiasm escalated to a crescendo. At the peak, they stood, waving their glow sticks in unison, swaying to the music, casting aside their worries to savor this unforgettable moment. Such is the enchantment of music. Alas, joyful moments are fleeting. The tower concert concluded swiftly. Yamcha and Bulma did not linger, departing with the throng of attendees. In contrast, Mark, Vincent, Tanaka, and others remained, heading towards the backstage area. Just as Miguel had finished changing and had not yet had the chance to prepare herself, she heard a commotion outside. This is the backstage area, where the performers rest. Please leave, a security guard firmly instructed a group of imposing men. However, when faced with Mark and Tanaka, his voice faltered slightly. Though the guard was not a martial artist, his military background made him instinctively aware of the danger posed by the individuals before him. Let us in. We are friends of Miguel. Please allow us a moment. Mark implored politely. Absolutely not. Despite feeling apprehensive, the guard remained resolute in his duty. Stop wasting time with him. Tanaka scoffed, striding confidently toward the entrance. Chapter 44. A relaxed victory. Two security guards could hardly compare to the formidable Tanaka, who effortlessly pushed his way past them. Mark and Vincent, upon witnessing this, followed suit and entered the backstage dressing room, where they encountered Miguel, dressed in performance attire and wearing remnants of stage makeup. Miguel was initially taken aback by the sudden intrusion, but his eyes soon sparkled with delight. Mark, what brings you here? Miguel inquired with a warm smile as he rose to greet them. Mark, feeling slightly awkward, scratched his head and replied, We just came to see the show and wanted to catch up with you afterward. Tanaka felt a twinge of jealousy. It irked him that Miguel greeted Mark first instead of acknowledging him, who had led the charge. However, being adept at self-regulation, he quickly resolved his feelings and beamed at Miguel, saying, Miguel, don't forget about me. Oh, it's Tanaka. You've become quite the powerhouse. I almost didn't recognize you. Miguel laughed, genuinely pleased to see a familiar face at his concert. They began reminiscing about old times, with Miguel sharing anecdotes from his artistic journey, which captivated both Mark and Tanaka. Throughout their conversation, however, Miguel's attention seemed largely fixed on Mark, responding to Tanaka's attempts to engage with mere casual remarks, which left Tanaka feeling increasingly dejected. Have you considered exploring other performance opportunities lately, Miguel? Tanaka ventured. My father's company is looking for a spokesperson. I thought you might be interested. Miguel merely glanced at him and replied, Oh, is that so? The company has its own plans, and I'm not in charge. He then turned back to Mark. So, Mark, what have you been up to? Mark's face lit up with excitement as he replied, Miguel, you won't believe it. I'm training in martial arts under the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha. Miguel's eyes glimmered with admiration. Congratulations. Martial arts training must be quite arduous. Observing their interaction, Tanaka's frustration mounted, prompting him to interject once more. Miguel, I'm also training under a formidable master. Once I've honed my skills, I'll be able to protect you. Huh, good for you. Miguel chuckled, though the mirth felt somewhat forced. Nevertheless, for Tanaka, this was a moment of joy. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside as the event coordinator approached. You can't just barge into the backstage area. This is the performer's resting space and is off limits, the coordinator admonished sternly. Mark recognized the impropriety of their actions and promptly apologized. Miguel interceded, explaining, They are my friends. They were just eager to see me. Please don't hold it against them. Seeing Miguel vouch for them, the coordinator relented. All right, since they're your friends, I'll let it slide. However, it's inappropriate for you gentlemen to linger here. This is a makeup area for women, he reminded them. Indeed, several dancers, still in their makeup, lingered at the entrance, hesitant to enter. After this brief interruption, Mark and the others felt it was best to take their leave. Miguel, we should go now. We'll come back next time. Mark said, pleased to have secured Miguel's latest contact information. A hint of reluctance flickered in Miguel's eyes as he replied, "Yes, do come to my concert again." As Tanaka, Mark, and Vincent stepped out of the dressing room into the open air, the once harmonious atmosphere vanished. Just as Mark was about to leave, Tanaka's voice rang out. "Stop, Mark. Today, I must show you my true strength." Mark remained calm, exuding confidence and composure. "Tanaka, you truly have never been in a fight, have you?" He then turned to Vincent. "Wait for me a moment." Vincent nodded and continued on, uninterested in the inevitable confrontation. As they stood their ground, Tanaka initiated the attack. His form a blur as he lunged at Mark, delivering a powerful straight punch. Mark sidestepped gracefully, effortlessly evading the blow. Tanaka, realizing his first strike had failed, swiftly altered his approach, fingers poised like a crane's beak, launching a rapid series of palm strikes at Mark. "Impressive, but insufficient," Mark remarked nonchalantly, nimbly avoiding each of Tanaka's strikes with movements that resembled a dance. The more Tanaka pressed, the more frantic his attacks became. Yet he could not land a single hit on Mark. Chapter 45. Unwelcome Guests. Feiha Martial Arts School, situated in the northern part of the western capital, has a distinguished history spanning 50 years, making it one of the most renowned martial arts institutions in the area. The current head of the school, Yoshino, is a lean man in his 40s. At this late hour, the dojo is remarkably quiet, with few people around. However, the reception room remains brightly lit. In the center of the reception area sits an elderly man with a goatee, adorned with a crane hat, flanked by two unusual individuals. One of them is a tall, young man with a bald head and a sharply defined face, possessing three eyes that emit an ominous aura. His straight nose and deep-set eyes suggest he is not to be trifled with. The other appears somewhat goofy and childlike, short in stature, wearing a black hat with a small braid floating above. If Yamcha were present, he would instantly recognize the trio as Master Crane and his two disciples, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. Yoshino, the dojo's master, stands hunched beside the elder, clearly in a state of subservience. Although the Feiha Martial Arts School has long claimed affiliation with the Crane School, Yoshino had never encountered Master Crane in the 20 years since taking over from his teacher. Thus, he was taken aback to meet an elderly man and two youths, one of whom boldly claims to be Master Crane. Initially skeptical, Yoshino was forced to reconsider when the formidable Tien Shinhan effortlessly defeated his prized Feiha fist with a single move. Despite Master Crane's modest stature, his mere presence instills a sense of trepidation. "Master, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the western capital?" Yoshino asked cautiously, casting a furtive glance at Master Crane and Tien Shinhan, wary of displeasing them. He was well aware of his master's volatile temperament, known for his propensity for violence, even against his own disciples if they failed to meet expectations. Seeing Master Crane maintain a cheerful demeanor, Yoshino felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I have not ventured out in decades and have recently taken on two disciples. I thought it prudent to introduce them to the world. I have heard that the champion of this year's martial arts tournament resides in the western capital, and I would like you to assist me in locating him." Master Crane replied, stroking his goatee thoughtfully. Having learned of the Turtle Hermit's disciples' participation in the tournament without securing victory against an unknown competitor, Master Crane harbored a desire to demonstrate Tien Shinhan's prowess by defeating the tournament champion. This would afford him the opportunity to ridicule the Turtle Hermit during their next encounter. Suddenly, Tanaka burst into the room, his entrance abrupt and clumsy. Yoshino's countenance darkened in displeasure, but upon seeing Tanaka's disheveled appearance, his irritation shifted to astonishment. "Tanaka, what has transpired? What brings you here in such a reckless manner?" Yoshino inquired, his brow furrowed. With a downcast expression, Tanaka admitted, "Master, I got into a fight and was thoroughly defeated." Yoshino narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "Oh, given your abilities, who could possibly best you so decisively?" Tanaka bit his lip. "It was a man named Mark. I thought I would surely win, but he defeated me with ease. He claimed that our Feiha fist is nothing but garbage, that the Crane School is utterly insignificant." Tanaka sought Yoshino's intervention to confront Mark. Yoshino snorted disdainfully. "This man possesses a great deal of nerve to insult my Feiha school and belittle the Crane School. What style does he practice?" "He claims to be a disciple of Yamcha from the Wolf Fong School," Tanaka replied. Yoshino mumbled the name Yamcha, a smile creeping across his face. He had intended to seek out Yamcha, and now he had a lead. Yoshino pressed Tanaka for further details, dismissing the significance of Mark as a mere footnote. The following day, they arrived at Tiendo Mountain, where the fog still lingered. Tanaka led Yoshino, Master Crane, Tien Shinhan, and others to the mountain. "Master, Yamcha is right here," Tanaka declared, pointing to the entrance adorned with the Wolfang School sign, a fierce expression on his face. Having realized the identities and capabilities of Master Crane and his disciples through Yoshino, Tanaka envisioned Mark's impending doom. Yamcha certainly possesses an exquisite taste in choosing this location. Master Crane remarked with a smile as they approached the entrance of the Wolfang School. The Wolfang School, being relatively small and sprawling, lacked guards at its entrance, allowing Master Crane and his entourage to enter unimpeded. Upon reaching the training ground, the highest-ranking fighter, Vera, immediately noticed their presence. He swiftly approached them, asking loudly, "Who are you, and what brings you to our Wolfang dojo?" Tiendo Mountain lies on the outskirts of the western capital, rarely frequented by visitors, primarily attracting adventurous backpackers. The presence of these individuals, however, suggested a more serious intent, raising Vera's suspicions. Master Crane merely smiled, choosing not to respond. He deemed Vera unworthy of dialogue. "Summon Yamcha," Tanaka declared arrogantly. At that moment, Mark and his companions rushed over. Recognizing Tanaka, Mark scoffed, "Tanaka, haven't you learned your lesson from yesterday? Are you here to stir up trouble again?" "Mark, my master is here today. I'm not afraid of you," Tanaka stammered, recalling his previous humiliation. Yoshino, though disappointed by Tanaka's lack of composure, stepped forward. "You are Mark, the one who insulted my Feiha school?" Mark regarded the middle-aged man before him without a hint of fear. "Is that so? Younger generations should heed their elders. Have you not been taught that trouble arises from careless words?" Yoshino admonished. "I have not," Mark replied coolly. "Such youthful arrogance. Today, I shall impart a lesson on behalf of your master," Yoshino proclaimed, leaning forward and launching himself into the air. His right hand transforming into a lethal claw aimed directly at Mark's face. Though Mark appeared nonchalant, he was acutely aware of the seriousness of the situation. As the confrontation commenced, he quickly realized that Yoshino was no novice. Yoshino, a disciple of Master Crane, had mastered the exquisite Feiha fist, while Mark unleashed the full force of the Wolfang fist. Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself in a precarious situation, soon marked with several claw marks and bruises. Chapter 46. The Prelude. The flying crane fist exhibits both the lightness and swiftness of a crane, delivering excruciating blows to Mark. Its rapid and unpredictable strikes leave Mark bewildered, clearly indicating his lack of combat experience. To his astonishment, he realizes just how formidable Yoshino is. He constantly adjusts his rhythm, attempting to discern Yoshino's weaknesses. However, the fluidity of Yoshino's flying crane fist renders it elusive. "Ah, young man, now you comprehend the gravity of the situation," Yoshino sneers. His attacks grow increasingly fierce, seemingly intent on utterly defeating Mark. Gritting his teeth, Mark feels a surge of stubbornness, although he remains on the defensive. His robust defenses prevent him from showing signs of faltering. Suddenly, he recalls the combat techniques taught by Yamcha, as well as the insights gained during his training. He resolves to change his strategy, opting for a defensive stance, waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack. With unwavering focus, he meticulously observes each of Yoshino's movements, searching for an opening. Yoshino, taken aback by Mark's sudden shift in tactics, presses on with his assault, intensifying his attacks. Yet, despite Mark's fortified defense, the adage "the longer one defends, the more likely one falters" rings true, and soon he suffers numerous blows. Had it not been for Mark's toughened physique, any other opponent would have succumbed long ago. Mark's training has been relatively brief compared to Yoshino's decades of martial prowess. "You're quite resilient, aren't you?" Yoshino remarks, unable to conceal his discomfort at how long Mark has withstood his onslaught. He had hoped to impress the crane hermit with his skills, seeking the chance for guidance. But now he finds himself struggling against a youth not yet 20 years of age. Observing the increasingly darkening expression on the crane hermit's face, Yoshino silently vows to intensify his efforts. Seizing a moment when Mark appears momentarily dazed, Yoshino's right hand transforms into a lethal claw, lunging directly towards Mark's eyes. Should he succeed, Mark's vision would be severely compromised. Just as Yoshino's hand is about to strike, Vera, who had thus far refrained from intervening, swiftly appears before Mark. Seizing Yoshino's hand with an icy tone, "Enough? Such excessive force is unnecessary." "Ah, another willing to meet their demise," Yoshino retorts nonchalantly. "He has come here for bloodshed, not pleasantries." Vera remains resolute, standing firm alongside Yoshino. Vera's prowess far surpasses that of Mark. He is the most diligent among them, not only completing Yamcha's training tasks but also undertaking additional practice, even when given a day off, unlike others who descended the mountain for leisure. Vera persisted in his training alone. Consequently, he has advanced his Wolf Fang Fist to a commendable level within 6 months, achieving a combat power of 33. While Mark's progress remains at a mere proficiency level with a combat power of 25. Perhaps due to their recent skirmish, both combatants engage without hesitation, neither holding back. Although both employ the Wolf Fang Fist, their distinct personalities yield contrasting styles. Mark's approach is bold and sweeping, while Vera's technique is nimble and adaptable, aligning seamlessly with the intricacies and ferocity of the Wolf Fang Fist. Vera's execution of the Wolf Fang Fist holds its ground against Yoshino's Flying Crane Fist, even gaining a slight advantage. Each time Yoshino's strikes connect with Vera, they only serve to ignite his ferocity. As the fierce battle rages, fists clash with a howling wind, their figures intertwining in rapid motion. Vera's Wolf Fang Fist resembles a fierce wolf, deftly maneuvering through the battlefield, each strike delivered with determination and resolve. His gaze remains unwavering, unperturbed by Yoshino's onslaught. Yoshino, secretly astonished, realizes he is being challenged by two formidable youths today. Though his Flying Crane Fist is fierce, it seems to have lost its former edge against Vera. He continuously alters his techniques, searching for an opening, but Vera's defense is impenetrable. "Don't get too cocky, boy," Yoshino bellows, intensifying his assault. His form resembles a crane, soaring through the air, his hands transforming into lethal talons as he relentlessly charges at Vera. Vera remains calm, skillfully evading Yoshino's strikes, swiftly retaliating. His fist rained down upon Yoshino like a torrential downpour, forcing him to retreat. "Your Flying Crane Fist is nothing exceptional," Vera taunts, his confidence swelling as he embodies the spirit of an invincible beast. Yoshino's expression darkens. He realizes he cannot afford to continue in this manner. He must devise a strategy to turn the tide, lest he face utter defeat. Drawing a deep breath, he steadies himself and launches another assault. This time, his strikes are even more ferocious, his Flying Crane Fist descending upon Vera like a tempest. Undeterred, Vera meets him head-on, engaging in a more intense confrontation. Their battle escalates into a heated frenzy, neither willing to yield an inch. Their figures blur in rapid movement across the battlefield, dazzling onlookers. Truly a spectacle, time for annihilation. The previously silent Crane Hermit suddenly speaks, his tone light, yet imbued with an eerie calm, revealing his weariness with the trivial skirmish. He wishes to move on to more pressing matters. Raising his hand, the Crane Hermit unleashes a ki blast, intending to obliterate both Vera and Yoshino. By the time they realize what is happening, it is too late to evade the impending doom. Their eyes reflecting a moment of sheer terror as they witness the blast descending upon them. Boom! A violent shockwave erupts, followed by a gale that sends the onlookers tumbling, with only the Crane Hermit, Tien Shinhan, and Chaozu remaining unaffected. Even Tanaka and Mark are swept away by the explosive aftermath. As the dust settles, Vera and Yoshino stand dazed, staring at Yamcha, who has evidently intercepted the Crane Hermit's attack. Though Yamcha did not intervene immediately, his heightened perception had detected the approaching threat long before the Crane Hermit and his companions neared Tiendo Mountain. Over the past 6 months, as Mark and his peers have grown somewhat complacent, Yamcha hoped the Crane Hermit might impart a lesson to them about the existence of greater powers. However, when the Crane Hermit unleashed his ki blast, he had no choice but to step in. Chapter 47. Tien Shinhan takes action. Yamcha stood before Vera like a divine apparition, exuding an air of undeniable presence. "Master, you have finally emerged," Vera exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing him. Yamcha nodded in acknowledgement before striding towards Master Roshi and the others, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Master Roshi, your temper seems rather heightened. You've even spared no one from your ire." "A mere waste of space, left here to embarrass himself," Master Roshi replied with a grin, as if discussing a trivial matter. He then scrutinized Yamcha and added, "You must be Yamcha. It's surprising you recognize me." The energy wave he had unleashed earlier, though it did not showcase his full strength, still possessed a formidable portion of his power. Like Master Roshi, Master Crane often remained reclusive, and while many had heard of his exploits, few modern martial artists knew him personally. Yamcha's immediate identification of him was unexpected. With a subtle smile, Yamcha's eyes conveyed a sense of calm. "Master Crane, as a venerable figure in the martial arts community, you maintain a rather stringent demeanor towards your juniors." It was evident to Master Crane that despite Yamcha's flowery words, there was an undercurrent of arrogance and mockery in his gaze. With a cold snort, Master Crane retorted, "After decades of cultivation, to be outmatched by a mere youth is a disgrace to my lineage." It was clear that Master Crane had come with Tien Shinhan and the others for a confrontation with Yamcha. Without hesitation, Yamcha stated, I too am a youth. Might I request your guidance, Master Crane? Your opponent is not me, but him, Master Crane said, gesturing to the figure behind him. Tien Shinhan stepped forward. His eyes sharp and predatory, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty tiger as he proclaimed, So you are the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament? You appear rather unremarkable. At first glance, Yamcha seemed to share a similar age with Tien Shinhan, perhaps even appearing younger. Confronted by a peer, Tien Shinhan held no doubt of his superiority. Yamcha merely smiled. The World Martial Arts Tournament is merely a competition. The title of champion is but a hollow accolade. Then, adopting a tone of an experienced mentor, he asked knowingly, Young one, if you wish to challenge me, please state your name. Tien Shinhan, he replied coldly. During his travels with Master Crane, he had encountered numerous self-important martial artists whose prowess paled in comparison to his own overwhelming strength. This constant exposure had fostered a ruthless and merciless disposition within Tien Shinhan. Very well, Tien Shinhan, let us engage in a spirited exchange, Yamcha said with a congenial smile. Under the scrutiny of the system, Yamcha found no secrets in the attributes of Master Crane and his companions. Master Crane, indeed, was a martial artist of the same caliber as Master Roshi, boasting a combat power of 125 points, with a talent score exceeding Master Roshi's at 75. His combat prowess, however, did not align with his exceptional talent. In terms of skills, Master Crane possessed numerous formidable techniques, rivaling those of Master Roshi. Tien Shinhan's attributes, however, surpassed even Master Crane's. With a combat power of 140 points and a remarkable talent score of 150, far exceeding the earthly limit of 100. This made Tien Shinhan the second most gifted individual Yamcha had encountered thus far, explaining his later extraordinary achievements, even in the era of androids. Naturally, Tien Shinhan's current talent was merely a younger sibling to Yamcha's own. After 6 months of cultivation, Yamcha's talent score had reached an impressive 283 points. Yamcha held a fond regard for Tien Shinhan. As a hybrid of the extraterrestrial three-eyed race and earthling, his innate talent was top tier. In the original narrative, under the influence of Master Roshi and Goku, Tien had evolved into a paragon of virtue, dedicating himself to the protection of Earth and the maintenance of peace through relentless training, making him one of the few exceptionally skilled warriors on the planet, even surpassing his original form's potential. Regrettably, as the Dragon Ball saga progressed, Tien's growth stagnated, leading to his gradual disappearance from the public eye. If circumstances permitted, Yamcha wished to extend a hand to him, for warriors of merit were a rarity on Earth. As for Kaiatsu, he was inconsequential in Yamcha's eyes, merely a background character with no significant presence. Meanwhile, Vera, Mark, and the others were abuzz with excitement, having not witnessed Yamcha in action for quite some time. The last occasion was during the development of Tien's dojo, where the power of his Kamehameha remained vivid in their memories. Master is about to strike. For someone like him, this will be a matter of only a few punches, Mark said with a grin, having developed an unwavering faith in Yamcha's abilities over time. Not necessarily. That old man's attack was no less formidable than the energy wave from half a year ago, Vera countered, furrowing his brow. Having narrowly escaped death, he now recognized the vast gulf between his abilities and those of true masters, which deflated the ego he had only just begun to inflate. After accepting Tien Shinhan's challenge, Yamcha appeared utterly relaxed, stretching and preparing in place, showing no signs of regarding Tien as a serious opponent. Observing Yamcha's calm demeanor, Tien Shinhan's expression morphed into a smirk as he coldly stated, Humph. Spare me your grandiloquence. Do not speak to me in a tone befitting an elder. Continue your self-indulgent chatter. I shall soon demonstrate the might of the Crane School. With tensions escalating, the combat between Yamcha and Tien Shinhan was imminent. Their auras surged, colliding in the air like sparks igniting an unseen fire. Onlookers hastily retreated, eyes glued to the impending clash. As their energies intensified, Tien Shinhan noticed that Yamcha maintained his aura at a comparable level, revealing that in this contest of wills, he was at a disadvantage. Do you wish to continue? Yamcha inquired with an elegant smile. Prepare yourself. Tien Shinhan was the first to launch an assault, his form darting like lightning towards Yamcha. His speed was astounding, whipping up a gale that obscured his figure. Tien's fist, clenched tightly, was imbued with immense power as it hurtled toward Yamcha's chest. Yet, Yamcha remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping the strike. Tien's fist grazed past him, creating a rush of wind. As he evaded, Yamcha teased, impressive speed, but still insufficient. Surprised that his initial strike had been so easily evaded, Tien Shinhan recalibrated and renewed his attack. Fiery lightning fist. This time, his assault was even more ferocious, with punches raining down upon Yamcha like a barrage from a machine gun. Chapter 48. The relentless assault of Tien Shinhan. Yamcha remained unfazed, his agile steps deftly evading every strike from Tien Shinhan. A faint smile graced his face, as if he were merely engaging in playful banter with a child. This demeanor deeply unsettled Tien Shinhan, who was accustomed to dominating his opponents. It was the first time he felt belittled. Consequently, his attacks intensified in ferocity. Yet he found himself unable to land a single blow on Yamcha. Humph! Is dodging all you can do? Tien Shinhan barked in frustration. Yamcha chuckled softly. Patience. This is merely a warm-up. Even without dodging, you would still miss. With that, Yamcha stood his ground, refusing to move. An opportunity presented itself. Tien Shinhan smirked inwardly as he charged forward, unleashing a barrage of fiery punches that rained down upon Yamcha. With one hand resting on his back, Yamcha conjured countless afterimages with the other, effortlessly blocking Tien Shinhan's relentless assault. Can you go any faster? I can. Yamcha taunted, his words dripping with mockery, sending Tien Shinhan's blood boiling. Stop underestimating me. Tien Shinhan's face contorted with anger, shocked that his once proud technique was proving ineffective. Realizing his attacks were futile, he retreated with determination. Tien Shinhan remained calm. After all, the fiery punches were merely the weakest of his arsenal. With a fierce shout, he charged at Yamcha once more. Midway through his advance, he suddenly leaped into the air, placing his hands on his forehead. A blinding beam of light erupted from his brow, engulfing the entire Tien Dome mountain in an overwhelming white brilliance. The intense luminosity rendered the onlookers momentarily blind. Only Master Roshi and Kaiatsu, well acquainted with Tien Shinhan's techniques, were unaffected. Roshi shielded his eyes with sunglasses, while Kaiatsu had closed his eyes at the onset of the attack. Yamcha, too, was not fazed by the solar flare, a renowned technique within the Dragon Ball universe. As he closed his eyes, the method of Tien Shinhan's solar flare imprinted itself in his mind. With his remarkable talent, he swiftly deconstructed the technique within seconds, grasping its essence. However, despite Yamcha's rapid understanding, Tien Shinhan wasted no time launching his attack. Before Yamcha could react, Tien Shinhan stood before him, roaring as his body underwent a startling transformation. 2 additional arms sprouted from his back, causing his shirt to tear apart, revealing his muscular physique as all 4 limbs lunged towards Yamcha, for which his fist. In a heartbeat, Tien Shinhan seized the fleeting moment. Binding Yamcha tightly, 2 hands clasped around his waist while the others gripped his wrists, rendering him immobile. Now you can't escape. Tien Shinhan grinned maliciously, his third eye twitching with anticipation. Yamcha was acutely aware that Tien Shinhan's third eye was no mere adornment. It was the source of a 3-eyed warrior's power. Through years of training, Tien Shinhan had harnessed various techniques involving his third eye, including the ability to emit a concentrated beam of energy. Although slender, this beam possessed a remarkably high energy density, capable of obliterating even the hardest diamond. However, this energy attack had a drawback. It required a moment to charge. Sensing the escalating energy emanating from Tien Shinhan's third eye, Yamcha felt a flicker of anxiety. Even with his superior strength, a direct hit from that beam could spell disaster. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Attempting to immediately master an opponent's signature move was a tall order for Yamcha. Tien Shinhan, you're quite devious. He feigned a look of panic. Tien Shinhan replied, his focus unwavering as he concentrated on his third eye. Just as the beam was about to be unleashed, Yamcha suddenly wore a serene smile. I was just kidding. In an instant, the energy that had been suppressed within Yamcha surged forth, and he shattered the grip of Tien Shinhan's 4 arms effortlessly. Impossible. He escaped my hold. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, astonished. He had felt the full strength of Tien Shinhan's bindings during their training, realizing now the true terror of Yamcha. Yet, even as Yamcha freed himself, Tien Shinhan's third eye was ready to strike. A dazzling beam shot forth, akin to a lethal bolt of lightning, racing towards Yamcha's chest. With unwavering composure, Yamcha gathered his energy in his palm, lifting it to shield his heart. The beam collided violently with his hand, producing a sizzling sound. The tremendous force caused Yamcha to stagger back slightly, yet his palm remained steadfast against the onslaught. The beam continued to batter against his defenses, striving to penetrate his guard, but to no avail. What? Tien Shinhan gaped in disbelief as his meticulously crafted assault was effortlessly thwarted by Yamcha. He had not anticipated the sheer strength Yamcha possessed after his transformation. "Wow, Master is incredible. I wish I could be that strong," remarked Vera, while Vincent and others engaged in animated discussion. Meanwhile, Mark found himself enraptured, his eyes sparkling with newfound fervor. Chapter 49. The key canon. Yamcha paid no heed to the shouts of the disciples beside him, instead focusing his gaze on Tien Shinhan, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Tien, your attacks are commendable, but they are insufficient to defeat me." After a brief moment of shock, Tien regained his composure, a hint of defiance etched on his face. "I refuse to accept this. I have not yet lost." With that declaration, Tien advanced towards Yamcha, his forearms striking out like several fists aimed at his opponent. "Is that all you've got? Your strength seems to have reached its limit," Yamcha remarked. With merely a modicum of seriousness, even in Tien's forearmed state, he easily overpowered him. Feeling the immense pressure, Tien hastily retreated, springing into the air with a powerful leap, soaring to a height of 100 meters before hovering aloft. Clearly employing his flight technique, Yamcha regarded Tien's ascent with an expression of casual amusement, devoid of any shock. "Prepare to receive my attack." Kakoa. Tien concentrated his energy into his fingertips, unleashing a beam of energy that surged towards Yamcha at lightning speed. The power was formidable, according to Yamcha's senses. The Kakoa had reached a combat strength of 280, twice Tien's inherent capability. Yet, its penetrative force was rather modest, inferior even to the previous attack from the third eye. With a mere wave of his hand, Yamcha deflected the 280-point energy strike effortlessly. Tien, who had initially been brimming with confidence, was once again taken aback. Each encounter with Yamcha had shattered his preconceived notions. Every time he believed his attacks would yield results, reality dealt him a harsh blow, momentarily halting his actions. "Go, Tien!" shouted Kaiatsu from below, as he noticed Tien's moment of self-doubt and offered encouragement. Meanwhile, Master Roshi's expression grew increasingly grim as he observed the battle unfold. It became clear to him that Yamcha's prowess surpassed Tien's. Even with his assistance, victory was not assured. An insidious thought struck him as he glanced at Kaiatsu. Though not as powerful as Tien, Kaiatsu possessed a unique ability, telepathy, or what could be termed as a form of mental control. If he could manipulate Yamcha's actions during Tien's ultimate attack, there might be a glimmer of hope for victory. Reinvigorated by Kaiatsu's encouragement, Tien declared, "This will be my final strike, and I can hardly contain its power." He swiftly adjusted his stance, crossing his arms over his chest. With his right hand resting atop his left, thumbs touching to form a small frame aimed at Yamcha. In an instant, Tien's energy began to dwindle, all of it funneling into the frame of his hands. His gaze grew distant as he pushed this technique to unprecedented levels, even his flight technique faltering under the strain. It was evident that Tien was willing to exhaust his energy reserves for a chance to enhance his next attack. Arise. Key cannon. A blinding beam erupted from between Tien's hands, resembling a harbinger of destruction racing towards Yamcha. As the key cannon traversed the air, it seemed to tear through the very atmosphere, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Yamcha's eyes sharpened. He sensed the tremendous force of this attack had exceeded 500 points. Truly astonishing. He realized that one must never underestimate any martial artist from Earth. Combat power was merely a facade. The true potential lay within the techniques and skills employed. With his own base combat strength at 750, he felt the threat posed by Tien's attack was significant. He could not afford to be complacent and swiftly channeled his energy to prepare for this lethal blow. At that moment, Master Roshi discreetly signaled to Kaiatsu. Understanding the cue, Kaiatsu activated his telepathy. Yamcha suddenly felt an invisible force constricting his body, as if ensnared by unseen bonds. A glance towards Kaiatsu revealed him sweating profusely, hands positioned before him, exerting his powers. In an instant, Yamcha realized that Kaiatsu was the source of this interference. With a brief focus, he broke free from Kaiatsu's mental grasp. However, despite the fleeting control lasting less than a second, it proved sufficient for Tien. In the next heartbeat, the ground where Yamcha had stood sank several meters, the solid rock shattering into countless fragments as clouds of dust erupted around the area. Yet, Yamcha's figure had vanished. Did I win? Tien gazed at the empty space where Yamcha had stood, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. After a moment of reflection, he sensed something amiss. The preparation time for his final strike was ample. Yamcha could not have offered no resistance. It dawned on him that he must have received clandestine assistance. Among the onlookers, he knew that the only one capable of aiding him was Kaiatsu's supernatural ability. Yet, As a proud martial artist, he could not condone winning through such dishonorable means. Tien soared to where Master Rashi and Kaiatsu stood, addressing Kaiatsu in a stern tone. You just used your powers, did you not? Kaiatsu nodded timidly. Tien's expression darkened, and he seemed poised to reprimand further. At that moment, Master Rashi interjected, Do not blame him. It was I who encouraged him to act. Silence. Tien retorted sharply. Taken aback by Tien's vehement reaction, Master Rashi fell silent. Kaiatsu, feeling the weight of the situation, began to tear up. Tien, I'm sorry. Seeing his friend's distress softened Tien's heart. After all, they had shared over a decade of camaraderie. Their bond surpassed even that of Master Rashi's. He eased his tone, saying, Next time, do not resort to such tactics. Where's Master? He cannot be harmed. No, Master will surely be fine. Meanwhile, Videl and her companions began to panic, having noticed both Yamcha's disappearance and the immense crater left in the wake of the attack. Just as Master Rashi and the others rejoiced, and Videl's group grew frantic, a tremor resonated from the depths of the newly formed pit, followed by a sudden eruption of debris. Chapter 50. The invitation from Yamcha. The gazes of the crowd were irresistibly drawn, as if by a magnetic force, to the commotion in the large pit. In an instant, a figure materialized from the scattered rubble like a wraith. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Yamcha. With a slight tremor, Yamcha summoned a gentle breeze that swept around him, dispersing the dust that clung to his body and restoring him to an immaculate state, leaving no trace of injury upon his countenance. I told you, Master, it's nothing, Mark exclaimed, bursting into laughter, having already cast aside his previous state of disarray. The atmosphere in the arena shifted, becoming taut with tension once more. Master Rashi, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Upon seeing Yamcha unscathed, a chilling dread enveloped their hearts. Tien's expression became a complex tapestry of emotions, a blend of admiration for Yamcha's prowess and shame for his recent underhanded attack. He gazed silently at Yamcha, a lump forming in his throat, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Yamcha cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tien, your Kikaho is indeed powerful. However, relying solely on that will not suffice to defeat me. Tien lowered his head, pondering for a moment before finally conceding. I admit defeat, wholeheartedly. Yamcha nodded and inquired, So, are you interested in training with me? Following Master Rashi will only squander your talent. Young man, that's not quite fair. Master Rashi retorted, irritation lacing his tone upon hearing Yamcha's disparagement. Oh, why not? Was it not you who allowed this little one to launch a sneak attack on me? Yamcha challenged, his gaze fixed ominously on Master Rashi, pressing forward. Master Rashi, under Yamcha's scrutiny, instinctively took a step back, recognizing that he was no match for the youth before him after their earlier confrontation, and his demeanor naturally faltered. What do you intend to do? Master Rashi stammered. How about you step aside? Yamcha declared, raising his hand and directing a strike at Master Rashi, employing the latter's signature technique, the Dodon wave. What? Master Rashi, an old hand in the game, quickly shielded himself with a defensive maneuver, retaliating with a Kikaho. Yet, Yamcha's attack was not to be underestimated. The disparity in their combat abilities was not something a mere technique could bridge. With a decisive strike, Master Rashi was sent tumbling down from the mountaintop like a deflated ball. The swiftness of the attack left Tien speechless. Realizing that the battle he had engaged in with Yamcha was merely a warm-up in a real confrontation, even someone of Master Rashi's caliber could be defeated in a single move. What do you think? Yamcha asked Tien again, genuinely wishing for Tien to abandon the unpromising path of Master Rashi. After a prolonged silence, Tien finally mustered his courage to reply, I'm sorry, but I'm not ready to leave the turtle school just yet. Yamcha furrowed his brow, somewhat taken aback by Tien's response. He had anticipated that the recent battle would illuminate the disparity in their strengths and reveal Master Rashi's unscrupulous nature, prompting Tien to reconsider his allegiance. However, he had clearly underestimated Tien's attachment to the turtle school, as it would not be so easily severed. Tien, Master Rashi is not a good teacher. His guidance will only lead you further astray, Yamcha urged. Tien raised his head, his gaze resolute as he replied, I am aware of Master Rashi's many flaws. Yet he is still my master and has shown me kindness. I cannot abandon him so easily. Yamcha sighed, understanding that Tien was a man of deep loyalty, and persuading him to leave the turtle school would not be a simple task. Very well, since you are so steadfast, I will not press the issue further. But I hope you remember that the path of martial arts requires proper guidance. Should you ever change your mind, You are welcome to seek me out, Yamcha stated. Tien nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your kindness. I will give it due consideration. With that, Tien and Kaiatsu made their way down the mountain to search for Master Rashi, who had been knocked down by Yamcha. This left Yoshino and Tanaka at a standstill, unsure whether to stay or to go. Just as they were about to make their exit, Yamcha interjected, "You there? Do you think you can come to our Wolf Fong school, wreak havoc, and simply walk away?" The two were instantly struck with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. "Ah, Mr. Yamcha, we were blind to your greatness. Please, spare us, mere insignificant figures," Yoshino implored, his tone obsequious. "Indeed, Mr. Yamcha, you are magnanimous," Tanaka echoed, promptly dropping to his knees. Yoshino and Tanaka realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. Having provoked someone formidable and with their ally gone, they were left with no avenue for escape. Yamcha regarded the kneeling figures of Yoshino and Tanaka with a hint of disdain. "Do you think this is a playground? Come and go as you please?" Yamcha scoffed, his expression steely. "Moreover, you have left our Wolf Fong school in disarray, yet you think you can simply leave?" Although Yamcha's demeanor was fierce, Yoshino, as the head of a martial arts school, had honed his skills in reading situations. He quickly discerned that despite Yamcha's displeasure, he had not outright condemned them, indicating a potential for negotiation. Piecing together the implications of Yamcha's words, he promptly declared, "You are right, sir. I will go down the mountain immediately to arrange for the repairs of the damaged facilities and the square, ensuring everything is restored to its former glory. Additionally, I will sponsor 500,000 to help nourish the members of the Wolf Fong School for their hard work." "Mr. Yamcha, would that be acceptable?" Yamcha nodded, recognizing the effort to make amends. "Since you are being so forthcoming, I shall not make things difficult for you. However, if you attempt to deceive me, you will come to know the consequences." "Yes." With that, Yoshino and Tanaka scurried away, defeated. "Master, are we really letting them go just like that?" Vera inquired. "They are mere trifles. If you still have any spirit left, reclaim your honor once your strength has grown," Yamcha replied tersely. "After half a year of training with me, you cannot even defeat a half-baked martial artist. It is truly a disgrace. From now on, extra training for all of you." "Ah, no." Mark cried out in dismay at the prospect of additional training. Chapter 51. Chi Yuan Bom. Disregarding the lamentations of his disciples, Yamcha returned to his dwelling with a smile. He needed to thoroughly contemplate the gains from his recent battle against Tien Shinhan. Not only had he observed all the techniques of Master Rashi, including the already mastered Kamehameha, but he had also noted the potential of the Dokudemo wave and the Kikaho for further study. Moreover, it was high time for the Wolf Fong style to have a few more remarkable techniques to showcase. He intended to invest several days in consolidating all the martial arts he had mastered, refining them, and ultimately creating a set of unique techniques that would embody the essence of both true and false Wolf Fong style. Furthermore, following this battle, his talent points surged past the threshold of 300, elevating his capabilities to a new level, and an abundance of ideas regarding various techniques began to materialize. The next day, Yoshino arrived as promised, accompanied by a construction crew of dozens, to repair the damage caused by the previous day's battle, while also addressing the unfinished remnants from before. Along with this, he presented a bankbook valued at 5 million. Recognizing Yoshino's initiative, Vera and the others chose not to impose upon him further. Yoshino had discerned that rather than seeking favor from the elusive Master Rashi, it was far more prudent to serve the present Wolf Fong style well. As for Tanaka, he had already been expelled from the Flying Crane School. Although this reduced Tanaka's income, it had little impact on the venerable Flying Crane School. In a show of goodwill, Yoshino accepted another challenge from Vera. However, this time there was no interference, and ultimately, Vera emerged victorious. Following their commotion, the reputation of the Wolf Fong style soared once more within the martial arts circles of the Western capital, attracting numerous young martial arts enthusiasts eager to join. Yet, the entrance examinations deterred most candidates. A month passed, and the Wolf Fong style managed to recruit only 3 new disciples. These 3, like Carlos, Suddy, and Mocha before them, became external disciples, bringing the total count to 9, excluding Yamcha. The previous events had spurred Vera and the others to train with even greater diligence, resulting in rapid progress. After a month, Vera had mastered the Wolf Fong Wind Fist to a significant level, achieving a combat power breakthrough of 40, marking him as a formidable opponent in this era on Earth. During this time, in recognition of his disciples' hard work, Yamcha imparted the newly developed technique, Chi Yuan Bom, to his 3 direct disciples. This technique was based on the Kamehameha and Kikaho, optimizing the energy-gathering techniques. The Qi Yuan bomb required merely a claw-like hand position to concentrate energy within the palm, enabling effortless projection as a strike. The damage inflicted by the Qi Yuan bomb depended significantly on the user's proficiency in its execution. As the creator, Yamcha had refined the Wolf Fang Kikaho to an advanced level, capable of doubling combat power. However, using the Qi Yuan bomb as a last resort could lead to rapid depletion of energy, which might be disadvantageous for subsequent battles. Thus, it was not always necessary to unleash its maximum potential during combat. Vera, the eldest disciple and the most gifted among the trio, had already harnessed the Qi Yuan bomb to achieve 1.5 times his base combat power. In addition to the Qi Yuan bomb, he had also mastered the explosive mode, effectively doubling his combat prowess compared to a month prior. Meanwhile, the second disciple, Mark, had also advanced his Wolf Fang Wind Fist to a minor proficiency, breaking through to a combat power of 30. In terms of mastering the Wolf Fang Kikaho, he lagged behind Vera, achieving only 1.25 times his base power. Nevertheless, he showed promise in the explosive mode, which was comparable to Vera's, albeit with notable differences. Vera focused on enhancing his energy, while Mark concentrated on physical development, resulting in a significant increase in size after activating the explosive mode, reminiscent of Master Roshi's giant form. Vincent was slightly behind, having only reached a proficient level in the Wolf Fang Wind Fist with a combat power of 22. Due to insufficient energy reserves, he had yet to grasp the explosive mode or Qi Yuan bomb. Additionally, the three external disciples, Carlos, Suddy, and Mocha, barely managed to reach the introductory level of the Wolf Fang Wind Fist, breaking through the threshold of 10 in combat power, thus entering the realm of true martial artists and enriching the foundation of the Wolf Fang style. After 7 to 8 months of rigorous training, the disparities in talent among the disciples became evident. One day, Yamcha led his disciples to the mountain gate. Shortly after, a helicopter gleaming with metallic luster descended from the sky. As the door opened, a youthful girl, Bulma, stepped out. Quick, shout out. Hello, mistress. Mark prompted the new disciples to join in. Mark, you rascal, you always do this. Initially, Bulma felt a bit shy, but as the calls increased, she gradually acclimated, becoming more at ease. Yamcha, your Wolf Fang style is looking increasingly impressive. Now you have 9 disciples. Bulma remarked with a smile. Of course, as the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, I did not win that title for nothing. If it weren't for the need to maintain the overall level of my Wolf Fang style, I would have at least taken in 1,000 disciples by now. That would truly be impressive. Yamcha boasted nonchalantly. Keep dreaming. 1,000 disciples? You can barely manage these 10 or so. Bulma shot him a bemused glance, exasperated by his exaggeration. Indeed, Yamcha had long since depleted his savings and tournament winnings to establish the school and was now seeking Bulma's assistance. However, Yoshino's recent donation of 5 million had temporarily alleviated the financial burdens of the Wolf Fang dojo. But I have you, don't I? Yamcha said with a charming smile towards Bulma. The two exchanged playful banter for a while. I've brought the gravity chamber you requested. As per your specifications, this gravity chamber is spacious enough for more than 10 people to train simultaneously. Although the difficulty of increasing the gravity rises steeply, the maximum gravity achievable is 10 times. Bulma expressed a hint of regret. That's quite satisfactory. It's more than enough for Vera, Mark, and the others to train with, Yamcha replied with a grin. In anticipation of the formidable King Piccolo in the years to come, Yamcha resolved to accelerate the enhancement of his disciple strength. It was essential to recognize that King Piccolo was not merely a singular entity. He could split into numerous offspring, each possessing considerable power, some even exceeding a combat power of 100, posing an insurmountable challenge for Vera and the others at their current levels. Without the aid of the gravity chamber, it would take at least 3 years for Vera and the others to elevate their combat power beyond 100. As a seasoned veteran, Yamcha understood that achieving a combat power of 100 was a significant hurdle that required extraordinary willpower and opportunities. This gravity chamber represented their chance. Chapter 52. The evolution potion. Having lived on this earth for over 2 years, Yamcha gradually began to regard himself as a true inhabitant of this planet. If, like in the original story, destruction and enslavement were to befall them at any moment, Yamcha could not bear to witness such an atrocity. While lacking the power to effect change had been forgivable, now that an opportunity presented itself, he would not retreat. In his imaginings, even the formidable King Piccolo's arrival would not be allowed to disrupt West City, nor harm his friends. The group gazed at the hemisphere-shaped structure standing in the backyard, their faces alight with joy. Most elated were Mark and Vera, for Yamcha had previously promised that once the Wolf-Fang fist was mastered, they would be granted entry into the gravity chamber for training. Now, with Vera being the first to achieve mastery, she was, of course, permitted access to the gravity chamber. As for Mark, though he was still a step away, his physical strength had consistently surpassed his combat prowess. Entering the gravity chamber would accelerate his growth, and thus Yamcha allowed him entry as well. AJ, there's no need to envy. You'll soon have your chance in the gravity chamber too, Mark laughed heartily, patting Vincent's shoulder. Unable to contain his excitement, Vincent looked at the gravity chamber with eyes brimming with envy and anticipation. Humph, savor your moment. I will soon reach mastery as well, and then we shall see who is truly superior. Yamcha regarded the group with a serious expression, saying, while the gravity chamber can rapidly enhance your abilities, the process will be exceedingly arduous. You must be mentally prepared. Once you enter, you must give it your all. Vera clenched her fists, her gaze resolute. Master, we are unafraid of hardship. We will work diligently to train. Mark also sobered, nodding earnestly. Indeed, Master, we will not disappoint you. Pleased, Yamcha nodded in response. Very well. Let me now explain the usage and precautions for the gravity chamber. Upon entering, you must gradually acclimate to the changing gravity. Do not rush. If you feel your body cannot endure, cease training immediately to avoid injury. The group listened attentively to Yamcha's instructions. After his explanation, Yamcha and Bulma moved to the reception room, where Bulma mysteriously produced a vial of blue potion. Yamcha, the evolution potion you mentioned has been successfully created, she announced. Yamcha's eyes brightened with surprise as he gazed at the blue vial in Bulma's hand. Is it true? Bulma, you are remarkable. Bulma smiled with pride. Of course, I am a genius scientist. However, this potion is quite potent. If one's physical constitution is inadequate, it will be challenging to harness its full potential, and it carries certain risks. Yamcha understood Bulma's implications. While the evolution potion was ready, the next step was to consider its application on individuals. Those with superior physical qualities were naturally the martial artists, precisely the group that the Wolf-Fang clan represented. Yamcha pondered for a moment, then resolutely summoned Carlos, Suddy, and Mocha. The evolution potions were intended for those among them with lesser talent, who nonetheless sought to enhance their combat abilities. Carlos, a bearded man who appeared to be in his 20s, was actually only 18, though he bore a mature demeanor. Master, why have you called us? Carlos inquired. Yamcha smiled at Carlos, Suddy, and Mocha. I have summoned you for an important matter to seek your opinions. Bulma has created an evolution potion that can elevate your abilities several tiers in a short time. I wonder if you would be interested in trying it. The expressions on Carlos and the others' faces shifted to surprise and excitement. Master, can this potion truly enhance our strength? Carlos questioned. Indeed. But it is extremely potent and requires a high level of physical fitness. There are inherent risks, and the specific dangers following its use must be observed, Yamcha replied earnestly. Upon hearing of the potential dangers, Carlos and the others hesitated. After all, their lives were at stake. Although the potion offered a chance to leap years of arduous training, for those of lesser talent, it was a veritable boon that warranted careful consideration. Yamcha did not rush them, allowing them to make their own decisions. After a moment's hesitation, Carlos spoke. Master, as you know, my talent is the weakest among all the disciples. Watching the newcomers swiftly catch up fills me with anxiety. Given this rare opportunity, I wish to try it. Even if my strength does not improve, I will have no regrets. Observing the determination in Suddy's eyes, Yamcha nodded slightly. Very well. Suddy and Mocha felt a sense of relief as Carlos agreed to use the evolution potion. Their situations differed from his, as they had families to consider, and life-threatening decisions could not be made lightly. In contrast, Carlos, being solitary, had no such concerns. Once the candidates were selected, it was time for the injection. In a quiet room, Carlos sat nervously in a chair, a blue evolution potion and injection tools before him. Yamcha and Bulma stood nearby, their expressions serious as they watched him. Carlos, are you ready? Yamcha asked. Carlos took a deep breath and nodded. Master, I am prepared. To be cautious, Yamcha produced a senza bean. Bulma carefully filled the syringe with the evolution potion. Approaching Carlos, she whispered, it may hurt a bit. You must endure. Carlos gritted his teeth, displaying a determined expression. Bulma positioned the syringe against Carlos's arm and slowly injected the evolution potion into his body. The moment the potion entered, Carlos felt a powerful surge of heat coursing through him. His face flushed crimson, and his body began to tremble violently. Carlos could not suppress a cry of agony. He felt as though his body were being torn apart, every cell ablaze. Yamcha and Bulma watched Carlos intently, closely monitoring his physical changes. As time passed, Carlos's suffering intensified. His body convulsed, and sweat poured from his forehead like rain. "Hold on, Carlos," Yamcha encouraged. Carlos clenched his teeth tightly, striving to endure the excruciating pain. He understood that this was his chance to alter his destiny, and he could not give up. Amidst the torment, Carlos's consciousness began to blur. Yet the conviction in his heart sustained him, keeping him alert. Chapter 53, Carlos versus Mark. Time seemed to blur as Carlos's body gradually began to calm. His breathing steadied, and his complexion returned to normal. Yamcha and Bulma sighed in relief, knowing that Carlos had traversed the most perilous phase. After approximately half an hour, Carlos slowly opened his eyes, feeling an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. He stood and stretched his limbs, discovering a remarkable enhancement in both speed and power. "This power, it is astonishing. I feel as if I have surpassed even Mark and the others," Carlos exclaimed with excitement. Yamcha nodded. Observing the vigorous aura radiating from Carlos, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Through the system, Yamcha could clearly discern Carlos's current capabilities. His combat power had reached 48. A stark contrast to the mere 12 he possessed prior to consuming the evolution serum. Immersed in his newfound might, Carlos was overwhelmed with a profound sense of confidence. Eager to test his strength, he challenged Yamcha to arrange a confrontation with Mark and Vera. Yamcha, noticing the fervor in Carlos's eyes, consented with a slight nod, curious to witness the true extent of the evolution serum's impact on Carlos. The news swiftly spread through the Wolf-Fong sect, and upon learning of Carlos's challenge, Mark and Vera exhibited expressions of surprise. While they admired Carlos's courage, they were resolute in their belief that they would not be easily defeated. In the arena, a crowd gathered as Carlos stood at the center, facing his challengers, Mark and Vera. "I am now frighteningly powerful. Who dares to step forward?" Carlos declared with an air of arrogance. Mark and Vera exchanged glances before stepping forward. Mark chuckled. "Carlos, don't let your confidence cloud your judgment. You think you can defeat me just because you ingested a special serum? You underestimate me." Vera, maintaining her composure, cautioned, "Carlos, do not let power intoxicate you." Among all the disciples, Vera was the most perceptive. Although she had yet to cultivate her sensing abilities, she could still perceive that Carlos's exuberance was somewhat superficial, indicating he had not fully mastered his newly acquired strength. With a dismissive huff, Carlos retorted, "Enough talk, let us begin." Without hesitation, he launched his attack, his figure darting towards Mark like a lightning bolt, resembling a ferocious beast unleashed, and he struck with a claw. The strike was fierce, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Mark, initially calm, was taken aback by Carlos's speed and swiftly sidestepped. No longer a novice in combat, Mark seized the opportunity to retaliate with a punch aimed at Carlos's face. In the past, he would have been unable to evade such a swift attack. However, Carlos now possessed greatly enhanced reflexes, swiftly retracting his arm and crossing his hands before his face. Mark's fist collided with Carlos's arm, producing a dull thud as Mark felt as if he had struck iron, causing his hand to tingle and surprising him with Carlos's newfound physical prowess. After a brief exchange, Mark executed a series of backflips to create distance, remaining vigilant. "Is this all the strength you possess, Mark?" "It barely tickles," Carlos taunted. "Don't get too cocky. We've only just begun," Mark replied with a grin. The two resumed their fierce duel, Mark's combat instincts kicking in. Recognizing that he was at a disadvantage in both strength and speed, he adapted his fighting style, employing agile maneuvers to find opportunities for counterattacks. Yet, Carlos's overwhelming power rendered all technique futile. Each time Mark attempted to strike, Carlos's superior speed and strength thwarted his efforts. Seeing Mark struggling to keep pace, Carlos taunted him further. However, Mark remained focused, evading Carlos's relentless onslaught. In a matter of moments, he found himself launched across the arena multiple times. Had it not been for his formidable resilience, he would have already succumbed. The onlookers naturally divided into two factions, the outer disciples, including Suddy and Mocha, and the inner disciples, such as Vincent and Vera. "Carlos is extraordinary," Suddy lamented. "Had I known, I would have opted to test the evolution serum before Carlos." Witnessing Carlos dominate Mark stirred a sense of exhilaration within them, as they had previously been overpowered in battles against Mark. "Do you think Mark can win?" Vincent inquired skeptically of Vera, taken aback that Carlos, whom he had previously bullied, had surpassed Mark's strength merely by using a serum, inducing a wave of pressure upon him. No need to worry, Mark has yet to unleash his true capabilities, Vera reassured with a smile, for Mark's Thunder Body technique was a recent acquisition, having been used only once in his fight against Vera, unbeknownst to the others. Returning to the clash, Carlos, panting, taunted Mark, "Are you faltering already?" "Not at all. The real battle is about to commence," Mark roared, channeling his energy. With a powerful shout, a towering 3-meter giant materialized at the center of the arena. Carlos gazed at the sudden apparition of the colossal Mark, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, sneering. "Is this your newly learned ultimate technique? So what? I can still defeat you." Mark's imposing figure emanated a formidable aura as he locked eyes with Carlos, filled with determination. "Carlos, now you shall witness the disparity between an inner disciple and an outer disciple," he declared, striding toward Carlos with heavy footsteps that caused the ground to tremble. Despite the pressure Mark exuded, Carlos did not retreat. Instead, he advanced to meet the challenge head-on. Chapter 54. The arrival of Sun Wukong. The two combatants resumed their fierce confrontation. Mark, wielding his immense physique and formidable strength, engaged Carlos in a direct clash. The current power and speed of both were relatively equal. However, the sheer pressure emanating from Mark's colossal form far surpassed that of Carlos. Even with their abilities matched, Carlos found himself at a natural disadvantage. Coupled with the level suppression of Mark's Wolf-Fang fist, it wasn't long before Mark gained an absolute upper hand, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious, leaving Carlos struggling to fend them off, and he bore several wounds. "Carlos, weren't you quite arrogant just now?" Mark taunted. Carlos remained silent. He had relished the moment when he had the upper hand over Mark, but now that the tables had turned, he felt the sting of defeat and inwardly cursed. How can this guy still be so strong? He understood that he could not continue in this manner and needed to devise a way to reverse the situation. At that moment, Carlos suddenly conceived a plan. Although Mark's strength and speed were comparable to his own, Mark's enlarged size had also expanded his blind spots. Carlos decided to exploit this vulnerability by circling behind Mark to launch a surprise attack. With swift agility, Carlos maneuvered to Mark's rear and unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Mark's back. Mark sensed the imminent danger, but, due to his massive form, his reaction was somewhat sluggish. He could not evade Carlos's onslaught and braced himself for the hit. A resounding impact echoed as Carlos's fist struck Mark's back with tremendous force. Mark's enormous body trembled slightly, yet he did not falter. When combat power is equal, inflicting serious injury on Mark in a single blow is nearly impossible. Turning to face Carlos, his gaze sharpened with focus. He recognized that it was time to conclude the battle. "Carlos, prepare yourself for my torrential onslaught," Mark bellowed. With that, Mark launched another wave of attacks, more ferocious than before, forcing Carlos into an even more passive position. Under Mark's relentless barrage, Carlos could only hold on for 3 minutes before he could bear it no longer. "I concede," Carlos murmured, lowering his head. Upon hearing Carlos's admission of defeat, a victorious smile spread across Mark's face. As for Vera, there was no need for her to intervene. Soon, Yamcha arrived with Bulma in tow. Noticing Carlos's disheartened state, he spoke up. "Carlos, your current strength is indeed sufficient to defeat Mark. After all, Mark is relying on a special technique that cannot be maintained indefinitely. If you can endure until his technique dissipates, victory will be yours. However, you must first fully harness your inherent power. For the time being, you will train alongside Vera and Mark in the gravity chamber." Carlos, who had been feeling low, brightened at Yamcha's words. He quickly realized his shortcomings, stood with renewed determination, and addressed Mark. "Once I stabilize my cultivation, we shall battle again." "I'm always ready," Mark replied without hesitation, though he spoke confidently. Mark and the others felt a sense of pressure, compelling them to train even harder. This was precisely what Yamcha hoped to see. Appropriate pressure is the key to progress. This time, Carlos's trial with the evolution potion was remarkably successful, though the process was rather painful, an ordeal that most would find unbearable. Only someone like Carlos, who had undergone years of rigorous training and possessed immense endurance, could withstand it. Fortunately, it succeeded, and Bulma dubbed this concoction the 1.0 version of the evolution potion. Subsequently, she extracted some of Carlos's blood as experimental material and hurriedly returned to her lab. The success of the evolution potion opened a window filled with intrigue for her. Under Yamcha's guidance, a multitude of novel ideas flooded her mind, eagerly awaiting practical validation. In the future, even more powerful evolution potions are sure to emerge. After witnessing Carlos's formidable prowess, Suddy and Mocha found themselves equally eager to improve. Time flew by, and half a year passed swiftly. During this period, the members of the Wukong school grew rapidly, like spring bamboo shoots. Yamcha's foundational combat power had reached an impressive 980 points, making him the most powerful individual on Earth. Perhaps even the gods of the Earth's divine realm would struggle to match him. However, upon reaching this pinnacle, Yamcha found himself in yet another bottleneck, reminiscent of the previous 100-point impasse. It felt as if an invisible barrier was obstructing his progress, preventing him from breaking through his physical limits, thus hindering any further enhancement of his combat power. As for his disciples, their combat power had also seen significant improvement. With 3 of his closest disciples making the most remarkable strides, Vera's combat power surpassed 82, Mark reached 65, and Vincent achieved 45. Meanwhile, Carlos, having ingested the evolution potion, saw his combat power soar to 63, a testament to the potion's effects. Additionally, he had learned the Chi element bullet, placing him 3rd among the Wukong disciples. Consequently, Yamcha elevated Carlos to the rank of inner disciple. Suddy and Mocha's combat power broke through to 20, while the other 3 new disciples just surpassed the 10-point threshold. Now, the Wukong school had established itself as a formidable force on Earth. However, Yamcha often felt a lingering emptiness. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he had left a cat at Karen Tower. Over a year had passed, and he was uncertain how Poir had fared under the tutelage of Master Karen, or whether he had learned the techniques for cultivating the sacred beans. Observing Vera and the others diligently training in the gravity chamber, Yamcha nodded approvingly. They had fallen into a productive rhythm and no longer required his guidance. It was time for him to consider his own advancement, and the heavenly temple on Earth undoubtedly presented the best opportunity. However, access to the heavenly temple required the use of Sun Wukong's golden staff, for Yamcha's current strength was insufficient to disregard its regulations. He surmised that the heavenly temple must possess a unique protective barrier. Without the golden staff as a key, even a stronger individual would be unable to reach it. Just as Yamcha pondered where to find Sun Wukong, Bulma delivered good news. Sun Wukong's Dragon Ball radar had malfunctioned, prompting him to come to West City for repairs. After fixing the radar, Bulma planned to take Sun Wukong to the Sky Garden for some fun and invited Yamcha to join them. Yamcha readily accepted, while training was essential. Spending quality time with his girlfriend was equally important. Moreover, Sun Wukong possessed a unique ability that attracted trouble wherever he went, and Yamcha was determined to protect Bulma from any potential harm. Before long, Yamcha soared to West City and, upon entering its vicinity, quickly sensed a powerful aura emanating from the Capsule Corporation, one he recognized all too well. It was Sun Wukong, whom he had not seen in a year. In that time, Wukong's power had surged significantly, now reaching 130 points, more than doubling since their last encounter at the martial arts tournament, making him nearly equal to Master Roshi. Moments later, Yamcha arrived above the Capsule Corporation and spotted Sun Wukong in the backyard, accompanied by Bulma and Oolong. Chapter 55, How Seeki Hey, Yamcha. Before landing, Sun Wukong, with the keen eyes of a hawk, spotted Yamcha in the sky and excitedly waved his hand. Yamcha smiled gently, his lips curling up, and gracefully descended like a feather. Approaching Bulma with a radiant smile. Wukong, it has been a while. Yamcha, you can fly. Can you teach me? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in curiosity. Yamcha nodded slightly and replied, flying is not particularly difficult. It hinges on mastering the art of energy manipulation. First, calm your mind and feel the energy within you, like a babbling brook. Then, try to concentrate that energy at the soles of your feet and release it gently, allowing yourself to soar freely like a bird. Following Yamcha's guidance, Sun Wukong closed his eyes and began to sense the powerful energy inside him. His innate talent shone like the most radiant star in the night sky. In a moment, he opened his eyes, exhilarated, and exclaimed, I feel the surging energy within me. He then concentrated the energy at his feet and cautiously released it. His body moved like a delicate butterfly, albeit clumsily, yet he truly began to fly. Haha, I can fly. Sun Wukong joyfully soared through the air. Bulma watched him, her heart brimming with happiness. Yamcha, you are incredible. You taught Wukong to fly so quickly. Yamcha chuckled, it's not my prowess, it's Wukong's exceptional talent. Once one grasps the method, flying becomes quite simple. I want to fly too. What should I do? Bulma mused. You developed the first-generation evolution serum, didn't you? If you can endure the pain, once your energy increases, I can teach you, Yamcha replied with a smile. Perhaps not. The first-generation serum is still not perfected. I will wait until I create one without any side effects. Bulma recalled Carlos's agonized expression during his use of the serum and promptly retreated from the idea. The trio played in the garden for a while before deciding to head to the aerial amusement park. They boarded Bulma's flying vehicle and set off towards their destination. The aerial amusement park, situated in the heart of West City, was supported by a massive concrete pillar with a diameter of several meters. Surrounded by a spiral escalator soaring over 100 meters high, creating a grand circular structure. As they disembarked from the vehicle and prepared to ascend the spiral escalator, Yamcha sensed three malicious gazes upon them. Without turning around, he clearly perceived their positions. About 50 or 60 meters away, three individuals lurked stealthily. A beautiful woman with yellow hair leading the group, accompanied by a man in a hat and a pig-headed creature. However, their combat prowess was no different from that of ordinary people, so Yamcha chose to ignore them. The group entered the spiral escalator, heading directly to the amusement park, with their pursuers trailing closely behind. Though primarily a place of entertainment, the amusement park incorporated advanced technology. As the escalator ascended to the top, a dreamlike scene unfolded, immersing them in an ethereal atmosphere. At the end of the escalator lay the entrance ticketing area, where they passed through seamlessly into the amusement park. The park featured various attractions, including roller coasters. Sun Wukong, having never encountered such toys before, played gleefully with Oolong, while Yamcha and Bulma enjoyed their own little world. As Sun Wukong and Oolong stood on separate spherical platforms trying to maintain their balance, the trio that had been following them set their sights on Sun Wukong, intending to seize the two Dragon Balls he possessed. While Sun Wukong was engrossed in the games, the yellow-haired woman swiftly threw a concealed weapon aimed at his temple, hoping to incapacitate him in one swift move. Though Sun Wukong was focused on the spherical platform beneath him, as a martial artist, his instincts kicked in, and he managed to catch the projectile just before it struck. To his surprise, it was merely a walnut. In a secure amusement park, patrons were not permitted to carry dangerous weapons. Thus, the yellow-haired woman resorted to using a hard walnut, which, despite its innocuous appearance, she had wielded effectively as a professional assassin on numerous occasions. 30 to 40 meters away, hidden in the bushes, the yellow-haired woman and her accomplices lay in wait. "It has been quite some time since I encountered such a formidable opponent," she remarked, her expression turning serious. "Haoseki, what strategy should we employ to snatch the Dragon Balls from that Sun Wukong?" inquired the man in the green hat. "What strategy? Leave it to my intellect." The yellow-haired woman, identified as Haoseki, replied confidently, gesturing to her head with her right hand. Oblivious to the lurking danger, Sun Wukong continued to enjoy himself, dismissing the attack. After a while, the group gathered to indulge in some culinary delights. Suddenly, a girl's scream echoed from a nearby passage. Fueled by a strong sense of justice, Sun Wukong dashed towards the source of the cry. "Someone is bullying a girl. Let us go see," Bulma exclaimed fiercely. Yamcha nodded, his expression peculiar. Before long, they arrived at the scene, where a man in a hat and a pig-headed creature were attempting to accost a beautiful woman in a veil, none other than Haoseki. Clearly part of a staged act devised by the trio. Yamcha smiled knowingly. Their clumsy performance could not deceive him, having been previously influenced by numerous films in his past life. However, he refrained from revealing the truth to Sun Wukong and the others, curious to see what tricks the trio would attempt next. "It's you two again. Release that girl," Sun Wukong declared, his face grim. Evidently, he had encountered the man in the hat and the pig-headed creature before. Upon seeing him, they hastily dropped the beautiful woman to the ground. As Sun Wukong prepared to pursue the two men, the veiled woman softly uttered, "Ah." Thinking she was injured, Sun Wukong slowed his pace, opting to check on her well-being instead of chasing after the assailants. "Are you all right, miss?" Bulma asked, helping the woman to her feet. Chapter 56. Unmasking Haoseki. Haoseki languidly opened her eyes and softly spoke. "Thank you for your assistance. My name is Haoseki, and I am a fortune teller. I never anticipated being ambushed by two ruffians. Those two are truly despicable. If we encounter them again, I shall ensure they regret it," Bulma, with a look of indignation, remarked, glancing at Yamcha behind her. Noticing Yamcha's indifference, she suspected that he might be captivated by the beauty of the woman before them, causing a surge of jealousy. "Yamcha, did you hear what I just said?" Yamcha, coming back to reality, quickly replied, "Yes, I heard. Those two are indeed vile. We must not let them escape next time." To his perception, those two had not fled far. Seeing that Sun Wukong did not pursue them, they merely lurked nearby, observing. Bulma shot a glare at Yamcha before turning her attention back to the woman. You are a fortune teller? What can you predict? Haosiki slightly lowered her head and replied, I can foretell events of both the past and the future. Bulma eyed the woman with skepticism. Are you truly that skilled? Surely, you are not deceiving us. Haosiki's gaze was resolute as she asserted, I do not deceive. My divination abilities are remarkably precise. Before long, Haosiki led them to a nearby magical abode. Upon entering, Yamcha sensed 3 distinct presences within the room. 2 were concealed behind a curtain in another chamber, while the third was hidden within a large jar. Yamcha maintained his composure, continuing to observe the situation, while Sun Wukong and Bulma curiously examined the magical dwelling. Haosiki smiled warmly and declared, as a token of my gratitude, I shall offer you a free reading. She approached a table draped in black cloth, at the center of which rested a square tray, atop which lay a crystal ball the size of a human head. Gently caressing the crystal, an unusual radiance emanated from within. Haosiki closed her eyes, seemingly attuned to something beyond the tangible. After a moment, she opened her eyes and spoke slowly. I have glimpsed your past and future. This gentleman. Haosiki gazed at Sun Wukong. You once traversed a frigid village in the north, enduring a formidable adventure. Then, you entered a colossal tower. Sun Wukong, filled with excitement, exclaimed, You speak of Miss Ruta. How did you know? Wukong, is she accurate? Bulma inquired. Her curiosity piqued regarding the art of divination. She is indeed correct, Sun Wukong affirmed. Also, within your clothing, you possess 2 orbs, Haosiki continued. The 2 orbs were undoubtedly the 2 Dragon Balls carried by Sun Wukong. Realization dawned on Yamcha. The woman's intentions were evidently directed toward the Dragon Balls. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, after a moment's contemplation, loosened his belt, exposing himself without a care in the world. His audacious act left the 2 girls blushing, while Bulma sprang up, delivering a sharp slap to Sun Wukong's head. Ouch! Bulma, why did you hit me? Sun Wukong protested, bewildered. Bulma, resembling an enraged lioness, shouted. How shameful! Quickly pull up your pants. Only then did Sun Wukong comply. Yamcha chuckled. What she mentioned were your Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong finally comprehended. Retrieving a cloth pouch from within his garments and revealing 2 gleaming red orbs. Upon seeing the Dragon Balls, a look of delight spread across Haosiki's face. She then signaled to the man in the hat and the pig-headed creature lurking in the other room. According to their plan, the moment Sun Wukong produced the Dragon Balls, they would extinguish all the lights in the room, allowing Haosiki, with her exceptional thieving skills, to seize the orbs from Sun Wukong's grasp. The man in the hat and the pig-headed creature hurried toward the power switch, only to find that it required a fingerprint verification, leaving them perplexed. The man in the hat, in frustration, struck the switch. The lights remained on, yet the commotion drew the attention of Sun Wukong and the others in the adjacent room. Sun Wukong pulled aside the curtain, instantly recognizing the familiar faces of the man in the hat and the pig-headed creature. Ah, so it is you 2 rascals causing trouble again. Even Sun Wukong, known for his good nature, felt a surge of anger at their repeated misdeeds. The 2, realizing their mission had failed and they had been discovered, hurriedly fled through the window. With their escape, Sun Wukong's temper flared, and he resolved to teach them a lesson. He entrusted the Dragon Balls to Yamcha and pursued the fleeing figures. Haosiki, relieved by Sun Wukong's departure, felt a sense of security. According to the information from the Red Ribbon Army, there was no mention of Yamcha. Moreover, at that moment, Yamcha wore a hat to avoid being recognized by admirers. Consequently, Haosiki failed to identify him as the champion of the martial arts tournament, mistakenly believing both he and Bulma to be ordinary individuals. With her gaze fixated on the 2 Dragon Balls in Yamcha's possession, she seemed poised to act. Do you desire these 2 Dragon Balls? Yamcha asked, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Haosiki nodded naturally. Oh no, Yamcha. Bulma, sensing Yamcha's intent to hand over the Dragon Balls, felt a surge of jealousy and pulled him by the ear, exclaiming loudly. In response to Bulma's fierce reprimand, Yamcha felt compelled to clarify. No. I was merely jesting. This woman has ulterior motives. She likely approached us to obtain Wukong's Dragon Balls. Furthermore, the 2 who just fled are in league with her. Haosiki's brow furrowed. She had not anticipated that her true identity would be discerned by this handsome man, yet she did not wish to concede. Instead, she softly replied, What are you talking about, sir? I do not understand. Is that so? Yamcha chuckled, striding toward a corner where a jar sat. He casually knocked off the lid, revealing an elderly man bound and gagged within. The old man, wide-eyed and startled, gazed at Yamcha and Haosiki, seemingly wishing to speak. But the cloth gag rendered him voiceless. Yamcha approached and removed the gag from the old man's mouth. The elder immediately exclaimed, "This woman is a villain. She is the one who imprisoned me in this jar." Chapter 57. The return to the sacred land of Korin. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Haseki realized there was no need to maintain her disguise. Swiftly, she drew a flexible sword from her waist and lunged fiercely at Yamcha, intent on seizing the Dragon Ball. "Since you have uncovered my scheme, do not blame me for being impolite. Hand over the Dragon Ball." Despite her considerable combat prowess, exceeding 30, her sword transformed into a radiant beam aimed at her target. Yamcha merely shook his head, lightly flicking the tip of her blade, causing Haseki to lose her grip and the sword to fly from her hands. "Do you think you can snatch the Dragon Ball so easily? Too naive," he remarked with a hint of scorn. Bulma, frightened, stepped aside. Witnessing Haseki's swift defeat at Yamcha's hands, a sense of pride surged within her. She boldly approached Haseki, hands on her hips, and declared with feigned authority, "You wicked woman, how dare you deceive us? Now you've been caught." Haseki's expression darkened, filled with resentment. She had not anticipated her plan would be thwarted so effortlessly. Yamcha regarded her solemnly, asking, "Now, tell me, who exactly are you? Why do you seek the Dragon Ball?" Haseki remained silent, clearly reluctant to divulge any information. Yamcha narrowed his eyes, threatening, "If you refuse to speak, I may have to resort to more drastic measures." The malice in his words unnerved Haseki, prompting her to finally speak. "It was the Red Ribbon Army that compelled me to do this. They aim to collect the Dragon Balls to fulfill their ambition of world domination." Once again, the Red Ribbon Army, Yamcha muttered before Goku, just returned, interjected with indignation. He held aloft a man in a hat and a pig-headed creature. Since beginning his quest for the Dragon Balls, he had frequently encountered members of the Red Ribbon Army. Had they been a righteous organization, he would have thought nothing of it. However, their notorious reputation as a brutal terror group on Earth led him to worry about the consequences if they were to obtain all 7 Dragon Balls. Yamcha frowned, his expression grave. The ambitions of the Red Ribbon Army are not to be underestimated. Yet, to me, they do not pose a significant threat. Their strongest member seems to be a general named Blue, while the true danger lies with the elusive Dr. Gero, who is secretly developing androids. However, Dr. Gero was notoriously slippery and difficult to locate. Bulma grew anxious, having heard tales of the Red Ribbon Army's infamy even in the peaceful West City. Their influence in the North is formidable. "Goku, you must be cautious when you go there." Goku clenched his fists confidently. "Don't worry, Bulma. The Red Ribbon Army is no match for me." Yamcha nodded at Goku, turning to Haseki. "You would be wise to cease your dealings with the Red Ribbon Army. Otherwise, next time you may not be so fortunate." Haseki lowered her head, filled with fear and regret, fully aware that she had entangled herself with dangerous individuals. Subsequently, Yamcha decided to turn Haseki, along with the man in the hat and the pig-headed creature, over to the authorities. With the matter settled, their interest in further leisure activities waned, and they returned to Capsule Corporation via their flying vehicle. "Yamcha, let us engage in a thrilling battle," Goku exclaimed. His enthusiasm for combat rekindled. Despite having been bested by Yamcha twice, his spirit remained unbroken, growing only more resolute. However, Yamcha had no desire to fight him at this moment, as their levels of combat prowess and skill were not comparable. With Goku's power at 130, he was, to Yamcha, far too weak to pique his interest, especially considering Goku's rudimentary understanding of energy manipulation. Their realms were simply not aligned, rendering any battle meaningless. Yamcha considered granting Goku an advantage, which would naturally involve Korin Tower and the realm of the gods. Observing Goku's zealous demeanor, he chuckled and shook his head. "Goku, now is not the time for a fight. You haven't visited Korin Tower yet, have you?" Goku scratched his head sheepishly. "You mean Korin Tower? I forgot about that. Actually, I was thinking of going there soon. How about we go together? There are ways to rapidly enhance your abilities there. Once you've improved, we can have an exhilarating battle." Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect, but he hesitated, recalling the 4-star Dragon Ball his grandfather had given him that he still needed to collect. "But I still need to gather my 4-star Dragon Ball. Collecting Dragon Balls isn't urgent. Once your strength increases, gathering them will be much swifter," Yamcha coaxed. Under Yamcha's persuasive guidance, Goku ultimately decided to accompany him to Korin Tower for training. This time, it was a training session, and Bulma and Oolong did not join them. Goku and Yamcha utilized the instant transmission technique, soaring toward Korin Tower. After a period of travel, they finally beheld the towering Korin Tower. What an impressive height. Goku marveled. Is the Korin Sage really at the top? Indeed, the Korin Sage awaits us at the summit. Anyone who ascends the tower shall receive his guidance. Let us begin our ascent, Yamcha replied. As they commenced their climb, Goku was astounded by the tower's height, but did not falter. His combat power had long surpassed that of the original story's Goku, who could not have matched the 120 power level of Tao Pai Pai at this stage. In this world, influenced by Yamcha, Goku's power had already exceeded that of Tao Pai Pai. The ascent posed no significant challenge for him. Within half an hour, they reached the pinnacle of Korin Tower. The Korin Sage, a wise old cat, had anticipated their arrival and awaited them. No sooner had Yamcha steadied himself than a shadow swooped in. "Young Master Yamcha, you finally came to see me," the figure exclaimed, a hint of grievance in her voice. It was Puar, whom Yamcha had not seen for quite some time. "Of course, did I not promise to visit you?" Yamcha replied, gently stroking Puar's head and inquiring with concern, "Are you comfortable here?" Having enjoyed Yamcha's affection, Puar responded earnestly, "The Korin Sage treats me well and has taught me so much." Goku glanced around, failing to spot the elusive Korin Sage, and turned to Puar. "Puar, you're here too. Where's the Korin Sage?" The cat sage, positioned directly beneath Yamcha and Goku, expressed his displeasure. "Young man, what are you saying? Am I not right here before you?" Chapter 58. The growth of Puar upon hearing the voice. Sun Wukong lowered his head and was astonished to discover the diminutive figure of the cat sage at his feet. "You are the Korin Sage? How can you be so small?" he exclaimed. The cat sage huffed, crossing his arms in dissatisfaction. "Do not judge by appearances. I am the guardian of Korin Tower, endowed with immense wisdom and power." Yamcha interjected with a smile, "Sun Wukong, although the Korin Sage may seem small, he is truly formidable. I brought you here to seek his guidance to enhance your strength." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, "My apologies, Korin Sage. I did not intend to offend you. Please, impart your wisdom upon my training." The cat sage regarded Sun Wukong with a critical eye and replied slowly, "Impertinent fellow. Why would I teach you?" Despite his words, the cat sage was not genuinely angry. He was merely toying with Wukong. Unyielding by nature and particularly resolute when it came to training, Sun Wukong persisted. Eventually, the cat sage relented under Wukong's relentless entreaties. After all, having ascended Korin Tower, Wukong had already passed the initial trial and was entitled to the sage's instruction. Thus, the cat sage followed the traditional training protocol to guide Sun Wukong. He approached the area where the ultra-holy water was kept, lifting it with his staff and gesturing for Sun Wukong to seize it. Wukong, with his straightforward mindset, did not immediately grasp the underlying challenge. He lunged forward to snatch the ultra-holy water from the staff, but just as his hand was about to touch the vessel, the cat sage vanished in a blur. With a chuckle, Wukong attempted a series of rapid strikes, charging once more at the cat sage. Meanwhile, Yamcha accompanied Puar to a secluded room devoid of clutter, save for a row of neatly arranged flower pots. Each pot housed vibrant, thriving vines, some adorned with delicate blossoms. "Yamcha, behold, this is the celestial bean vegetation I have cultivated. It has already begun to bloom. In just 6 months, we shall harvest the celestial beans," Puar declared with pride. "Puar, you have done remarkably well to cultivate celestial beans," Yamcha praised. Flattered by Yamcha's compliment, Puar eagerly recounted the arduous process of her cultivation. Through their conversation, Yamcha gained a clearer understanding of the complexities involved in growing celestial beans. It was not a simple task. It required a special environment and soil, as well as the unique nurturing techniques of the cat sage. Although Puar had mastered the cultivation process, the conditions elsewhere on Earth were not conducive to growth. The environment was scarce, requiring an altitude of 30 kilometers to thrive, and the soil must be from the divine realm, rich in life energy, essential for the survival of celestial beings. Moreover, the yield of celestial beans was quite low. A single vine could produce only 3 beans per year, and the cat sage possessed a mere 5 pots. Previously, he had casually cultivated 1 or 2 pots over 5 or 6 centuries, yielding only a little over 1,000 beans, most of which had been claimed by Yamcha in one fell swoop. Now, with all 5 pots being tended to simultaneously, the process would undoubtedly accelerate. In addition to her botanical endeavors, Puar's combat prowess had also seen a significant enhancement, her strength rising from a mere 5 or 6 points to 20. While Yamcha had no immediate need for her in battle, her newfound strength would undoubtedly increase her chances of survival in future confrontations. With Yamcha having completed his task with Puar, he prepared to return. However, before departing Korin Tower, He had another objective, to explore the Temple of the Gods on Earth. The temple was notably elusive. Even Yamcha, standing atop Karen Tower, could not sense its presence. Previously, he had attributed this to his insufficient power, but now, with his strength exceeding 990, he remained oblivious to the temple's existence. Clearly, an extraordinary barrier surrounded it, rendering ordinary detection futile. Yamcha mused that only through a forceful approach, utilizing energy waves to attack the space above, might the temple reveal itself. However, such an action would undoubtedly provoke the deities residing within. If there were a way to access the Temple of the Gods through proper channels, Yamcha would prefer to avoid antagonizing them. Eventually, Yamcha and Puer returned to the training area where Sun Wukong was laboring. By this time, Wukong was utterly exhausted. Having struggled against the thin air of such altitude, it was reminiscent of his own initial training under the Cat Sage. The Cat Sage, too, sat down on the ground, visibly fatigued. Before long, Sun Wukong succumbed to fatigue and lay down, swiftly drifting into slumber. The Cat Sage turned to Yamcha and remarked, "Yamcha, this lad you brought is exceptionally gifted. I nearly found it overwhelming. Fortunately, I still possess some strength." Indeed, Sun Wukong's talent was undeniable. He could grasp basic techniques with a single demonstration. In the original tale, he mastered the use of energy in just 3 days, subsequently defeating Tao Pai Pai after his training with the Cat Sage. Now, with his enhanced abilities, Wukong was learning even more swiftly. In merely half a day, he transitioned from a rudimentary understanding of energy to the threshold of perceiving and utilizing it, the secret at the core of martial arts on Earth. Distinguishing elite practitioners from the average, mastering the use of energy would secure him a place within the martial arts community. As training progressed, the Cat Sage found himself thoroughly worn out. Unlike Yamcha, who understood the importance of balancing work and rest, Sun Wukong was singularly focused on his training, akin to an unyielding machine. Even with the celestial beings to sustain him, the mental fatigue was not easily alleviated. Nevertheless, the results were remarkable. Within just 2 days, Sun Wukong completed his training in energy utilization and successfully obtained the ultra-holy water from the Cat Sage, becoming the second individual in nearly a century to achieve this feat. Chapter 59. The Temple of the Gods under the astute perception of Yamcha. Sun Wukong's combat prowess ascended unnoticeably to 180 points, his aura as steady as Mount Tai, devoid of the previous sharpness. One should not underestimate the seemingly modest increase of 50 points in battle power. It is worth recalling that when Demon King Piccolo first emerged, his power was merely 50 points higher than Tien Shinhan's. However, when Piccolo unleashed his full formidable might, Tien lost all desire to fight, akin to a deflated balloon. In the annals of memory, Sun Wukong's power reached 180 points only during the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, and now, with just over a year since the 21st tournament, he had achieved this milestone a full year ahead of time. At that juncture, even if Yamcha remained idle, Sun Wukong would be capable of single-handedly vanquishing Piccolo. This unequivocally signifies that Yamcha had subtly begun to influence the fate of Earth. As for the super divine water at the Cat Sage's abode, Yamcha had no intention of allowing Sun Wukong to sample it. He himself was keen to avoid it. For Yamcha surmised that this super divine water harbored a venomous potency akin to that of a scorpion, inflicting grievous harm upon the consumer's body, as severe as a mountain crushing an egg. In the tapestry of memory, although Sun Wukong briefly enhanced his strength after consuming the super divine water due to the Scion's indomitable life force and unique potential unlocked in the face of death, its subsequent training proved to be a futile endeavor, akin to quenching thirst with poison. Despite triumphing over Demon King Piccolo post-consumption, Sun Wukong's progress in the ensuing years was akin to the sluggish crawl of a snail. It is essential to note that when Piccolo restored his youth with the Dragon Balls, his combat strength soared to at least 300 points, and Sun Wukong, even while grievously injured, managed to defeat him, indicating his own power was similarly above 300 points. By the time of the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong found himself evenly matched against Piccolo Jr., who possessed a mere 330 points of combat power. Clearly, even after spending a year or two training in the Temple of the Gods and several months in the hyperbolic time chamber, his combat power showed little significant improvement, which defies reason. Logically, Sun Wukong's age should have been the most conducive to rapid enhancement, yet his progress was agonizingly slow. Following his victory over Piccolo Jr. and subsequent encounters with Raditz, his advancement continued at a languid pace. It is noteworthy that Sun Wukong did not cease training after marrying Chi-Chi. he remained dedicated. Yet the results were dishearteningly meager. Only upon his death in battle against Raditz, preserving his perfect form, and undergoing training on King Kai's planet, did he experience a surge of growth. Conversely, the other character who consumed the super divine water, Yakenope, fell into the ranks of the nameless. In preparation for the impending Scion invasion, the gods summoned Yakenope, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien for training, yet Yakenope's progress was the slowest. His combat power even inferior to that of the weaker Krillin and Yamcha. Initially, Yakenope possessed the capability to contend with Sun Wukong's 180 points of power, showcasing talent that rivaled Wukong's. This discrepancy is patently unreasonable. The only plausible explanation lies in the detrimental effects of the super divine water on his potential. As for the notion that Yakenope's lack of growth stemmed from laziness, Yamcha found it utterly implausible, though Yakenope often appeared disinterested. His ability to independently attain a level comparable to Sun Wukong suggested that he had indeed undergone rigorous training. He simply lacked the same fervor as Sun Wukong. Yet, for someone who had undergone training under the god, to make no gains in combat power is patently illogical. The only explanation must be that the super divine water had depleted his potential, rendering further enhancement impossible. Unless, like Sun Wukong, he were to die and revive. Yet Yakenope was exceedingly slippery, adept at evading danger and preserving himself. During their leisure, the two men and two cats engaged in a barbecue on the second floor of Karen Tower. Although the Senzu could satiate their hunger, Yamcha preferred substantial food, which nourished without diminishing his appetite. Furthermore, the flavor of Senzu beans was notably lacking, and with half of them under his care, each bean consumed meant one less in stock. Thus, for the past 2 days, the culinary arrangements for Sun Wukong and the cat sage had been managed by Yamcha. As the cat sage relished the meal, his gaze turned to Yamcha, inquiring, "Yamcha, your visit to Karen Tower I sent solely to fetch poor, is it?" If that were the case, Yamcha could have departed the tower on the same day, rather than lingering for 2 days to assist Sun Wukong in his training. This behavior was decidedly unusual, and the cat sage, familiar with Yamcha, sensed something amiss, though he could not yet discern Yamcha's true intention. "Ah, you've seen through me," Yamcha replied, showing no intention to conceal his purpose, as he pointed a finger skyward. "My aim lies above." "What? How do you know about that place?" That above referred to the Temple of the Gods, one of the most enigmatic realms on Earth. Logically, Yamcha should not have been aware of its existence. Even 300 years prior, during the training of Master Roshi, the cat sage hadn't divulged a word about it. How could a young martial artist like Yamcha possess knowledge of the temple? This revelation astonished the cat sage. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his eyes sparkled with understanding. What lies above? Could it be the tower's pinnacle? Sun Wukong, engrossed in his grilled fish, inquired in bewilderment. Without offering an explanation, the cat sage turned to Yamcha, asking, "Could it be that you glimpsed something from the 3 water basins on the first floor?" Yamcha pondered how to articulate his thoughts, only for the cat sage to provide him with a rationale. While the cat sage managed Karen Tower, he was oblivious to what visitors might witness within the past, present, and future water basins. Thus, it was only natural to assume that Yamcha's knowledge of the Temple of the Gods derived from his observations of the future. Indeed, you've guessed correctly. Last time, I beheld an extraordinary scene through the future water basin. I utilized Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang to enter another realm, where I underwent training under a figure with a charcoal head. Yamcha elaborated in accordance with the cat sage's conjecture. No sooner had he spoken than he received a light smack on the head. "Karen Sage, why did you hit me?" Yamcha exclaimed, rubbing his sore crown. The one who struck him was, of course, the cat sage. As the guardian of the Temple of the Gods, he was intimately familiar with its inhabitants. The mention of the charcoal head instantly reminded him of the god's attendant, Bubbles. For the cat sage, Bubbles represented not merely a subordinate, but a mentor and friend. Before assuming his role as the cat sage, he had received guidance from Bubbles, who held a special place in his heart as a teacher. Thus, upon hearing Yamcha disparage Bubbles, the cat sage felt compelled to deliver a light reprimand. Chapter 60, Departure to the Celestial Temple. What a black-haired imp. That is a servant of the celestial deity, the cat sage remarked with a hint of annoyance. A servant of the celestial deity? And who, pray tell, is the celestial deity? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. The cat sage cast another glance at Sun Wukong, his gaze lingering on the Rui Jingu Bang, the magical staff strapped to Wukong's back. A realization dawned upon him. This was precisely the reason why Yamcha brought Wukong to Karen Tower. The celestial deity is indeed a magnificent being. The Dragon Balls you are now gathering are wondrous artifacts created by him. Moreover, the celestial deity governs the climate of Earth and maintains communication with the underworld. The cat sage spoke, his eyes reflecting reverence for the celestial deity. Such power. How then can we meet the celestial deity? Sun Wukong asked, his curiosity piqued. Seeing Wukong articulate his question, Yamcha too was eager to hear the cat sage's response. The cat sage narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grave. To meet the celestial deity, one must first earn my approval. You must demonstrate resilience and possess a clear mind. He then turned his gaze toward Yamcha, adding, and you, it seems, harbor impure intentions. Wukong, however, fits the requirements admirably. In this era, Earth was at peace, and the threshold for entering the celestial temple was exceedingly high. Only those with pure and unblemished hearts could gain entry. The cat sage perceived Yamcha's scheming desire to enter the celestial temple as a clear indication of his unworthy intentions. Me? Sun Wukong's heart remained unperturbed as he gazed at the cat sage with his large, innocent eyes, appearing somewhat oblivious. Yet Yamcha was not willing to forfeit his opportunity to enter the celestial temple. With a serious countenance, he implored, Karen Sage, you may not be aware. But although Earth appears peaceful now, formidable adversaries loom on the horizon. Their power surpasses our wildest imaginations. If Wukong and I do not swiftly enhance our strength, we will be utterly incapable of defending our planet. The cat sage furrowed his brow slightly. Is this a vision of the future you have seen? One that even you cannot overcome? Yamcha took a deep breath and replied slowly, what is my strength in the grand scheme? The foe's Earth is destined to possess the power to annihilate worlds. The current martial realm of Earth is but a mere ant compared to the future enemies. The cat sage could sense that Yamcha spoke the truth. If what Yamcha claimed was indeed accurate, then Earth was in grave danger. He felt the immense energy emanating from Yamcha, which was 5 times his own. Should it be fully unleashed, he believed even he would not entertain thoughts of resistance. Yet such a powerful being, claiming that future foes would surpass him, instilled a trace of fear within the cat sage. However, his long-held principles rendered him indecisive. Is there truly such a formidable being? I yearned to witness it. Upon hearing that there existed beings far stronger than Yamcha, Sun Wukong felt not fear, but an insatiable desire to fight. He had thought Yamcha was the pinnacle of martial arts, the ultimate goal of his life. Yet he was astonished to learn that there were those who could instill fear even in Yamcha. This revelation filled Sun Wukong with excitement and exhilaration. As if he had glimpsed a new realm, the cat sage observed the fiery determination in Sun Wukong's demeanor, feeling a stir within. He turned to Yamcha and spoke with a complex expression. Are the future adversaries you speak of truly so fearsome? If that is the case, permitting you entry into the celestial temple to enhance your strength may indeed be a prudent choice. However, the celestial temple has its own rules. I cannot break them lightly. Yamcha quickly responded, Karen Sage, I understand the importance of the celestial temple's rules, yet the future is dire. If we do not prepare in advance, when the enemies strike, Earth will plunge into a catastrophic crisis, and it will be too late for salvation. The cat sage remained silent for a moment before conceding, very well. Since you are so resolute, I shall make an exception this once. You may both enter the celestial temple. I only hope you will not commit any acts that betray Earth. Yamcha's gaze hardened. Your decision is sagacious. The celestial temple is the most fitting place for me at present. Had the cat sage refused, I would have had no choice but to leave Earth in search of other avenues for growth. Fortunately, the cat sage acquiesced to his request, alleviating unnecessary troubles. After all, the universe was a treacherous place for someone like Yamcha at this moment. By the way, I still do not know where the celestial temple is, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Unlike Yamcha, Sun Wukong lacked the foresight to know, during the lengthy conversation between Yamcha and the cat sage. The location of the celestial temple had not been revealed. The celestial temple lies above Karen Tower, Yamcha replied with a grin. Above? But there is nothing up there, Sun Wukong exclaimed, further perplexed. He looked up at the top of Karen Tower, which appeared empty. Even with his newly acquired ability to sense energy, he detected nothing. The celestial temple indeed lay above, but it was still a considerable distance away, enveloped in the celestial deity's energy, rendering it undetectable. To reach the celestial temple, one could only rely on the Rui Jingu Bang upon your back, the cat sage explained, gesturing at Sun Wukong's staff. It serves as a bridge between Karen Tower and the celestial temple. Otherwise, no matter how high you fly, you would be unable to enter. Sun Wukong untied the Rui Jingu Bang from his back, holding it in surprise. Wow, I never expected the Rui Jingu Bang to have such a function. This is in fact, its original purpose. However, for the past 500 or 600 years, no one has met the standards for entering the Celestial Temple, which is why I entrusted the Rui Jingu Bang to Master Rashi 300 years ago. Now, it has returned to Karen Tower, indicating that it is time to fulfill its mission. Moreover, you will need to bring this. The cat sage then produced a small yellow bell from his robes. The moment it appeared, Yamcha sensed its extraordinary nature, radiating a mysterious energy akin to the magic used by Puar, albeit significantly stronger. Following the cat sage's guidance, Sun Wukong soared to the pinnacle of Karen Tower, where he discovered a small opening perfectly suited for securing the Rui Jingu Bang. Gripping one end of the staff with both hands, Sun Wukong prepared to insert it, while Yamcha grasped the other end. Karen Sage, Puar, we shall take our leave now. Yamcha had long awaited this moment, and he signaled to Sun Wukong to extend the Rui Jingu Bang. Extend, Rui Bang. Sun Wukong called out with determination. Chapter 61. Arrival at the Divine Temple. In the blink of an eye, the Rui Jingu Bang transformed into a lively dragon, enveloping the two and soaring upward like a brilliant ray of light. The staff extended with the speed of lightning, and in mere moments, the figures of Sun Wukong and Yamcha vanished from the sight of the cat sage and pool below. As the Rui Jingu Bang ascended, Yamcha was startled to observe the surrounding space beginning to twist in an uncanny manner. After about 10 minutes, the staff propelled them into a thick, ink-black cloud layer, where it seemed countless clawed dragons lurked, accompanied by thunder and lightning that instilled terror. Boom! A sense of dread gripped Yamcha's heart. He realized the gravity of their situation. In such tempestuous weather, anyone who had ever been struck by lightning knew that metal rods would attract electric strikes, and at that moment, the Rui Jingu Bang was akin to a colossal lightning rod, leading them unhesitatingly into the vortex of thunder. Yet, Sun Wukong and Yamcha held on tightly to the staff, refusing to let go. In the next instant, a barrage of lightning struck them like a relentless downpour. The terrifying electricity caused Sun Wukong to cry out in distress, while Yamcha felt a tingling numbness coursing through him. Had they not possessed considerable strength, they might have struggled to maintain their grip on the staff, risking a fall into the abyss below. Within the clouds, not only was there the horror of thunder, but the complete absence of atmospheric pressure rendered them disoriented. For Yamcha, entering this cloud meant risking becoming lost within its depths. Logically, at their altitude, they had breached into the stratosphere or mesosphere of Earth, where such weather phenomena should not occur. Thus, the only explanation was that, guided by the Rui Jingu Bang and the bell, they had transcended into an alternate space beyond Earth's reality. Yamcha surmised that the clouds enveloping them were a barrier, with the bell serving as the key, aligning perfectly with his previous speculations. No wonder even during later battles in the Divine Temple, the Scions would not affect Earth. It seemed the Divine Temple and Earth existed in entirely different dimensional spaces. At this moment, the storm of lightning was a trial leading to the Divine Temple, continuously stimulating their nerves. Suddenly, Yamcha sensed his long-dormant fighting spirit beginning to surge. He had not experienced an increase in power for a month, even during training in the gravity chamber. Could it be that the lightning bore the potential for body refinement? A realization washed over Yamcha, akin to a cultivator's tribulation during ascension, both a test and an opportunity. He then focused his mind, allowing the lightning to invigorate every fiber of his being. As time passed slowly, Yamcha lost count of how many times he was struck by lightning. Each strike sent tremors through his body, oscillating between pain and exhilaration. Half an hour later, his fighting power peaked at 998 and ceased to rise. No further strikes affected him, and by now, he had adapted to the onslaught, the lightning no longer inflicting any harm. Eventually, the intensity of the lightning began to wane, and Yamcha realized they were about to exit the storm. Indeed, in the next moment, the Rui Jingu Bang seemed to pierce an invisible membrane, emerging into a vast azure sky. At this point, their clothes had been ravaged by the lightning, with one sleeve completely torn away, revealing their sturdy chests. Looking above, they spotted a dazzling red dot in the distance, resembling a brilliant jewel, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity. Yamcha felt a surge of excitement in his heart. They were nearing their destination. As they ascended, the speed of the Rui Jingu Bang began to diminish. The small red dot grew larger until it transformed into a colossal hemispherical platform, resembling a floating island, awe-inspiring in its grandeur. This is the Divine Temple. It's enormous, Sun Wukong exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Moments later, The Rui Jingu Bang firmly embedded itself into an opening at the base of the temple. Beside the opening, a winding staircase awaited, and the two ascended swiftly to solid ground. Gazing around, they found themselves shrouded in swirling mist, akin to a gossamer veil, so dense that the path ahead was obscured. However, faintly visible in the center of the haze loomed the majestic outline of a grand palace, ancient and dignified. Beneath Yamcha's feet, a straight path extended into the mist, flanked by evenly spaced trees. Besides a row of orderly trees at the edge of the ground, the area was predominantly open and pristine, exuding brightness. "Let us go," Yamcha urged Sun Wukong, who was still gazing around in wonder. As they advanced toward the palace, the mist dissipated swiftly, revealing a clearer path. Suddenly, they noticed a rotund black figure sitting on a 2-meter-wide rug at the palace's entrance. The figure's head was wrapped in white cloth, adorned with 2 earlobes, resembling an Arab. Previously, despite Yamcha's mastery over his energy, he had failed to sense this figure's presence amidst the fog, even though he sat merely a few dozen meters away. More intriguingly, colorful birds flitted about the black figure, who occasionally scattered unknown bait on the ground to feed them. The birds exhibited no fear, joyfully competing for the morsels in a remarkably natural manner. Though seemingly inconspicuous, Yamcha understood the implication. As his fighting power increased, his aura surged. And even without actively channeling his energy, ordinary individuals would feel an immense, invisible pressure in his presence, not to mention the highly sensitive birds. Since his training began in this world, not a single bird had approached him within a 10-meter radius. From his memories of the past life, Yamcha recognized that the black figure before him was Bobo, the attendant of the Divine One. Bobo's ability to attract birds indicated that they sensed no threat from him. Perceiving him as a tree instead, he had evidently concealed his aura to the utmost degree. This was precisely the technique Yamcha needed to learn. "Hello." Sun Wukong greeted Bobo eagerly, stepping forward. "Greetings." Bobo replied, his face breaking into a warm smile, his round eyes and sausage-like mouth resembling that of a kind elder. As he spoke, he stood up, and remarkably, the birds perched on his shoulders and in his hands did not take flight despite his considerable movement. They chirped happily instead. Chapter 62. "Bobo, are you a celestial being?" With a glimmer of curiosity, Sun Wukong inquired. "Are you not a celestial being?" "No, I am Bobo." "A servant of the celestial," Bobo replied, maintaining a serene smile, his demeanor unhurried. "Greetings, Mr. Bobo." Both Yamcha and Sun Wukong exclaimed in unison. Wukong's response stemmed from instinctive courtesy, while Yamcha's was imbued with genuine respect. Unlike the naive Sun Wukong, Yamcha recognized that Bobo, despite his claim to be merely a servant, possessed a profound understanding of martial arts that perhaps surpassed that of the celestial himself. What led Yamcha to such a conclusion? Simply put, Bobo had existed far longer than the current celestial, his strength unfathomable. He had even trained Sun Goten, who had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. It is noteworthy that even the weakest Super Saiyan boasts a combat power exceeding 100 million. Driven by curiosity, Yamcha unhesitatingly activated his system to investigate Bobo's attributes. Name: Bobo Combat Power, Unmeasurable Realm, 7th Stage of Divine Power Mental Strength, 1230 Talent Points, 360 Bloodline, Demon Race Skills, Puppet Control Technique, Flying Carpet, Explosive Wave, Dance of the Sky, Demon Ceiling Wave. Upon observing Bobo's attributes, Yamcha furrowed his brow in astonishment. It was his first encounter with an individual whose combat power was beyond measurement. The 7th Stage of Divine Power, what a remarkable realm. Bobo was the first to exhibit this level. Even the Cat Sage merely demonstrated combat power. When Yamcha noted Bobo's bloodline, he was taken aback. It was evident that Bobo's identity was anything but ordinary. The demon race clearly hailed from the demon realm, though it remained uncertain whether it was from the major demon realm or the minor demon realm. In addition to his bloodline, Bobo possessed an impressive array of skills, over 100, most of which Yamcha had never even heard of. Truly, Bobo was one of the most hidden figures on this earth. This realization sparked another wave of astonishment in Yamcha's mind. He suddenly recalled that both the King Kai and the God of Destruction had a servant stronger than themselves. And Bobo, as a servant of the Celestial, might belong to the same mysterious echelon as the angels. They are enigmatic beings, bound by rules, seldom revealing their true strength. Yet their realms are undeniably elevated. At that moment, upon hearing Bobo declare himself not a celestial, Sun Wukong, who had been cautious until now, relaxed considerably. It has been centuries since anyone has ascended here, You must truly be exceptional to have gained Karen's recognition and reached this celestial temple. Not too shabby, Sun Wukong replied. Scratching his head with a smile, his gaze shifting toward the celestial temple behind Bobo, seemingly searching for signs of the celestial. Is the celestial residing in that building? May we meet him? To meet the celestial, have you brought the token? Bobo maintained his cheerful demeanor. Is this it? Sun Wukong produced a yellow bell tied to his waist. Bobo regarded the bell, which emanated a peculiar glow, and replied solemnly, Indeed, that is it. Since you have gained Karen's acknowledgement, you are qualified to undergo the test. A test? Sun Wukong exclaimed in bewilderment, having assumed that presenting the bell would grant him immediate access to the celestial. Correct. You must compete against me, Bobo. If you triumph, you shall meet the celestial. Bobo explained. Yamcha understood that the opportunity within the celestial temple was not merely to meet the celestial, but to engage in training with Bobo, similar to how the true opportunity at Karen's tower lay in training with the Karen sage, rather than in the super holy water or super god water. The approach was remarkably similar. First, a tantalizing offer was presented, followed by encouragement to pass a trial to earn a reward. Evidently, Sun Wukong failed to grasp the underlying significance, confidently placing his hands on his hips and proclaiming, What? Such a simple task. I understand, so let us get started. Eager to conclude the battle swiftly and meet the celestial, he was determined. Having undergone training under the cat sage, he had mastered the perception of energy, realizing that an individual's strength correlates with their aura. Yet, he could not sense Bobo's formidable energy, leading him to mistakenly perceive Bobo as weak. Unbeknownst to him, there existed a technique of concealing one's aura, which would be the very lesson they were about to learn. You are among the few to have entered here in the past few centuries. The test will be quite enjoyable. Who among you shall go first? Bobo queried, smiling at Yamcha and Sun Wukong. Naturally, Sun Wukong stepped forward first, his enthusiasm for battle igniting within him. Of course, I shall go first. Your strength is not yet a match for Yamcha, he declared, ready to astonish them. Despite his considerable boost from training at Karen's tower, he lacked confidence in overcoming Yamcha, sensing that Yamcha's energy was significantly stronger than his own. With a flick of his hand, Bobo sent 2 blue birds perched on him soaring into the air. After all, it was a battle, and he needed to be prepared to face Wukong. I'm so nervous. My heart is racing, Sun Wukong exclaimed, to which Bobo feigned a vulnerable expression. However, to Yamcha, Bobo's demeanor seemed entirely insincere, lacking any trace of tension, remaining composed and unflustered. His heartbeat was as still as a placid lake. I'm ready to go, Sun Wukong declared with a grin, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from Bobo's sight. This was the manifestation of Sun Wukong having perfected the afterimage fist. The previous enhancements had merely increased the number of clones to confuse his opponent, but now, through Wukong's development, the technique had advanced further. His movements blurred, rendering both the afterimages and clones indistinguishable, as if he had vanished entirely, merely a testament to his speed reaching an extraordinary level. Oh, he has vanished, Bobo exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment, raising his hands. Impressive. Wukong's combat skills have not only improved significantly, but his techniques have also evolved, Yamcha silently marveled. However, Wukong's assumption that such tactics would suffice to defeat Bobo was misguided. These methods were far from adequate even against Yamcha, as Wukong moved at high speed. Believing his strategy successful, he prepared to attack Bobo from his left. Suddenly, Bobo, feigning confusion, raised his hand and struck at the air. Ah, that hurts. So painful. In the next moment, Sun Wukong reappeared, clutching his cheek where Bobo had struck, exclaiming in disbelief. You hit me just now. It must be my bad luck. Next time, I won't let you land a hit. Clearly, Sun Wukong had yet to comprehend the situation, mistakenly attributing Bobo's success to luck, compounded by Bobo's deceptive expression, leading the Navi Wukong to make an erroneous judgment. Are you ready? I shall attack again, Sun Wukong stated earnestly. Of course, I am always ready, Bobo replied nonchalantly. Chapter 63, The Terrifyingly Strong Bobo. Without further ado, Sun Wukong stamped his foot and propelled himself forward like a streak of light, charging directly at Bobo with a speed surpassing that of before. Bobo was momentarily taken aback. Sun Wukong's velocity did not escape Bobo's perception, and with such a straightforward assault, it appeared to Bobo as though he was courting death. Indeed, before Sun Wukong could land a blow on Bobo, he was met with a powerful punch that struck him squarely in the face. Once again, you are truly weak. Is this the person that Karen has endorsed? I truly do not understand your purpose here, Bobo remarked with a tone of calmness. However, Sun Wukong could detect the disdain and contempt for his abilities in Bobo's placid demeanor. You charcoal-headed fool, how dare you call me weak? Despite Sun Wukong's generally amiable nature, he could not suppress the surge of anger at Bobo's words. He believed that with his current strength, he could even defeat Master Roshi, except for the inhuman Yamcha beside him. Yet, the black-headed Bobo, though lacking in offensive power, always managed to strike him, which he found perplexing. You truly are feeble. Have you not realized it yourself? Bobo continued to mock. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Bobo's words seemed to pierce Sun Wukong's nerves, unleashing a formidable killing intent from within him. The birds that had been perched peacefully on Bobo's shoulders scattered in fright. The scion was indeed formidable, provoked by Bobo's taunts. His combat power surged to 200 points, a remarkable leap from the 180 points he had achieved just days prior. Your murderous intent has frightened away the little birds. But even so, you still cannot defeat me, Bobo chuckled. The intensifying energy was akin to a colossal beacon for Bobo, one he could not ignore. This was a moment where Sun Wukong seemed to have lost his rationality, a strategy that appeared to have been forgotten even during his training at Karen Tower. Enough of your arrogance, Sun Wukong bellowed, launching himself into yet another offensive against Bobo. In the ensuing exchanges, Sun Wukong remained on the defensive, unable to even graze the hem of Bobo's garment, suffering relentless humiliation instead. You are truly pathetic, and I am deeply disappointed. How could Karen have sent you here? I cannot allow you to meet Lord Ko. Bobo feigned disappointment. Realizing that all his actions were being read by Bobo, Sun Wukong lowered his head, engulfed in a fleeting moment of self-doubt. This cannot be happening. However, who was Sun Wukong? A temporary setback would not vanquish his spirit. His gaze hardened once more. Observing Sun Wukong's resurgence, Bobo displayed a look of admiration. From the onset of the battle, Sun Wukong had begun to face a trial. And this setback was a test of his character. Perseverance was the most vital trait for a martial artist. Consequently, Sun Wukong gathered energy in both hands and unleashed a Kamehameha wave. The terrifying energy transformed into a beam of light directed at Bobo's face. Yet, instead of moving an inch, Bobo merely opened his mouth wide, and in the next moment, the formidable Kamehameha was entirely devoured by him. After swallowing the energy wave, Bobo simply let out a satisfied burp, a grin spreading across his face. Bobo was indeed extraordinary. This only solidified Yamcha's suspicions regarding Bobo's true identity. In the realm of Dragon Ball, being able to consume a Kamehameha was indicative of an exceptionally powerful character. In Yamcha's mind, only a select few, such as Cell, Majin Buu, Super 17, and Moro, possessed such capability. Seeing that the Kamehameha was ineffective, Sun Wukong once again charged at Bobo with fierce determination. However, no matter how he attacked, it had no effect on Bobo, who seemed to inhabit an entirely different realm of strength. The disparity between him and Yamcha was of an entirely different concept. Then, Bobo soared into the air and calmly stated, "This will not suffice. Although you possess decent energy, you do not know how to wield it." Bobo's words plunged Sun Wukong into contemplation. He was certainly not foolish, and it was evident that Bobo was intentionally guiding him. He decided to close his eyes, reflecting on the differences between Bobo's movements and his own. Since Wukong has had his turn, it is now my time, Yamcha declared with a serious expression directed at Bobo. "Very well, come forth." Bobo replied with a slight smile, recognizing that Yamcha's energy was solid and evidently far superior to Sun Wukong's. Yamcha's year-long training had not been in vain. When he last ascended from Karen Tower, he had achieved a level of proficiency with his energy. Following participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament, training in the Gravity Chamber, and his battle against Tien, he had further enhanced his mastery, reaching a significant level of accomplishment. The terms minor accomplishment and major accomplishment were derived from Yamcha's understanding based on Master Roshi's teachings about energy manipulation. However, upon observing Bobo's command over energy, he realized that even if he reached the level of Master Roshi, it would still appear juvenile in comparison to Bobo. It seemed as though Bobo operated on an entirely different tier of energy manipulation, with the concealment of energy merely an outward manifestation of this realm. Is this what it means to reach the divine realm? Yamcha pondered. He understood that to become a deity on Earth, one must undergo rigorous training to attain a divine level, and as one who had guided several generations of deities, Bobo clearly existed above the ordinary gods. Of course, ascending to the rank of deity required not just martial prowess, but also the testing of one's spiritual fortitude. Yet, that was a discussion for another time. Overthinking was futile. The only way to discover the answers was through practical combat. In an instant, Yamcha moved, his body soaring through the air, mirroring Bobo's position as they faced each other head-on. "Mr. Bobo, I beg your pardon. Here I come," Yamcha exclaimed, launching himself forward with a burst of speed that surpassed even Sun Wukong's. On the surface, Bobo remained stationary, making no defensive gestures, yet as Yamcha drew near to strike, Bobo's counterattack landed squarely on Yamcha, as if he had anticipated the move, merely placing his fist in the right spot and waiting for Yamcha to deliver himself. Bobo did not employ any specific martial art. Rather, he exhibited an almost transcendental mastery over energy, verging on the realm of the Tao. The outcome was that Yamcha's battle with Bobo mirrored Sun Wukong's previous ordeal. Both were reduced to mere victims of relentless domination. Chapter 64. Spiritual Waves Your Steps. Though improved compared to that little imp, still lack the necessary refinement, and your breath control is commendable, yet your mental state remains beneath even that of the imp. How can one expect to master Chi under such circumstances? Bobo's tone was exceedingly calm, yet to Yamcha, it resonated like a thunderclap. He had not anticipated that his mental cultivation could fall short even when compared to Sun Wukong. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Sun Wukong possessed a mind unburdened by excessive thoughts, embodying the tranquil and effortless essence of spiritual enlightenment, devoid of desire and fully focused. The heart Bobo referred to must pertain to one's spiritual fluctuations, hinting at the need for mental cultivation that transcends the mundane. Clearly, Bobo was guiding Yamcha on how to attain a state of serene tranquility, akin to still waters. As Bobo instructed Yamcha, an aged figure sat centrally on a stone bench within the Hall of the Celestial Gods. Observing the scene within a crystal ball that depicted the struggle between Bobo and Yamcha, this venerable elder was the master of the Celestial Hall, the current deity of Earth. He placed great importance on the rare visitors to the Celestial Hall, especially those like Yamcha and Sun Wukong, who exhibited extraordinary potential. As he aged, he felt his physical capabilities waning, finding it increasingly challenging to manage certain extraordinary affairs. In this realm, both the Kaioshin and the gods of destruction seemed to possess a finite lifespan, unable to achieve immortality. Having held his divine position for 5 to 6 centuries, he now contemplated the selection of a successor. Meanwhile, outside the Celestial Hall, Yamcha found himself in a fierce battle, fortunate that Bobo's attacks were only moderately potent, inflicting minimal damage. "Keep going, Yamcha." Unbeknownst to him, Sun Wukong had awakened and, witnessing the clash, felt a surge of fervor. "Your focus lacks the required intensity. It is arduous for you to perceive my movements." Just as Yamcha's fists seemed poised to strike Bobo, they were deftly evaded, while Bobo's attacks left Yamcha with no means of evasion. When Bobo ceased his actions, his chi was withdrawn to its utmost limit, rendering Yamcha unable to discern Bobo's next strike through his chi. When Bobo chose to engage, he could summon his energy in an instant, unleashing his combat prowess. In the realm of chi, Bobo appeared to materialize and vanish, leaving Yamcha confounded. Realizing his current strength was insufficient to defeat Bobo, Yamcha refrained from further assault after being sent flying once more. Bobo reclined lazily, hands resting behind his head, and remarked, "Engaging with you is rather tedious. I must return to assist the deity with some trifles. After all, I am quite occupied. Therefore, I suggest you return. There's no way we are going back so easily. We have endured countless hardships to arrive here. Please grant us one more opportunity," Sun Wukong declared with unwavering resolve. However, Bobo ignored Sun Wukong's plea and turned towards the Celestial Hall. Clenching his fists, Sun Wukong launched a renewed attack on Bobo's back. Although he had identified his shortcomings during his period of reflection, his strikes remained futile against Bobo. Without turning, Bobo simply dispatched a few strikes behind him, effortlessly countering all of Sun Wukong's assaults. Then, with a swift elbow jab, he struck Sun Wukong on the head, disorienting him. "I have stated it is futile. One lacks concentration, while the other is deficient in both spirit and technique. Thus, you hold no right to meet the deity. Depart." Bobo turned to depart, his expression indifferent. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to charge at Bobo once more, a hand rested upon his shoulder. "Yamcha." He shook his head at Sun Wukong. In that moment, Sun Wukong's mind cleared, instantly comprehending Yamcha's intention, and he withdrew his aggressive stance, realizing that reckless charges would not prevail against Bobo. Yamcha addressed the retreating Bobo. "Mr. Bobo, we shall not depart. While we may not meet the deity, we hope to train here in the plaza for a while. If that is your desire, then proceed as you wish," Bobo replied nonchalantly. "Thank you," Yamcha responded with a smile. Upon hearing Bobo's consent for them to remain in the plaza, Sun Wukong erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Yamcha, we can train here and grow stronger." Yamcha nodded, his expression resolute. "Indeed, we must seize this opportunity to enhance our abilities. When we next face Mr. Bobo, we cannot afford to be so hapless." Thus, Yamcha and Sun Wukong commenced their arduous training in the plaza of the Celestial Hall. Their training focuses diverged. Sun Wukong concentrated on mastering his chi, as he still needed refinement in its application. Yamcha, on the other hand, focused on cultivating his mental strength. Having realized through his combat with Bobo that to grasp Bobo's movements, he must achieve singular concentration, although he possessed a considerable amount of spiritual energy from his 2 lifetimes. He struggled to unify them seamlessly. The only explanation lay in the incomplete fusion of his 2 souls since his rebirth, when one strength is still lacking. An imperfect soul merger may not hinder progress, but to continue advancing, he must rectify this flaw. It is akin to the conflicting thoughts of the celestial deity and Majin Buu coexisting within one body, rendering perfect control impossible, a significant taboo in martial arts. His path lay in harmonizing the discordant aspects of his spiritual realm rather than fragmenting them. Fragmentation would only diminish his potential. He did not aspire to become a deity, merely to augment his strength. Through his encounters with Bobo, he had begun to touch upon the essence of this journey. Yamcha closed his eyes, endeavoring to concentrate his spiritual energy, seeking to explore his inner world and uncover the fissures within his soul. A gentle breeze swept through the plaza of the Celestial Hall, while Sun Wukong diligently practiced the application of his chi nearby. He occasionally released a low grunt or quietly felt the flow of energy within him. Immersed in his spiritual realm, Yamcha sought the opportunity for integration. He recalled the experiences of his 2 lives, joys, sorrows, struggles, and perseverance, gradually perceiving the outlines of 2 souls, one vast, representing his past experiences, and the other small yet resilient and courageous. Yamcha endeavored to draw these 2 souls closer, fostering mutual understanding and integration. However, this process proved challenging. Every time he believed he was nearing success, discordant elements would emerge, compelling him to start anew. Yet, Yamcha persisted, repeatedly adjusting his mindset and methods in his quest. Chapter 65. Through the test, as time ticked away, beads of sweat began to form on Yamcha's forehead. His mental energy was depleting continuously, yet he persevered. After 3 days of meditation, when he finally opened his eyes again, he sensed that the barriers within his heart had vanished, leaving his spirit pure and robust. He understood he had taken a critical step forward. Next came the subsequent phase. Although his mental focus had grown akin to that of Sun Wukong, he still struggled to anchor his spirit to the transformation of his energy. At that moment, Sun Wukong concluded his own round of training. Noticing Yamcha's awakening, he scrutinized him curiously and inquired, "Yamcha, you seem different. Is that so? Different? In what way?" Yamcha replied with a smile. "I can't quite articulate it." Sun Wukong shook his head. Despite his keen perception, he was unable to express the state he sensed. "Then let's engage in battle. Let me witness the progress you've made over the past 3 days, Yamcha proposed. For martial artists, battle indeed served as the most rapid means of advancement. Given Sun Wukong's current realm and strength, he was no longer considered weak. Remarkably, after 3 days of training, his combat power had surged by an astonishing 30 points, an impressive rate of improvement that highlighted his extraordinary potential, especially since he had never consumed the divine water. With his mind now unclouded, Yamcha devised a clear plan for his forthcoming training. Although he could not yet conceal his energy as effortlessly as Bobo, he needed to gradually suppress his own energy. Thus, the first step was to conceal his energy to match Sun Wukong's level. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, both Yamcha and Sun Wukong experienced tremendous growth, largely due to Bobo's guidance. Despite claiming to be busy, Bobo made time each day to check on the 2, bringing them food and addressing their queries. Finally, on the last day of the month, Yamcha learned a meditation technique from Bobo's son. This method directly integrated into his system as a skill called basic meditation. This technique not only enhanced Yamcha's mental concentration, but also gradually elevated his mental energy. The moment he successfully mastered basic meditation, his combat power broke through its previous limits, reaching a remarkable 1,000. Even after hitting 1,000, there were no signs of his combat power plateauing. It continued to rise steadily. However, he recognized that his primary goal here was not merely to boost his combat power, but to elevate his realm. The enhancement of combat power could wait until he returned to the surface. After grasping the meditation technique, He also realized some issues he had faced during his prior training. Unlike the Scions, who focus solely on physical development while only marginally attending to mental energy, or the Namekians, who concentrated on mental energy at the expense of physical development, he needed to develop both simultaneously. If one aspect lagged behind, it would be challenging to enhance combat power. Currently, Yamcha found that his physical development was ahead, while his mental energy was lagging. Upon this realization, he noted an increase in his mental energy attribute. Name: Yamcha Combat Power, 1100 Realm, 6th Stage of Energy Mental Energy, 22 Talent Points, 305 Bloodline. Earthling Skills: New Wolf Fong Fist, Kamehameha, Energy Sphere, Shadowless Step, Solar Fist. Sky Dance. What does a mental energy level of 22 signify? The average human on Earth possesses approximately 1 point of mental energy, with a combat power limit of 100 points. So how had Yamcha achieved 22 points? This was undoubtedly a result of his past lives and years of diligent training, naturally elevating his mental energy to 22 points. If one were to equate mental energy to combat power, Yamcha could potentially elevate it to 2,200 points before facing mental energy shortages, indicating significant room for growth in his combat power. As for his realm at the 6th stage of energy, this represented Yamcha's renewed understanding of energy. Initially, he believed that the cat hermit's comprehension of energy was flawless. However, after this period of training, his application of energy had surpassed that of the cat hermit, though he still found himself far from Bobo's level. Based on the system and his own analysis, Yamcha categorized the application of energy into 9 stages. The cat hermit was at the 5th stage, while Yamcha now stood at the 6th stage. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, having made rapid progress during this training period, ascended from the 1st stage of energy to the 5th stage, now only 1 stage behind Yamcha. His combat power had also surged by 100 points, reaching 300, almost rivaling the strength needed to face Piccolo Jr. in the 24th martial arts tournament. This instilled a sense of urgency in Yamcha, though thankfully, Sun Wukong also required meditation to further his enhancement. Under the system's observation, Sun Wukong still possessed only 1 point of mental energy, yet he managed to elevate his combat power to 300 points. This clearly illustrated the disparate ratio of mental energy to combat power between Scions and Earthlings. It was no wonder that Sun Wukong struggled to control his body after transforming into his gorilla form. This was likely due to his insufficient mental energy. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong needed far less mental energy to improve. He simply had to concentrate on enhancing his physical strength, and his combat power would naturally rise, which was an advantage of being a Scion. Subsequently, the two challenged Bobo once more, resulting in another defeat. However, through this training period, Yamcha gradually began to perceive some of Bobo's action trajectories and occasionally managed to deflect Bobo's attacks. Good job, Yamcha. You've touched upon a few concepts. Now continue practicing to refine your energy and swiftly capture my energy the moment I strike, Bobo explained patiently. Fighting the cat hermit was evidently different. The cat hermit's energy remained constant, allowing one to ascertain his position with a keen sense of energy perception. In contrast, Bobo was elusive, even with perception. Confirming his location was challenging, and one could only accurately judge his position when he launched an attack. The transition from the 1st stage of energy to the 5th stage was a training process for energy perception. The journey from the 6th stage to the 9th stage involved the continuation of energy perception, energy refinement, and energy transformation, which naturally incorporated the nuances of mental energy in the application of energy. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Bobo. I will heed your advice, Yamcha replied respectfully, bowing slightly. You both possess a modicum of talent that hasn't disappointed me too much. With that said, I can arrange for you to meet the celestial being, Bobo said with a smile. Chapter 66. The Time Simulation Chamber. How wonderful. At last, I shall meet the celestial being. Sun Wukong, with his childlike exuberance, leapt with joy upon hearing that he could encounter the deity. Soon after, Bobo led the two to the outer hall of the celestial temple. Please wait here. Out of respect for the deity, Bobo did not allow them to enter immediately. After a few moments, a voice, aged yet benevolent, resonated from within the temple. Bobo, let them in. Upon hearing this, Bobo nodded at Yamcha and Sun Wukong, signaling them to enter. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. They took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the grand hall of the temple. Inside, the light was soft, and the decor was both ancient and solemn. In the center, an elder with green skin sat quietly upon a throne, adorned with 2 antenna-like appendages atop his head. His gaze was deep and tranquil, as if imbued with boundless wisdom. This was the celestial being of Earth and Namekian. As Sun Wukong laid eyes upon the deity, he felt no urge to attack, for he recognized that the celestial being was not to be underestimated, even if he appeared different from ordinary humans. "Are you the celestial being?" he inquired, his innocent eyes wide with curiosity. "Does it not seem so?" The deity replied with a gentle smile. "Wukong, do not be impolite." Immediately, Yamcha took Sun Wukong by the hand, and they both bowed respectfully before the celestial being. As they did so, Yamcha utilized his system to glean information about the deity. Name: Kami power level, 250 realm. First stage of divine power mental strength, 120 talent points, 150 bloodline. Namekian, embodiment of justice, skills, flight, super explosive wave, demon seal wave. High-speed movement. Indeed, the deity's realm matched that of Bobo, yet his true realm was not as advanced, and his power level was relatively low at 250 points, likely unable to withstand even Wukong unless he employed divine powers. It was unclear just how significantly this divine power would augment his combat abilities. It seemed the celestial being was quite aged. Otherwise, his power should not be so diminished. Noticing Yamcha's scrutiny, the celestial being nodded with a smile. "You are Yamcha and Sun Wukong, are you not? Your perseverance and talent astonish me. They remind me of my younger self. You sought me out for a reason. What is it that you desire?" "I have no specific demands. I merely accompanied Yamcha. If I were to express a wish, it would be to enhance my strength." Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly. "Have you not been doing so during this time?" the celestial being asked meaningfully. Indeed, Sun Wukong realized with clarity. The deity then turned his gaze to Yamcha. "Yamcha, what about you?" With utmost respect, Yamcha replied, "Great Kami. My wishes align with Wukong's. We both seek to improve our combat prowess." He understood that the celestial being was not omnipotent and that the true desires they sought could not be granted. Instead, it would be more beneficial to align their intentions. The celestial being smiled. "Is it because you glimpse fragments of the future?" It was evident that the cat sage had relayed Yamcha's foresight to the deity. "Yes, I have seen the future. I witnessed myself battling alongside Wukong and various formidable warriors against some exceptionally powerful foes who recklessly ravage the earth and slaughter humanity," Yamcha stated solemnly. The celestial being sensed Yamcha's unwavering spirit as he spoke, naturally validating his claims. However, there was little he could do. The only course of action was to enhance Yamcha and Sun Wukong's abilities to the best of his capabilities. The deity nodded. "Your current strength is commendable. Yet cultivation is a journey against the current. Henceforth, Bobo will continue to guide your training. I hope you both become even stronger to better protect the earth in the future." With that, the celestial being gestured for them to leave. Yamcha and Sun Wukong bowed once more to the deity and followed Bobo out of the hall. Having gained the celestial being's acknowledgement, their status naturally elevated, transitioning from resting in the plaza to having their own private chambers. Even their meals improved significantly. In the ensuing days, Yamcha and Sun Wukong dedicated themselves fervently to their training. With a breakthrough in mental strength, Yamcha found his mastery of energy much more intuitive. One day, Bobo approached the two as they practiced. "You have made significant progress in your mastery of energy, yet your strikes lack decisiveness. I shall provide you with a unique trial environment. You must defeat the strongest among them to conclude the trial." As Bobo explained the trial's particulars, he led Yamcha and Sun Wukong to a special chamber within the celestial temple. The room was barrel-shaped, its walls adorned with an array of clocks, and even the floor was a tapestry of timepieces. "What is this place?" Yamcha inquired curiously, having forgotten this aspect due to the passage of time. Bobo explained. "This is the time simulation chamber, where all epochs, past, present, and future, are realized. Within this room, you can travel through different eras and witness the might of their champions." Yamcha felt a sudden enlightenment. This was akin to traversing time itself. He recalled a segment from the original tale where Sun Wukong returned centuries past to learn combat techniques from Master Wu Tai. Furthermore, Krillin and others had journeyed to the divine realm to train and challenge the Scions, likely facilitated through this very chamber. However, this so-called time travel was not genuine in the conventional sense. Rather, it was an illusion created by the time simulation chamber. Had it been true time travel, the implications would be dire. According to knowledge from a past life, traveling through time to different timelines was forbidden, for each journey birthed a new world. Moreover, such capabilities could only be achieved through the Kai's time rings or time machines. Even so, the time simulation chamber was extraordinarily complex, aside from Earth. No other locations had been encountered, and its capacity to accommodate Super Saiyan battles hinted at the profound mystery of the divine realm on Earth. Perhaps it was created by a long-departed Supreme Kai. Bobo approached a square clock, beckoning Sun Wukong, who was exploring the surroundings. "Wukong, come here." "Coming." Sun Wukong cheerfully responded as he approached. Bobo pointed to a clear area nearby, instructing, "Stand here and do not move." Once Sun Wukong positioned himself, Bobo began to rotate the square clock. After adjusting it, he stepped back a few paces. In no time, the clock vanished, replaced by a dark, abyssal void. Sun Wukong, intrigued, leaned closer to peer inside. Before he could prepare himself, a powerful suction emerged from the void, and before he realized it, Sun Wukong was yanked inside with a startled cry. Once he entered, the void disappeared, returning to its original state. It seemed that a single clock facilitated one simulation, and each simulation was designated for an individual. "Mr. Bobo, which era have you sent Wukong to?" Yamcha inquired with curiosity. "To the world 300 years ago." Bobo replied casually. Chapter 67. Aliens. As soon as Yamcha emerged, Bobo revealed to him the location of Sun Wukong's trial. It appeared that Sun Wukong's formidable opponent would still be Wu Taidu. Thus, although Sun Wukong had arrived in the divine realm 3 years early, the challenge remained unchanged. "As for you, your strength has considerably surpassed that of Wukong. Traveling to that era would pose little challenge for you." After voicing this, Bobo scrutinized Yamcha anew. Yamcha felt as if Bobo had completely seen through him. Even with his energy suppressed to a minimal level, he could not elude Bobo's perception. Consequently, this temporal realm serves as an excellent trial ground for you. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bobo approached a square clock on the right. Following Bobo's instructions, Yamcha positioned himself at the designated spot. Once Bobo adjusted the clock, a deep portal similar to the previous one appeared. With the experience of Sun Wukong as a guide, Yamcha appeared markedly calmer. He did not resist, but willingly allowed the portal to engulf him. Inside the portal lay an endless tunnel, surrounded by various clocks, mirroring the outside world. Some clocks were ancient and worn, their hands moving slowly, producing soft ticking sounds. Others were ornate and exquisite, studded with gems and precious metals, emanating a mysterious glow. The surfaces of the clocks reflected the faint light within the tunnel, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Yamcha felt as though he were lost in a labyrinth of time, uncertain of where he would be taken. At this moment, he felt both exhilarated and anxious. Under Bobo's guidance, his combat skills and power had reached new heights. On Earth, he had no rivals. He yearned for an adversary that could challenge him. Otherwise, this ease would hinder his future growth. As he advanced through the tunnel, Yamcha caught glimpses of indistinct figures flitting among the clocks. Continuing onward, he noticed strange symbols and patterns emerging on the walls of the tunnel. These symbols appeared to be ancient scripts or incantations, radiating a mysterious energy that imposed an intangible pressure. Yamcha attempted to decipher their meanings, but found himself utterly bewildered. After an indeterminate period, he beheld a brilliant light. In the next instant, he was expelled from the time tunnel. Once Yamcha entered the simulated time-space, Bobo departed from the simulation chamber and returned to the side of the celestial god. The celestial god, understanding the situation, produced a crystal ball. After reciting an incantation, images appeared within the crystal ball, depicting none other than Sun Wukong. At this moment, having exited the time tunnel, Sun Wukong found himself in a mountainous region, encountering the spying Master Roshi. Meanwhile, as the celestial god observed Sun Wukong, Yamcha emerged from the time tunnel. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a different sky, suspended high above, plummeting rapidly. Below him lay a steep cliff. A fall from such a height would undoubtedly be catastrophic. However, this posed no threat to Yamcha, as the energy within him enveloped his feet, allowing him to soar upwards. During his flight, Yamcha expanded his senses outward. Instantly, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Is this Earth?" He pondered, for his perception extended merely 10 kilometers, yet he sensed two formidable presences that, in terms of combat power, were approximately 500 or 600. This exceeded his understanding of Earth, as aside from himself and Sun Wukong, there were no other beings on the planet with combat power exceeding 200. This caused him to question whether he was truly on Earth. Nevertheless, the surrounding environment left no doubt. As he extended his energy further, he detected 3 even more powerful presences, each exceeding a combat power of 1,000, which left him astounded. Even more infuriating to Yamcha was the fact that they were attacking the civilians below, each strike causing explosive devastation to the city beneath them. With each explosion, numerous weaker energies were extinguished. This was a massacre. Yamcha's emotions surged. It was the first time since his rebirth that he witnessed the slaughter of humanity on Earth. As a martial artist with a strong sense of justice, he felt compelled to intervene. He resolved to investigate the battlegrounds and discern what was transpiring. Accelerating his speed, he flew toward the nearest battlefield. As he drew closer, he beheld a scene of utter carnage. The ground was littered with corpses and ruins, the marks of battle starkly visible. No matter who you are, today is your end. Yamcha continued towards the city center, soon spotting the three powerful beings responsible for the chaos. These extraterrestrial entities were distinctly different from earthlings, clad in silver armor and towering in stature. Each possessed a device resembling a display screen affixed to their left eye, connected to their left ear. Could this be the combat power detector from the Dragon Ball universe? Clearly, those capable of wearing such equipment were aliens, and the current situation indicated an invasion of Earth. The leader was a blue-skinned alien, adorned with evenly distributed black spots, with protruding gas vents on either side of his head. His arrogant gaze was matched by an enormous mouth, flanked by two antennae, and his combat power was recorded at 2,100. The second was a grotesque red-skinned creature, covered in warts, its face contorted to the point of obscuring its eyes, with a combat power of 1,500. The final alien appeared somewhat more normal, sporting black skin with two small horns atop its head, yet its aura remained sinister, with a combat power of 1,300. At that moment, the three aliens continued to traverse the battlefield, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the weak. Earthlings, submit to the rule of Arcano Brigade. Otherwise, death awaits you. Ha ha, the humans of this planet are truly feeble. Their arrogant voices echoed throughout the city. Below, the remaining humans, filled with despair, cried out for salvation. Someone save us. Demons, may you meet your end. Despite their desperate cries and curses, their fates remained unaltered, as even the strongest martial artists in their city were no match for these adversaries, let alone themselves. Witnessing this scene, Yamcha could no longer contain his fury. He bellowed, "Stop!" The aliens engaged in slaughter immediately turned their attention to Yamcha, ceasing their attacks. Chapter 68, resolving a confrontation as Yamcha soared through the air like a bird. The onlookers felt as if they had discovered a new world. They had been on this planet for over half a month, enduring countless battles. Yet they had never encountered a flying martial artist. Strangely enough, despite Yamcha's aerial prowess, the three aliens, when assessed with a combat power detector, revealed a fighting capacity indistinguishable from that of an ordinary earthling, each possessing a mere 5 points of power. The leader, a blue-skinned extraterrestrial, smirked coldly. "Carter, eliminate this ignorant earthling." "As you command, Captain," replied the rotund red-skinned alien, his eyes glinting with a predatory hunger, resembling a ravenous wolf. "A mere 5-power native. Prepare to die." With that, the alien named Carter shot towards Yamcha like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, hidden in a thicket a kilometer away, two armored martial artists named Jerry and Lucas, resembling soldiers, lay in wait. Both were Earth warriors, and at that time, the concept of martial artists was yet to be established on Earth. Everyone considered themselves as warriors. The aliens had landed on Earth half a month prior, unbeknownst to anyone. However, once they began their merciless slaughter of the surrounding human settlements, humanity quickly realized the dire situation. Within a day, dozens of cities were devastated, including those inhabited by martial artists. Only a few four-eyed warriors managed to escape, while the others fell victim to the extraterrestrial onslaught. In just half a month, half of the planet succumbed to the invasion, resulting in heavy casualties. The remaining human warriors began to unite under the strongest among them to form a resistance alliance against the alien invasion. Due to the disparity in power, they could not wage a full-scale war. Instead, they opted for guerrilla tactics to dismantle the invading squads one by one. Jerry and Lucas were reconnaissance operatives. The moment they detected the alien squad, they sent a signal to their main force. In just half an hour, their reinforcements would arrive, poised to eliminate the three extraterrestrials. However, unexpectedly, a reckless warrior emerged. Though his attire differed slightly, his skin tone and features clearly marked him as a genuine earthling. Every remaining warrior was crucial to the resistance alliance. Witnessing Yamcha's blind rush towards the aliens, Jerry felt a pang of concern. What was this impulsive warrior thinking? Charging in alone? Was he perhaps some reclusive martial artist? All they could do was hope he could endure until help arrived. Seeing the three aliens refrain from attacking simultaneously, Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief. With his combat power at 1280, facing all three at once would surely put him at a disadvantage. However, against just one of equal strength, he felt confident. To avoid being overwhelmed, he needed to eliminate the rotund red-skinned alien before the other two could react. With a combat power exceeding 1,000, his speed approached that of sound. Carter charged like a blazing meteor, propelled by immense force and explosive momentum towards Yamcha. His pockmarked face twisted with excitement, releasing deafening roars. Just as Carter was about to close in on Yamcha, the latter vanished like a specter. Startled, Carter barely had time to react before Yamcha reappeared behind him, deftly striking the back of Carter's neck with a precise finger jab. The DT wave, concentrated to its utmost, shot forth like lightning. The technique's execution was exceedingly simple, requiring minimal preparation time, making it exceptionally convenient in such a swift confrontation. This was why Yamcha opted for the DT wave over stronger techniques like the Kamehameha or the Chi Yuan bomb. Carter's hair stood on end as an invisible dread gripped him, sensing imminent peril. He dared not be negligent and hurriedly cast his defensive technique. Surrounding his body was a blooming red lotus, emanating a vibrant shield that sparkled like the stars in the night sky, appearing remarkably sturdy. A defensive shield, indeed. The DT wave crashed against Carter's shield like relentless waves, producing a series of rapid, thunderous impacts. Each collision reverberated like a heavy hammer striking a drum, causing the shield to tremble violently. Carter, observing Yamcha's assault, felt a surge of astonishment. He had believed his shield could withstand a force of 1,500. Yet under the ferocity of the DT wave, it began to waver precariously. This seemingly ordinary earthling possessed an astonishingly formidable offensive capability. After just a few seconds, the shield ultimately succumbed to the pressure and shattered. Fortuitously, the shield's prior absorption allowed Carter to regain his composure just in time to narrowly evade the DT wave strike. Undeterred by the failure to deliver a decisive blow, Yamcha swiftly retracted his energy wave and engaged in close combat. Though Carter's combat power was comparable to Yamcha's, their mastery of energy manipulation was worlds apart. This disparity resembled the gap between Sun Wukong upon entering the Heavenly Palace and Badamo. What is happening? Within moments, Carter was bewildered, unable to even graze Yamcha's garments. While Yamcha struck him repeatedly, his silver armor, under Yamcha's relentless barrage, was reduced to tatters. As Carter remained dazed, Yamcha leaped above him, clasped his hands, and forcefully struck down towards Carter's head. This blow encapsulated Yamcha's hatred for the three aliens. Carter screamed, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The tremendous impact caused the ground to cave in, forming a massive crater. Yamcha refused to grant Carter respite, bringing his hands together once more, preparing for a final strike. Just as he was about to unleash his attack, the other two aliens finally reacted. The blue-skinned captain bellowed, "Damn earthling, you dare harm my comrade." With that, he and the black-skinned alien charged towards Yamcha. A sense of urgency gripped Yamcha. He knew he had to eliminate Carter before they arrived. With a fierce shout, he thrust forth a more potent Chi Yuan bomb towards Carter. This time, the bomb's power surpassed that of the earlier DT wave. Carter, just rising from the ground, had no time to evade as the Chi Yuan bomb struck him directly. Chapter 69. Another kill. The Chi Yuan blast enveloped Carter entirely, its formidable force instantly consuming him. With a resounding explosion, Carter's body was obliterated, vanishing into the ether. This warrior was remarkably powerful. Jerry and Lucas, who initially believed Yamcha was doomed, now found themselves in a state of astonishment. After the shock, a smile of delight emerged. Yamcha's increasing strength indicated a corresponding enhancement in the power protecting Earth. However, this was not the time for celebration, as two even more formidable extraterrestrials remained unresolved, their auras surpassing those of the already vanquished foes. After dispatching Carter, Yamcha turned to confront the two approaching aliens. His gaze brimmed with vigilance. Despite having just triumphed over Carter, the prowess of these two extraterrestrials was not to be underestimated. In particular, the blue-skinned being possessed an astounding combat power of 2,100, exceeding Yamcha's base strength by 820, a discrepancy significant enough to nullify any advantages gained through skill. The blue-skinned alien captain and the black-skinned alien moved with blinding speed, swiftly closing the distance between themselves and Yamcha. The captain launched the first assault, his hands weaving rapidly before his chest, conjuring a blue energy wave that hurtled toward Yamcha. The energy wave traveled at remarkable speed, imbued with potent force, ionizing the air in its wake with a crackling sound. Yamcha, sensing the imminent danger, reacted with swift agility, vanishing from his original position. The energy wave struck a nearby hill, erupting in a massive explosion that shattered the terrain into debris. Before Yamcha could regain his balance, the black-skinned alien, Lucas, appeared silently at his left side. Their coordination was impeccable, flanking Yamcha and severely constricting his movement. The black-skinned alien's method of attack was peculiar. Instead of unleashing an energy wave like the captain, he extended his hands, sharp bone spikes suddenly protruding from his fingertips, aiming for Yamcha's side. The spikes sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Instinctively sensing the peril from his left, Yamcha reacted without hesitation, pivoting sharply to the right and delivering a kick toward the alien's wrist. The black-skinned alien was quick to respond, retracting his hands and leaping backward to evade Yamcha's strike. At that moment, the blue-skinned alien captain launched another offensive. Seizing the opportunity as Yamcha dodged, he appeared directly above him, his right foot raised high, crashing down toward Yamcha's head. This attack, infused with his formidable power, would be difficult for even Yamcha to endure if it struck a vital point. Feeling the tremendous pressure above him, Yamcha steeled himself, deciding to confront the blow head-on. He pushed off the ground with all his might, propelling himself upward while channeling energy into his hands, crossing them above his head to brace for the captain's assault. With a thunderous impact, the blue-skinned alien's foot struck Yamcha's crossed arms like a cannonball. The immense force drove Yamcha deep into the ground, fracturing the earth around him like a spider's web. In that instant, he felt the surge of energy within him, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Clearly, he had sustained significant injury. Though he had withstood the captain's ferocious strike, the force had forced his energy back into his body, resulting in harm. Gritting his teeth, Yamcha exerted his arms upward, propelling the alien captain away. The blue-skinned alien tumbled through the air, regaining his balance after several somersaults. "You earthling, to withstand my attack is intriguing," he remarked, astonished that he and his companion had not easily dispatched this earthling. Yamcha emerged from the crater, his arms trembling slightly from the pressure of the captain's blow. Yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood that conventional methods would not suffice to defeat these two extraterrestrials. He had to resort to his ultimate techniques. "You invaders, today marks your doom," Yamcha bellowed, his aura escalating dramatically. Jerry and Lucas, witnessing the surge of energy emanating from Yamcha, felt a pang of unease. They immediately activated the combat detector, observing the display screen as numbers flickered rapidly, indicating a swift rise in power levels. This increase was a result of Yamcha entering a state of explosive energy, enhancing his capabilities by 70%, nearly matching Son Goku's Kaioken. 100, 200. Yamcha's combat power ultimately peaked at 2200. "Impossible. How can this earthling possess greater combat power than I?" The blue-skinned alien's expression shifted dramatically, his previously arrogant demeanor replaced with fear and disbelief. The black-skinned alien's eyes widened in shock, his expression concealed by his dark skin. In their daring escapade at the fringes of the North Galaxy, they had deemed Earth a lowly planet, its inhabitants weak and easily overpowered. Yet this Yamcha had completely shattered their misconceptions. Prior to their arrival, their detector had indicated no formidable combatants. Now, suddenly, they faced another earthling who posed a significant threat, a revelation that left them reeling. Yamcha, however, would not grant them ample time to process their shock. Drawing a deep breath, he radiated an intense light, enveloping himself in a manifestation akin to corporeal lightning. This was a one versus many scenario, compelling Yamcha to employ his ultimate control skill, the thunderous universal palm. Now, the thunderous universal palm had been mastered to a remarkable degree. The lightning not only enveloped his entire being, but could also unleash dozens of lightning bolts simultaneously for ranged attacks. The bolts descended like a rain of swords, instantaneously sealing off the movement space of the two aliens. Caught within the storm of lightning, both extraterrestrials were struck directly, experiencing a wave of electric assault. Seizing the moment while they were momentarily incapacitated, Yamcha charged at the weaker black-skinned alien. The alien, paralyzed by the electric shock, could do nothing but watch as Yamcha unleashed a full-powered Chi-Yuan blast, striking him squarely in the chest. By the time the alien's body registered the impact, AG Chapter 70, Jerry and Lucas Yamcha stood like an indomitable statue, his explosive energy enveloping him like an unyielding shield, instilling within him an unwavering confidence. The blue-skinned alien captain was increasingly enraged, resembling a furious lion, with vulnerabilities surging forth like a tidal wave. Clenching his fists high above his head, the alien's azure aura intensified around him, coalescing into two enormous spheres of blue energy. Yamcha felt a tightness in his chest, acutely aware that this impending strike was akin to a cataclysmic avalanche. He dared not exhibit any hint of laxity, focusing intently on the massive orbs of energy. "Prepare to perish, earthling," the alien captain bellowed, charging at Yamcha like a released arrow. With a swift downward motion, the two colossal energy spheres erupted like fireworks, fragmenting into countless smaller energy orbs that engulfed Yamcha in an instant. This move was akin to a thunderclap, striking unexpectedly with an expansive range. Yamcha had no opportunity to evade, and was soon struck forcefully by the energy spheres. The sound of the explosions was deafening, as if the very fabric of the world was being torn asunder. The tremendous shockwave obliterated everything in Yamcha's vicinity, creating a vast crater in the ground, with dust swirling in the air, rendering the scene invisible for a moment. The blue-skinned alien captain wore a triumphant smile, convinced that Yamcha had been obliterated by the strike. However, as the dust began to settle, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the crater. Though Yamcha appeared somewhat disheveled, his attire in tatters and his body bearing several abrasions, his gaze remained resolute and brimming with fighting spirit. The explosive state had not only augmented his combat power but had also elevated his defensive capabilities to match, allowing him to withstand this overwhelming assault despite the significant toll it had taken on his energy. "Is this truly your final performance? Now it is my turn," Yamcha remarked with a cold smirk. The alien captain's smile evaporated in an instant, replaced by a look of dread. The recent attack had drastically diminished his combat effectiveness. Without a word, Yamcha thrust his hands forward, rapidly conjuring a colossal energy sphere in his grasp. In an instant, the enormous energy orb shot forth from Yamcha's hands like a cannonball, streaking across the sky like a meteor on a collision course with the alien captain. Initially dismissive of the approaching attack, the alien captain's expression shifted to one of disdain. "Just a trivial move," he scoffed, and despite his waning energy, he effortlessly sidestepped the oncoming sphere with a slight lean of his body. "Is that so? Take a look behind you," Yamcha said, a smirk playing on his lips as he waved his hands again. The energy sphere that had narrowly missed the alien suddenly veered sharply, racing back with blinding speed to strike him. "What?" The alien captain turned in shock, only to find the energy sphere hurtling toward him. "This is the retribution for your invasion of Earth," Yamcha shouted as the energy sphere engulfed the alien captain in a tumultuous wave, followed by another deafening explosion that echoed across the land, shaking the very ground beneath them. Yamcha, who had previously struggled to master the energy sphere technique, had achieved a breakthrough during his training at the Temple of the Gods, enabling him to wield it with newfound agility. As the brilliance faded, the alien captain had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a desolate wasteland. Yamcha gazed at the ravaged land, a sense of melancholy welling within him. Although this world was not his Earth, witnessing the devastation of the city stirred profound sorrow within his heart. He had finally vanquished 3 aliens, a feat that brought him a sense of relief. Yet, the moment he relaxed, exhaustion washed over him, causing every muscle in his body to ache. And he could no longer maintain his explosive state. Collapsing onto the ground, he relished the brief respite. This had been the most arduous battle he had faced thus far, and he had exhausted every means at his disposal. Habitually, he reached for a senza bean from his pocket, only to find nothing there, confirming his earlier suspicion. Soon, as the battle subsided, the surviving humans began to emerge slowly from the rubble, their faces reflecting the joy of having survived the ordeal. However, their elation was short-lived as they hurriedly set about rescue efforts, for many remained trapped beneath the debris. Meanwhile, Jerry and Lucas, who had been lurking at the periphery, stealthily made their way into the city. Although they sensed that the enemy had been eliminated, they required visual confirmation of the alien's status. Additionally, the one who had vanquished the aliens was their target for recruitment. Yamcha had narrowly triumphed over 3 aliens. Yet this was merely a fraction of what was needed for the safety of the entire planet. As Yamcha savored a moment of tranquility, he suddenly detected 2 energy signatures rapidly approaching. He stood up promptly, wary of the newcomers. They halted a short distance away, and Yamcha scrutinized them closely. One was tall and resolute, while the other, slightly shorter, bore an equally determined expression. "Who are you?" Yamcha inquired in a low voice. Jerry stepped forward, offering a slight bow. "Do not misunderstand, brother. I am Jerry, and this is Lucas. We have been observing this battle, and we greatly admire your strength and bravery. Those aliens brought immense suffering to our city, and you rose to save us." Yamcha furrowed his brow slightly. "Then what is your purpose in approaching me?" After all, these two had been lurking in the shadows prior to his confrontation with the aliens, emerging only once the threat was neutralized, which naturally aroused Yamcha's suspicions. "Do you think us cowardly?" Lucas remarked, noting Yamcha's guarded demeanor. Yamcha nodded in acknowledgement. "We did not wish for this." Lucas then explained their mission and the existence of the Earth Warriors Alliance, finally clarifying their intentions to Yamcha. Upon reflection, he realized that if he had encountered 5 or 6 aliens, he would not have dared to engage them recklessly. Chapter 71. Oliver. After conversing for a brief moment, Yamcha finally grasped the temporal context he found himself in. It was the year 563 of the Klin era. This year stood in stark contrast to his original time, which was situated a staggering 752 years into the AI era. Thus, he was now in a world that existed at least 752 years prior, far surpassing the timeline that Sun Wukong had traversed. Such a distant temporal expanse rendered his past experiences as fleeting as wisps of smoke, utterly inconsequential. Fortunately, his formidable strength ensured he could defend himself adequately. As they continued their idle chatter, Yamcha suddenly sensed a massive wave of unfamiliar energy surging toward them. Among this energy, one presence stood out, surpassing Yamcha's own power, estimated to possess approximately 3,000 combat capabilities. This presence was significantly stronger than his own powered state, a challenge he could not withstand at present. Having recently endured a grueling battle, his strength had already diminished, and facing such a formidable foe, even with Jerry and Lucas by his side, victory seemed impossible. Just as Yamcha prepared to inform the others of the need to retreat, he heard the familiar voices of his comrades. Jerry and Lucas exchanged glances, joyfully exclaiming their recognition of the approaching crowd. Moments later, figures appeared on the horizon, with one towering individual at the forefront, clad in a flowing white robe complemented by a form-fitting harness and belt that accentuated his muscular physique, resembling an iron tower. Adorning his head was an orange headband, exuding an aura of valor. Upon laying eyes on this figure, Yamcha immediately recognized him, Oliver, the very warrior who had accompanied Sun Wukong to the underworld martial arts tournament, hailing from Earth just like Wukong. However, this was before Oliver had undergone a millennium of cultivation in the underworld to attain his formidable combat prowess, which he clearly lacked at present. "Jerry, Lucas, where are the aliens?" Oliver's deep voice resonated from afar. Jerry and Lucas hastily advanced, respectfully responding, "Lord Oliver, this esteemed Yamcha has vanquished the aliens here." "Oh, there are warriors on Earth of whom I was unaware," Oliver remarked, striding toward Yamcha. Upon reaching him, Oliver scrutinized Yamcha with a hint of admiration in his gaze. "Oliver, Yamcha, quite impressive, young man. Your courage and strength are commendable. Those aliens are no trifling adversaries, and your ability to defeat them alone is truly admirable," Oliver stated. Yamcha nodded slightly, replying, "I merely did what I could." Oliver's demeanor turned serious. "Your ability to take action is already commendable. We have received distress signals from numerous locations. These aliens are formidable, and we must swiftly organize an effective counterattack. Would you be interested in joining us?" He extended his broad hand. "I would be most willing. However, I have one request that requires your consent," Yamcha replied, aware that his trial would be against Oliver. "Huh, as long as you agree to join us. I would consent to not just one condition, but even 10, Oliver responded with a smile. "I wish to challenge you," Yamcha declared. "Not possible." Oliver's companion interjected before Oliver could respond. "You are among the last of Earth's elite combatants. Any injury to either of you would weaken our strength." Oliver regarded Yamcha's serious expression and said, "I consent." The companion attempted to voice further objections, but Oliver gestured for silence. Subsequently, Oliver and Yamcha moved to an open space outside the city, while the others went to rescue the surviving humans within. Standing 10 meters apart and facing Oliver, who was double Yamcha's strength, Yamcha adopted a standard fighting stance, signaling his readiness for a serious engagement. Yet, Oliver remained relaxed, arms crossed, displaying no hint of pressure from Yamcha. "Oliver, are you not preparing?" Yamcha asked, brow furrowing as he recalled his previous encounters with Krillin, never imagining he would also be underestimated one day. "From the moment I stood before you, I have been preparing. Feel free to attack," Oliver replied, a smile gracing his lips. This elicited a sensation reminiscent of facing Bobo for Yamcha, yet regardless of Oliver's demeanor, he had to initiate the first strike. With a speed that placed him beyond the reach of the onlookers, Yamcha charged toward Oliver, swiftly throwing a punch aimed at Oliver's face. "Impressive speed," Oliver remarked with a slight grin, effortlessly evading Yamcha's consecutive jabs with a few agile movements. Unfazed by the lack of success in his initial attack, Yamcha quickly adjusted his strategy, delivering a powerful side kick aimed at Oliver's waist, the force creating a gust of wind. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Oliver's eyes as he calmly extended his arm and blocked the kick. Yamcha felt as though he had kicked a solid rock, the rebound causing a slight numbness in his leg. Good attack. Now, watch this, Oliver said with a smile. He then launched a punch toward Yamcha's face. Perfectly timed to strike as Yamcha's previous effort waned and his new strength had yet to materialize. Facing this nearly unavoidable blow, Yamcha did not succumb to despair. The successful training he had undergone in the Divine Temple manifested as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly moving 10 meters to the side. However, just as he believed he had evaded the attack, he was met with the alarming sight of Oliver mirroring his movement and appearing directly before him. With a resounding impact, Oliver's punch connected with Yamcha, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Lying on the ground, Yamcha felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by sharp pain in his face. It took him a moment to regain his composure, his astonishment palpable. Your strength and speed are commendable, yet your control over your energy remains at the level of mere perception. You cannot wield it at will. Your strikes lack decisiveness, and you struggle to release your energy in an instant upon attack, Oliver articulated. Yamcha recognized the truth in Oliver's words. This was indeed a pressing issue he needed to address. Is there a way to quickly resolve this problem? He inquired. Oliver pondered briefly before his gaze fell upon a massive rock nearby, the size of a house. He approached the stone, placing his hand upon it and exerting a sudden force. A sharp sound pierced the air, and Oliver sidestepped, revealing a palm-sized hole that had suddenly appeared in the rock, penetrating it entirely. Remarkably, the stone remained intact, showing no signs of fragmentation. Chapter 72. The battle begins. Yamcha approached the rocks with the swiftness of a gale, scrutinizing them intently. Do you see? Only by achieving such mastery can one truly harness the essence of energy at will. At that point, each of your attacks will strike with the force of thunder, unleashing your full potential regardless of the circumstances. Yamcha nodded thoughtfully, while he comprehended the concept. The execution seemed as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Soon, he found himself in a mental struggle, oblivious to the surrounding sounds. His mind fixated solely on Oliver's action against the rock. Oliver, refraining from interrupting Yamcha's contemplation, stood by patiently. Before long, Jerry and others returned from managing the refugees in the city, where out of a population of over 100,000, merely 1,000 souls had survived, a truly harrowing sight. Though Oliver recognized that this beleaguered village was not the worst, witnessing the devastation filled his heart with profound sorrow, intensifying his hatred for the extraterrestrial invaders. He promptly instructed 2 warriors to escort the survivors to another human city while he led the martial forces in pursuit of isolated alien squads. As for Yamcha, he designated Jerry to remain with him. After a moment of contemplation, Yamcha resolved to put theory into practice, for it is indeed through practice that one verifies truth. Following Oliver's method of exertion, he struck the rock, which instantaneously shattered into countless fragments like a burst of fireworks. Clearly, Yamcha's attack, akin to scattered sand, lacked focus, leading to an unsatisfactory outcome. Unwilling to concede defeat, he set his sights on the myriad of rocks surrounding him. After a series of attempts, the results remained disappointingly consistent. However, a memory of a phrase spoken by Bobo sparked within him, prompting Yamcha to calm his mind and concentrate all his attention on his hand before unleashing a powerful blow. Miraculously, this time, the rock did not explode into dust, but rather split into several uneven pieces, as though an invisible hand had pried them apart. This breakthrough ignited a radiant smile on Yamcha's face. The rock's fragility necessitated concentrated force, lest it shatter like disorganized sand. Although he had yet to reach Oliver's level, the significant progress he had made indicated that he could now focus his strength, a feat previously unattainable. Only then did Yamcha awaken to the reality that Oliver had departed. Leaving Jerry nearby, "Jerry, where is Mr. Oliver?" he inquired. Jerry hurried over upon hearing his name, bowing respectfully. In response to Lord Yamcha, "Master Oliver has already proceeded to the next incident site. I was so absorbed in my training that I lost track of the situation. We must hasten to assist." Indeed, under Jerry's guidance, they swiftly pursued the direction Oliver had taken. In the ensuing 3 days, Yamcha aided the Earth Martial Alliance in combating the alien invasion, seizing every opportunity to refine his understanding of energy manipulation. By the end of this period, his mastery had markedly improved, allowing him to wield energy with newfound ease. According to the system's notification, he had ascended from the 6th to the 7th tier of energy manipulation, a sign of profound advancement. Logically, he had fulfilled the trial set forth by Bobo and could return, yet he had received no communication. Meanwhile, the Earth Martial Alliance's strategy of dispersing their forces had yielded significant results, eliminating numerous alien squads and approximately 40 extraterrestrial beings. However, the aliens soon recognized the threat and initiated large-scale operations, complicating the Earth Warriors' efforts to dismantle their ranks. Many scouts sent out had also fallen victim to ambushes. And the aliens progressively encroached upon the stronghold of the Martial Alliance, further constricting their operational territory. Crone City. The stronghold of Oliver and the current base of the Earth Martial Alliance now bore an atmosphere thick with tension. The remaining warriors gathered, with Oliver standing as the mightiest among them at a combat power of 3,000, followed closely by Yamcha. 100 additional warriors, boasting combat strengths ranging from 100 to 1,000, had been dispersed to other locations for safety, with the lower-tiered warriors rendered ineffective in the impending conflict. Soon, a wave of alien energy signatures approached from the distance. It is time. We must confront those vile extraterrestrials. All for humanity. Yamcha and Oliver led the Earth Warriors with unwavering resolve towards the alien forces, their eyes brimming with determination and courage. Fully aware that the fate of Earth hinged upon this confrontation. As the two factions drew nearer, a palpable tension enveloped the air. The grotesque visages and formidable presence of the aliens instilled dread, yet the Earth Warriors stood resolute, refusing to falter. Upon sighting the aliens, Yamcha immediately gauged their strength. The extraterrestrial force numbered over 100, led by a green-skinned alien boasting a staggering combat power of 5,000, with 5 more exceeding 2,000, and the others surpassing 1,000. In terms of strength, they were undeniably at a disadvantage. Oliver stood at the forefront, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixated on the opposing aliens. Yamcha, by his side, radiated a potent aura. "Earthlings, your resistance is futile. Surrender now, and perhaps we may spare your lives," an alien leader proclaimed coldly. Oliver retorted with a scoff, "We shall never yield." The people of Earth refused to bow to invaders. With Oliver's declaration, the battle erupted instantaneously. The Earth Warriors and the aliens engaged in fierce combat. Yamcha, akin to a bolt of lightning, surged into the fray, unleashing his most formidable techniques. Each punch and kick imbued with tremendous power. The aliens, unwilling to relent, countered with their superior strength and advanced weaponry, resulting in a chaotic clash. Amidst the turmoil, Yamcha relentlessly sought opportunities, employing his refined understanding of energy to inflict significant damage upon the aliens. Yet, the overwhelming numbers of their foes, coupled with their formidable abilities, began to weigh heavily on him. In mere minutes, he witnessed the loss of over 10 Earth Warriors to the aliens, with many more on the brink of peril. Chapter 73. The trial ends. The warriors of Earth shall never surrender. "Brothers, I shall take my leave first." The speaker was Jerry, his body marred with wounds, yet his gaze resolutely steadfast. In an instant, his energy surged, breaking through his previous limits, transforming into a tempestuous force, akin to a powder keg on the verge of explosion. Yamcha was taken aback. He realized Jerry was sacrificing his life force to gain greater strength. "Jerry, no!" Yamcha cried out, unable to contain himself as he witnessed the relentless determination of the first person he had met in this world. But it was too late. Like a blazing flame, Jerry charged towards the aliens, his attacks fueled by madness and resolve, sending several extraterrestrial foes hurtling away. Yet, such immense power was fleeting, and Jerry's body quickly began to wane. Before long, silence enveloped him, signaling his sacrifice. However, Jerry's death ignited a fervor among the remaining warriors, who surged forth with renewed vigor, reminiscent of valiant warriors from a bygone era. A young warrior, eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed, "Avenge Jerry." The crowd echoed his cry, surging forward like an unstoppable tide against the aliens. Soon, the battlefield erupted with explosions, thunderous like a storm. Some warriors chose self-detonation, determined to perish alongside their foes. In the face of such devastation, Yamcha cast aside all reservations, forsaking concerns over energy consumption, and unleashed his explosive power mode with frenzied intensity. Energy blasts raged across the battlefield like a torrential storm. Within moments, 5 or 6 extraterrestrial foes of considerable strength fell to the ground, lifeless. Even among them, the strongest, Oliver, unleashed his own secret technique, elevating his combat prowess to an unprecedented level. Under the relentless assault of Earth's warriors, the alien invasion force dwindled like melting snow, leaving Yamcha trembling in fear at the harrowing scene. In merely half an hour, only a handful of combatants remained standing, merely 10 souls. On Earth's side, only Oliver and Yamcha persisted. Oliver glanced at Yamcha, his tone grave. Yamcha, the future of Earth now rests in your hands. May you elevate the martial arts of our world. His words bore the weight of a hero bidding farewell. Behold, this is my proudest secret technique. I hope you will never need to use it. With that, Oliver turned his focus inward, concentrating his energy. Burning Heart Fist, Oliver shouted. Instantly, his aura surged once more. His combat power soaring from 4,000 to an astonishing 6,000, enveloping him in a radiant crimson energy. Yamcha widened his eyes, astonished by Oliver's remarkable transformation. His heart filled with admiration. This technique was not a mere sacrifice of life as Jerry S. had been, but a unique explosive power mode, doubling Oliver S. strength. Compared to the Turtle Hermit S. explosive mode, Oliver S. Burning Heart Fist was extraordinarily potent. At that moment, Yamcha finally discerned fear etched upon the alien leader's face. To him, the fallen subordinates were expendable. Their deaths mattered not as long as he could seize this planet for a handsome profit and recruit countless minions anew. Yet now, sensing the threat posed by Oliver S.'s newfound power, the alien leader felt an overwhelming urge to flee Earth. Oliver granted the alien little time to deliberate. Like a meteor wrapped in flames, he charged toward his foe, his speed unparalleled, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. The alien leader's expression shifted dramatically, hastily commanding his remaining subordinates to defend against the impending onslaught. However, Oliver's assault was relentless. He plunged into the alien ranks, the fiery energy resembling a storm of destruction, consuming all in its path. Explosions resonated throughout the battlefield, the sheer force causing the ground to tremble. Yamcha clenched his fists, filled with sorrow and admiration, aware that Oliver was making a final stand for the future of Earth. Under Oliver's fervent onslaught, the alien invasion force suffered catastrophic losses, most disintegrating under the impact, leaving only the alien leader barely clinging to life. Oliver's figure gradually blurred within the crimson energy, ultimately vanishing from sight. Yamcha, tears brimming in his eyes, gazed at the spot where Oliver had disappeared. The battlefield fell into a heavy silence, without granting the alien leader a moment to recover. Yamcha unleashed an energy blast, ensuring its complete annihilation. As the alien leader vanished, Yamcha's vision began to blur, followed by a dizzying whirl as he was thrust back into the tunnel of the time simulation house. The tunnel flowed rapidly, and soon, he was expelled from its confines. In the next moment, he found himself back in the very time simulation house from whence he came. At that instant, he noticed Sun Wukong returning as well. Wukong, it has been a while. The rapid transition had left Sun Wukong momentarily disoriented, his response delayed. Wukong, what did you gain from this trial? Yamcha inquired with a smile. Sun Wukong scratched his head, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Yamcha, I encountered an incredibly powerful old man who taught me how to control energy freely. I also learned some new techniques, and my strength and speed have increased. Yamcha nodded, sensing the elevation in Sun Wukong's energy manipulation even without the system's aid. However, he too had gained significantly from this trial. In terms of energy control, he had reached the 7th tier and ultimately mastered Oliver's ultimate technique, the Burning Heart Fist, capable of unleashing double the power. Yet, this technique bore great risk. A moment's inattention could lead to his own destruction. Nevertheless, such danger was not absolute. Even with higher-risk techniques like the King Kai Fist and Demon Seal Wave, sufficient strength could avert death and elevate skills to unprecedented heights. Yamcha held this confidence. With his growing talent, perfecting the Burning Heart Fist would pose no problem. Soon after, Bobo reappeared at the entrance. Chapter 74. The conclusion of training and a new journey. Half a year has swiftly passed. The heavenly temple remains as tranquil and harmonious as ever, resembling a secluded paradise far removed from the clamor of the world. During this time, Yamcha and Sun Wukong have immersed themselves in rigorous training, consistently enhancing their prowess. Their mastery over energy has evolved to perfection, enabling them to conceal their presence in battle and unleash their full power in any circumstance. They have even perfected the art of moving with bells attached to their bodies without emitting a sound, embodying a state of focused tranquility and unity with the cosmos. Simultaneously, Yamcha has gained profound insights into the nuances of spiritual energy, allowing him to accurately perceive his opponent's movements and anticipate their actions at crucial moments. Sun Wukong's progress has once again caught Yamcha's attention. After emerging from their trials, both have reached an equal level in their energy manipulation. over the subsequent months. They have advanced together, finally achieving a flawless command over their abilities. On this day, Yamcha and Sun Wukong stand before Bobo once more. After more than half a year of dedicated practice, their combat and spiritual strength have significantly improved. Name: Yamcha Combat Power, 1800 Realm, 9th Stage of Energy, Perfect, Spiritual Power, 50 Talent Points, 323 Bloodline. Earthling Skills: New Wolf Fong Fist, Turtle School Kamehameha, Energy Manipulation, Burning Heart Fist, Solar Fist, Sky Dance Technique. Unbeknownst to them, Yamcha's combat power has reached 1800, placing him at the level of a low-level Scion warrior. No longer considered weak in the vast universe. Sun Wukong's enhancement is even more pronounced, boasting a combat power of 1100 and a spiritual power of 10 points. Though slightly inferior to Yamcha, it is noteworthy that he has surged from a mere 180 points upon entering the Heavenly Temple to his current formidable state, a frighteningly rapid ascension. At this moment, their energy is remarkably restrained. To the untrained eye, they appear as ordinary individuals. Their mastery of energy has attained a profound level, though they have yet to reach Bobo's nearly imperceptible state, which evidently involves divine application. Nevertheless, in terms of energy manipulation, they are no less than Bobo himself. Their eyes are filled with confidence and determination. After 6 months of diligent training, they yearn to challenge Bobo once more to gauge their strength. Bobo regards them, nodding slightly. Excellent. It seems you have not wasted this past half year. Now, let us witness your progress. The battle is imminent as Yamcha and Sun Wukong swiftly enter their combat stances. Yamcha employs his energy concealment technique, rendering his presence nearly undetectable, while Sun Wukong unleashes a powerful aura, preparing for a direct confrontation with Bobo. As ever, Bobo moves with grace and swiftness, vanishing and reappearing in a manner that is difficult to anticipate. However, this time, Yamcha and Sun Wukong refuse to remain passive. With their serene minds, they keenly perceive Bobo's movements and respond with lightning speed, successfully countering his attacks. Subsequently, they engage in a sparring session with Bobo, demonstrating no signs of defeat. Very well. You have mastered the use of energy perfectly. From here on, it will be up to you. Unless you wish to inherit the divine mantle, Bobo remarks with a smile. Forget it. Yamcha waves his hand in refusal, and Sun Wukong shares the same sentiment. During their time in the Heavenly Temple, the deity had hinted at their potential inheritance of the divine role. However, upon learning of the associated limitations and demands, their interest waned. After all, the vibrancy of life on Earth cannot be rivaled by the Heavenly Temple. The idea of enduring a lifetime in this place is a daunting thought for Yamcha. Moreover, after more than 6 months of training, Bulma's incessant reminders weigh heavily on his mind. Although they can communicate through a device, the prolonged separation is challenging for a couple in the throes of romance. With their training concluded, Yamcha and Sun Wukong prepare to depart the Heavenly Temple. Just as they are about to leave, Bobo approaches them once more, his expression more serious than usual. Yamcha, Sun Wukong, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. Recently, the Heavenly God has discovered that an entrance to the demon realm on Earth has been opened by unknown forces, allowing a multitude of demons to emerge at night and wreak havoc upon everything in their path. This poses a grave threat to Earth, and the Heavenly God hopes you can address this issue. Sun Wukong speaks first. Bobo, rest assured, since it endangers Earth, we will not turn a blind eye. Yamcha nods in agreement. Indeed, we shall drive those demons back to the demon realm and seal the entrance. Quickly, a memory flashes through his mind. It recalls a time when Sun Wukong was in search of Dragon Balls and passed through a remote southern nation, encountering the demon Azura hosting a tournament and inviting Earth's martial artists to participate. The local fighters were all defeated, and one nation's princess was even abducted, only to be rescued by Sun Wukong, who later sealed the gateway to the demon realm once more. This incident seems to have occurred before their encounter with Tao Pai Pai. According to Yamcha's estimation, the demon Azura's strength is quite ordinary, and for the current Sun Wukong, defeating him would be a trivial task. Bobo nods slightly, a hint of relief crossing his face. With your resolve, I am reassured. However, these demons are not like the ordinary foes you have faced before. They are notoriously brutal and possess formidable strength, so you must exercise caution. Understood, Bobo. They reply in unison. Bobo then reveals the location of the demon realm entrance. The two make their way to the edge of the Heavenly Temple, leaping into the void and soaring towards the ground. The journey to the temple had been fraught with peril, yet their return is swift, as if the Heavenly God is deliberately facilitating their passage. As they traverse the stormy layer of thunder, they encounter no fierce lightning attacks, instead finding a clear pathway that allows their passage. As they pass by Karen Tower, Yamcha takes the opportunity to bring Poor along. Chapter 75. Return to Tiendo Mountain. In the vast expanse of the sky, two figures swiftly traverse the air. Yamcha, this direction does not seem to lead south. Sun Wukong expressed his bewilderment to the Yamcha who flew ahead. Indeed, Wukong, I intend to bring a few disciples along for some training in the demon realm, Yamcha replied. Glancing back at Sun Wukong, he recalled the so-called Azura of the demon realm, whose strength was rather mediocre. Their presence there would be an overqualification. Mark, Vera, and the others were perfectly suited for this opportunity. Having trained his disciples for some time, it was only fitting to include them in such a valuable experience. After all, Yamcha viewed them as the future warriors of Earth. Yamcha, you have disciples now? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. In his mind, a master was typically someone venerable like Master Roshi, and Yamcha, being youthful like himself, did not fit that mold. Why not? It's only natural for someone as remarkable as Yamcha to have disciples. A loyal admirer of Yamcha interjected. Haha, I have quite a few disciples, you'll see soon enough. Yamcha chuckled. With their current prowess, a distance of several thousand kilometers could be covered in just a few hours. At the plaza of the Wolf Fong Dojo on Tiendo Mountain, 5 youths were diligently training, led by Mocha and Suddy. Suddenly, 2 dark figures streaked across the sky. Mocha. What is that? It seems to be coming towards us, one disciple, perspiring from his practice, said to the resolute-looking, high-nosed boy. As a fellow disciple who entered the Wolf Fong sect around the same time as Mark and the others, Mocha felt increasingly anxious as he observed their growing strength. Thus, he had been training even harder and didn't immediately notice the approaching figures. Upon raising his gaze to the rapidly approaching shadows, his brow furrowed. With his keen eye, he recognized that it was not merely aircraft soaring through the sky, but people, powerful beings capable of flight. Yet, without having learned to sense energy, he was unaware that one of them was his master. Before long, the 2 dark figures descended like shooting stars. The initially tense group burst into delighted laughter, rushing forward to greet them. Master, indeed, you all have not been slacking off these past 6 months, Yamcha remarked with a smile. With his perceptive eye, he could easily discern the progress of his disciples. Mocha and Suddy had attained a combat power of 30, while the 3 newer disciples were above 20. Subsequently, Yamcha introduced Sun Wukong and Poir to the 5 disciples. The other 4 disciples were, of course, training in the gravity chamber. Poir, spend some time with them. I'll take Wukong to the back, Yamcha instructed. Understood, Master Yamcha, Poir replied, and Yamcha led Sun Wukong toward the back of the dojo. Before long, they arrived at a massive hemispherical structure. Yamcha, is this what you consider a treasure? It appears to be just a building, Sun Wukong questioned, puzzled. You will understand once we enter, Yamcha said enigmatically, opening the gravity chamber's large door and stepping inside. Those training within the gravity chamber, including Vera, suddenly felt the gravity revert to normal. This was a precaution designed by Bulma. When the chamber's door opened from the outside while occupied, the internal gravity would revert to its standard state. They were puzzled, wondering who could possibly interrupt their training at such a time. That brat dares to disturb my training. Just wait until I handle him, Mark, a hefty youth, declared, swinging his fist with indignation. At that moment, the gravity chamber door swung open, and a teasing voice echoed from outside. Mark, it's been half a year. Are you planning to discipline even your master? Soon after, Yamcha and Sun Wukong stepped inside. Master, you have finally returned. The trio of Vera, Vincent, and Carlos chimed in unison. Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Yamcha replied playfully. Who would dare? Not with my current strength. Mark quickly changed his tone, eager to please. Noticing Sun Wukong beside Yamcha, he swiftly shifted the topic. Who is this young brother? Is he your newly accepted disciple? He is not merely a novice. He is Sun Wukong, the runner-up of the last martial arts tournament, Yamcha introduced with a smile. Oh, just the runner-up? Still, master is impressive, Mark promptly flattered. While my master possesses extraordinary strength, Wukong's prowess is equally formidable, Yamcha added. Oh, is he as strong as those 3-eyed challengers from last time? Mark expressed skepticism, as Sun Wukong appeared rather diminutive and did not exude an intimidating aura. Why not give it a try yourself? Yamcha suggested, noticing Mark's doubt. All right, Mark readily agreed. Over the past 6 months, his strength had significantly improved, and his confidence had swelled. Though he was uncertain of his exact combat power, he felt capable of withstanding several rounds against Tien, the 3-eyed warrior. Yamcha, I see your disciples are quite impressive, nearly on par with my strength from a year ago. As a combat enthusiast, Sun Wukong welcomed challenges without hesitation. Very well. Yamcha nodded with a smile. Thereafter, Mark and his companions took turns sparring with Sun Wukong. The outcome was evident. Despite their rapid progress over the past 6 months, they were no match for the stronger Sun Wukong, who swiftly dispatched them all within minutes, leaving them considerably humbled. After the bout, Sun Wukong examined the gravity chamber once more. Yamcha, there seems to be nothing particularly special about this place. Yamcha chuckled and instructed the bruised Mark. Is that so? Mark, activate the gravity chamber and let Wukong experience it. To what degree should I set the gravity? Just as you do during training. Mark nodded and began adjusting the gravity chamber's controls, setting it to 5 times normal gravity. Instantly, a tremendous force pressed down upon everyone. In an instant, Sun Wukong found himself pinned to the ground by the overwhelming gravity, while Yamcha and the others, being prepared, felt only a moderate strain. What is happening? Why can't I move? Sun Wukong exclaimed, filled with trepidation. Chapter 76, preparing to enter the demon realm. Logically speaking, with Sun Wukong's combat power exceeding 1,000, he should have easily endured the 5-fold gravity. However, due to the celestial decree, Bobo had equipped both him and Yamcha with gravity suits weighing 500 pounds each. Coupled with the 5-fold gravity, the force imposed on Sun Wukong equated to 20-fold gravity based on his original weight. This sudden increase bewildered Sun Wukong, who was encountering the gravity chamber for the first time. In contrast, Yamcha had previously trained under 20-fold gravity and was prepared, thus he maintained his composure. Observing Wukong's struggle, Yamcha felt a surge of satisfaction. Opportunities to witness Wukong's misfortunes were dwindling, and perhaps in a year or two, Sun Wukong's prowess would reach his level. Subsequently, Yamcha spoke again. This is the gravity chamber, a tool to assist in training. Its effectiveness is comparable to our gravity suits, with the advantage that it can be adjusted according to one's condition, significantly enhancing our training results. Now I understand, Sun Wukong exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. All right, Mark. Return the gravity to normal parameters, Yamcha instructed. Mark nodded and restored the gravity chamber to its standard setting. In the next moment, Sun Wukong stood up, brimming with excitement. Yamcha, this contraption is remarkable. I can't wait to train here. Once we resolve the issues in the demon realm, we can return to train in it. Yamcha smiled indeed. Master, what is the demon realm? Mark inquired with growing intrigue. Yamcha then recounted the tale of the demon realm's gate being opened, resulting in a massive invasion of demons onto Earth. Upon hearing this, Vera, Mark, and the other disciples displayed eager enthusiasm, ready to take action. Mark clenched his fists, his eyes shining with anticipation. Master, this sounds thrilling. We were just lamenting the lack of opportunities to truly test our strength. This journey to the demon realm will surely be enlightening. Vera chimed in. Yes, Master. We are unafraid of those demons. We must show them the might of Earth's warriors. The other disciples echoed their sentiments, their expressions reflecting determination and courage. Seeing his disciples' spirited demeanor, Yamcha felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was exactly what he wished to witness. Your courage is commendable, but I must offer a word of caution, he said solemnly. The demon realm is not an ordinary place. Its demons are formidable and inherently vicious, employing ruthless tactics. Though your strength has improved through recent training, do not underestimate the enemy. Once we enter the demon realm, you must adhere to commands and refrain from acting impulsively. Do you understand? Understood, Master. The disciples replied in unison, their voices still brimming with excitement, yet it was clear they absorbed Yamcha's warning. Sun Wukong, grinning, added, Yamcha, do not worry too much. With us here, we will ensure their safety. Moreover, this serves as a rare opportunity for them to grow. Perhaps after this experience, they will advance even more swiftly. Yamcha nodded. Indeed, let us hope so. Now, prepare yourselves. We shall embark for the demon realm. The disciples swiftly went about their preparations, and soon everything was in order. Yamcha led Sun Wukong, along with Vera, Mark, and 2 other disciples, toward the direction of the demon realm. Given the ferocity of the demons they would face, Yamcha selected only the 4 strongest disciples to accompany them. Vera and Mark, having mastered the art of flight, were exempt from carrying anyone else, while the slightly weaker Vincent and Carlos were each assigned to the care of Yamcha and Sun Wukong. The 6 of them soared toward the entrance of the demon realm. Throughout their journey, the disciples were particularly animated, discussing the various scenarios they might encounter in the demon realm and envisioning themselves battling the demons. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Sun Wukong occasionally shared combat experiences and strategies for handling dangerous situations. Hours later, they arrived at a vast plain. Before even landing, Yamcha sensed an ominous area shrouded in dense fog, untouched by the blazing sun, as if a dark cloud loomed overhead, exuding a foreboding aura. Surrounding this peculiar area were thousands of armored knights on horseback, seemingly waiting for something. That must be the place. Let us descend and investigate, Yamcha declared, leading the way downwards. As they approached, the presence of the six stirred a commotion among the knightly order. After all, flying beings were as rare in this world as sightings of ghosts during the day. Who are you? The knights quickly surrounded the group. These knights were the royal guard of a nearby small kingdom. 3 months prior, the king's daughter had been abducted by a self-proclaimed powerful figure from the demon realm named Azura, who had left a message. He stated that to rescue the princess, martial artists must enter the demon realm and defeat him. Understanding the situation, the king had summoned the kingdom's top martial artists to challenge the demon realm. Yet, after sending dozens of warriors, none returned. In hope of a miracle, the king continued to dispatch knights to guard the entrance daily. As the knights awaited, Yamcha and his companions appeared. Although the knights seemed numerous to Yamcha and his group, they were merely ordinary individuals. Please, do not misunderstand. We are martial artists, Yamcha stated to prevent any unnecessary confusion. Martial artists? Are you here to challenge Azura of the demon realm? One of the knights asked. But I advise you not to take the risk. Dozens of martial artists have gone in and never returned, the lead knight warned gravely. While they longed to complete their mission and rescue the princess, he did not wish for more lives to be endangered, especially since these self-identified martial artists appeared quite young, with one among them being a child. Mark, feeling belittled, proclaimed proudly, "We are not ordinary martial artists. My master is the champion of the world's greatest martial arts tournament." What? A tournament champion? The lead knight's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Subsequently, he respectfully apologized to Yamcha and his companions, pleading for them to rescue their princess. Upon learning of Yamcha's credentials, the knights ceased to obstruct their passage. Entering the area enveloped in fog, they soon beheld a towering black iron gate, intricately carved with elaborate designs, exuding an aura of profundity. At that moment, one of the gates was ajar, a serrated long sword embedded in the ground before it, measuring 2 feet in width. Chapter 77. Guardian of the Demon Realm, is this the sword that seals the gate? Is it truly difficult to draw? Sun Wukong inquired of the knight leader beside him. Of course, not even the mightiest of our kingdom's strong men can lift it, the knight leader sighed. Sun Wukong, harboring some doubt, approached the long sword and grasped the hilt. With merely a slight exertion, the sword was pulled out a little. What? How is this possible? The knight leader's face displayed astonishment. This was entirely within Yamcha's expectations. Sun Wukong's combat prowess now soared into the thousands, rendering the seal set by a demon realm warrior with a mere 100 or 200 combat power trivial to dismantle. Just as Sun Wukong was about to fully extract the long sword, Yamcha interjected, "Wukong, we still need to enter. Let us not draw it out just yet." He chuckled, responding, "All right." Sun Wukong smiled and promptly reinserted the longsword. At this moment, the knights realized just how formidable these individuals were. The 6 of them walked toward the demon realm gate, chatting amiably, resembling a group on an outing. Yamcha and Sun Wukong, possessing absolute strength, felt no fear, while Vera and the others found reassurance in witnessing their ease, some even brimming with excitement for the impending battle. However, once they passed through the demon realm gate, they quickly sensed the malevolent aura gradually enveloping the air. This instilled a profound sense of oppression in Vera, Mark, and the others, a mixture of exhilaration intertwined with anxiety. Beyond the demon realm gate lay a wide, straight corridor, dim and mysterious, with walls and floors composed of an unknown bluish stone, intricately carved with bizarre runes, as if sealing unknown monsters. Every 10 meters, a faint torch flickered, casting a slight glow. Suddenly, from the darkness, a sharp projectile sliced through the air, aimed directly at the leading Yamcha. Interesting. Such a level of hidden weaponry is merely a child's toy to Yamcha now. However, before he could act, Vera, who had been vigilant, leapt forward, deflecting the incoming projectile. She then called into the darkness, "Who goes there? Step forward." As footsteps approached, a provocatively dressed woman emerged, wielding a flying dagger tied with a string in one hand, and a long sword secured at her waist, her arms crossed defiantly. Her appearance was generally humanoid, though she sported elongated ears distinct from those of humans. As she walked, she laughed. "Hee hee, this is the demon realm. Of course, I am of the demon clan. What brings you humans here?" You demons opened the gate and disrupted the peace between our realms. What do you think we are here for? Yamcha replied with a smile. Before the fiery woman could respond, a deep voice resonated from behind her. If you wish to challenge Azura, I advise you to leave. Dozens like you have already perished. Then, a giant with azure skin, the size of a house, stepped forth, crowned with two imposing horns reminiscent of the bull demon king of Earth, albeit much larger. We are not ordinary martial artists, Mark declared proudly. Is that so? However, to enter, you must present a pass, the giant demon said sternly. What is a pass? Sun Wukong asked. A pass is a document from King Yenluo permitting outsiders to enter hell or the demon realm, the giant boasted, seemingly in great reverence for King Yenluo. Yamcha, connecting the imagery of King Yenluo with the giant before him, inferred that perhaps they belonged to the same race. Then we must enter, Yamcha stated directly. Wishing to avoid further trivial banter. That is only possible if you can defeat us, the fiery woman interjected. Vera, Mark, you two go and have a contest with them. Yamcha instructed. In Yamcha's eyes, these two guardians of the demon realm were not particularly strong. Perhaps this area was akin to a remote part of Earth, lacking formidable warriors. Even those with combat power around 70 could serve as guardians of the demon realm gate. Having trained for over half a year in the gravity chamber, Mark had reached a combat power of 80, while Vera had surpassed him at 92, far exceeding the two demons. Mark and Vera, facing the giant and the fiery woman, remained calm and unafraid, having come to the demon realm to challenge stronger foes. Mark smiled slightly and asked, Master Brother, who should I choose? Anyone you like. Vera replied nonchalantly. In that case, I shall entertain this lovely lady, Mark said with a goofy grin, as if he had chanced upon a delightful treasure. Vera shook her head, confronting the giant demon instead. After selecting their opponents, they took their positions. Lovely lady, I shall make my move now, Mark announced to the fiery woman. The fiery woman chuckled. Amira, you, human, are rather amusing. It makes me reluctant to strike. Yamcha observed as Vera and the giant began to clash, the giant wielding a 4-meter-long spear, launching a fierce assault against Vera. Meanwhile, Mark and Mira continued their playful banter. Unable to watch any longer, Yamcha interjected, Mark, swiftly conclude your battle. We need to proceed. Mark promptly gathered himself, though reluctant to harm a woman. He reminded himself that she was a fierce demon, not a mere human. Understood, Master. With that, Mark's aura erupted, a powerful presence sweeping around him. Before he raised his hand to strike at Mira, Mira remained composed, her arms crossed defiantly, unaffected by Mark's fierce onslaught. Just as he was about to land a hit, she swiftly retreated, resembling a nimble butterfly. Mark's initial strike missed, prompting a rapid succession of attacks. Yet, Mira seemed disinclined to engage, continuously evading while maintaining her graceful demeanor, clearly exhibiting superior technique over Mark. Suddenly, Mira darted away, hanging upside down from the tunnel-ass ceiling like a bat, glancing over at Vera and the giant. To her astonishment, the seemingly fierce giant was being dominated by Vera. Realizing that with just the two of them, it would be difficult to stop these human martial artists. She did not wish to bear the consequences of Azura's reckless actions, especially since she was merely an employee. With a cheerful tone, she called out, Gora, stand down. Since these individuals seek out Azura, let us grant them their wish. Upon hearing Mira's command, the giant Gora immediately ceased his attack. Gora began. But Mira quickly interrupted, You don't know where Azura is, do you? Then follow me. It was evident that Mira held the authority between the two. Chapter 78. Carlos versus the Toad Demon. The demonic realm is a labyrinthine passage, where wandering carelessly can lead one to lose their way, with Mira guiding them. Yamcha and the others swiftly arrived at a gathering place for demons. This locale was an expansive subterranean plaza. At the farthest end of the plaza stood a towering platform several meters high, upon which sat two figures, a tall, sinister-looking Azura, and the petite, timid Princess Misa, whom he had abducted. Behind them loomed a colossal, four-armed stone statue, its malevolent eyes glinting fiercely, resembling a hellish fiend. Beneath the platform lay a circular arena, measuring 100 meters in diameter, surrounded by thousands of peculiar demons. Their appearances varied dramatically. Some possessed frog-like heads, others bore skin that shimmered like scales, and some trailed long tails adorned with sharp spikes. These demons were either standing or sitting, whispering amongst themselves or raising their voices in boisterous chatter, enveloping the entire plaza in an atmosphere of chaotic malevolence. At that moment, two demons were engaged in combat within the arena, capturing the attention of all present. Yamcha and his companions, upon arrival, went unnoticed in the periphery. As for Mira and Gora, they departed shortly after, clearly wishing to keep their involvement hidden from the demonkin. On the platform, Azura spoke gently to Misa. Do not be afraid, Misa. The beings below are my subordinates. They shall not harm you. Today's spectacle is rather splendid, is it not? He lifted her chin playfully, causing her to tremble in fear. At that instant, a demon with a pig-like head was knocked off the stage by a toad demon, who boasted, Ribbit, who else seeks death? Step up and face your doom. Yamcha could discern the strength of all the demons present. The pig-headed demon had a combat power of around 60, while the victorious toad demon, Lam-Z, boasted a power exceeding 70. Among the disciples accompanying Yamcha, Vincent and Carlos were on par with Lam-Z, though Vincent possessed slightly greater talent and strength. Subsequently, Yamcha signaled to Carlos. Understanding the cue, Carlos stepped forward and boldly declared, I will take my turn. His proclamation instantly drew the attention of numerous demons, silencing the plaza as all eyes turned toward them. The appearance of Yamcha's group was conspicuously dissimilar to that of the demons, even though some bore a human-like visage. Their demeanor was entirely alien. Curiosity, wariness, and hostility filled the air among the demons. Humph, another human comes to meet their demise, sneered a demon with enormous wings. Ha! You said it was dull, and now we have some fun, chuckled a short but muscular demon. Azura, upon hearing Carlos's voice, shifted his gaze from Misa to the direction of Yamcha's group, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, exuding disdain and arrogance. Oh, humans. You possess an audacity most remarkable, daring to intrude upon my domain and challenge me? Truly, you are unaware of your impending fate. Leisurely, Azura rose, crossing his arms, observing as Carlos ascended the arena step by step. Carlos's heart raced with trepidation, despite having prepared himself mentally. The fierce gazes of the 1,000 demons instilled a sense of unease. A glance back at Yamcha, who smiled and nodded encouragingly, fortified his resolve. Upon reaching the arena, Carlos faced off against Lam-Z. The toad demon scrutinized him with his small, beady eyes, croaking mockingly, You delicate human. One punch from me and you'll be begging for mercy. Surrender now, or soon you shall find it difficult to rise again. Carlos retorted with a scoff. Enough with the chatter, let us get to it. With that, he launched the first attack, his movements swift as lightning as he aimed a punch toward Lam-Z's face. Taken by surprise, Lam-Z dodged just in time, feeling the rush of wind from Carlos's fist as it narrowly missed him. Not bad, human, Lam-Z cackled, then leaped into the air, extending his long tongue to ensnare Carlos. Quick on his feet, Carlos evaded the attack by leaning back, and in one fluid motion, executed a sweeping kick aimed at the airborne Lam-Z. Caught off guard, Lam-Z was struck in the waist, hurtling sideways and crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. Bravo! Cheered Vera from the sidelines. The surrounding demons responded with a chorus of boos. Rising from the ground, Lam-Z's eyes burned with fury. You dare humiliate me, human? You will pay dearly for this. With that, his muscles bulged, and his scales gleamed ominously as a powerful aura radiated from him. He slammed his feet into the ground and charged at Carlos like a cannonball, fists poised to strike at Carlos's chest. Carlos, aware of the impending danger, inhaled deeply, channeling his energy into his arms, crossing them defensively. The impact of their fists colliding resonated with a thunderous crack, sending shockwaves through the arena, causing it to tremble slightly. Carlos felt a numbing sensation in his arms as he staggered backward. Lam-Z also reeled but quickly initiated another round of attacks. Thus, Carlos and Lam-Z exchanged blows in an intense duel, the demons below reveling in the spectacle, cheering and jeering with enthusiasm. Vera and the others remained vigilant, closely monitoring Carlos's every move, concerned for his safety while also studying the demons' combat styles for future encounters. Meanwhile, Azura maintained an air of indifference, seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding battle, occasionally glancing at Misa, who watched the arena with a worried expression, eliciting a faint, enigmatic smile from him. The intensity of the clash between the two fighters was clearly beneath his notice. As the battle progressed, Carlos began to feel the strain. After all, Lam-Z, as a denizen of the demonic realm, possessed considerable strength and endurance. Yet Carlos refused to relent, gritting his teeth and persisting against Lam-Z's relentless assault. Just as he felt the limits of his stamina nearing, he decided to unleash the signature technique of the Wolf Fong style, the Chi Origin Bullet, timing his move impeccably. As Lam-Z lunged forward once more, Carlos suddenly vanished from sight. Lam-Z's punch met only air, and in that moment of confusion, Carlos reappeared behind him, arms outstretched, shouting, Chi Origin Bullet. A powerful wave of energy surged from Carlos's hands, hurtling toward Lam-Z's back. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Lam-Z attempted to evade. But it was too late. Boom. The energy wave struck him squarely, propelling him forward and sending him crashing outside the arena, raising a cloud of dust. In an instant, the entire square fell into a profound silence, as all the magical beings gazed in wide-eyed disbelief at the unfolding scene. Chapter 79. The Azura strikes. As the multitude of demons witnessed the defeat of Lam-Z, their spirits ignited with fervor, resembling a barrel of gunpowder set alight. In an instant, a goblin emerged from the fray. Previously, Carlos had unleashed his ultimate technique, only to be deflated like a punctured balloon, his energy squandered. In the demon realm, the air was thick with a toxic mist of demonic energy, making recovery a daunting task. He succumbed after merely a few rounds. Just as the goblin reveled in his victory, Vincente entered the arena like a lithe cheetah, drawing upon his unyielding foundation and the unfathomable prowess of his wolf fang technique. He vanquished 2 demons with the ease of slicing through vegetables, yet soon found himself fatigued, like a bowstring at the end of its tension. Next, Mark and Vera took to the stage. Their performances shone like dazzling stars, eclipsing even Carlos and Vincente. Mark, embodying the spirit of a war god, triumphed over 6 adversaries, while Vera surpassed expectations, defeating 7 foes in succession. Bring down that human. Nia shall prevail. The arena reverberated with the roars of countless demons. At that moment, Vera confronted his 8th opponent, a peculiar demon with horns and wings, known among the demons as Nia. Nia's strength far exceeded that of his predecessors, boasting a staggering combat power of 120 points, making him a top-tier entity among the horde of demons. Clearly, Vera stood no chance against Nia under normal circumstances. Nia flapped his wings, akin to a ferocious falcon, soaring above the arena and occasionally diving like lightning to launch fierce assaults on Vera. His speed was so swift that it rendered him nearly indefinable. Vera remained composed, moving with the agility of a nimble cheetah, deftly evading the onslaught. However, in the face of such a vast disparity in strength, Vera was soon forced to retreat under Nia's relentless attacks. Well done, Nia, the demons cheered, their voices a tumultuous tide. After several rounds of careful observation, Vera quickly discerned Nia's patterns of movement. Yet, striking back proved to be a formidable challenge. Nia's flight was akin to a phantom, and Vera struggled to seize the opportunity with his current speed. It appeared that he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. With a mighty exhalation, an intense surge of energy erupted from Vera, enveloping him in a transparent aura. Burst mode. Sun Wukong gaped in astonishment, having believed that only the turtle school employed such a technique. It seems that Yamcha's disciples are quite formidable, nearly matching my strength. Not quite there yet, Yamcha chuckled. With the activation of burst mode, Vera's combat power soared to 138 points, surpassing Nia. Humph, mere bluster, Nia scoffed, sensing the shift in Vera's demeanor, but attributing it to trickery. Is that so? Just watch. Vera smirked. Due to the grueling battles, Vera's stamina had dwindled, and coupled with the immense energy drain from burst mode, he calculated he could only maintain this state for 30 seconds. In the following moment, Vera leaped into the air, launching an assault towards the hovering Nia. Despite Nia's brazen taunts, he chose not to engage Vera directly, relying on his aerial prowess to evade. What does it matter if you can't touch me? Nia sneered. Can you escape this? Vera replied with a devilish grin, his energy swirling beneath him as he executed a sharp turn to pursue Nia once more. Impossible. You can fly too? Given the constraints of space and the arena, Nia's movements were limited, allowing Vera to close the distance rapidly. With a swift motion, he seized one of Nia's wings. Nia's expression morphed into one of terror as he struggled, but Vera's strength was overwhelming, rendering him unable to break free. With a forceful throw, Vera sent Nia crashing onto the arena floor. Dazed, Nia struggled to rise before Vera pounced, unleashing a flurry of relentless strikes. Gradually, Nia succumbed to Vera's onslaught, ultimately leading to his defeat. The demons below sighed in despair, astonished that their most formidable champion could not withstand this seemingly frail human. Just then, seated upon the high platform, Azura could no longer contain himself. Humph, nothing but petty tricks, he sneered. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true power of our kind. With that, Azura leapt from his seat, hurtling towards Vera like a bolt of lightning. Having just vanquished Nia, Vera's burst mode dissipated, leaving him exhausted and unable to evade Azura's imminent assault. Yet, he remained calm, knowing that Yamcha would come to his aid. Indeed. Just as Azura was about to strike, a figure interposed itself before Vera, none other than Sun Wukong. Having long harbored a desire for battle, Sun Wukong surged forward the moment he sensed Vera's peril, no longer restrained by Yamcha. As Azura and Sun Wukong's fists collided, both were pushed back several steps. Vera nodded in appreciation at Sun Wukong before retreating to Yamcha's side. "Little one, your strength is commendable," Azura remarked with a smile, underestimating the prowess of the diminutive Sun Wukong. "But your abilities are quite ordinary." Sun Wukong replied earnestly. "Humph, the little one certainly has a knack for boasting," Azura retorted, exuding a potent and sinister aura that sent chills through the air. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong remained unfazed by Azura's overwhelming presence. Azura, noticing Sun Wukong's composure, felt a flicker of irritation. Determined to teach this presumptuous child a lesson, he declared, "You dare underestimate me? Prepare to feel my wrath." With a thunderous roar, Azura charged once more at Sun Wukong, his speed blurring as he closed the distance to deliver a devastating punch. With a keen gaze, Sun Wukong swiftly sidestepped Azura's attack, retaliating with a punch of his own. Their fists met in midair with a resounding crash, unleashing a wave of powerful energy that rippled outward, causing some demons around the arena to stagger back. Chapter 80. Mutation. Azura was utterly astonished. He had exerted every ounce of his strength in that recent strike. However, such a formidable assault had failed to make Sun Wukong retreat even a single step. "Is your attack so feeble? Do you possess any more formidable techniques?" Sun Wukong remarked with a smile, his tone nonchalant. Azura's offensive power was not to be underestimated. Under Yamcha's scrutiny, it had reached an intensity of 200 points. Had it been the Sun Wukong who had yet to enter the Divine Temple for training, he would have undoubtedly struggled against it. Yet, for the current Sun Wukong, the assault felt merely like a scratch upon the surface. Is Azura Lord truly so vulnerable? It was not that Azura was particularly weak, but rather that the human boy was exceptionally strong. "Go, Azura Lord." Princess Misha, seated upon the high platform, displayed a sudden expression of delight, sensing the possibility of Sun Wukong triumphing over Azura. Faced with such adversity, Azura, a formidable entity in the demon realm, had suffered repeated setbacks before numerous demons, which was undeniably a heavy blow to his pride. The cheers of encouragement that reached his ears felt like a sharp blade, piercing through his haughty spirit. "This is absurd. You brought this upon yourself. Master Babera, lend me your strength." In an instant, his long hair billowed as if caught in a tempest, the red triangular mark upon his forehead pulsating with an eerie crimson light, akin to flames. In a fleeting moment, this red glow surged forth like a tumultuous tide, transforming into vivid crimson markings that enveloped his entire being like a spider's web. "Master Babera," Yamcha murmured, realizing that those who could become sorcerers were truly enigmatic figures within the demon realm. Though their inherent power may not be great, their unique magic allowed them to achieve feats unattainable by martial artists. This realization stirred an unsettling feeling within Yamcha, as Azura's aura was inexplicably escalating to match Sun Wukong's level, and it showed no signs of halting. The terror of sorcery was indeed unfathomable. With this strange transformation, Azura's aura surged violently, distorting the very air around him with the immense pressure he exuded. His eyes turned blood red, revealing an infinite madness and murderous intent. Ultimately, Azura's combat power soared to 1,100 points. "Little brat, this is self-inflicted. Behold the might of my ultimate form," Azura bellowed, his voice brimming with fury and ferocity. He charged towards Sun Wukong with a speed multiplied several times over, almost becoming a mere blood shadow. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Sun Wukong, his fist carrying the power to obliterate everything, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. Feeling the immense strength of Azura's strike, Sun Wukong dared not show any complacency. Every muscle in his body tensed as he maximized his energy. "Come on," Sun Wukong shouted, meeting Azura's fist with his own. The collision of their fists unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy, shaking the entire underground arena. Cracks appeared in the surrounding walls, and stones fell in a cascade. The demons, terrified, fled in all directions, fearing the aftermath of their clash. They are truly formidable. Even those like Vera found it difficult to withstand the shockwaves of Sun Wukong and Azura's battle, instinctively retreating. Only Yamcha remained steadfast, rooted in place. Amidst the overwhelming energy clash, both Sun Wukong and Azura found themselves in a stalemate, their bodies trembling as they exerted all their might against each other's force. "Humph. I never expected you to push me to unleash this final power," Azura gritted through clenched teeth, his face contorted in a savage expression. You are strong as well, but I will not be defeated. Sun Wukong resolutely responded, his gaze filled with a fervent desire for victory. They continued to hold their ground, neither willing to relent. However, as time wore on, Sun Wukong gradually adapted to Asura's attacks, for in terms of absolute technique, Asura was vastly inferior. Suddenly, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful thrust, his fist surging forward with an even greater force. Asura was caught off guard, the sheer power propelling him backward, crashing heavily against the wall, creating a massive hole. Collapsed amidst the rubble, Asura coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise, but his body betrayed him. After all, that was not his true strength, once injured. He lost control over the explosive energy within him. You have lost, Sun Wukong remarked coolly as he gazed at Asura, who knelt amidst the debris in silence. The entire arena fell into a hushed stillness. The demons were dumbfounded, unable to fathom that the formidable Asura had truly been defeated by this human boy. Even Gora and Mela, who had distanced themselves, wore expressions of shock, silently commending their earlier decision. Vera and the others erupted in cheers, elated and proud of Sun Wukong's victory. Yamcha stepped forward, giving Sun Wukong a thumbs up. Wukong, you were magnificent. Sun Wukong scratched his head with a grin, saying, it was nothing much. Then, Yamcha turned to the demons, proclaiming loudly, now that your leader has been vanquished, we shall close the portal to the demon realm. Should any demons dare to enter Earth again, I will ensure they understand what true cruelty is. The demons exchanged glances, acutely aware that their capacity for resistance had evaporated. At that moment, Princess Misha, who had been seated high above, spoke up. Warriors, could you escort me away from the demon realm? Of course, come down and join us. Yamcha nodded. Upon hearing Yamcha's affirmative words, Princess Misha's face lit up with excitement as she swiftly approached him. Just as Yamcha believed everything had concluded, a raspy, cold voice echoed from a nearby opening. Gaga, you think you can create chaos in my domain and leave so easily? Do you not regard me, Amoto, with any respect? Following the voice, they beheld a figure, hunched and cloaked in black, emerging slowly from the shadows. His face was obscured by a bizarre mask, revealing only a pair of eyes shimmering with an eerie light, rendering his true identity unclear. Upon the figure's emergence, Yamcha sensed an astonishing aura emanating from him. A quick scan revealed his combat power to be an astounding 10,000 points. Amoto, who are you? Yamcha inquired warily. Who am I? Aha, I am Asura's brother, the true ruler of this demon realm. Amoto cackled ominously. Excellent. Lord Amoto has finally returned. This time, we shall show these detestable humans what true wrath looks like. Amoto's appearance instantly ignited a glimmer of hope among the demons. Upon hearing Amoto's voice, Asura's face betrayed a flicker of fear and helplessness. His voice trembling slightly as he uttered, Brother, why have you returned? Humph, you useless wretch, unable to handle a few earthlings. And you've turned the demon realm into a mess. Amoto glared fiercely at Asura. Chapter 81. A fortunate escape. Amoto was once the true ruler of this region, but discontent with his circumstances, he resolutely departed from the desolate lands to venture into the heart of the demon realm. There, he encountered his current master, Babera, and acquired even greater power. This time, he intended to merely take a glance before returning. Unexpectedly, he witnessed his brother being chastised by a lowly human, which was a direct affront to his dignity, prompting him to reveal himself. Amato's emergence took Yamcha by surprise. In his recollection, there had been no figure like Amato, nor did Asura's possess such formidable strength. This realization filled him with trepidation, compelling him to hasten his departure from the demon realm. The longer they lingered, the more powerful demons would converge upon them. He was well aware that within the demon realm resided entities that could rival even the second tier of super Saiyans. Goku clenched his fists, eager to engage. Suddenly, Yamcha's voice resonated in Goku's mind, tinged with urgency. Goku, this adversary is too formidable. You must take my disciple and Princess Misa and flee at once to the entrance of the demon realm. Move swiftly. It was the first time Goku had heard such desperation in Yamcha's tone. Composing himself, he gauged the strength of their foe, his expression darkening as he realized the opponent's aura nearly surpassed his own tenfold. Nodding to Yamcha, he understood that now was not the time for bravado, especially with 5 individuals relying on his protection. He could not allow Amato to breach Earth. Meanwhile, Vera, Mark, and the others received Yamcha's message simultaneously. Let us go? In the next instant, Goku seized Princess Misa's hand and sprinted towards the passage, followed closely by Vera, Mark, and the others. However, it was too late to escape. With a single wave of his hand, Yamato unleashed a wave of dark energy toward Goku and his companions. "Your opponent is me," Yamcha declared. Having been prepared for this confrontation, he unleashed a golden energy sphere to intercept Yamato's dark wave. The collision produced a resounding explosion. Yet, to Yamcha's astonishment, his full-powered attack did not entirely negate Yamato's assault. It merely redirected the dark energy, which then crashed against the walls of the lower realm, creating a massive breach. Impressive, Yamcha thought to himself. Nevertheless, thanks to his timely intervention, Goku and the others managed to escape the lower space. "Are you useless fools not pursuing them?" Yamato barked at the demons who remained stunned. "Yes, Master Yamato," they responded, immediately springing into action and howling as they chased after Goku and the others. "Humph. Is that all you can do? Then today shall be your last." Yamato sneered at Yamcha. With a blink, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Yamcha, extending a withered hand to grasp his back. Sensing the imminent danger, Yamcha swiftly turned to evade, but Yamato's speed was overwhelming. His hand grazed Goku's shoulder, leaving a dark scar on Yamcha's back as black blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The disparity between them was stark. Determined not to be deterred, Yamcha hastily retrieved a Senza bean from his pocket and consumed it, stanching his injuries. "Such a precious artifact, what a pity. No matter what treasures you possess, they shall not save you," Yamato taunted with a mocking tone. "Not necessarily," Yamcha retorted, activating his ultimate technique, the Burning Heart Fist. His power surged to 3,600 points. Yet against Yamato's overwhelming fighting prowess exceeding 10,000 points, he still appeared feeble. Yamcha understood the vast gulf in their strengths, yet he harbored no intention of retreat. His gaze was resolute, his aura steadily climbing. Having resolved to fight, he would exert every ounce of his strength, regardless of how slim the hope of victory. Yamato regarded Yamcha, now empowered, with even greater derision. "Humph, a futile struggle." With that, he vanished once more, dashing forward like a specter. His hands a blur as he unleashed a flurry of punches toward Yamcha. Aware of the vast difference in their capabilities, Yamcha opted for agility rather than confrontation, employing the skills he honed in the Temple of the Gods. "You slippery little eel, think you can evade me?" Yamato scoffed, then unleashed another powerful energy wave toward Yamcha. The breadth of this attack was so extensive that even with his exceptional speed, Yamcha was struck and sent flying. His body soared like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a distant wall and sliding along the ground before coming to a halt. "It's nearly time, considering the distance." Goku and the others must have reached the entrance of the demon realm by now. Reluctantly, Yamcha realized he would have to resort to that technique. "Solar Fist," he shouted, unleashing a brilliant burst of light from his being that illuminated the entire underground space. Yamato, momentarily blinded by the radiance, felt an unfamiliar pain, halting his assault. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Yamcha dashed like a cheetah towards the passage behind him, cutting through the demons mercilessly, showing no mercy as he dispatched them with lethal intent. Yamato, being a demon, was particularly vulnerable to sources of light. The Solar Fist had dealt him a significant blow. However, mere seconds later, Yamato regained his composure. "How dare you ambush me?" he seethed. When his vision cleared, Yamcha had vanished without a trace. Yamcha raced with the speed of lightning to the entrance of the demon realm. "Yamcha, Master!" Goku and the others greeted him hurriedly. "Quick, shut the door," Goku commanded. Not daring to delay, he swiftly drew the sword from the ground, and as he did, the heavy door of the demon realm groaned like an aging elder, slowly beginning to close. Following this, Yamcha joined Goku in sealing the entrance as instructed by the god. Only when the portal dissipated like a fleeting shadow did they exhale in relief. According to the goddess' words, the entrance to the demon realm was not immutable. Once sealed, even if the demons attempted to reopen it, the location of their emergence would not necessarily be Earth. The demon realm was far too perilous. Their brief stay had already attracted formidable beings with battle powers exceeding 10,000, a thought that sent shivers down their spines. Chapter 82. Return to Tiendo Mountain. This journey to the demon realm proved to be an extraordinary experience for Sun Wukong and his companions. However, for Yamcha, it was of little assistance. At his current level, he needed to defeat opponents of equal strength to enhance his talents. Otherwise, the system's rewards were minimal, barely surpassing the daily check-in bonuses. This was one of the reasons Yamcha refrained from intervening initially. Although the formidable Amo duo eventually appeared, Yamcha did not vanquish him, resulting in no rewards from the system. The few demons he effortlessly dispatched along the way yielded merely 0.2 talent points, leaving him with a sense of dissatisfaction. After concluding matters at the Demon Realm Gate, Yamcha felt a wave of relief wash over him as he hurried back to Tiendo Mountain with his disciples. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong resumed his quest for the 4-star Dragon Ball. The two had previously agreed that upon Wukong's successful retrieval of the Dragon Ball, they would reconvene at Tiendo Mountain for training together. At the square of Tiendo Mountain, 6 figures gathered, comprising Yamcha's 5 disciples and Bulma, who had rushed over from Capsule Corporation in West City. It's such a pity we didn't accompany our master to the demon realm. I would have loved to see what those demons are like, Mocha remarked, boredom evident as she spoke to Sadie. Well, our previous strength was rather lacking. Had we possessed our current prowess, I am sure Master would have taken us along, Sadie responded, self-deprecatingly, yet a slight smile graced her lips. Just wait until they return. Let us see how Carlos behaves around us then, Mocha said, a mischievous glint flashing across her face. That's all thanks to our master's wife, Sadie remarked, glancing at Bulma. Indeed, without her, we wouldn't have attained our current abilities. Thank you, Bulma. Mocha expressed her gratitude once more. All right, you rascals. Didn't I tell you to call me the beautiful Bulma, not master's wife? Bulma feigned annoyance, though her eyes sparkled with affection for Yamcha's disciples. Just half a day prior, as Yamcha and his companions departed from Tiendo Mountain, Bulma had arrived upon receiving word, eager to see Yamcha and share that the 2.0 version of her evolution potion was ready. After extensive research, she had significantly enhanced the potion's efficacy, producing 2 vials to present to Yamcha. Since Yamcha was absent, Bulma took the initiative to give the potion to Sadie and Mocha. The two, feeling a twinge of regret for not being taken to the demon realm, immediately agreed without hesitation upon hearing about the new evolution potion. While the experience of using the potion was undeniably painful, the tangible improvement in strength was undeniable. Lacking fighting power detectors, they were unaware of the exact extent of their enhancements. However, through regular sparring with Vera and Mark, they felt confident that their skills had reached parity with them. Before long, dark figures appeared on the horizon, gradually revealing 5 silhouettes. Look, Master and the others are back, Sadie and Mocha exclaimed simultaneously. Moments later, Yamcha and Vera landed gracefully in the square. Bulma, Yamcha called out, rushing toward her and enveloping her in a warm embrace, planting a spontaneous kiss on her cheek. Are they watching? Bulma's cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. They dare, Yamcha replied fiercely, prompting Vera and the others to obediently turn their heads away. As Yamcha and Bulma departed for the backyard, the square erupted into lively chatter. Sadie, Mocha, and the other disciples eagerly surrounded Vera and Mark, impatient to hear tales of their adventures in the demon realm. Come on, tell us. What was the demon realm like? Was it terrifying? Mocha asked excitedly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Vera nodded with a grin, recounting, it was indeed frightening. Everywhere was shrouded in darkness, the sky obscured, creating an eerie atmosphere. The demons were grotesque, some having multiple eyes, others emitting black smoke, truly terrifying. Mark chimed in, yes, we encountered numerous demon attacks right from the start. The battles were intense. Those creatures were formidable, but we stood our ground, exchanging blows with them. Carlos added, initially, we found ourselves in an underground arena where many demons were engaged in combat. I even stepped up to challenge one, but unfortunately, I exhausted my energy and lost. However, the subsequent fights were spectacular. Wow, what happened next? Sadie asked, entranced. Vera continued. Then we met a fellow named Ashura, who was exceptionally powerful. However, Uncle Sun Wukong outshone him, engaging in a cataclysmic battle. Ultimately, he defeated Ashura, and we thought we were in the clear, only for an even more formidable foe, Amoduo, to emerge. At the mention of Amoduo, Vera's expression changed slightly, revealing lingering trepidation from the encounter. Mark sighed. Amoduo was incredibly strong. Master Yamcha stayed behind to ensure our safe exit. We were deeply concerned for his safety, but thankfully, he emerged unharmed. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss. As Sadie and Mocha listened to their accounts, they were enthralled, their expression shifting between astonishment and concern for the dangers faced. Wow, your experiences sound exhilarating. I truly regret not joining you, Mocha lamented. Sadie nodded in agreement. Indeed, it sounds thrilling, but we're just relieved you all returned safely. At that moment, Vera smiled at Sadie and Mocha, saying, don't just listen to our tales. How have you two grown so strong? Upon hearing this, Mocha perked up, proudly explaining. Thanks to the 2.0 version of the evolution potion brought by Master S' wife. Though the process was excruciating, it was incredibly effective. Now, when we spar, it's no longer a certainty who will win. Sadie laughed, adding, yes, while we can't quantify our improvements without equipment, as Mocha mentioned, during sparring, I can distinctly feel my strength and speed have significantly increased. Chapter 83. Half a year later subsequently, Suddy, Mocha, and Vera tentatively began to engage in sparring. In the backyard, Bulma recounted the previous events to Yamcha. Yamcha, with keen perception, swiftly gained a clear understanding of the current strength of Suddy and Mocha. According to the system assessment, their abilities had now surpassed 120 points, a remarkable increase from their prior strength of merely 30 points, quadrupling their power in an instant. The evolution serum developed by Bulma had yielded extraordinary advancements. It was conceivable that, in due time, Bulma might create an evolution serum capable of elevating combat power into the thousands. During their brief exchanges, Vera, Mocha, and the others were astonished to realize that they were no match for Suddy and Mocha, their faces displaying expressions of surprise and admiration. Wow, your progress is astounding. It seems this evolution serum truly is formidable, Vera exclaimed in amazement. Haha, indeed. However, we shall not grow complacent. We must continue to train diligently to become even stronger. Mocha replied with a smile. At that moment, Yamcha and Bulma emerged from the backyard, and upon witnessing the harmonious and enthusiastic interaction among their disciples, both wore expressions of satisfaction. The following morning, Yamcha hurriedly made his way to Karen Tower. Reflecting on his previous harrowing experience in the demon realm, he recalled how perilous it had been, where a moment's carelessness could have led to dire consequences. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He remembered a powerful technique from the Dragon Ball world known as the Demon Seal Wave. Once unleashed, this technique could seal even the mightiest of foes with a mere lapse in their vigilance. In his past life, even Zamasu, whose power was comparable to that of a Super Saiyan god, had been sealed by the Demon Seal Wave. Clearly, this technique was an eternal classic that would never fall out of favor. Had he mastered the Demon Seal Wave during his last expedition to the Demon Realm, he would not have found himself fleeing in such a disheveled manner. Yamcha, why do you appear like a ghost returning here? The cat sage remarked, his face betraying displeasure as if disturbed from a pleasant dream. Yet, deep down, he felt a tinge of happiness. Sage Cat, do you possess the technique to seal the Demon Clan? Yamcha inquired directly. There is a technique called the Demon Seal Wave. But why do you wish to learn it when there are no formidable demon clans on Earth? The cat sage replied with a disapproving glance. Although there are no powerful demon clans on Earth at present, one may still emerge. Furthermore, you may not know, but during my last mission, the Supreme Kai sent me and Goku to close the Demon Realms Gate, where we encountered a man named Amodo, whose strength was beyond comprehension, Yamcha recounted. A hint of trepidation in his voice as the terrifying scene replayed in his mind. Had I been able to master the Demon Seal Wave back then, I would not have felt like a frightened rabbit, fleeing back to Earth. Since the Supreme Kai assigned you this task, you could simply ask him to teach you. The cat sage remarked nonchalantly, as if an indifferent observer to the whole affair. But I'm familiar with you. Yamcha chuckled. This statement struck a chord with the cat sage, revealing a barely perceptible smile upon his face. Well, if you're going to trouble an old man like me, I suppose I can't refuse, after all. I am a soft-hearted fellow, the cat sage sighed in resignation. Upon the cat sage's agreement, Yamcha was naturally overjoyed. The Demon Seal Wave was not a particularly complex technique. Within half a day, he had mastered it, akin to a skilled craftsman effortlessly acquiring a new skill. However, the technique required accompanying sealing symbols. Thus, he devoted another half-day to learning the sealing symbols, diligently absorbing knowledge like a devoted student. Once everything was in order, Yamcha departed from Karen Tower. Watching him leave, the cat sage muttered, "This fellow is so impetuous, lacking any semblance of composure." Half a year later, within the expansive gravity chamber of the Wolf Fong Dojo on Heaven Dome Mountain, Vera, Mocha, Carlos, Vincent, Suddy, and Mocha were fervently engaged in their training. At this moment, the gravity in the chamber had been set to 1 times Earth's gravity. Under the intense gravitational conditions, their strengths had undergone significant transformation and growth, with all 6 surpassing the threshold of 100 points in combat power. Among them, Vera remained the strongest. Her journey through the demon realm had afforded her invaluable combat experience. After being defeated by Suddy and Mocha, her training intensified. Remarkably, Within just half a month, she shattered the 100-point barrier, and in the subsequent 6 months, her progress skyrocketed, solidifying her position as the strongest with a terrifying combat power of 200 points. Compared to 6 months prior, this represented a qualitative leap. Her movements became increasingly agile. Her strikes more ferocious, each attack infused with immense power. Furthermore, she had begun to grasp the utilization of ki. Indeed, over the past half-year, Yamcha had taken the time to teach his disciples the manipulation of ki. Vera learned swiftly, and after 6 months, she finally made her breakthrough. Mocha also made rapid strides. Possessing a solid foundation, his experiences in the demon realm exposed him to a broader combat landscape, illuminating his deficiencies. Upon returning to the dojo, he tailored his training to address his weaknesses. Over the past 6 months, his strength surged significantly, and he could now unleash punches that generated a whistling sound through the air, achieving approximately 150 points of combat power. Vincent also demonstrated commendable progress. After 6 months of diligent training, he elevated his combat power to 110 points and mastered techniques such as the Void Dance and Ki Blast. Though Carlos's innate talent was slightly lacking, he persevered and surpassed the 100-point threshold. Bulma's evolution serum not only enhanced his strength but also bolstered his talent, albeit by a small margin. Nevertheless, this represented a substantial advancement for Carlos. As for Suddy and Mocha, they once again improved by 20 points over the 6 months, reaching a combat power of 140 points. While modest, this placed them 3rd and 4th among their peers. One day, Yamcha visited the gravity chamber to assess his disciples' training progress. Observing their growth and transformation filled his heart with joy. Master. Upon seeing Yamcha, the 4 halted their activities and respectfully bowed. Yamcha smiled and nodded. Well done. You have all worked diligently over the past 6 months, and your strength has noticeably improved. However, do not let this success breed complacency. You must continue to train hard. Understood? In a short while, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament will commence, and I hope to see commendable performances from each of you. Yes, Master, they replied in unison. Yamcha looked at them with satisfaction, filled with anticipation for their future. He knew that as long as they maintained their diligence and enthusiasm, they would undoubtedly become the backbone of Earth's guardians. Meanwhile, Goku had yet to arrive at Heaven Dome Mountain, and Yamcha was unaware of his activities over the past 6 months. Just then, a streak of light streaked across the sky, heading toward West City. Though distant, Yamcha's current strength allowed him to perceive it clearly. Chapter 84. Gak. Tai's Yamcha soared directly towards the Capsule Corporation, a shooting star streaking across the sky. As the meteor landed, Yamcha followed closely behind. However, this meteor was not a true falling star, but rather a hemispherical spaceship, roughly the size of a house. It descended gracefully onto the lawn of the Capsule Corporation's backyard, and soon after, Dr. Brief, his wife, and Bulma emerged, gathering around the spaceship as if they were anticipating something. There was not a hint of confusion on their faces, clearly indicating their familiarity with the spacecraft. I must depart for the Botus planet immediately to apprehend a criminal. I have no time to waste, a somewhat impatient voice declared. Following this, another female voice chimed in. You are so noisy. It's merely a brief delay. After a moment, the hatch slowly opened, and a young woman in her 20s stepped out gracefully. Her features were strikingly similar to Bulma's, though with a touch of maturity, and her hair had been cut into a more sophisticated bob. Behind her followed an oddly shaped figure, with a face resembling a playing card and a physique akin to a superhero clad in spandex. Upon seeing the young woman, Bulma's mother, Bikini, could no longer contain her anger and scolded. Tais, you wretched girl, you finally decided to come home. Mom, I'm back, aren't I? Tais replied with a charming smile, then turned her gaze to Dr. Brief and Bulma, exclaiming, Oh, Daddy and Bulma are here too. How long do you plan to stay this time? Bikini inquired. I've returned solely to request your assistance in publishing my new book, Galactic Patrolman Gak's Baby Star. I can only stay for half a day before I must leave again. Tais responded with a radiant smile. What? Only half a day? Bikini's expression soured instantly, as the years of separation from her daughter weighed heavily on her heart. The thought of parting again filled her with profound reluctance. Gak still has to apprehend an interstellar criminal. Isn't that right, Gak? Tais turned to Gak, who remained silent. His brow furrowed as he gazed into the sky. Gak, what are you looking at? I'm speaking to you. Tais's irritation was evident. What did you say? Gak, finally snapping back to reality, replied. I asked what you were looking at. Tais raised her voice. I sense that someone is watching us from that direction, Gak said, pointing towards a distant patch of sky. Though he lacked the ability to sense energy, his experiences on the edge of life and death had honed his instincts. Ties and the others instinctively followed his gaze, spotting a figure racing towards them like a shooting star. As the figure drew nearer, its outline became clearer. Yamcha had arrived from Tien's mountain. Upon realizing he had been discovered, Yamcha ceased his stealthy approach. Ties was filled with curiosity. She had never anticipated that there were humans capable of soaring through the skies on Earth. Yamcha, you're here too, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, dashing away from Ties to embrace Yamcha. I saw a streak of light shooting towards you from Tien's mountain, so I came to check. It appears you are all quite familiar, Yamcha said, affectionately ruffling Bulma's hair. At that moment, Ties approached with a smile, swaying gracefully. Bulma, why don't you introduce us? Yamcha, this is my sister Ties. Bulma gestured towards Ties, then turned to her sister. Sister, this is my boyfriend, Yamcha. It's hard to believe that the little one who used to follow me around is now in a relationship, Ties remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Oh, stop it. Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe apple. Subsequently, Bulma linked her arm with Ties's, whispering to her as they moved to the side. Yamcha did not intrude upon their conversation but instead approached Gak. Upon first meeting Gak, Yamcha felt as though he had been struck by lightning, instantly igniting a desire within him to accompany Gak on an adventure beyond the stars. Few could converse with him freely on Earth, and he yearned for his abilities to match those of Sun Wukong. Only by overcoming stronger opponents could he achieve that. However, in the past year, the rewards he had received from the system were scarce, prompting him to seek out the formidable individuals of the cosmos. Gak appeared to be the perfect opportunity for him. At that moment, Gak was engaged in a lively conversation with Dr. Brief. Each time Gak visited, he relied on Dr. Brief to meticulously maintain his spaceship. His initial visit to Earth had involved repairs by Dr. Damo, where he had also met Ties. Since then, he had routinely landed at the Capsule Corporation and no longer sought Dr. Damo. I must trouble you again, Dr. Brief, to check my spaceship, Gak said respectfully. Not a problem. It won't take long, Dr. Brief replied with a warm smile. Gesturing dismissively before retrieving some diagnostic tools from a nearby toolbox to begin his thorough examination. At that moment, Yamcha sauntered over and extended his hand enthusiastically. Hello. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yamcha, a resident of Earth. Upon hearing Yamcha's greeting, Gak was invigorated. Instantly striking a pose he considered handsome and introducing himself with fervor. I am Gak, the Galactic Patrolman, chosen by the heavens to safeguard the peace of the galaxy. In the next moment, Yamcha's eyes flickered with Gak's information. Name, Gak. Combat power, 3000. Realm, none. Mental power, 12. Talent points, 78. Bloodline, flea person. Skills, I have insight, swiftness, flight. Although Gak was considered a minor character in the Dragon Ball universe, his ability to survive in the treacherous cosmos indicated his exceptional qualities. In his previous life, Yamcha had encountered countless peculiar individuals, and Gak's somewhat juvenile demeanor only amused him. That's quite impressive, Yamcha remarked with a casual compliment. In that instant, Gak felt as though he had found a kindred spirit, excitedly shaking hands with Yamcha, his face brimming with emotion. Finally, someone understands me. However, Yamcha had not come to listen to Gak's rambling. He directly inquired, Galactic Patrolman, may I take on that role? Gak gazed intently at Yamcha, his expression grave. You wish to become a Galactic Patrolman? That is no simple task. The strength of earthlings is exceedingly weak. You are unfit for the duties of apprehending criminals. Instead of becoming enraged, Yamcha smiled slightly and replied, Gak, do not underestimate earthlings. Allow me to demonstrate my capabilities and show you whether I am worthy of the title of Galactic Patrolman. Chapter 85, Gak shocked with that. Yamcha stepped back a few paces, assuming a stance. He drew in a deep breath, akin to a dragon siphoning water, and his aura surged like tumultuous waves, causing the surrounding air to ripple with the force of his power. He suddenly unleashed a punch, as if propelled by thunder. The gust of wind roaring forth as it surged ahead like a cannonball, striking a massive rock not far away. A resounding boom echoed as the rock shattered into countless pieces, debris scattering like raindrops and raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Gak, witnessing the scene, was left speechless, his mind reeling in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this earthling possessed such earth-shattering strength. Yamcha did not cease his display. He swiftly executed the new Wolf Fong fist technique. His figure moved like lightning, his punches creating shadows in the air that formed whirlwinds. the force of which nearly toppled the surrounding trees. The chaos was palpable. After this exhibition, Gak was utterly astounded. His mouth agape, he struggled to find words. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed incredulously, "Yamcha, your strength is truly remarkable. I had underestimated you earthlings." Yamcha, regaining his composure, smiled and asked, "So, Gak, do you believe I am worthy of becoming a Galactic Patrol officer now?" Gak scratched his head and replied, "Well, judging solely by this display is not enough. I must assess your combat power with specialized equipment." With that, he turned and entered his spaceship. At that moment, Bulma, Ties, and the others rushed over like a whirlwind. "Yamcha, what are you doing?" Bulma shouted, her voice carrying authority. Yamcha looked at the chaotic scene in the backyard, reminiscent of a disturbed beehive, with animals running amok like wild horses, and sheepishly said, "Bulma, I apologize. I may have overdone it a bit to demonstrate my strength to Gak." Bulma was not genuinely angry. She simply did not wish for Yamcha to leave a bad impression in front of her family. "It's all right, Bulma. Yamcha's intentions were good, Dr. Briefs remarked as he approached with an air of calm. "Yamcha's strength is truly impressive. He even managed to fly over here just now," Ties added with a smile. Seeing that her family bore no ill will, Bulma chose to remain silent. At that moment, a lens-like device appeared above Gak's left eye. He raised his hand to touch it. "Yamcha, please remain still while I measure your combat power with this device," Gak instructed, his sharp gaze scanning Yamcha. This time, to facilitate the assessment, Yamcha did not conceal his aura. If he had chosen to, he could currently suppress his combat power to a mere 5 points. The lights on the device flickered incessantly, resembling a starry night, as various data danced rapidly across the screen. Gak stared intently at the display, his expression growing increasingly astonished. "How is this possible?" He blurted out in disbelief. Feigning curiosity, Yamcha asked, "What is wrong, Gak? Has the result come in? What is my combat power?" Gak swallowed hard and replied with difficulty, "Yamcha, your combat power has reached 3,600 points. This exceeds even my own." Gak's combat power was only just above 3,000. One should not underestimate a combat power of 3,000. Most cosmic adventurers hover around 1,000. And many alien races struggle to reach even that mark. A combat power of 3,000 generally poses no problems unless one encounters a large force in the universe. Yamcha smiled faintly upon hearing this. Over the past 6 months, he had dedicated much of his time to enhancing his combat abilities. With the assistance of the gravity chamber, he had elevated his combat power from 1,800 in the heavenly realm to 3,600. "What is this combat power you speak of?" Bulma inquired with curiosity. "Combat power is a method of quantifying one's strength through machinery, quite common in the universe," Ties explained. "Such a machine exists? How fascinating," Bulma exclaimed. Her expertise lay in the realm of machinery, and the revelation of a device unknown to her ignited her curiosity. "Since you were so intrigued, why not disassemble it for a closer look and then replicate it?" Yamcha suggested with a smile. Before Bulma could reply, Gak interjected hurriedly. "This is the only one I have. It must not be damaged. There's no need to worry, Gak. Bulma is quite the remarkable individual. She would never ruin your combat power detector," Dr. Briefs chimed in, supporting Yamcha's suggestion. After numerous trips through space, Gak had not encountered any issues since Dr. Briefs repaired his spaceship. He held great respect for Dr. Brief's skills, and seeing the doctor affirming Yamcha's proposal, Gak relented. "So, Gak, does this mean I can now join the Galactic Patrol?" Yamcha asked, beaming. "Of course. Just wait a moment, and we shall set off together," Gak responded without hesitation. In truth, the numbers within the Galactic Patrol were exceedingly scarce, numbering only a few thousand across the galaxy, as most individuals were reluctant to engage in such thankless labor. Moreover, with the emergence of many large and malevolent forces in the universe, the Galactic Patrol found itself in a precarious position, compounded by the high mortality rate of the job. Often, a single officer must oversee vast territories, much like the Galactic Patrol's number 1, Mels, who managed 104 interstellar areas, with many others left unmonitored. Remote locations like Earth were particularly neglected. "What? Yamcha, are you leaving again?" "Off to the cosmos. I want to go too." Bulma, engrossed in examining the combat power detector, felt her adventurous spirit ignited upon hearing that Yamcha would accompany Gak into space. "No, Bulma. You have yet to complete your university studies. You cannot venture into space," Bikini admonished, her expression solemn, resembling an insurmountable mountain. She was unwilling to see both of her daughters embark on a perilous journey. Bulma cast a hopeful glance at Dr. Briefs, her eyes filled with expectation, hoping he would intervene. Yet, upon meeting Bikini's hawk-eyed warning glare, Dr. Briefs could only shrug helplessly, his hands raised in resignation, as if to say, "I am powerless here. It's just a matter of graduating from college. I only need 6 months. I can surely pass the exams." Bulma declared with unwavering determination, her words resonating with conviction. "When the time comes, you cannot stop me from adventuring in the universe." Chapter 86, Arrival at the Bodis planet under Bulma's eager gaze. The spacecraft soared into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, piercing the clouds. A deep rumble echoed, reminiscent of a roaring beast, as it transformed into a brilliant streak of light, hurtling towards the outer atmosphere. Inside the vessel, Yamcha, Ties, and Gak reclined comfortably on the sofa. The minimal vibrations of the high-speed flight rendered it more pleasant than a typical automobile ride. Before long, the spacecraft broke free from Earth's atmospheric confines, diving headlong into the vast expanse of space. It raced through the cosmos, embarking on a thrilling adventure, filled with unprecedented awe and wonder. In this dreamlike realm, Yamcha gazed through the transparent hull, beholding Earth as a dazzling sapphire, shimmering under the sun's embrace, fragile and delicate. The sun loomed like a blazing inferno, appearing as a radiant gem suspended in the cosmic void. Turning his gaze to the left, he observed a colossal comet, gracefully dancing through the cosmos, its icy core and gases intertwining in a cosmic ballet. The spacecraft effortlessly surpassed the comet, as if gliding through a grand crystalline gateway. "That is what you Earthlings refer to as a comet." Gak's voice broke Yamcha's reverie. Yamcha then cast his eyes toward the distant stars, a realm shrouded in mystery and vastness. Planets, asteroids, and cosmic dust intertwined like countless twinkling jewels, painting a vibrant tapestry of the universe. In that moment, he felt the profound depth and grandeur of the cosmos, and a sense of reverence washed over him. "It's breathtaking," Yamcha exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. The beauty before him far surpassed anything he had witnessed on Earth, as if he had entered a world woven from poetry and dreams. "I felt the same way the first time I boarded a spacecraft," Ties remarked with a smile. Yamcha's presence brought her joy, although Gak was humorous. He could occasionally be overly dramatic. "This spacecraft is rather cramped. If only it were larger, we could install a gravity chamber, making the journey far less tedious." Yet, Yamcha was not idle. Although physical training was impossible, meditation remained an option. With a 2-month voyage to Bodis, it was an opportune moment to hone his meditative skills and enhance his mental fortitude. Before he could commence his training, a thought struck him. Soon, the Demon King Piccolo would be released by the trio of Fried Rice King, and he had yet to warn his disciples. However, considering their current abilities, as long as they did not encounter the nightmarish Piccolo, there was little cause for concern. Even the strongest of Piccolo's subordinates, such as Tambourine, Vera, and Mark, could be managed. Moreover, with the formidable Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan at their side, who had been significantly strengthened after Yamcha's earlier bout with him, there was reason for optimism, as Tien Shinhan's potential was indeed remarkable. With these thoughts, Yamcha found solace in the notion that the world would continue to revolve without his intervention, for he himself was merely an uninvited guest in this universe. A month later, Gak piloted the spacecraft, streaking across the sky like a meteor, arriving in the vicinity of Bodis. This was Gak's intended destination. As for the Galactic Police headquarters at the center of the galaxy, that could only be visited after Gak completed his mission. Yamcha's purpose in joining the Galactic Police was to engage in battle. Relishing the opportunity to confront powerful beings in the universe, a delayed report was of little consequence. Bodis was a highly advanced civilization, having long since blossomed into an interstellar society, maintaining strong ties with other planets. Although the combat capabilities of the Bodis people were somewhat lacking, with adult Bodis warriors possessing a mere 20 points of fighting power, their advanced technology allowed them to equip mechanical armor that could amplify their strength to hundreds or even thousands. Recently, however, they faced a dilemma in their robotics research, inadvertently creating a self-aware robot with an astonishing combat power of 5,000 points, 5 times stronger than the mightiest Bodis warrior. While a self-aware robot should be a boon, potentially allowing for a harmonious coexistence with the Bodis people, this particular creation harbored a deep-seated animosity towards them, seeking to eradicate all Bodis inhabitants, blaming them for the destruction of their environment. Utilizing its advanced intelligence system, the robot swiftly commandeered 90 of the robots on Bodis, unleashing a ruthless assault on the Bodis populace. Fortunately, aside from their robotic creations, the Botus had developed specialized mechanical armor, which offered some measure of defense. However, they were barely holding on and had no choice but to signal for help from the Galactic Police. Within a mere month, their cities lay in ruins, leaving only one large base as the last refuge for the Botus. As Gak's spacecraft hovered above Botus, the stark contrast to other planets became palpable. The planet was engulfed in flames and explosions. The closer they approached the surface, the more Yamcha could sense the acrid smoke. The spacecraft glided through the skies, over a landscape that resembled a hell on Earth. Before they could land, an urgent alarm blared within the vessel. Warning! Warning! The spacecraft has been locked on. Please evade immediately. The screens displayed red lasers shooting up from the ground, targeting their craft. Gak, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly authorized evasive maneuvers. The spacecraft began to dodge erratically. Though the lasers moved swiftly, the vessel, capable of faster-than-light travel, easily evaded the attacks. After a series of sharp turns, they soon touched down on the surface. Ties, remain aboard the ship. Yamcha and I will handle things, Gak stated solemnly, feeling that the gravity of the situation exceeded previous encounters. Thankfully, with Yamcha's assistance, he would share some of the burden. Ties nodded in agreement. With the Galactic Police standard energy gun in hand, Gak stepped out alongside Yamcha. Chapter 87. The first encounter with the robots as they stepped out of the spaceship. A wave of scorching air, mingled with the acrid scent of burning metal, struck them. Surrounding them were ruins and remnants of destruction, with severed limbs scattered about. The gruesome scene caused Yamcha to furrow his brow. In the distance, a battalion of controlled robots advanced toward them with mechanical precision. Their metallic bodies glinting with a cold sheen under the firelight, their eyes glowing with an eerie red hue. Upon detecting human presence, an ominous command echoed among the robotic ranks. Eliminate immediately. The robotic army wasted no time on idle chatter, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon Yamcha and Jak before they could draw closer. A curtain of projectiles descended upon them, clearly indicating a lack of intent for dialogue. Yamcha felt no need to hold back. Jak's expression darkened, abandoning his previous light-hearted demeanor as he prepared to confront the threat. Finally, we can unleash our full potential without restraint, Yamcha chuckled, recalling how he had always been cautious back on Earth, reluctant to cause widespread destruction even during training sessions. At their current level, a single, concentrated strike could effortlessly devastate an entire city. With a surge of energy, Yamcha entered a state of readiness. The combat capabilities of these robots were only around 500 points, which posed little challenge for the duo. However, their sheer numbers were daunting, with thousands of robots attacking them simultaneously, necessitating their full concentration. As bullets whizzed past, Jak deftly dodged while firing his energy gun at the advancing robotic horde. Each shot from his weapon unleashed energy bullets that accurately struck the foremost robots. Each impact left a gaping hole in their metallic forms, with some even exploding upon being hit. His standard energy gun was no ordinary weapon. It possessed two modes of attack: the bullet mode, which allowed it to fire energy bullets like a handgun, and the beam mode, capable of releasing devastating energy beams that could severely injure even those with combat power in the thousands if caught off guard. For these robots, with their modest combat abilities, the bullet mode sufficed. Meanwhile, Yamcha had already dashed into the ranks of the robots like a bolt of lightning. Although he too had ranged attacks at his disposal, he felt no need to employ his ultimate techniques against such feeble adversaries, especially with stronger robotic leaders awaiting their attention. With swift punches and kicks, he navigated through the robotic throng, each strike infused with tremendous power, sending the nearby robots flying. Some were cleaved in half, while others sustained massive breaches in their chests, with those caught in the crossfire emitting clouds of black smoke. In an instant, Yamcha transformed into a fearsome beast, rendering the robots into mere scrap metal in his wake, none able to endure a single exchange with him. The battalion of over 1,000 robots held out against Yamcha and Jak for a mere quarter of an hour. The situation appears dire. What shall we do next? Yamcha inquired of Jak, recognizing that this mission primarily fell under Jak's leadership. We cannot continue like this. We must devise a way to locate and destroy the robot that has gained self-awareness, Jak replied with a serious countenance. However, I believe we should first contact the inhabitants of this region, the Botasans. They are likely familiar with the self-aware robot and could lead us to it more easily. Indeed, the Botus planet is not insignificant, and locating a single robot amidst the vast sea of machines will not be simple, Yamcha acknowledged. Just as they finished speaking, Yet another wave of robots surged toward them from the periphery. After all, the entire robotic population on Bodis was managed by the intelligent robot, which was aware of any damage inflicted upon its ranks. The humans of Bodis were also aware of Yamcha and Jack's battle, as they had landed near the last stronghold of the Botasans. Before they could penetrate the base directly, they had to avoid having their spacecraft turned into a target. As Yamcha and Jack continued to dismantle the robotic forces, dozens of figures emerged from the outskirts, towering above the ordinary robots and displaying greater agility. Instead of attacking Yamcha and Jack, these newcomers began to dismantle the surrounding robots. Once this wave of robots was thoroughly dispatched, the bellies of the newcomers opened, revealing several humans, the Botasans. With striking blue eyes and rabbit-like ears, their thick fur-covered skin made them resemble upright rabbits. "Are you Officer Jack?" the leader of the Botasans inquired. Having noticed Yamcha's superior combat prowess during the battle, naturally assuming him to be the galactic officer sent to assist them, they had received a response from Jack shortly after sending their distress signal, thus knowing he would arrive for their support. "No, he is Officer Jack." Yamcha gestured toward his companion. Instantly, the expression of the Botasan leader shifted awkwardly, akin to a chameleon, though they were fortunate that they were not of the same kin, rendering it difficult to discern each other's true emotions. "Mr. Jack, we are immensely grateful for your timely assistance," the leader exclaimed, greeting Jack with the warmth of an old friend reunited after a long separation. This Botasan, adept at navigating social situations, quickly dissipated the awkward atmosphere with his charming discourse. They then dispatched several members of their team to relocate the spaceship into the base, akin to ants moving their nest. Currently, only around 2 million Botasans remained within the base, a stark contrast to the nearly 50 billion who once thrived on the planet during its pinnacle of prosperity. At this moment, the atmosphere within the base was thick with a palpable sense of sorrow, akin to a heavy fog. Yet, amidst the vast cosmos, such tragedies were not uncommon. Even planets could vanish like shooting stars, let alone entire races. Within the base, Yamcha, Jack, and Ties were accorded high honors. In fact, the Botasans had long pinpointed the location of the self-aware robot, dubbed Bodis Star, but had hesitated to act for fear of failure. Now, with the arrival of two formidable allies, their meticulously devised plan was finally ready to be set in motion. Chapter 88. The City of Aurora within the confines of a conference room at the base. The leader of the Bodis people meticulously detailed the intelligence they had gathered regarding the Bodis Star to Yamcha and Gak. The Bodis Star robot was concealed 3,000 kilometers away, in a place known as the City of Aurora. This location had been transformed by the Bodis Star into their stronghold, serving as the core that controlled all robots on the Bodis planet. If they could eliminate the core controlled by the Bodis Star, the robots in other areas would no longer be subject to its command, aside from those in the City of Aurora. However, the defenses of the City of Aurora were exceedingly formidable, surrounded by various defensive mechanisms and a multitude of high combat robots under its control. The leader expressed his concerns with a furrowed brow. "Fear not, the task of severing the core falls to us," Gak replied with unwavering confidence. "Then we entrust this to you. Our base will also exert every effort to launch a counteroffensive, drawing as much attention from the Bodis Star as possible," the leader asserted solemnly. Seeing that they had reached a consensus, Yamcha chose not to object. Observing Gak's spirited demeanor, he understood that further words would be futile. Action was the only recourse. In his memory, Gak had always thrived, so despite the peril inherent in this surprise mission, there remained a glimmer of hope. Moreover, he had joined forces with someone whose combat prowess rivaled even Gak's. There seemed little reason to fear danger. With the plan finalized, the war machines of the Bodis people swiftly mobilized, unleashing barrages from the laser cannons within the base against the nearby robot army. The robots, far from passive, retaliated in kind. The sky erupted with a dazzling display of lasers and plasma shields. Subsequently, the Bodis mechanized armored divisions surged forth from the base, led by 10 towering mechanical armors, each standing 100 meters high, exhibiting combat capabilities comparable to those of martial artists with power exceeding 1,000. This represented the last resort of the Bodis people. They had spared no effort for this operation. Behind them trailed hundreds of thousands of mechanical units, the lesser in stature and strength akin to the level of Carlos, still adept at handling ordinary robots. On this fierce battlefield, the Bodis warriors pressed forward with resolute determination, knowing this battle was critical to their race as survival. The mechanized armors clashed with the robot legions, each strike accompanied by explosive bursts of energy. The sounds of metal colliding intermingling with the thunderous roars of energy impacts, resembling a grim symphony of war. Seizing the chaos to their advantage, Yamcha and Gak stealthily advanced towards the city of Aurora. They had to complete their mission swiftly. Although the Botus people were exerting themselves to the fullest, they could not withstand the relentless onslaught of robots for long. This time was different from before. Previously, they had relied on defensive maneuvers to barely hold their ground. But now, having broken from the base, the pressure was greater than ever, a risk they had no choice but to confront. After flying for some time, Yamcha and Gak gradually approached the city of Aurora. From a distance, the city appeared shrouded in a vast energy shield, shimmering like ripples, indicative of its formidable defenses. A dense patrol of robots surrounded the city, vigilant as bees guarding their hive. At the entrance, a multitude of robots lined up in orderly rows, surging forth like a tide, evidently heading to reinforce the battlefield. The defenses here are indeed tight, Gak remarked with a frown. Yamcha nodded. Fortunately, we have the device provided by the Botus people. They possess all the technology of the city of Aurora and have delved even deeper into its nuances. Before Yamcha and Gak launched their assault, the Botus people had given them a special device. When placed at a vulnerable point in the energy shield, it could create a 2-meter opening, rendering them undetectable as they entered the city of Aurora. Of course, had Yamcha and Gak possessed the power to disregard all threats, such measures would have been unnecessary. Alas, they had not yet reached that level. They found a concealed spot nearby, activated the device, and soon a 2-meter-high vacuum segment appeared in the energy shield. Without hesitation, they dashed through the opening. Inside the city of Aurora, they encountered a veritable jungle of steel, resembling a colossal metallic labyrinth. Towering metal structures gleamed with a cold luster, while an intricate web of pipes and wires crisscrossed between the buildings, akin to the city's veins and nerves. Suspended platforms and tracks hovered in the air, with patrolling robots darting about. Yamcha and Gak proceeded cautiously through this steel thicket, acutely aware that beneath its calm facade lay imminent danger. Every corner could conceal an enemy, and every sound might signal peril. We must locate the control core swiftly, Yamcha whispered, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. Gak produced a small detector, another tool gifted by the Botus people, designed to track the special signals emitted by the control core. The indicator lights on the detector flickered, guiding their path forward. However, they had not ventured far before triggering an alarm concealed within the ground. In an instant, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the city, and a wave of defensive robots surged forth from the surrounding structures. These robots bore more complex designs, equipped with advanced weaponry. Their combat capabilities significantly superior to those of their external counterparts, nearing 300 points. It seems we have been discovered. Prepare for battle, Yamcha shouted, unleashing his full aura as he executed the Wolf Fang Fist, moving like lightning among the robots. Each punch he delivered contained tremendous force, causing the metal exteriors of the robots to crumple and parts to scatter. Seeing Yamcha's display of prowess, Gak was equally resolute. He swiftly switched his energy gun to beam mode and fired at the leading robots. The blue energy beam shot forth like lightning, exploding upon impact and obliterating the robots in a dazzling display. Chapter 89. In the blink of an eye, Yamcha cleared a designated area with the swiftness of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. However, for the seemingly endless swarm of robots, akin to a locust invasion, these losses were but a mere drop in the ocean. Their true objective was not these robots, but rather the core of the Aurora city. Once the core was neutralized, these mechanized beings would lose their energy source, akin to water without a spring. Although they had been detected, they were already remarkably close to their target. The so-called core resembled a towering launch tower that pierced the clouds, and in the central area, 5 kilometers away, stood a colossal 100-meter-high launch tower, resembling a majestic mountain. At that moment, at the pinnacle of the tower, a massive energy sphere continuously emitted dazzling light, akin to a resplendent sun. That must be the location of the control core, Yamcha speculated. Gak nodded slightly, confirming that the detector was indeed pointing in that direction. As they observed, thousands more robots surged in from all directions, encircling them once again. Back to back, Yamcha and Gak formed an unyielding barrier, repelling the relentless assaults of the machines. In perfect synchrony, they launched a fierce counterattack towards a singular direction. Yamcha led the charge, his fists slicing through the air like sharp blades, ruthlessly tearing apart the robots' defenses. Gak provided covering fire from behind, his energy gun discharging bursts akin to lightning, thwarting the pursuit of the robots that trailed them. Amidst the smoke and chaos of battle, they surged forward like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the tower indicated by the detector. 10 minutes later, they finally broke free from the encirclement and arrived at a vast, open area, at the center of which loomed a towering edifice, standing 100 meters high. Within a kilometer radius of the tower, there were no signs of any structures. However, the moment they stepped into this realm, they were instantly detected by over 20 massive robots, each as imposing as mountains. These titanic machines towered several dozen meters high, their every step causing the ground to tremble, disorienting anyone nearby. Their weaponry was formidable, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Yamcha and Gak like a tempest. These colossal robots were far beyond the mere rabble they had previously encountered. Each strike resonated with the force of thunder, boasting combat capabilities exceeding 2,000 points. Yamcha and Gak had no choice but to halt their advance, bracing themselves against this unforeseen threat. At last, we have some worthy opponents, Yamcha chuckled, evading attacks while swiftly enhancing his own vigor. Despite having dispatched numerous robots along their journey, they had posed little challenge and offered scant rewards. The robots before him, however, appeared to be mere opportunities for him to accrue talent points. Do not underestimate them, Gak cautioned, gripping his energy gun with vigilance. Without delay, Gak initiated the offensive, switching his energy gun to its most potent beam mode. A blinding golden energy beam shot forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, aimed directly at the foremost giant robot. With a resounding boom, the energy beam struck the robot squarely in the chest, erupting in a brilliant flash. Yet, the giant robot merely swayed slightly. Though it had sustained a half-meter diameter hole in its torso, it had not compromised its core, rendering the injury trivial against its towering stature. How troublesome, Gak muttered, his brow furrowing. Meanwhile, Yamcha sprang into action, darting towards the nearest giant robot like a bolt of lightning. His fists cut through the air, creating ripples in their wake. Let us see how you handle this, Yamcha bellowed as he delivered a powerful punch to the robot's leg joint. Realizing he could not strike the core directly, he targeted the joints instead. The impact resonated as Yamcha's fist collided with the robot's leg, igniting a shower of sparks. The robot's leg buckled slightly, causing it to wobble momentarily. Yet it quickly regained its balance, swinging its massive mechanical arm towards Yamcha. He leaped back just in time to evade the blow. At that moment, the other giant robots began their assault, firing devastating laser beams and swinging colossal weapons at both Yamcha and Gak. Amidst the ferocious onslaught, they dodged and retaliated. The robots moved sluggishly in comparison to their overwhelming power, allowing Yamcha to nimbly navigate between them. Seizing every opportunity, he targeted their joints. In a matter of moments, Yamcha had rendered the legs of 6 giant robots inoperable, transforming them into heaps of scrap metal. He swiftly followed up with energy blasts to ensure their destruction. Gak also displayed remarkable prowess, leveraging his agility and the formidable power of his energy gun to dispatch for more giant robots in quick succession. Thus, through their combined efforts, Yamcha and Gak systematically triumphed over the colossal machines. When the last giant robot fell, both warriors exhaled in relief. Gak, cover me for a moment. I shall dismantle the tower, Yamcha directed, eyeing the ominous structure, aware that with the destruction of the 20-odd giant robots, a horde of smaller ones would soon descend upon them. Gak nodded, understanding that his offensive capabilities, while potent, paled in comparison to Yamcha's. Though he could deliver strong single-point attacks, he had no effective means of breaching the towering edifice unless he entered it. Consequently, Gak began to clear the encroaching wave of smaller robots. Meanwhile, Yamcha prepared his Kamehameha, recognizing that while it lacked the agility of his energy blasts, its destructive potential was significantly greater. Presently, Yamcha could unleash the Kamehameha with an intensity reaching 1.8 times his normal attack power. In the next moment, a colossal wave of energy surged toward the tower. Just as he believed his ferocious assault would obliterate the structure, a figure resembling a Botan shot toward him with blinding speed, effortlessly deflecting Yamcha's Kamehameha into the air, transforming it into a dazzling display of fireworks. Chapter 90. The Star of Bodis. Yamcha was taken aback, astonished that such a mysterious figure appeared at this critical moment. The opponent's strength seemed exceedingly formidable, effortlessly neutralizing his powerful Kamehameha. Gak, witnessing this scene, continued to shoot at the incoming robots while shouting, "Yamcha, be cautious. This adversary is not to be trifled with." With a grave expression, Yamcha nodded, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic silhouette as he prepared for battle. The mysterious figure descended slowly, revealing itself to be a robot that bore a striking resemblance to the Bodasians, yet adorned with unique patterns and decorations, exuding an aura of ferocity. You audacious fools dare to disrupt my plans to eradicate the Bodasians? You are truly unaware of the peril you face, the mysterious robot declared in a chilling electronic voice. Brimming with anger, being non-human, Yamcha could not sense the opponent's energy level. However, with a quick scan from his system, information about the adversary materialized in his mind. Name: Star of Bodis. Combat power: 6,000 realm. None intelligence. 15 talent points. None can enhance strength through hardware and software upgrades. Lineage: intelligent robot skills, robot control, intelligent calculation. Flight. The data of the Star of Bodis exhibited slight variations from that of humans. It lacked spiritual power, instead possessing intelligence. With an intelligence rating of 15, it surpassed 80 of Earth's population. Its computational speed far exceeded that of humans, showcasing remarkable intelligence. Yamcha smirked. So you are the mastermind behind all this, Star of Bodis? The mysterious robot scoffed. Indeed. I am Star of Bodis. Do you truly believe you can easily dismantle the intelligent core I have constructed? How naive. With that, the Star of Bodis radiated a brilliant light and charged towards Yamcha with astonishing speed, arriving before him in an instant and launching a powerful punch. Yamcha swiftly sidestepped, feeling the intense wind pressure from the punch create deep fissures in the ground. What tremendous strength! Yamcha marveled inwardly, realizing he could not afford to be careless. He immediately activated his explosive mode, engaging in fierce combat with the Star of Bodis. Upon activating explosive mode, Yamcha's combat power surged to 6120. Their figures intertwined rapidly in the air and on the ground, each collision resonating with deafening sounds as powerful energy waves radiated outward, sending smaller robots flying. Yamcha discerned that the Star of Bodis possessed exceptional combat skills, with its strength and speed constantly fluctuating, seemingly governed by some special algorithm controlling its movements. This made the battle exceedingly challenging for Yamcha, as it felt akin to striking against cotton. He realized that the pressure the Bodasians were currently under might be greater than theirs. They needed to eliminate the core of the tower swiftly. While fighting, Yamcha contemplated strategies. Amidst the intense battle, he gradually noticed that before the Star of Bodis launched a powerful attack, a faint light flickered in its eyes. Could that be its weakness? An idea sparked in Yamcha's mind, prompting him to take a risk. He intentionally exposed a vulnerability, and as expected, the Star of Bodis took the bait, directing a powerful attack toward the opening. At the moment of its strike, Yamcha seized the opportunity, darting towards the Star of Bodis' eyes. Huh, you fell for it, Yamcha shouted, delivering a punch aimed at the robot's eyes. Yet, the Star of Bodis seemed to have anticipated Yamcha's action, suddenly deploying an energy shield that blocked the attack. Simultaneously, it retaliated with an energy wave directed at Yamcha. Unable to evade, Yamcha was struck, his body propelled backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Yamcha! Gak exclaimed anxiously. Yamcha rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. This adversary is even more formidable than I anticipated. The material it is constructed from is terrifyingly resilient. After battling for so long, it remains unscathed. This is more challenging than fighting humans, as my mastery of energy is rendered ineffective before a robot. As long as it has sufficient power, it can unleash its full potential. Moreover, its attacks defy human structure, making it exceedingly difficult for Yamcha. Only a significantly stronger attack could possibly breach its defenses. The Star of Bodis regarded Yamcha with a cold smirk. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? How long can you maintain that combat power? You shall all perish here today. It appeared utterly unfazed, calmly assessing Yamcha's current state, recognizing that his strength was not his own, but rather a mysterious technique that temporarily matched its power, clearly unsustainable. As the battle progressed, Yamcha's energy began to wane. The Star of Bodis realized that if it continued to prolong the fight, Yamcha would ultimately be the one to falter. While it could continuously draw energy from the tower, sustaining its peak condition, Yamcha perceived this as well, yet an idea began to form in his mind. He concentrated once more, and in an instant, a massive energy orb illuminated between his palms. Go. In the next moment, the colossal energy orb surged toward the Star of Bodis. With that move, you shall never breach my defenses, retorted the Star of Bodis, unleashing its own energy orb to collide with Yamcha's. What audacity! just as the two energy orbs were about to collide. Yamcha's orb veered off in a graceful arc toward the tower. The unexpected maneuver left the Star of Bodis unable to react in time, forcing it to watch helplessly as Yamcha's energy orb sped toward the tower. Since you were so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. The Star of Bodis thought, intensifying its focus on its own energy orb directed at Yamcha. At this juncture, Yamcha found himself with no time to evade. Boom, boom. Explosions reverberated throughout the arena, accompanied by the sounds of the tower being struck, crashing down, and the energy waves impacting Yamcha. The area where Yamcha had just been standing was now a deep crater. Yamcha, Gak shouted in alarm. Chapter 91. The Transformation of Botaster Gak. Witnessing Yamcha's relentless determination to fulfill his mission was profoundly moved by Yamcha's spirit of defiance in the face of death, tears streaming down his cheeks. He then dismissed the lesser foes, directing his energy gun straight at Botaster's head. Perhaps Botaster had underestimated the situation. It was not until Gak's energy ray was about to strike that it reacted, hastily turning its head. In the next moment, the energy ray obliterated its ear. Dare to harm me? You shall perish. Botaster roared in a fit of rage, launching an energy attack towards Gak. Despite his anger, Gak remained vigilant, narrowly evading the full brunt of Botaster's assault. At that moment, a dark figure emerged from the debris where Yamcha had been buried. That was close. I almost met my end. The shadow was none other than Yamcha, who had consumed a Sinza bean and revived, which was why he dared to take such risks. Wonderful. Yamcha, you're alive. I knew you would pull through, Gak exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Yamcha emerge. All right, Gak, Botaster hasn't been dealt with yet, Yamcha replied, interrupting Gak's exuberance. Shifting his focus back to Botaster. Do you need my assistance? Gak inquired, eyeing the wary Botaster. No need. I want this robot to understand my prowess, Yamcha declared resolutely. How is this possible? You endured my blow and remain unscathed, your aura unchanged. Botaster expressed incredulity, its calculations indicating that even if Yamcha survived, he would be left with but a flicker of life. Yet, Yamcha's current state was a complete contradiction to its data, appearing utterly irrational. This is not your concern, now. We shall commence our second round, Yamcha taunted. This must be an illusion. Let me shatter your facade. With that, Botaster charged at Yamcha once more. Its attacks fiercer than before, as if seeking to conclude the battle swiftly. Yamcha inhaled deeply, aware that this was a critical moment of life and death, and he had to give it his all. He resolved to unleash his most formidable technique, Heartburn Fist. A radiant light emanated from Yamcha, his aura surging as his combat power escalated to 7,200 points. This is my final move. Brace yourself, Yamcha shouted as he surged toward Botaster. Sensing the threat posed by Yamcha's attack, Botaster did not underestimate him. It concentrated all its energy in preparation to counter Yamcha's onslaught. However, after employing Heartburn Fist, the disparity in their combat powers became apparent. Despite Botaster's best efforts to defend, it could not withstand Yamcha's furious strike, which crashed into its chest with the force of a battering ram, sending it hurtling back into the rubble like a cannonball. When Botaster finally rose from the debris, a distinct imprint of a fist marked its chest. At that moment, it truly experienced injury for the first time in the battle. Its eyes glimmered with a cold light, fully aware that it was no longer a match for Yamcha. Continuing to fight alone would surely lead to its demise. In a flash, Botaster darted towards the swarm of robots, resembling ants in their multitude. Though Yamcha was uncertain of Botaster's intentions, he understood he must not allow it to succeed and immediately pursued it with all his might. Yamcha moved with incredible speed, a blur in the air. Yet Botaster was equally swift, making it difficult to close the distance between them. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Yamcha bellowed, swiftly forming seals with his hands, then launching a concentrated energy orb towards Botaster. The orb, imbued with tremendous power, streaked through the air with a deafening roar. Botaster sensed the incoming attack and narrowly evaded the energy orb by shifting its position, though this slight maneuver reduced its speed, allowing Yamcha to close the gap. Yet, it was still too late. Botaster had already plunged into the throng of robots. Instantly, the multitude of robots seemed to receive a command, converging toward Botaster like a swarm. They rapidly assembled around Botaster, forming a colossal robot towering over 1,000 meters in height, emanating an oppressive aura that sent shivers down Yamcha's spine. Yamcha halted not far from the towering behemoth, astonished by its sheer size. At this moment, Botaster had not only undergone a drastic transformation but also experienced a surge in combat power to 10,000 points. Yamcha, undeterred, felt a spark of determination igniting within him. "Come what may, no matter how you change, I will bring you down," he declared, clenching his fists as his aura surged once more. This increase did not stem from Heartburn Fist, but rather from Yamcha's own growth through battle. The life-and-death struggle naturally facilitated the breaking of his limits, especially given his prodigious talent. However, Yamcha remained oblivious to his own transformation, his sole focus on defeating the enemy before him. The colossal robot slowly raised its massive arm, akin to a skyscraper, and swung down towards Yamcha with ferocious force. The gust from the impact roared fiercely, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Yamcha, not daring to underestimate the attack, vanished from sight, causing the giant's arm to crash into the ground, raising clouds of dust and creating a large crater. Reappearing at the giant's side, Yamcha seized the opportunity to deliver a ferocious assault aimed at the robot's leg joints. Each punch carried immense power, striving to damage the robot's joints and impede its movement. However, this attempt was futile. Just as Yamcha's fist was about to land, a protective energy shield illuminated at the joint, diminishing his attack by 90. Upon breaching the shield, only sparks flew without inflicting any substantial harm. Noticing Yamcha's assault, the colossal robot swiftly turned its other arm to swipe at him. Yamcha leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the blow once more. Chapter 92. The fall of the Bodhi's star. At this moment, the base of the Bot Asians had ceased its hostilities. The launch of a control energy projectile by Yamcha had obliterated the core tower that commanded the robots in other regions. The once dominant robotic legion that had been mercilessly suppressing the Bot Asians was instantaneously rendered inert, transforming into mere statues. Seizing this opportunity, the Bot Asians began to commandeer the robotic forces, reprogramming their directives. Meanwhile, a formidable faction of mech warriors advanced towards Aurora City. Within Aurora City, a stalemate had ensued between Yamcha and the colossal robot. What, he pondered, could possibly be its Achilles heel? As he deftly evaded the onslaught of the giant machine, his eyes widened in keen observation of its every move and intricate structure. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled a strategy to deal with such a hulking, resilient beast, finding a way to infiltrate its very body to wreak havoc. While its exterior defenses were formidable, surely its interior could not be as impenetrable. The pressing question then became how to penetrate the massive robot's form. The most straightforward approach, of course, would be to enter through its cavernous mouth. Yet, the robot's maw belched forth energy waves, and venturing in that way could lead to a devastating barrage. However, Yamcha soon discerned another potential entry point. Perhaps due to the Bodhi's star's ingrained thinking patterns, the giant robot bore a resemblance to the Bot Asians, most notably marked by the prominent ears atop its head. Upon examining the robot's ear openings, Yamcha noted they resembled deep wells, ample space for him to slip through. With a surge of determination, he resolved to take the risk. As the giant robot swung its massive arm to attack, Yamcha seized the moment, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, he materialized near the robot's ear. The opening was indeed sizable, yet it loomed dark and ominous, exuding a searing metallic scent that hinted at peril. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated not a moment longer, transforming himself into a streak of light as he dove into the ear canal. Upon entry, he found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of metal. Surrounding him were pipes of varying diameters and lines pulsating with strange luminescence, crisscrossing in a chaotic manner. Occasionally, currents of electricity crackled through, threatening to strike him if he were not cautious. His mission was one of destruction. Any pipe he encountered would be met with an energy wave. Yet, he soon realized that this method was painfully inefficient due to the sheer volume of conduits. The most effective strategy would be to locate the core. Thus, he pressed deeper, the temperature rising with each step, the oppressive heat threatening to consume him. Despite the scorching sensation on his skin, he pressed on, feeling he was nearing the core. Suddenly, a massive energy reactor came into view, radiating a blinding light akin to a searing sun. With pipelines and lines converging upon it, this was undeniably the heart of the giant robot. Elation surged within him as he found what he sought. But before he could revel in his triumph, a swarm of small defense robots emerged from around the reactor. These diminutive automatons resembled shrunken versions of the colossal machine, their eyes glinting red as they swiftly encircled Yamcha, emitting a buzzing alarm. Yamcha understood that to dismantle the core, he must first eliminate these nuisances. With a combat capability of around 500, these small robots posed little threat to Yamcha, akin to swatting away ants. Mere minutes later, they lay vanquished. With a mighty shout, he conjured an energy sphere, its potent energy coalescing in his grasp before he hurled it towards the energy reactor. A thunderous explosion ensued as the energy sphere collided with the reactor, erupting in a blinding flash. The reactor quaked violently under the force of the explosion, causing surrounding pipelines to rupture, unleashing chaotic energy within. The giant robot sensed the internal turmoil, its body convulsing as its attacks devolved into erratic movements. As the energy reactor finally succumbed to destruction, the towering robot, exceeding 1,000 meters in height, collapsed with a resounding crash, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Yamcha emerged from the robot's ear, his face aglow with the joy of victory. Just moments after his exit, another figure sprinted from the wreckage of the giant robot. It was the long-lost Bodhi star. The Bodhi star fled into the sky, attempting to escape. Yamcha swiftly raised his arm once more, launching an energy projectile that flew like an arrow, striking the fleeing Bodhi star with precision. However, this time, the Bodhi star was like a spent arrow, unable to muster any strength to withstand Yamcha's fierce assault. In an explosive finale, it was obliterated, fragments scattering like petals in the wind, among which a small sphere, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, tumbled down. Yamcha, quick to react, caught it deftly. What could this be? He pondered, a look of curiosity etched upon his face. This must be the core of the Bodhi star. With a new body, it could be reborn. Gak was elated, racing over with uncontainable excitement. Having traversed the vast cosmos for years, he had encountered countless intelligent beings, rendering him unfazed by such phenomena. Ah, splendid! I shall keep this, Yamcha exclaimed, his face alight with glee. Bringing this autonomous robot core back to Bulma might yield the emergence of a formidable warrior with a combat capability of 6,000. As for the potential for rebellion, Yamcha believed that such a concern was trivial for Bulma. She and Dr. Brief were unparalleled in their expertise regarding robotics. At this moment, the tardy bot Asians, witnessing the downfall of the Bodhi star, erupted in jubilant cheers. They understood that their planet had finally regained its freedom, and the harrowing crisis posed by the robots had dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 93, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament in the vast expanse of the cosmos. A spaceship glided at speeds surpassing that of light, with countless celestial bodies streaking by like flowing light. Within the vessel, Yamcha, Gak, and Ties were leisurely sipping tea. Is this the core of the Bodhi star? Ties inquired, holding a metallic sphere measuring a little over 10 centimeters. Yamcha set down his teacup, gazing at the metallic orb in Ties' hand, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, this is the core extracted from that colossal robot. Though it may appear small, you have witnessed its power and control capabilities. It nearly obliterated the Bodhi's planet. Gak chimed in, do not underestimate this seemingly insignificant metallic sphere. It requires the expertise of the most brilliant scientists to fabricate such a complex core, with intricate circuitry and chip combinations. Ties gently rotated the orb in her hand, feeling its faint coolness, and curiously asked, is it safe to have it with us? What if it suddenly activates? Yamcha chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Rest assured, when we destroyed that giant robot, its energy was nearly depleted. Restarting it is no simple task. I merely intended to bring it back for Bulma to study. Who knows what useful discovery she might make from it? Ah, you certainly care about my sister, Ties remarked with a smile, thoroughly pleased with Yamcha's demeanor. After a brief exchange, the trio decided to rest. During this journey to Bodhis, Yamcha's talents had once again surged, earning him a total of 35 talent points, 20 for conquering the Bodhis system, and additional points for independently defeating 12 formidable robots and countless smaller ones. His talent now stood at an impressive 361 points, significantly reducing a year's worth of accumulation, while his combat power had also soared to 4,200 points amidst the battles. Indeed, a fortuitous turn of events. Yet this adventure was merely at its inception. Their next destination was the heart of the galaxy, the location of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. However, despite the spaceship's faster-than-light travel, reaching the Galactic Patrol would still take 2 months. Such is the nature of cosmic adventures, much of the time is spent traversing the void. At that moment, Yamcha found himself pondering the miraculous technique of instantaneous movement from the Dragon Ball universe. If only he could sense a specific target's energy, he could arrive in an instant, regardless of the distance. Once the Galactic Patrol reported in, he would seize the opportunity to visit Yardrat. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Although Yamcha did not participate, his disciples, under Bulma's guidance, arrived at the tournament's venue, Papaya Island. Leading the way were Bulma, Puar, and Oolong, followed closely by Vera, Mark, and 9 other well-built men, all clad in matching attire, making Bulma appear as though she were a formidable gang leader. Eliciting whispers and glances from the crowd, Vera and the others bore the scrutiny with nonchalance, though Bulma felt a bit uneasy. Vera, Mark, perhaps you should go off on your own? Bulma suggested. No way. This Papaya Island is teeming with complexity. We must protect you in place of our master. Mark replied earnestly, though his gaze wandered towards the surrounding beauties, disguised as environmental observation. Seeing that she could not dissuade them, Bulma dropped the subject. Shortly thereafter, Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, and Krillin spotted Bulma. Bulma, Sun Wukong called out, prompting Bulma to turn, her face lighting up with delight. Sun Wukong, Master Roshi, Krillin, Lanchi, you all came, she exclaimed, hastening towards them with Vera and the others in tow. Upon seeing Bulma, Master Roshi's lecherous grin returned. With Yamcha absent, he felt emboldened and attempted to reach for Bulma's rear. Before Bulma could react, Vera swiftly intervened, blocking Master Roshi and coldly remarking, "You old perv. What are you trying to do?" In an instant, Mark, Vincent, and the others surrounded Master Roshi. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Master Roshi sensed that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Among them, 3 surpassed him in strength, with 2 more on par. Where did Bulma find such formidable companions? With Yamcha gone, 5 muscular giants had appeared instead, he thought to himself, trembling slightly. Gentlemen, this is all a misunderstanding. I was merely jesting with Bulma, he stammered. Seeing Master Roshi relent, Bulma decided not to press the matter further. Vera and the others, having shared bonds with Sun Wukong, began to greet him warmly. Master Roshi approached Bulma once again, though this time he dared not overstep boundaries. Bulma, you certainly have quite the entourage. Are you planning something significant here? He whispered. Bulma chuckled helplessly. Master Roshi, please don't tease me. With Yamcha away, his disciples insisted on accompanying me for my safety. Master Roshi examined Vera and the others with curiosity, grinning. Wow, Yamcha's disciples are all so impressive and robust. By the way, where is Yamcha? That fellow has ventured into space, claiming he wishes to become a galactic patrol officer and meet various experts. Bulma replied, slightly exasperated. What a pity. I had hoped to face Yamcha in battle once more, Sun Wukong lamented. Together, the group made their way to the registration area, soon arriving to submit their names for participation. After failing to secure the championship in the last tournament, Master Roshi, aware that Sun Wukong's prowess now far exceeded his own, chose not to register this time. Chapter 94. The Clash of Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit. After completing their registration, they awaited further instructions in the plaza of the martial arts tournament. Due to the previous participants' popularity, the number of contestants this time surged, with hundreds waiting in the square. Although only a little over 200 had officially registered, Turtle Hermit, unable to make a move against Bulma, began to idly observe the alluring women around him. Suddenly, a mocking voice addressed him. Oh, I thought it was some lecher. Is that not Turtle Hermit? Turning to see 3 martial artists clad in green tunics adorned with a crane emblem approaching, the foremost being a white-haired elder donning a crane hat. Turtle Hermit recognized Crane Hermit along with his disciples, Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu. The sight of his old rival made Turtle Hermit's heart sink, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied with a smile, Ah, Crane Hermit, I didn't expect you to still be alive after all these years. The tension between the two was palpable. You remain as insufferable as ever, with that foul mouth and even more disheveled appearance, Crane Hermit retorted with a slight smile. Although Turtle Hermit often neglected his appearance, being publicly ridiculed stung him. Over the years, he had consistently emerged the loser in their verbal sparring matches. His expression darkened, and he fell silent. Seeing Turtle Hermit's lack of rebuttal, Crane Hermit wore a victorious grin and continued, I've heard an intriguing rumor. Your disciple made quite a name for himself in the last World Martial Arts Tournament. And so what? Turtle Hermit replied curtly. Although Crane Hermit feigned praise for Turtle Hermit's pupil, he knew that a mocking jibe would soon follow. That only indicates that such tournaments have lost their luster. I feel it necessary to demonstrate what true martial arts are, which is why I brought my own disciple to this competition, Crane Hermit stated. At that moment, Tien Shinhan stood tall, adopting an air of arrogance. Since his defeat by Yamcha, Tien had dedicated himself to rigorous training, doubling his combat prowess in just over a year. He aimed to reclaim his honor against Yamcha in this tournament. Turtle Hermit, glancing at Tien Shinhan through his sunglasses, was taken aback. Tien's aura was significantly stronger than his own. Though he acknowledged Goku's strength, he was uncertain if Goku could defeat Tien. Crane Hermit continued boasting. The championship will undoubtedly belong to my disciple. You should scurry away now before you embarrass yourselves. Meanwhile, Goku, who had been chatting with Bulma, stepped forward, his innocent demeanor evident as he asked, "Are you really that strong?" Crane Hermit glanced at the child clad in an orange GI with a turtle insignia and scoffed, "Of course. Tien is my carefully trained disciple, immensely powerful. And who are you, little boy?" Unperturbed by Crane Hermit's disdain, Goku scratched his head and replied cheerfully, "I'm Son Goku. But I don't think you're all that strong. You're nowhere near Yamcha's level." This provocation incited Tien Shinhan, who angrily retorted, "You little brat know nothing. My strength now surpasses what it was back when I faced Yamcha." Furthermore, it is worth noting that after their previous encounter with the Heavenly Tower, where they were humbled, they returned to their residence to train diligently, missing the chance to cross paths with Goku. Mark and the others, upon hearing Tien and Crane Hermit's exchange, paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "You? A defeated subordinate of your master thinks he can challenge mine? You are woefully ignorant. If my master were here, he could defeat you with a mere finger." Crane Hermit and Tien Shinhan's expressions darkened as they turned their gazes toward Mark and his companions. After a brief moment, they realized that during their last visit to the Heavenly Tower, although they left in disgrace, they had not paid attention to Vera, Mark, or the others. To Crane Hermit and Tien, only Yamcha warranted their concern. Everyone else was merely insignificant. "What do you, an insignificant insect, have to say? Where is your master, Yamcha?" "I shall ensure he receives his due," Tien fumed, laughing mockingly. Tien Shinhan regarded Mark with a glance of disdain, believing that only Yamcha was worthy of his consideration, viewing Mark as an inconsequential pest, unworthy of his attention. As Mark prepared to retort, the announcement for the tournament echoed through the air. "Attention, all participants. The preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament are about to commence. Please proceed to the designated area for assembly and prepare for the drawing of lots to determine match pairings." Crane Hermit, slightly displeased, coldly remarked, "What is there to discuss with Tien and these lowly fish? Don't waste time with these fools. You can teach them a lesson on the arena." Tien nodded in agreement and promptly led Kaiatsu towards the venue. "You foul bird, who are you calling that?" Turtle Hermit shot back. "I speak of you, wretched turtle." Crane Hermit sneered, turning to leave the plaza. "Let us settle this later if you dare." Turtle Hermit yelled after him, still unsatisfied. Ignoring the challenge, Crane Hermit swiftly vanished from sight. Once Crane Hermit departed, Turtle Hermit's expression transformed, and he became jovial once more. Turning to the gathered crowd, he said, "All right, youngsters. You should hurry along. Don't let the competition start without you." Thus, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha's disciples made their way to the assembly area for the tournament. Along the way, they encountered a diverse array of participants, towering warriors, shorter but sharp-eyed masters, and individuals dressed in peculiar attire, indicating that this tournament would be fiercely competitive. Although it was their first time participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Vera and her companions were swept up in the vibrant atmosphere, filled with anticipation and excitement, eagerly hoping to perform well in the competition and report back to their master, Yamcha. Chapter 95, Preliminary Battle upon the Grand Stage. The elderly man with a white beard addressed the audience through the microphone. "Thank you all for traveling great distances to arrive at Papaya Island for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. In recent years, the number of participants has surged, prompting a shift in the tournament's frequency from every 5 years to every 3 years. Currently, over 218 competitors are vying in the preliminaries, yet only 8 will advance to the final showdown. Therefore, I urge all martial artists to perform their utmost in the preliminaries and showcase their finest abilities." With his opening remarks concluded, the staff began to organize the participants as they queued to draw lots. The atmosphere was abuzz with murmurs and speculations among the competitors regarding who would emerge victorious in this tournament. The rules were akin to those of the previous event, divided into 8 competitive zones, with the ultimate victor from each zone qualifying for the final battle. As fate would have it, Sun Wukong and his companions, Tien Shinhan, Vera, and Mark, were not placed in the same arena. Sun Wukong found himself in Arena 6, Tien Shinhan in Arena 5, Vera in Arena 3, and Mark in Arena 4. Meanwhile, Krillin and Jiaozi competed in Arena 2, Vincent in Arena 1, and Mocha and Suddy in Arena 7, while Carlos and 3 other outer disciples were placed in Arena 8. As Sun Wukong engaged in a fervent contest, Master Roshi leisurely enjoyed drinks on the beach alongside the lovely Lam-Z and Bulma. The first match featured Vincent in Arena 1, facing a middle-aged man with a rooster comb hairstyle, who showcased a display of aerial palm strikes before the bout, garnering the admiration of many novice martial artists. However, for Vincent, whose combat power reached an impressive 120 points, it was a mere formality. With a single blow, he sent the middle-aged man crashing to the ground. In the subsequent matches, although he encountered opponents with combat powers ranging from 50 to 60 points, they posed no significant threat to him, and he effortlessly secured a place in the finals. The battles in Arena 2 proved to be far more intense. Krillin faced a towering red-haired man, a world champion wrestler. Having undergone a transformation since his first tournament, Krillin was no longer burdened by nerves. Confronted with the formidable strength of his opponent, a single shoulder throw eliminated him from the competition. After several rounds, Krillin's final opponent turned out to be the diminutive Jiaozi. Though Krillin held a distinct advantage in combat power, he lacked the ability to perform the flight technique, putting him at a disadvantage against Jiaozi's supernatural abilities. Nevertheless, Krillin, being observant, recognized that Jiaozi, despite his powers, lacked intelligence. A simple math problem led Krillin to a swift victory. In Arenas 3, 4, 5, and 6, Sun Wukong and his comrades advanced with ease, each claiming the top spot in their respective arenas. In Arena 7, the final match saw Mocha face Suddy, with Mocha ultimately securing his advancement. In Arena 8, Carlos encountered some challenges against the previous champion, King Guapa, whose prowess was formidable, boasting a combat power exceeding 90 and the formidable 8-handed fist technique. After a period of adjustment, Carlos emerged victorious. After 3 days of preliminary rounds, the final 8 competitors were Vincent, Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan, Vera, Mark, Krillin, Mocha, and Carlos. Notably, the Wolf Fong School secured 5 of these coveted spots. Vera, Mark, and the others recognized how fortunate they were to be part of the Wolf Fong School, understanding that without it, their success in this global martial arts tournament would have been improbable. Following a day of rest, the finals commenced. On the day of the finals, sunlight bathed the main stage of the martial arts tournament, surrounded by a sea of enthusiastic spectators whose cheers reverberated through the air. The 8 finalists stood backstage, each wearing solemn expressions that revealed their yearning for victory. On stage, a young man with blonde hair and sunglasses took the microphone, igniting the audience's fervor with his impassioned opening remarks. He was the renowned host, Pulse. As Pulse's speech garnered an enthusiastic response from the crowd, Master Roshi and Bulma, positioned at the front, joined in the applause. Suddenly, an old man with a white beard shouted at them, "Before the match begins, you worthless fellows should flee." This was Master Shun. Hearing his taunt, Master Roshi's expression darkened, and he almost unleashed a Kamehameha wave in retaliation. However, noticing the dense crowd around him, he restrained his temper. "What an irritating character," Bulma muttered, exasperated. "Ignore that fly," Master Roshi replied coldly. As the sound of drums signaled the commencement of the match, Vincent and Mocha took to the stage. Both disciples of the Wolf Fong School, they were well acquainted with one another, yet on the battlefield, they showed no mercy. Vincent, swift as lightning, launched the first attack, employing the foundational techniques of the Wolf Fong School, each strike executed with unyielding ferocity. Mocha, undeterred, adeptly evaded Vincent's blows while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Although Carlos possessed slightly higher combat power, Vincent's mastery of techniques, such as the Wolf Fong Wind Fist and the explosive energy mode, leveled the playing field. The two exchanged blows on stage, their movements a blur, captivating the audience who cheered fervently for them. After an intense confrontation, Vincent, leveraging his extensive combat experience and keen attention to detail, gradually gained the upper hand. Spotting a flaw in Mocha's defense, he unleashed a powerful punch. Mocha, unable to evade in time, was struck and sent flying backward, tumbling to the edge of the stage. Acknowledging his defeat, he graciously conceded, understanding the bond of brotherhood they shared. The second match pitted Krillin against Vera. Prior to the bout, Krillin had received warnings from Master Roshi, instilling in him a sense of caution. As the match commenced, Krillin showcased his signature techniques, aiming to disrupt Vera's rhythm. Vera, however, remained composed, employing his agile movements and unique Wolf Fong footwork to deftly counter Krillin's attacks. The encounter reminded Krillin of his previous bouts against Yamcha, as Vera's sharp Wolf Fong Wind Fist and nimble footwork kept him firmly on the defensive. Nevertheless, Krillin had undergone Master Roshi's meticulous training, allowing him to maintain composure during critical moments. He launched a series of powerful counterattacks. Yet, as the saying goes, a defense held too long will inevitably falter. Ultimately, in a fierce clash, Vira managed to propel Krillin off the stage. Although Vira may not have possessed superior innate talent, his training in the gravity chamber afforded him a decisive advantage, showcasing the power of technology combined with martial arts. Chapter 96, Mark vs. Tien Shin. On the ensuing confrontation between Tien Shinhan and Mark was palpable even before they ascended the ring. In the resting area, they exchanged fierce glares. And upon reaching the arena, the intensity of their gazes ignited a fervent spark. Tien Shinhan stood impassively on the stage, exuding unwavering confidence as he arrogantly proclaimed, "Are you prepared to face your inevitable defeat, you insignificant foe of the Wolfang style?" Mark, a proud individual, was undeterred by Tien's provocation and retorted, "You are merely a defeated opponent of the Wolfang style, spouting empty bravado. In just a few exchanges, I'll have you seeing stars. Then let us see you try." Tien replied, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "Just watch." Mark chuckled slyly. After their verbal sparring, the match commenced in earnest. Mark initiated the attack, dashing towards Tien with a swift motion, like a specter, creating a gust of wind in his wake. His hands, resembling lethal claws, lunged towards Tien's face, each finger imbued with formidable strength, capable of effortlessly rending the air. Mark had honed the Wolfang wind fist to perfection, with each strike brimming with immense power. Tien, however, was prepared. He stomped the ground with force, leaping backward to evade Mark's assault. In a seamless motion, he executed a unique technique of the crane school, countering with a flurry of punches aimed at Mark's midsection. Mark observed Tien's onslaught with a cold snort, shifting his body slightly to evade the attack. He then retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at Tien's chest, swift and fierce, imbued with great force. Tien quickly crossed his arms in defense, absorbing the impact of the blow. With a resounding thud, Tien was propelled backward, sliding half a meter, his arms tingling from the shock. "Is that all you've got?" Mark taunted. Tien furrowed his brow, contemplating, "This guy indeed possesses some skill. He has improved significantly since a year ago. I will need to exert more effort." Their eyes locked, and the battle resumed with an intensity that surpassed any previous match. Suddenly, Mark leaped to an impressive height, harnessing the acceleration of gravity, transforming into a ravenous wolf poised to strike. His legs moved rapidly, resembling the gaping maw of a predator, as he lunged at Tien with ferocity. The rapid movements forced Tien into a defensive stance. Despite his efforts, he was struck multiple times by Mark's onslaught. Even with his formidable physique, he was momentarily dazed. Mark landed gracefully and launched another attack from Tien's side, delivering a kick that sent Tien rolling. The audience erupted in applause. "Well done, Mark. That's how you defeat him," Bulma exclaimed, excitedly shaking Oolong beside her as if she were in the fray herself. Seeing Tien kneeling and unresponsive, Mark assumed he had rendered him incapacitated. "How about it? Just admit defeat and spare yourself further suffering," he boasted. Suddenly, Tien erupted into laughter, a mocking expression on his face. "You think I would surrender? Your punches are mere child's play compared to the techniques of the crane school. It seems Yamcha failed to teach you the true mastery." With that, Tien rose once more. "You needn't concern yourself. I shall thoroughly subdue you." Mark clenched his fists, determined. Once again, he leaped into the air, intending to employ his rapid gravity kicks against Tien. Below, Tien began to gather his energy, his muscles tensing rapidly until his skin flushed a pink hue, resembling a protective layer of armor. This was the Crane Master's ultimate technique, hard Qigong. Once activated, while he could not move, his defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. In the next moment, Mark's kicks rained down upon Tien's chest like a torrential downpour. However, this time, Mark's strikes yielded no effect. It felt as though he were kicking a solid steel plate, the force rebounding and numbing his legs, causing him to stumble backward. How can this be? It had no effect. Mark found himself questioning the efficacy of his Wolfang wind fist for the first time. Noticing Mark's pause and aggression, Tien smiled. "Do you see? Your techniques have no impact on me. Had I not been careless last time, even Yamcha would not stand a chance against me. Do not let your pride cloud your judgment. It is only because my master is absent that you speak so boldly," Mark replied coolly. Although Mark often exuded bravado, he held genuine respect for Yamcha. Tien's arrogance stirred an unusual anger within him. Mark settled into a firm stance. hands resting at his waist as a massive sphere of energy materialized in his grasp. In an instant, it transformed into a shooting star hurtling towards Tien. Prepare yourself. Energy sphere. Upon witnessing Mark's energy sphere, Tien recalled his own spirit bomb. Though the techniques differed, the underlying power was similarly formidable. While hard Qigong offered robust defense, it was insufficient against such explosive energy attacks. Reacting swiftly, Tien dispelled his hard Qigong, raising a finger to unleash a formidable wave of energy to counter. It was the Crane School's other ultimate technique, DD wave. With only a short distance between them, he had no time to utilize a more potent attack and opted for the quicker DD wave. As the DD wave collided with the energy sphere, a blinding light erupted between them, illuminating the arena with a brilliance akin to the sun. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from their point of collision, shaking the surrounding walls as if they were being battered by a tempest. The audience, startled by the sudden brilliance and energy surge, shielded their eyes, gasping in awe. Mark's energy sphere, infused with his fury and strength, clashed against Tien's DD wave, which was equally impressive and persistent. Within moments, the DD wave neutralized Mark's energy sphere. The residual energy surged toward Mark, who, sensing the impending danger, swiftly sidestepped. However, the wave's aftershock struck his shoulder with tremendous force, sending him crashing out of the ring. Chapter 97. Overwhelmed only when he regained his senses did he realize he had lost the match. Fortunately, Mark was resilient and had not been defeated by Tien Shinhan's single strike. Consider yourself lucky, or you would have to return lying down, Tien Shinhan boasted arrogantly toward Mark, who was below the stage. Mark merely snorted in response, his silence a testament to his defeat, leaving little room for words. Subsequently, Pulse ascended the stage once more to announce Tien Shinhan as the victor. After a brief intermission, the fourth match commenced, featuring the final two contenders, Son Goku and Carlos. With sheer excitement, Son Goku leaped onto the arena. As a scion, the innate warrior spirit within him ignited an insatiable passion for combat. Moreover, Carlos was a commendable martial artist on Earth, promising a modicum of enjoyment in their duel. From the outset, the two engaged fervently. Son Goku never initiated a battle with overwhelming force. He preferred to match his opponents on equal ground. Carlos, being his junior, was treated with the respect accorded to a prodigy. Meanwhile, Carlos, having previously sparred with Son Goku during his visit to Tiendo Mountain, was aware of the insurmountable gap between them despite his recent advancements. He resolved to showcase his skills to the fullest, not wishing to squander the opportunity presented by the martial arts tournament. To the untrained eye, their battle appeared ferocious, yet to the discerning, it resembled a master teaching his pupil. The contest persisted for over half an hour until Carlos, utterly exhausted, conceded defeat. The semi-finalists emerged: Vincent, Vela, Son Goku, and Tien Shinhan. After a brief respite, the semi-finals began. The two semi-final matches pitted Vincent against Vela and Son Goku against Tien Shinhan. As brothers in arms, Vincent and Vela were intimately familiar with each other's strengths and techniques, having frequently battled one another during their training in the Wolfang style. Vela consistently triumphed, and this occasion proved no exception, as he effortlessly claimed victory through sheer might. The other semi-final match, featuring Son Goku and Tien Shinhan, was the most anticipated of the tournament, a clash between the Turtle School and the Crane School. Before the battle commenced, Master Roshi and Master Shin exchanged glances from below the stage, their expressions revealing competitive camaraderie. Son Goku and Tien Shinhan stood on opposite sides of the arena, their gazes locked in a silent duel, sparks seemingly igniting in the air around them. The atmosphere grew palpable as the audience held their breath in anticipation of this climactic showdown. Son Goku wore a relaxed smile, eagerly anticipating the match. With his acute sense of energy, he recognized that apart from himself, Tien Shinhan emanated the strongest presence in the arena, marking him as the most formidable martial artist present. In contrast, Tien Shinhan maintained a stoic demeanor, his eyes radiating confidence and a fervent desire for victory, a reflection of Master Shun's expectations. With the referee's signal, the battle commenced. Son Goku launched the first attack, his form blurring as he appeared before Tien Shinhan, delivering a seemingly effortless punch aimed at his chest. Although it appeared light, the speed and force behind it were formidable. Caught off guard by Son Goku's velocity, Tien Shinhan swiftly sidestepped, yet the punch grazed him, imparting the weight of Son Goku's immense strength. Interesting, Tien Shinhan muttered coldly, steadying himself before retaliating with a rapid barrage of strikes. Employing the Crane School's unique techniques, each punch a flurry aimed at Son Goku's face and abdomen. Son Goku deftly evaded the onslaught, darting around Tien Shinhan like a wraith, launching counters without exerting his full power, merely testing his opponent's capabilities. Feeling the pressure, Tien Shinhan was compelled to unleash his full potential. For a time, he displayed a myriad of Crane School's techniques, 4 Demon's Fist, Sun Fist, and the whole wave, culminating with the advanced technique, for Body's Fist. Yet, Son Goku met each with ease. Utilizing his mastery of energy to counter effortlessly, Tien Shinhan began to sense an overwhelming futility. No matter the technique he employed, it felt as though he were striking cotton. A stark realization of the disparity not merely in strength but in their respective realms of mastery. This marked the first time Tien Shinhan's pride was deeply wounded, igniting a fierce rage within him. Resolute, he soared into the air, hands clasped at his chest. "Die!" he shouted, a brilliant aura enveloping him, intensifying until it coalesced into a colossal beam of energy. Kamehameha. With a thunderous cry, he propelled the energy ball towards Son Goku, its destructive force distorting the air in its wake. Son Goku, observing the incoming attack, retained his calm demeanor, a smile still gracing his face. Unhurried, he extended his right hand and gently waved it toward the oncoming energy beam. With a resounding clap, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Tien Shinhan's ultimate technique was effortlessly dispersed, as though it were mere smoke. Tien Shinhan's eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the realization of Son Goku's overwhelming strength. He stammered, rendered speechless. Son Goku, grinning, replied, "Your strength is commendable, yet still insufficient. Do you possess no stronger techniques? The strongest attack I have was just unleashed, and yet it was dismissed so easily." Tien Shinhan lamented internally. Previously, Son Goku had showcased his superiority in terms of mastery. Now, he demonstrated an undeniable advantage in raw power. It dawned on Tien Shinhan that he had lost. This was only the second defeat he had endured since his inception as a fighter, and his expression darkened, filled with despondency and self-doubt. He could hardly fathom that the technique he had once taken pride in had proven utterly inadequate before Son Goku. Once, he believed that through diligent training, his abilities would suffice to dominate this martial arts tournament. Yet reality delivered a crushing blow. Below the arena, Master Shun, witnessing the scene, was both furious and anxious, shouting, "Tien Shinhan, what are you doing? Get up and fight." However, in that moment, Tien Shinhan appeared oblivious to the outside world, consumed by his own feelings of despair. Chapter 98. The transformation of Tien Shinhan. As Sun Wukong observed Tien Shinhan's demeanor, the smile on his face gradually faded. With his exceptional perception, he sensed the unusual expression on Tien Shinhan's face. He had not anticipated that merely showcasing his strength would have such a profound impact, pushing Tien Shinhan to the brink of despair. Realizing that he needed to take action to prevent the Earth from losing another formidable opponent, Sun Wukong swiftly appeared before Tien Shinhan and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Tien, do not be so disheartened. You are truly formidable. The techniques you just displayed would be beyond the reach of most others." Tien Shinhan lifted his head slightly to meet Sun Wukong's gaze, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Formidable? What use is that when I appear as a mere joke in front of you? I always believed I was sufficiently powerful. Yet I never imagined the gap between us was so vast." Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. "Oh, do not think that way. My current strength is the result of countless arduous training sessions and numerous battles that tested my limits. Moreover, the path of martial arts has no end. Just because I am stronger today does not mean it will always be so." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Tien Shinhan felt a flicker of hope. Sun Wukong continued, "Are you familiar with Karin Tower and the Heavenly Temple? If you wish to catch up to me, I believe those places would be excellent for your training." "What are Karin Tower and the Heavenly Temple?" Tien Shinhan asked, somewhat perplexed. Despite his travels across the earth over the years, he had no recollection of these locations. Sun Wukong then proceeded to elaborate on the nature of Karin Tower and the Heavenly Temple. "Is there really a Karin and a heavenly god?" Tien Shinhan inquired, a mixture of curiosity and disbelief evident in his eyes. The existence of such mysterious entities was far beyond his previous understanding. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, stating, "Indeed. They are real. Karin is incredibly powerful. During my last training there with Yamcha, I endured significant hardships, but also gained immense rewards. The tower reaches high into the clouds, and ascending it is no simple feat. Each level presents different challenges, growing increasingly difficult. However, if you can persevere, Karin will guide you, and your strength will undoubtedly enhance." Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow, envisioning the towering Karen Tower and its daunting trials. His heart was filled with both anticipation and apprehension as he asked, "And what about the Heavenly Temple? What makes it special?" Sun Wukong eagerly continued, "The Heavenly Temple is a wondrous place in the heavens, where the Heavenly God protects the earth. The Heavenly God possesses immense strength and offers unique training methods and knowledge. Spending time there would greatly assist your martial arts development. I learned a great deal from the Heavenly God, deepening my understanding of martial arts." Listening to Sun Wukong's account, Tien Shinhan began to grasp the disparity in their experiences. A newfound sense of determination ignited within him, and the dimness in his eyes was replaced with a glimmer of resolve. He murmured, "So, such places exist. And there are so many martial secrets I have yet to uncover." Sun Wukong beamed at Tien Shinhan's transformation, encouraging him, "Yes. As long as you are willing to challenge yourself and explore those training grounds, I believe you will grow stronger. The joy of martial arts lies in continually surpassing oneself and venturing into the unknown." With clenched fists and a resolute gaze, Tien Shinhan looked at Sun Wukong and declared, "All right, Sun Wukong, I have made up my mind. I will endeavor to train at Karen Tower and the Heavenly Temple. The next time we spar, I shall not be as defenseless as I was today." Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy as he patted Tien Shinhan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha ha, that's the spirit. I eagerly await to witness your growth. However, be prepared, training in those places is no easy task." Tien Shinhan scoffed, his expression returning to its customary pride. "Humph. No matter how arduous it may be, I shall not waver. For the sake of honing my martial arts, I am prepared to endure any hardship." Meanwhile, the spectators below, intrigued by the lengthy conversation between Sun Wukong and Tien Shinhan, began to murmur amongst themselves, wondering what they were discussing. Prudently, Pers approached and inquired, "Are the two of you prepared to resume the battle?" Tien Shinhan shot Pers a cold glare before nodding at Sun Wukong and decisively stepping down from the arena. His silhouette exuded determination and resolve. With Tien Shinhan's voluntary exit, Pers swiftly declared Sun Wukong the victor. Sun Wukong's victory elicited mixed emotions among the audience. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Naturally, Master Rashi was jubilant, while Master Shin wore a dejected expression. Master Rashi swaggered over to Master Shin, boasting, "Well, how does it feel to have a lackluster disciple?" Master Shin's face flushed with anger at Master Rashi's taunt. He glared at him and retorted, "Humph, old turtle. What are you so smug about? This was merely a stroke of bad luck for my disciple, encountering that freak Sun Wukong. Had it been anyone else, he would have surely won." The more flustered Master Shin became, the more exhilarated Master Rashi felt. Over the years, they had competed against each other, and their disciples had faced off, with victories alternating between them. Although Master Rashi had won before, never had it been so decisively. Laughing heartily, Master Rashi teased, "Oh, still in denial, are we? A loss is a loss. No need for so many excuses. Look at my disciple, Sun Wukong. His strength is no mere boast. And your disciple, having lost all confidence, would likely hesitate to step onto the martial arts stage again if it weren't for Sun Wukong's encouragement." Master Shun, trembling with rage at Master Rashi's words, pointed an accusing finger at him, shouting, "You old tortoise, spare me your mockery. Next time at the martial arts tournament, my disciple will surely reclaim his honor. We shall see if you can still laugh then." Unfazed by Master Shin's fury, Master Rashi crossed his arms and continued to smile. "Very well, I shall await that day. But I fear your disciple may once again leave in disgrace. Ha ha ha." Chapter 99. The emergence of malevolent beings. As the two individuals engaged in a heated argument, the finals of the martial arts tournament were about to commence. The audience, captivated by the impending showdown, diverted their attention from the quarrel to the arena, eagerly anticipating the clash between Sun Wukong and Vera, curious to witness the spectacle that was about to unfold. At this moment, Sun Wukong stood on one side of the arena, stretching his limbs with a relaxed demeanor. Feeling no significant pressure regarding the match, his mind was focused solely on delivering an impressive performance, showcasing the fruits of his recent training. Conversely, Vera occupied the opposite side of the stage, fully aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Sun Wukong. However, he harbored no intentions of retreating. For reaching the finals was already a source of great satisfaction. He resolved to give his all, determined to present his strongest self, even if it meant losing gracefully. With the referee's authoritative command, the finals officially commenced. Sun Wukong initiated the assault, his form blurring as he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Vera in an instant. The speed was so astonishing that the spectators could merely catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. He delivered a seemingly casual punch towards Vera. Yet this strike contained formidable power, the force of his fist cutting through the air with a fierce wind. Vera, having anticipated the attack, planted his feet firmly on the ground and leaped backward, deftly evading Sun Wukong's punch. Subsequently, he unleashed the unique techniques of the Wolf Fang Fist, his body moving with the agility of a ravenous wolf as he counterattacked Sun Wukong. His hands danced rapidly, releasing a flurry of energy blades that shot forth from his fingertips, aiming directly at Sun Wukong. Though both Vera and Mark had trained in the Wolf Fang Fist, they had developed their own interpretations at this level. Vera infused the principles of energy waves into the Wolf Fang Fist, enhancing the potency of his strikes significantly. Sun Wukong observed the approaching energy blades, a serene smile gracing his face. Unperturbed, he skillfully sidestepped the onslaught, the blades whizzing past him without so much as grazing his clothing. Vera, this technique of yours is quite intriguing, but you need to accelerate your pace, Sun Wukong remarked with a chuckle. Vera, undeterred by Sun Wukong's words, recognized the encouragement within them. Taking a deep breath, he amplified his speed, transforming into a streak of light that circled around Sun Wukong with increasing ferocity, his strikes growing ever more relentless. In an instant, the arena was enveloped in the traces of his assault. Seeing Vera intensify his attacks, Sun Wukong shifted into a more serious demeanor, no longer merely evading. He began to anticipate the right moments to block Vera's strikes. Each clash resonated with a crisp sound, as powerful energy waves radiated outward. The audience was left in awe, entranced by the breathtaking display of combat, fervently cheering for both competitors, the atmosphere electric with excitement. After an intense exchange, Vera gradually began to tire, his attack speed diminishing. He understood that employing the explosive mode would be futile, as Sun Wukong was equally capable. Realizing that continuing the battle would only lead to defeat, he halted, respectfully addressing Sun Wukong. "Thank you, Mr. Sun Wukong, for your guidance." He then turned towards the edge of the arena and declared to the referee, "I concede." Thus, the finals came to a close. The referee announced Sun Wukong as the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, eliciting thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Streamers cascaded from above, as everyone celebrated the thrilling tournament and Sun Wukong's victory. Though Sun Wukong had triumphed, he felt an unfulfilled longing, perhaps due to the absence of his true rival, Yamcha. After receiving his rewards, everyone proceeded to a restaurant. However, as they arrived, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled that his Rui Jingu Bang and 6 Dragon Balls were not with him. He had intentionally left them in the venue's lounge for the sake of the competition. As for the missing Dragon Ball, it had inexplicably gone awry. Even with Bulma's Dragon Radar, he was unable to locate it, and without the assistance of his friends, he had not devised a solution. He had yet to consult Master Roshi and was unaware of the existence of the fortune teller. Furthermore, participating in the tournament had delayed his search. The final Dragon Ball had been concealed by the troublemaker in a signal jamming device, rendering it undetectable to Sun Wukong. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, they had inadvertently released a malevolent entity who had subsequently seized the last Dragon Ball. After exchanging greetings with Krillin and the others, Sun Wukong made his way back into the venue. His previous ease in combat meant that Krillin did not feel compelled to take on the task of retrieving the Dragon Balls. Soon, Sun Wukong arrived at the venue, where he found the referee, Pulse, organizing the tournament records. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Pulse greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Sun Wukong, what brings you back?" Embarrassed, Sun Wukong replied, "I forgot to take my belongings." "Ah, I see." Pulse responded nonchalantly, setting aside the roster and opening the lounge door to retrieve Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang and a bag of Dragon Balls. Elated to have his possessions back, Sun Wukong was about to return to the restaurant to enjoy a meal with Master Roshi and the others when a frown creased his brow. He sensed a surge of malevolence, a sensation he had only encountered during his previous visit to the demon realm. Looking up toward the sky, he identified the source of the sinister energy. "Mr. Sun Wukong, what do you see?" Pulse inquired, noticing Sun Wukong's sudden pause and his gaze fixed on the heavens. "An evil being is approaching," Sun Wukong replied, his expression tense. In his recollection, he and Yamcha had sealed the portal to the demon realm, believing no one from there could reach Earth. Moments later, a formidable figure with green skin, wings, and a towering stature materialized in the sky. His skin resembled the dense moss of a deep forest, exuding an eerie sheen that hinted at boundless malevolent power. His eyes burned like two green flames, cold and profound, radiating contempt and disdain for all existence. A mere glance from him sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 100. Lord Piccolo in a fleeting moment. The malevolent creature descended before Sun Wukong and Purus, asserting with undeniable authority, "You are the overseers of the martial arts tournament, are you not? Hand over the roster of all participants at once." Purus was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that this avian figure sought the roster. Since its inception, the tournament had upheld its reputation, which was the cornerstone of its longevity. Naturally, Purus would not relinquish the roster to a stranger. Yet the creature's formidable presence compelled him to respond, albeit with a slight tremor in his voice. "Who are you? The roster cannot be given to just anyone." "I am Dambarin, a subordinate of Lord Piccolo," the green-skinned avian boasted arrogantly. Upon hearing the name of Piccolo, Purus's heart sank, terror etched across his visage. Memories of a family chronicle surfaced, recounting how, centuries ago, the Earth had plunged into an unprecedented crisis, instigated by a being known as Piccolo. Ultimately, he had been vanquished by a formidable martial artist. Yet now, it seemed that this Lord Piccolo had returned, with Dambarin demanding the roster. It was clear he bore ill intent. Purus promptly retorted, "No, I cannot give you the roster." "Huh. If you refuse, I shall simply take it by force," Dambarin sneered, lunging toward Purus. Just as Purus braced for his impending doom, a small figure appeared before him. It was none other than Sun Wukong, who had yet to depart. Though Wukong did not comprehend their conversation, the malevolent aura surrounding Dambarin made it evident that he was no friend. Positioning himself protectively in front of Purus, Wukong clenched his fist with a serious expression, proclaiming, "You think you can steal from us that easily?" Taken aback, Dambarin halted midair, his green eyes flashing with surprise before morphing into disdain. "Humph, who is this little brat? Do not seek your own demise." Encouraged by Wukong's intervention, Purus regained his composure, recalling Wukong's prowess with admiration. "This individual before you is the champion of the world's martial arts tournament." "Oh, a champion. I never imagined the winner would be a mere child. The martial realm on Earth has truly descended into absurdity," Dambarin mused to himself. Initially apprehensive about the strength of the current martial world, his concerns dissipated upon realizing that the mightiest among them was but a child. "Do not underestimate Wukong. He is incredibly strong," Purus insisted once more. "Is that so? Then let us begin with you, the champion," Dambarin retorted with a sinister grin. Without further ado, he waved his hands, unleashing several black energy blades toward Wukong and Purus. Wukong reacted with lightning speed, darting forward to intercept the energy blades with swift, decisive movements, shattering them effortlessly. Dambarin, incensed at Wukong's ease in deflecting his attack, let out a furious roar, his body radiating a brilliant green light as his strength surged. He rocketed toward Wukong like a cannonball, the air whistling in his wake. Unfazed, Wukong crouched low, gathering his strength. At the last moment, just before Dambarin collided with him, he leapt upward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Dambarin's head. The force of Wukong's blow was immense, generating a crackling sound as it sliced through the air. Caught off guard by Wukong's astonishing speed and power, Dambarin could only raise his arms in a desperate attempt to block. The impact was thunderous. Dambarin was sent hurtling through the air, crashing against a nearby wall with a resounding thud, a gaping hole left in his chest. In an instant, he lay still, breathless. "It seems I may have overdone it," Wukong scratched his head, surprised. His excessive force was merely a slight increase, a reflection of his combat prowess nearing 2,000 points. And a small enhancement could translate to a substantial increase in attack power. After witnessing Wukong's overwhelming strength, Purus exclaimed with delight, "Mr. Sun Wukong, you are truly remarkable. You dispatched that demon with such ease." "Not too shabby," Wukong replied with a sheepish grin. He then bid farewell to Purus and made his way to the restaurant where they had gathered. Meanwhile, within a private room where Master Rashi and others were seated around a table laden with exquisite dishes, they welcomed Wukong warmly upon his arrival. Given Wukong's effortless defeat of Dambarin, the looming threat of Lord Piccolo was momentarily overlooked, and they chose not to inform the others. High above the southern continent, in a massive aircraft soaring at 10,000 meters, an elderly green-skinned man adorned with the character for demon sat in the lead position, Lord Piccolo, recently freed from his constraints. To his right was a bird-headed humanoid, his chief military strategist, accompanied by three others, Pilaf, Mai, and Shu. Once Dambarin retrieves the names of the martial artists, I shall dispatch my offspring to eliminate them all, Piccolo declared with a cold, menacing gaze, an insatiable hunger gleaming in his eyes. The trio below him shrank back, resembling quail under his intimidating presence. Suddenly, Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. The peculiar connection he shared with Dambaran felt severed, igniting a surge of fury within him. As if a volcano had erupted, his previously composed form began to tremble violently. His robe, emblazoned with the character for demon, swayed as if caught in a tempest. His breath quickened and grew heavy, each inhalation echoing like a roar from the depths of hell. A palpable aura emanated from him, creating a fierce whirlwind within the aircraft that nearly toppled those nearby. Pilaf, Mai, and Shu were compelled to the ground, overwhelmed by Piccolo's wrath, their hearts gripped by terror. Unable to utter a sound, Piccolo's piercing gaze turned even more ferocious as he gritted his teeth, demanding, "Who dares to slay my Dambaran?" Chapter 101. The Divine Dragon. Subsequently, under the command of the formidable King Piccolo, the aircraft rushed towards the venue of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. The reason for his personal involvement was that Dambaran had become his strongest subordinate. In addition to Dambaran, he had also created a subordinate named Simbalu, whose combat power was inferior to Dambaran, measuring merely 150 points. However, within an hour, King Piccolo arrived at Papaya Island with Simbalu, drawing upon the lingering aura of Dambaran. He swiftly pinpointed the location where Dambaran had last vanished. Upon discovering Dambaran's lifeless body, King Piccolo's already fierce gaze transformed into that of a raging beast. His eyes ablaze with fury, as if he intended to incinerate the entire world. Some martial arts tournament staff, who had not yet managed to escape, caught sight of King Piccolo from a distance and were paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. They attempted to flee, but a mere glance from King Piccolo sapped them of their strength, rendering them utterly immobile. With a cold snort, a glimmer of cruelty flickered in his eyes. He gestured grandly, and a wave of energy surged forth like the scythe of death, sweeping towards the cleaning staff. They barely had time to utter a cry before being consumed by this malevolent force, their bodies reduced to dust, dissipating into the air, leaving behind an eerie silence. King Piccolo approached Dambaran's remains, crouching beside him. A rare hint of sorrow flickered in his gaze, but this emotion was swiftly overpowered by a tide of rage. He extended his hand to caress the enormous wound on Dambaran's body, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "Whoever is responsible shall pay dearly." He rose to his feet, closed his eyes, and began to sense the surrounding energy. Soon, he detected the faint remnants of Sun Wukong's aura. Although it had weakened, it was sufficient for King Piccolo. He opened his eyes, a flame of vengeance igniting within them, and pursued the direction from which Sun Wukong had departed. When King Piccolo finally located Sun Wukong, he and his companions had just exited a restaurant. Initially enjoying a leisurely moment, they suddenly sensed a potent aura from the demon realm. The first to react were Master Roshi and Sun Wukong. However, when Master Roshi laid eyes on King Piccolo, his mind went blank, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The endless dread brought forth memories long buried in his mind. Contrarily, upon seeing King Piccolo, Sun Wukong enthusiastically waved and greeted, "Why have you come down, divine being?" Hearing Sun Wukong refer to the figure before him as a divine being eased the tension among Vera and the others, who initially sensed the demonic energy and thought it belonged to a malevolent race, only to realize it was the long-missed deity. King Piccolo, initially intent on attacking, was amused by Sun Wukong's misidentification and approached with a grin. As he drew within 10 meters of Sun Wukong and his companions, he abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a beam of energy from his palm that shot towards Sun Wukong like a bolt of lightning, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong, taken aback by the sudden aggression from someone he believed to be a divine being, realized he could evade the attack with his agility. Yet he was mindful of Bulma and Launch, ordinary individuals behind him. Reluctantly, he braced himself against the blindingly fast onslaught. The force of the impact sent him sliding backwards several meters, carving deep grooves into the ground with his feet. With a resounding tear, his clothing was shredded, and 6 Dragon Balls concealed within fell to the ground, shimmering under the sunlight. King Piccolo, poised to continue his assault, was momentarily distracted by the sight of the 6 Dragon Balls, his eyes gleaming with excitement, a euphoric smile spreading across his face. He reached into his robe and produced another Dragon Ball, placing it alongside the 6 on the ground. "Come forth, divine dragon," he bellowed, his face brimming with greed and anticipation. In an instant, the previously tranquil sky transformed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered, enveloping the heavens in an ominous shroud. Amidst thunder and lightning, a brilliant golden light erupted from the Dragon Balls, followed by the gradual emergence of an enormous divine dragon. Its sinuous form glistened with radiant scales, exuding an air of majesty that seemed to overshadow all existence. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this unexpected spectacle. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "The divine dragon has appeared." Launch, too, covered her mouth in astonishment, staring at the colossal figure above, momentarily at a loss for words. The dragoness' immense eyes slowly turned towards King Piccolo, its deep, authoritative voice resonating through the air. "State your wish. I shall grant you one wish. But be mindful, once it is fulfilled, these 7 Dragon Balls will scatter across the world, awaiting the next summoning." Without hesitation, King Piccolo declared, "Divine Dragon, grant me the restoration of my youth." The dragon nodded slightly, a peculiar glint flashing in its eyes, and then a mysterious, powerful force emanated from it, enveloping King Piccolo. As he basked in this energy, his body began to transform, muscles swelling, and his aura intensifying significantly. "Aha!" King Piccolo laughed heartily, then turned to Sun Wukong and his companions, a chilling smile forming on his lips. "Foolish humans, your doom approaches." At that moment, Sun Wukong was still grappling with King Piccolo's cryptic intentions, sensing something amiss with this so-called divine being. Although he had sustained limited damage from the attack, he was now confronted with this malevolent side. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, filled with dread at the sight of King Piccolo's rejuvenation, realized that their strongest ally, Sun Wukong, had mistakenly identified this malevolent figure as a divine being. Unable to retreat any longer, he suppressed his fear and called out to Sun Wukong, "Wukong, I don't know who you think this divine being is, but I assure you, this person before us is the wicked King Piccolo, a merciless killer." Upon hearing this, Vera and the others instantly became alert. Chapter 102. The Fall of Sinbaru. To my astonishment, there are still those who recognize me today. As King Piccolo acknowledged his identity, a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, I am the embodiment of evil, the warrior of the demon clan, King Piccolo. Today, all who inhabit this island shall perish." His malevolent aura surged forth unabashedly, sweeping over the crowd like a raging tide. In an instant, a tremendous storm erupted around them. The fierce winds lifted the defenseless Bulma, Launch, Puar, and Oolong into the air. Fortunately, Vela and Mark reacted swiftly, catching them to prevent injury. It was only then that Sun Wukong realized the gravity of the situation, his anger boiling as he exclaimed, "So you're not a celestial being, you vile creature, attempting to deceive me by masquerading as a god." King Piccolo, upon witnessing Wukong's reaction, scoffed disdainfully. In a flash, he soared into the sky, beginning to gather energy. The demon flash cannon manifested as a massive energy sphere, 2 to 3 meters in diameter, rapidly forming in his palm before being hurled downward. King Piccolo sought destruction, showing no regard for the lives of ordinary people. "Stop him, Wukong!" Master Roshi shouted involuntarily. Naturally, Sun Wukong would not allow the demon cannon to strike the ground unopposed. He inhaled deeply, preparing his own power. Just as the demon cannon was about to crash into the earth, poised to unleash catastrophic devastation, Wukong's fist shot forth. Enveloped in golden light, moving at a speed beyond human comprehension, this seemingly simple punch concealed within it a tremendous force, akin to a surging river, ceaseless and overwhelming. With a thunderous roar, Wukong's fist collided with the demon cannon. Astonishingly, the once seemingly unstoppable energy sphere dissipated like a mere bubble under the weight of Wukong's effortless blow. The energy orb flickered violently before bursting like a punctured balloon, sending ripples of energy radiating outward until it vanished entirely from the air. King Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape, as this reality surpassed his understanding of Earth's martial realm. "Impossible. How could you withstand my demon cannon?" His initial contempt for Wukong evaporated, replaced by profound trepidation and doubt. "Die. All of you must die." King Piccolo raged, heedless of the energy he expended, unleashing a barrage of demon cannons that rained down like a deluge upon the earth. "This is unforgivable, such wanton destruction." Wukong's eyes blazed with fury as he vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in the air, confronting the shower of demon cannons. With rapid movements, Wukong swiftly dispatched each projectile with remarkable speed. Seeing his attacks ineffective only fueled King Piccolo's frenzy. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot as his hands moved faster, continuously gathering energy to unleash even more demon cannons, determined to shatter Wukong's defenses and annihilate those below. "Umph, is this all you can muster?" Wukong scoffed, steadying himself and inhaling deeply before bellowing, "Kamehameha." In an instant, He thrust his hands forward, unleashing an incredibly radiant golden energy wave that surged from his palms. This Kamehameha was more powerful than ever, akin to a roaring golden dragon charging toward the multitude of descending demon cannons. With a resounding crash, the Kamehameha collided violently with the array of demon cannons, releasing an explosive force that illuminated the sky, overshadowing even the sun's brilliance, rendering it impossible to gaze upon. The shockwave from the energy clash swept outward like a catastrophic tsunami, ravaging the ground below, where the once flat terrain was pockmarked with massive craters. And the surrounding mountains trembled as if on the brink of collapse. King Piccolo was propelled backward by the overwhelming backlash, tumbling through the air before regaining his balance. He stared at Wukong, his astonishment beyond words. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong dashed toward King Piccolo with lightning speed, leaving a trail of golden afterimages in his wake. Arriving before him in the blink of an eye. "Take this," Wukong roared, swinging his right fist down upon King Piccolo with all his might. The punch carried the full weight of his strength, the wind from it howling as if it could tear the very air apart. Alarmed, King Piccolo attempted to evade, only to find Wukong's speed insurmountable, leaving him no time to escape. Resigned, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest to absorb the blow. With a resounding thud, it felt as though a mountain had crashed upon him. Pain shot through his arms as he was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up dust. Curse it! How could I possibly lose to a mere child? King Piccolo struggled to rise, but his condition was dire. His arms were shattered, green blood oozing from the severed limbs, his eyes filled with a mix of resentment and fear. Even at this juncture, Wukong refrained from delivering a fatal blow. However, King Piccolo was not one to succumb quietly. Despite his incapacitated hands, his mouth remained a weapon. In the next moment, a blast of energy shot forth from his mouth. Another one. Wukong countered, punching the energy blast away and charging at King Piccolo. Meanwhile, Sinbaru, who had been watching from the sidelines, roared in fury as it lunged at Wukong. Its gaping maw and sharp claws gleamed ominously in the sunlight, aiming to ambush Wukong from behind. Yet, Wukong seemed to possess an awareness of his surroundings, turning slightly without looking back and delivering a fierce punch. The blow struck Sinbaru's head, the immense force piercing through its body. Sinbaru howled in agony, its massive form propelled backward like a missile, crashing to the ground and falling silent. Chapter 103, the end of the battle as the Demon King Piccolo witnessed Shinran's demise at the hands of Sun Wukong. His heart swelled with a tumultuous mixture of shock and fury. "You all shall pay for this." Without a moment's hesitation, he charged at Sun Wukong, causing the very heavens to darken and powerful energies to coalesce around him. In an astonishing display, he transcended his own limitations. Yet, despite this newfound power, he remained no match for Sun Wukong, who chose not to thwart his advance. Suddenly, a cry echoed behind him. Piccolo contemplated self-destruction. Master Roshi, a seasoned martial artist, discerned Piccolo's intentions immediately. Should Piccolo succeed in his self-detonation, this island would be utterly obliterated. Sun Wukong's heart sank at the thought. He could not allow such a calamity to unfold. With a steely gaze, he vanished from his position and reappeared before Piccolo, delivering a ferocious punch without hesitation. This time, he held nothing back. His fist, accompanied by a resounding roar, struck Piccolo squarely in the chest. The immense energy unleashed exploded upon impact, shattering his chest and heart into mere fragments. As a Namekian, Piccolo possessed an extraordinarily resilient life force, even with severed limbs and a destroyed heart. He did not succumb immediately, for their essence resided in their brains. Survival was possible as long as the brain remained intact. Nonetheless, the agonizing pain was undeniable. Piccolo, his face a mask of terror, gazed down at his hollow chest, waves of agony crashing into his consciousness. He attempted to cover the gaping wound with his hands. Yet blood continued to pour forth. His body trembled, and the muscles in his face contorted in suffering. "How is this possible? I am the Demon King Piccolo," he gasped, having lost all semblance of his former grandeur, replaced instead by an overwhelming dread of death. In a sudden shift, the thought of dying now filled him with desperation. He yearned to leave behind a legacy for revenge. Master Roshi, seeing Piccolo still alive, shouted urgently, "Wukong, finish him off." Although Sun Wukong felt a twinge of compassion, he resolved to deliver the final blow, moving stealthily toward Piccolo. Just as he raised his hand to strike, Piccolo's eyes widened with panic. This was not mere fear of death. He understood he needed time to sow the seeds of hope. Suddenly, he shouted, "Stop! You cannot kill me. I am one with the divine. Should you end my life, the divine will perish too. Without me, Earth will lose its protection, and greater calamities will descend. Sun Wukong, struck by his words, froze in place, uncertainty clouding his eyes. Is what you say true? Piccolo, sensing Wukong's hesitation, nodded emphatically, a cold scoff escaping his lips. Of course it is. If you doubt me, test it yourself. Wukong pondered briefly. Both Piccolo and the divine bore striking resemblances in appearance and aura, the sole distinction being the hint of malevolence emanating from Piccolo. At that moment, Piccolo's mouth began to swell, and, in the next instant, he expelled a massive orb of flesh, a fiery meteor, carrying his last vestige of hope, hurtled away into the distance, vanishing from sight in an instant. After expelling the orb, it seemed as if Piccolo had exhausted his final ounce of vitality, his body collapsing heavily to the ground, lifeless. The once malevolent figure lay there, an empty shell devoid of power. Master Roshi, observing Piccolo's lifeless form, furrowed his brow, worry lingering in his heart. Turning to Sun Wukong, he urged, Wukong, we cannot allow that orb to escape. It surely harbors the seeds of future calamity, destined to become a new threat. We must pursue and eliminate it. However, Sun Wukong shook his head resolutely. Master Roshi, there is no need. Whatever that entity may be, should it dare to emerge again, I will defeat it once more. Moreover, if there is truth in his words regarding the divine, killing him could yield catastrophic consequences. My strength has grown significantly. I am confident in facing any future dangers. Though still uneasy, Master Roshi recognized Wukong's unwavering resolve. He had witnessed Wukong's remarkable growth over the years, repeatedly overcoming seemingly insurmountable foes. Wukong, I hope you are right. If that entity truly matures, it could spell trouble. With a sigh, Master Roshi expressed his concerns. Sun Wukong patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Rest easy, Master Roshi. I will remain vigilant. Should it stir again, I will be the first to sense it, ensuring it poses no threat to Earth or our friends. At that moment, Vera, Mark, and the others gathered around, gazing at Piccolo's corpse with expressions of relief. Vera, still shaken, remarked, that was far too close. I never imagined the Demon King Piccolo would be so formidable. He nearly self-destructed. Thank goodness for you, Wukong. Otherwise, we would have all perished. Mark chimed in. Indeed. Brother Wukong, your prowess is astounding. That fiend was no match for you. But what of that orb? Should we not concern ourselves with it? Sun Wukong regarded them seriously. Let us set aside that matter for now. Our priority should be to return and recuperate. We have all expended considerable energy in this battle. Additionally, I need to seek the divine and clarify the relationship between him and Piccolo. Only then can we better prepare for any future occurrences. His companions acknowledged Wukong's wisdom and began to depart from the ravaged Papaya Island. Bulma surveyed the devastation around them, lamenting, what a shame. This venue for the martial arts tournament has been reduced to ruins. I wonder if it can ever host another event. Launch nodded in agreement. Indeed. I hope we will not encounter such nefarious beings in the future. It always ends in chaos. As they conversed, they headed toward home, while Sun Wukong walked thoughtfully, reflecting on Piccolo's words, aware that many secrets remained to be uncovered. Before long, they left Papaya Island behind, embarking on their journey home. Chapter 104. Joining the Galactic Patrol after more than a month of traversing the void, Yamcha and his companions finally arrived at the heart of the galaxy. The headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. The headquarters sparkled like a magnificent and enigmatic celestial body, radiating a unique brilliance. From a distance, it resembled a colossal structure crafted from advanced metallic materials, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the illumination of cosmic rays, as if sprinkled with a layer of ethereal stardust by the gods of the universe. The architecture took the form of a vast spiral galaxy, with the main building being a grand disk adorned with intricate patterns that resembled ancient runes and complex circuits. These patterns pulsated with mysterious energy, providing an endless source of power and protection for the headquarters. Countless spacecraft flitted about the spiraling nebula surrounding them. At the center of the disk stood an ancient yet noble palace, the residence of the Galactic King. Gak parked the ship at the docking station and, accompanied by Yamcha and Ties, they made their way toward the palace. Yamcha gazed around, filled with curiosity about the surroundings. Though Ties had traveled with Gak for many years, this was her first visit to the Galactic Patrol's headquarters, and she too expressed wonder at the environment. Upon entering the palace, they were greeted by a vast hall bustling with Galactic Patrol officers from various planets, each possessing unique and extraordinary appearances. Some were tall, with skin as hard as rock. moving with heavy yet agile steps. Others were petite, sporting wings and antennae, gracefully fluttering in the air as they relayed information. The hall's walls were adorned with enormous display screens, showcasing real-time updates from various regions of the universe, including alerts for interstellar conflicts, monitoring of mysterious energy fluctuations, and tracking information on dangerous criminals. After Gak exchanged greetings with the reception staff, they proceeded deeper into the palace. It was essential for them to meet the Galactic King, as every new recruit to the Galactic Patrol was required to undergo an interview with him. Although the Galactic King lacked the combat prowess of his strongest officer, Lam-Z, he possessed unparalleled wisdom and an uncanny ability to perceive the innermost thoughts of those before him, ensuring that no wicked individuals infiltrated the ranks of the Galactic Patrol. As Gak led Yamcha and Ties through the winding corridors, the ambient light gradually softened and took on a mysterious hue, seemingly guiding them toward the core area where the Galactic King resided. At last, they arrived at a grand door intricately engraved with patterns from various star systems, each shimmering with a faint glow, as if recounting the tales of the universe's history. Gak stepped forward, and the door slowly opened, releasing a blinding light. Instinctively, Yamcha shielded his eyes. Once he adjusted to the brightness, he beheld the throne of the palace, where a jellyfish-like humanoid creature adorned with a golden crown sat, exuding an aura of tranquility and grace. Its deep, wise eyes seemed to harbor the mysteries of the cosmos. Yamcha felt a surge of nervousness as the Galactic King's gaze fell upon him, penetrating his very soul. The Galactic King spoke, his voice both gentle and profound. "Young warrior, I am aware of your purpose for being here." Yamcha swallowed hard and replied with conviction, "Please, Galactic King, grant me the honor of becoming a member of the Galactic Patrol to protect the peace of the universe." The Galactic King nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Your courage is commendable, but joining the Galactic Patrol is no trivial matter. You must understand the weight of this responsibility, which extends beyond mere combat." Yamcha gazed resolutely at the Galactic King. "I understand. I am prepared and believe I possess the qualities necessary to fulfill the sacred duties of a Galactic Patrol officer." The Galactic King's gaze deepened, as if he were probing the very depths of Yamcha's thoughts. In that brief silence, time seemed to stand still, and the air around them grew heavy. Suddenly, the Galactic King raised his hand, releasing a beam of light that enveloped Yamcha. He felt a warm energy coursing through him, a force that did not cause discomfort but instead seemed to examine his body and soul. After a moment, the light faded, and the Galactic King spoke. "I sense the goodness in your heart and your unwavering dedication to justice, as well as a latent desire for battle. Yet, you also harbor fears and hesitations. However, this does not diminish your essence." The Galactic King then rose and approached Yamcha. Standing before him, he extended a tentacle above Yamcha's head and declared, "From this moment forth, you are a member of the Galactic Patrol. May you contribute your strength to the peace of the cosmos and uphold this noble mission. As for the region you will oversee, allow Gak to guide you to the handover location." Upon concluding his words, the Galactic King dismissed them. Gak then took Yamcha to the task management transfer area, which was divided into 4 sections corresponding to the eastern, southern, western, and northern galaxies. Gak's jurisdiction lay in the northern galaxy, a region requiring oversight of several 100 billion solar systems, albeit most of it was uninhabited and required little management. However, the areas that did require supervision were vast. For organizational ease, the northern galaxy was subdivided into thousands of nebular sectors. Gak's responsibilities encompassed only a minimal sector, which included millions of star systems and tens of thousands of life-bearing planets. Yamcha chose a sector adjacent to the solar system, ensuring his return to Earth would be convenient. Through his time spent learning about the Galactic Patrol, Yamcha discovered that their duties were not overly complex. It sufficed to accomplish the tasks assigned by Galactic Headquarters, the majority of which involved apprehending or eliminating beings that threatened cosmic safety. Occasionally, they also mediated disputes between races. Notably, every Galactic Patrol officer was assigned an individual spacecraft, facilitating their missions. However, modifications or upgrades to their ships required the completion of tasks to earn the necessary resources. Upon completing the handover of his designated area, Yamcha found himself momentarily stunned. The sector he was responsible for had not seen a Galactic Patrol officer in years and thus had accumulated hundreds of unresolved tasks. After bidding farewell to Gak and Ties, Yamcha piloted his spacecraft towards the task points. Chapter 105. The Ancient Cockroach. A month later, Yamcha arrived at the interstellar region designated for his mission. His swift arrival was due to his choice of the safest and most efficient route, as the universe is fraught with perilous areas such as black holes and asteroid belts. The spacecraft provided by the Galactic Patrol encompassed 90 of the star systems, allowing him to select the optimal course based on his input destination. This capability is indicative of a significant cosmic civilization. During his voyage through the cosmos, Yamcha did not remain idle. Through meditation, he elevated his mental prowess to 800 points, a remarkable improvement compared to his training in the gravity chamber. With this mental strength, and according to the conversion ratio of 1 to 100, his combat capability surged to over 80,000 points before he would encounter limitations due to insufficient mental energy. However, such progress did not occur overnight. Currently, his combat strength stood at 4,500 points, indicating substantial room for growth. The destination of his mission was a planet known as Wolf Planet, inhabited by a race of cockroach beings. These cockroach people possessed a chilling appearance. Their bodies were encased in a hard, glossy shell that shimmered in dark brown hues, reminiscent of ancient metal, intricately adorned with patterns akin to meticulously carved mystic runes, exuding an aura of primal savagery. Their triangular heads featured enormous compound eyes resembling massive black gemstones, devoid of beauty, instead reflecting coldness and eeriness. At the forefront of their heads were robust, sharp antennae, capable of detecting the faintest air currents and scent changes. Additionally, they bore a pair of large wings on their backs, enabling them to execute low-altitude flights. Adult cockroaches possessed a combat strength of 100 points, while the elite among them could exceed 1,000 points. Their plea for assistance from the Galactic Patrol was prompted by the emergence of a mutated ancient cockroach 2 years prior on Wolf Planet. This creature towered over 10 meters and stretched 30 meters in length, its shell as impenetrable as iron, lacking any semblance of rationality. This ancient cockroach only knew destruction and consumption. Initially, the cockroach people revered it as a deity, but as it claimed countless lives, they were forced to confront the grim reality of their situation. Despite this realization, they were powerless against the ancient cockroach's overwhelming might. In a mere 2 years, the cockroach population dwindled by millions, and the ancient cockroach's insatiable hunger persisted, devouring thousands of cockroach beings daily. Though the cockroach people contemplated vanquishing the ancient entity, their efforts proved futile. The combat strength of the ancient cockroach reached a terrifying 10,000 points, coupled with an inexplicable aura of suppression over the cockroach beings. Any cockroach within a kilometer of the ancient creature found themselves unable to muster any resistance. Otherwise, leveraging their numerical superiority could have enabled them to defeat the ancient cockroach. As Yamcha's spacecraft gradually approached Wolf Planet, the view from the porthole clarified, revealing a planet shrouded in a dim hue, as if cloaked in a veil of gloom, evidence of prolonged suffering. Standing at the control console, Yamcha's expression turned solemn as he gazed upon the imminent destination. The task ahead was formidable. A creature with the combat strength of 10,000 was no trivial matter. He swiftly organized the information at his disposal, contemplating strategies for the impending confrontation. Upon entering the atmosphere of Wolf Planet, the spacecraft experienced intense friction, causing its exterior to glow faintly red. After a brief jolt, the vessel successfully landed. As Yamcha opened the hatch, a pungent odor assaulted him, a noxious blend of death, fear, and smoke. Stepping out, he was immediately surrounded by a group of cockroach beings. Their cold, eerie compound eyes scrutinized him, their antennae flickering as they sensed the presence of their extraterrestrial savior. Among them, a particularly robust cockroach being approached, its shell adorned with unique patterns that signified its status as a leader. A glance from the system instantly revealed the leader's information in Yamcha's mind. Name: Wardfa Combat Strength, 2000 Realm, None Mental Strength, 23 Talent Points, 103 Bloodline. Cockroach Clan Skills: Scent Perception, Flight, Blade, Blink. Wardfa possessed the highest combat and mental strength among the gathered cockroach beings. As Yamcha observed the cockroach leader's skills, he noted an intriguing ability called Blink, described by the system as a remarkable combat technique. It allowed the user to instantaneously shift horizontally across a distance of 100 meters, reminiscent of the instantaneous movements in Dragon Ball. However, the underlying principles differed. While instantaneous movement relied on sensing the presence of energy, Blink employed spatial manipulation. Yamcha pondered whether he could master this skill. The cockroach leader addressed Yamcha. Mr. Yamcha, welcome to Wolf Planet. I am Wardfa, the leader of the cockroach clan. You are indeed the esteemed Galactic Patrol Officer, Yamcha. As Wardfa spoke, a foul stench emanated from his mouth, a nauseating mix of saliva and decaying food, nearly prompting Yamcha to turn away. Only the gravity of his mission held him in place. Yamcha quickly suppressed his sense of smell to mitigate the assault on his senses. Indeed, I am, Yamcha nodded, wishing to limit conversation. Subsequently, Wardfa began recounting the most recent attack by the ancient cockroach and the grave crisis facing their race. Yamcha sensed their despair and helplessness and nodded in acknowledgement of the Galactic King's concern for the cockroach clan. After grasping the situation, Yamcha resolved to act immediately. Wardfa led him toward the area frequently haunted by the ancient cockroach. The creature did not conceal its presence, nor did it have any need to, on Wolf Planet. It faced no adversary, viewing the cockroach beings merely as sustenance. Along the way, Yamcha witnessed the devastation wrought upon Wolf Planet. The stench of death hung heavily over the ruins of the cities, with remnants of cockroach beings strewn among the debris, a sight that sent chills down his spine. Finally, they arrived at a vast plain, a frequent haunt of the ancient cockroach. Yamcha felt an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping the area, indicating that the ancient cockroach was nearby. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and clouds of dust rose in the distance. Chapter 106. Fierce Battle. Yamcha's gaze sharpened as he beheld the legendary ancient cockroach. Its massive form resembled a moving hill, each step sending tremors through the earth. The creature's enormous compound eyes flickered with a fierce light, scrutinizing Yamcha and his companions as if assessing new prey. However, its attention was not directed at Yamcha himself, but rather fixated upon the cockroach men accompanying him. The scent emanating from the cockroach men was detectable even from several kilometers away by the ancient cockroach. Mr. Yamcha, it is now your turn. We must depart from this place swiftly, the leader of the cockroach men said to Yamcha, clearly indicating that they could advance no further. Retreat to a safe distance. I will handle this. Yamcha nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he gradually approached the ancient cockroach. The leader of the cockroach men hastily withdrew with his kin, leaving Yamcha to confront the terrifying ancient beast alone. With feet slightly apart, he steadied his stance, fist clenched at his waist, muscles taut and ready for battle, releasing his energy into the air. In no time, the ancient cockroach was merely 100 meters away from him. Name: Wopi. Combat power: 10,000. Realm: None. Mental strength: 1. Talent points: 132. Bloodline: Ancient cockroach. Skills: Blade edge, flight, air surge. A creature with a mere mental strength of 1, indeed, was incapable of coherent communication. The ancient cockroach seemed to sense the aura Yamcha projected, locking its gaze onto him and halting its advance. With a deep, resonant roar that echoed across the plains like thunder, the sound vibrated through Yamcha's eardrums, while an intangible pressure weighed heavily upon his body. Facing an opponent with over 10,000 combat power was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, given the vast disparity in their strengths. Thus, Yamcha activated his Burning Heart Fist, his most formidable combat technique to date. With the technique unleashed, he finally managed to withstand the oppressive aura of the ancient cockroach. He beckoned the beast with a taunting gesture, a bold display that challenged its authority. In its long existence, the ancient cockroach had never encountered another being bold enough to confront it in such a manner, igniting a sense of indignation within the creature. It surged forward, its colossal body stirring a tempest that swept dust and debris into the air. Yamcha observed the oncoming ancient cockroach with an unflinching demeanor. Despite its immense size and rapid speed, akin to a high-speed fighter jet, Yamcha remained calm. He had faced creatures several times larger than himself before. Whether it was the giant ape transformed by Sun Wukong or the colossal robot from the Bada star, he had amassed considerable experience in dealing with such foes. As the ancient cockroach approached, Yamcha leaped high into the air, evading the creature's direct charge. The ancient cockroach crashed into the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air and creating a large crater upon impact. Once airborne, Yamcha seized the moment to attack, employing his Wolf Fang Wind Fist. He moved rapidly through the air, his hands striking at the ancient cockroach's vulnerable spots in a flurry of powerful blows. Each punch resonated with immense force against the cockroach's hardened shell, producing a series of resounding impacts. Yet, despite the ferocity of his strikes, the ancient cockroach's armor was formidable, even at its weakest points. Yamcha's assault left only shallow dents, barely affecting the creature which loomed like a small mountain. However, his efforts did awaken the beast's ferocity. With a sudden flap of its wings, the ancient cockroach lunged upward, shaking Yamcha off its body, and then aimed its formidable pincers towards him with the speed of a scythe, exuding an aura of impending doom. In response, Yamcha swiftly executed his air dance technique, skillfully dodging the ancient cockroach's assault. However, the creature was relentless, launching a series of attacks in midair, the gust from its massive wings complicating Yamcha's maneuvers. He landed on the ground, where he was immediately met with the fierce winds akin to a level 15 typhoon. Yamcha grounded himself, channeling his energy into his feet to stabilize against the onslaught. At that moment, the ancient cockroach hovered above, exposing its abdomen, the most vulnerable part of its armored body. Yamcha's eyes gleamed with opportunity. Despite the cockroach's exposed weakness, its low combat awareness was apparent. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly summoned his internal energy, gathering it into his hands, which became enveloped in a radiant glow that intensified as he amassed his formidable strength. "Energy orb," Yamcha shouted, sending forth a gleaming arc toward the ancient cockroach's exposed abdomen. The projectile soared with unparalleled speed, reaching its target in an instant. With a swift motion, Yamcha opened his palm, and the energy orb detonated with a thunderous boom upon impact, casting a brilliant light. The cockroach's abdomen, evidently less resilient than its back, cracked under the full force of Yamcha's strike, fissures spreading like a spider's web, green ichor pouring forth from the ruptures, a clear sign of severe injury. The ancient cockroach emitted a piercing scream, thrashing its wings in furious agitation as it rolled in the air. Sensing the effectiveness of his attack, Yamcha unleashed a barrage of energy orbs. Through 2 months of contemplation, he had refined his technique, now capable of orchestrating multiple energy orbs to explode simultaneously, amplifying their destructive power significantly. One by one, the energy orbs, under Yamcha's precise control, converged beneath the ancient cockroach's abdomen. The ancient cockroach, now aware of the impending threat, attempted to disperse the energy spheres with gusts from its wings, but the orbs, seemingly sentient, adeptly followed its movements, evading its efforts to evade. Chapter 107. Preparing to return to Earth. Experience this, the energy bomb storm. Yamcha seized the moment, thrusting his hands forward with great force. The energy bombs that had been cloaked upon the abdomen of the ancient cockroach converged instantaneously, colliding and merging, forming a colossal vortex of energy in the blink of an eye. This energy vortex roared like a ferocious beast, unleashing an immense explosive power. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming energy erupted forth, piercing directly through the body of the ancient cockroach. It emitted a final, despairing cry before its massive form plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the ancient cockroach lay motionless, devoid of life. Yamcha gently descended to the ground, panting slightly, yet a smile of triumph graced his face. He had finally completed his inaugural mission as a galactic patrol officer. Subsequently, adhering to protocol, he began to take photographs and record videos to document the course of this mission. Before long, the leader of the cockroach people, Wardfa, cautiously approached. Sensing that the battle had ceased and no longer feeling the previous intangible pressure. Upon reaching Yamcha, Wardfa's triangular head bobbed slightly, its compound eyes glimmering with intricate light, and its antennae swayed gently, seemingly striving to express its gratitude. With great joy, it addressed Yamcha. "Esteemed Lord Yamcha, you have saved our entire clan. This profound grace will forever remain etched in our memories. You are our hero. Your illustrious name shall resonate throughout the cosmos." Yamcha waved his hand with a smile, responding, "No need for such formality, it is but my duty. As a galactic patrol officer, maintaining peace in the universe is my responsibility." Wardfa continued, "My lord, to express our gratitude, we wish to invite you to our city, where we shall treat you with utmost hospitality. Though we possess no precious treasures, we will surely present our finest offerings." Yamcha initially contemplated declining, as being among them was somewhat disconcerting. However, recalling the extraordinary abilities he had observed in the cockroach people, he temporarily suppressed his discomfort and nodded, "Very well, I shall impose upon you for a while." Instantly, Wardfa appeared elated, leading Yamcha towards their city. Along the way, Yamcha observed the cockroach people emerging from the ruins, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Some even knelt, paying their respects to Yamcha. Upon arriving in the city, Yamcha noted that despite the severe destruction, it retained a unique architectural style. Most structures were crafted from a metallic-like material, featuring peculiar shapes, some resembling enormous cones, others twisted spirals. Wardfa guided Yamcha to a relatively grand building, stating, "My lord, this is our palace. Though it may not rival the opulence of palaces on other planets, it symbolizes our clan. Please, rest here while we prepare food for you." Stepping into the palace, Yamcha found the decor rather simplistic yet impeccably tidy. The walls bore strange engravings that seemed to narrate the history of the cockroach people. Shortly thereafter, the cockroach people served a variety of dishes. Yamcha hesitated, as the food appeared quite peculiar, some resembling wriggling insects, others exuding an unusual odor. Seemingly perceiving Yamcha's reservations, Wardfa explained, "My lord, these are the delicacies we typically consume. Although they may not appear appealing, they are rich in nutrients. You may partake without worry." Summoning his courage, Yamcha took a bite, discovering the flavor, while odd, was tolerable. He smiled at Wardfa, remarking, "It's rather palatable." Wardfa, pleased by Yamcha's approval, beamed with delight. In the ensuing hours, Yamcha engaged in extensive discussions with Wardfa about the culture and history of the cockroach people, gaining deeper insights into their civilization. After a brief respite, Yamcha felt it was time to proceed. He stood and addressed Wardfa. "Chief Wardfa, I wish to converse with the masters of your clan." Wardfa smiled faintly, responding readily, "It would be their honor." During the exchange with the masters, Yamcha inquired about the technique of teleportation. To his surprise, the cockroach people exhibited no reluctance in sharing their secrets, revealing the nuances of the skill with ease. With his exceptional talent score of 402, Yamcha mastered teleportation in a mere 3 days. Indeed, following this battle, the system rewarded him with an additional 35 talent points, elevating his talent beyond 400. Moreover, through just 3 days of interaction and practice, he further enhanced his combat prowess by 500 points, reaching a total of 5,000 points. With teleportation acquired, Yamcha felt no reason to linger on Wardfa's planet and swiftly set off for his next destination. A year had swiftly passed, during which Yamcha diligently undertook missions in his jurisdiction. Over this span, his reputation within the Galactic Patrol grew as he accumulated experience and steadily improved his abilities. His combat skills became increasingly refined, and the teleportation technique proved to be a formidable asset during his assignments. He navigated through perilous planets, resolving myriad challenging dilemmas, from quelling interstellar pirate raids to mediating resource disputes between planets, from combating bizarre species invasions to rescuing lives trapped in hazardous zones. Each mission presented a challenge and an opportunity for growth. Glancing at his personal attributes, Yamcha couldn't help but smile. His talent points had finally surpassed 500, matching that of Sun Wukong. Additionally, his combat strength had steadily climbed through repeated trials, now exceeding 9,000 points. While the increase seemed modest, a brief period in the gravity chamber promised a rapid surge. Furthermore, his mental fortitude had significantly improved through intense battles and cosmic meditation, reaching 2,000 points, allowing him to analyze complex combat scenarios with greater composure. The execution of his techniques had become increasingly exquisite, with each maneuver flowing effortlessly. As 2 years had swiftly elapsed since his departure from Earth, it seemed opportune to return and see how things had transpired. He wondered if, after such a long absence, Bulma would still recognize her long-lost boyfriend. Chapter 108, Fierce Battle at Oakley. Just as Yamcha was preparing to return to Earth, he abruptly received an urgent message from the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In his jurisdiction lay a planet named Oakley, which had suddenly come under siege by a multitude of demon forces, resulting in the disappearance of half of the planet's life. With no other option, Yamcha had to cancel his plans to return to Earth and set his course for that planet. Fortunately, it was only a 5-day journey from his current location. 5 days later, Yamcha arrived at Oakley. He descended onto a desolate expanse, allowing him to conceal his spacecraft. As he extended his senses, a look of surprise crossed his face. He detected numerous familiar demonic presences. Among them were Azura and Amodo, whom he had encountered previously while sealing the portal to the demon realm on Earth. How had they come to be on this planet? Yamcha was filled with confusion. Little did he know that their last reckless incursion into the demon realm, which had injured Azura and allowed them to escape from Amodo, had led to the reopening of the portal, allowing them to intrude once again into the current world. However, this time they had not opened the gateway to Earth, but had instead entered the planet Oakley. Suppressing his questions for the moment, Yamcha masked his presence and stealthily approached the locations of Amodo and Azura. As he traversed the path, he witnessed cities ablaze from the ravages of war, thick plumes of smoke rising into the air. Many urban areas had been reduced to ruins, with streets littered with debris and the remains of the fallen. The surviving inhabitants fled in terror, their cries echoing through the air. The humans of Oklai bore a striking resemblance to those of Earth, yet their combat prowess was alarmingly low, rendering them helpless against the overwhelming demon forces. This grim scene was reminiscent of what Yamcha had witnessed during his time in the time simulation room of the Celestial Temple. Facing the demonic adversaries along his path, Yamcha held nothing back. These fiends, stained with the blood of countless innocents, were unequivocally malevolent beings, and their annihilation was the only path to retribution. At that moment, near the portal to the demon realm on this planet, Amoto and Azura stood at the center of a wasteland, accompanied by a peculiar, short, and somewhat portly demon. This odd figure wielded a staff made of bone and donned a dark purple cloak, adorned with strange patterns that glimmered with a ghostly light, as if recounting his sinister past and formidable magical prowess. Surrounding them was a throng of demon minions. Have you not yet located those individuals from 2 years ago? The strange demon inquired languidly, exuding an aura of immense power. Though he lacked the imposing presence of Amoto and Azura, he possessed a peculiar magic that commanded the attention of the nearby demons. They listened intently, not daring to interrupt. At his feet, a centaur-like demon knelt respectfully, replying, "Master Babera, our forces have scoured the entire planet, but have found no trace of those who entered the demon realm 2 years ago. Our subordinates believe that the current world we have entered is not the same as the one we breached previously." Upon hearing this, Babera furrowed his brow slightly, tapping his staff against the ground, producing a dull thud. "Humph. Regardless, since we have arrived on this planet, we cannot leave empty-handed. Eliminate those who resist and gather all useful resources to replenish our losses." Amoto nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Master Sorcerer, we shall see this matter through." Azura stood to the side, his eyes flickering, seemingly pondering something. Concealed behind a nearby ruin, Yamcha considered the implications of Babera's appearance. The situation had become significantly more complicated. At that moment, Babera seemed to sense something, his gaze suddenly darting toward Yamcha's hiding place, revealing a hint of suspicion. There seems to be an unusual presence over there." Amoto and Azura immediately became alert, with Amoto shouting, "Who goes there? Step forward." Realizing he had been exposed, Yamcha decided to abandon his concealment, leaping from his hiding spot and coldly addressing them. "You demons have committed heinous acts on this planet. Today marks your demise." Babera scrutinized Yamcha, a derisive snicker escaping his lips. "Ah, a foolhardy individual dares to provoke us demons." Amoto recognized Yamcha, bursting into laughter. "Ah, so it is you. The insignificant insect who escaped from us last time. We've been searching for you. Where are your companions? They should show themselves too." Azura's face twisted with malice. "Yamcha, today is the day you perish. I shall make you pay dearly for your previous transgressions." "Ah, so you are the one they seek," Babera remarked with a sinister grin. Yamcha ignored their taunts, swiftly entering a combat stance, his aura surging with radiant energy. With a powerful gust, he launched an assault aimed directly at Babera. Indeed, his primary target was the seemingly diminutive sorcerer. The devious nature of demon sorcerers far surpassed that of regular demons. They could effortlessly open portals to the demon realm, teleport individuals at will, and enhance the strength of their kin. However, his plan unraveled before it could take effect. The moment he struck, Amoto had already positioned himself in front of Babera. "You dare to target Babera without regard for me, Amoto?" he declared, raising his arm to block the attack. A veil of dark energy enveloped his arm as it met Yamcha's fist in a collision. With a resounding crash, energy exploded outward, forcing Yamcha to stagger back several steps. "Human, you've made considerable progress," Amoto remarked with some surprise. He recalled that during their last encounter, Yamcha had been too intimidated to withstand a single strike. His previous escape had been a result of Amoto's own carelessness, which had led him to fall victim to Yamcha's sun fist. Regaining his footing, Yamcha's gaze remained resolute as he replied, "Amoto, do not mistake my past self for who I am now. Today, I shall seek justice for the innocent lives lost on this planet." Azura, growing impatient nearby, shouted, "Enough chatter. Today is your end." With that, he vanished in a flash, resembling a specter as he lunged toward Yamcha, his hands transforming into dual blades radiating an eerie glow, aimed directly at Yamcha's vitals. Chapter 109. The tentacles of Amoto. Yamcha deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading Amoto's assault. Compared to their first encounter, his strength had increased substantially. Previously, He had relied on the burning heart fist and still struggled to evade Emoto's attacks. Now, in his normal state, he confronted Emoto's onslaught with remarkable ease. Realizing his desire to swiftly eliminate the sorcerer had not come to fruition, he redirected his focus to Emoto. Once Emoto was vanquished, the sorcerer would likely be powerless. Emoto, undeterred, pursued Yamcha with renewed vigor, launching a fierce offensive. Yamcha was not one to passively endure blows, noting the slight disparity in their combat prowess. He engaged in a counterattack against Emoto. The two figures darted through the ruins, their battle so swift that the ordinary demons could only hear the distant explosions and witness the scattered debris. Yamcha and Emoto's silhouettes wove through the desolation, each movement accompanied by a howling wind. Yamcha's fists and feet struck like a tempest, each blow imbued with formidable power, creating a cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers igniting in the air. Emoto, refusing to be outdone, unleashed his own strikes, akin to bolts of black lightning. As he flickered through space, dark energy blades erupted from his hands, tearing through the air with an ominous shriek. Their attacks collided, resulting in a blinding flash and a thunderous roar. The shockwaves radiated like tumultuous waves, further dismantling the already devastated surroundings, sending fragments of debris spiraling into the air. The ground quaked violently under the immense force, spiderweb-like cracks spreading as if the earth itself were groaning in agony. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Yamcha leaped backward, distancing himself from Emoto. With swift movements, he conjured several chi orbs, launching them like missiles towards Emoto. Sensing the tremendous power of the orbs, Emoto's expression shifted. He quickly crossed his arms in a defensive posture. Yet, the might of the chi orbs was overwhelming. Upon contact, a cataclysmic explosion ensued, engulfing Emoto in radiant light. The force of the blast shredded his black cloak into tatters, and his mask shattered under the pressure, revealing a grotesque visage. Emoto's skin appeared an eerie grayish hue, riddled with craters reminiscent of the moon's surface, oozing a foul black slime. His eyes bulged, aflame with two bizarre red embers, radiating madness and hatred. Writhing around him were strange black tendrils, alive with sinister energy, their surfaces lined with sharp barbs, flickering ominously as if harnessing dark power, poised to strike lethally. Though Yamcha was initially taken aback by Emoto's true form, he quickly regained his composure. It was no wonder Emoto concealed himself beneath a mask and cloak. His appearance had strayed far from conventional beauty. The Azura's features betrayed that he had once been a handsome man, sacrificing his looks for power, yet the psychological barrier remained, continuously affecting him. "You wretched human, you have truly enraged me by exposing my visage." Emoto's twisted face seethed with unbridled fury. Yamcha retorted with a cold smirk, "Emoto, it is your kind's malevolence that fuels my anger. Today marks your end." Emoto roared, his black tendrils thrashing violently toward Yamcha. The rapid movement of the tendrils created chaotic shadows in the air. Yamcha sensed the approach of the tendrils, deftly evading the first wave of attacks. Stabilizing himself in midair, he retaliated with an upgraded version of his Wolf Fong fist, the Wolf Fong Gale Break. His form flickered as he unleashed a flurry of punches, each imbued with tremendous force. The wind from his strikes roaring as if it could tear the very air apart. Under Yamcha's relentless assault, Emoto found himself pushed back, many of his black tendrils severed. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he retaliated with fervor. Channeling his magical energy into the tendrils, the surrounding space warped, allowing tendrils to seemingly vanish into thin air, only to reappear behind Yamcha, cutting off his escape route. "You have nowhere to run. Die." Emoto's twisted grin revealed his delight. In an instant, countless tendrils, gleaming with a chilling light, surged toward Yamcha. In previous encounters, he may have struggled against such an onslaught, but now he possessed newfound techniques. Yamcha swiftly sidestepped, evading the tendrils' reach, leaving them to strike nothing but air. This maneuver was a technique learned from the Cockroach Man, an art of swift evasion. As he repositioned himself, Yamcha unleashed his chi orb storm. Emoto's eyes widened in fear upon witnessing the barrage of orbs hurtling toward him. Previously, Yamcha could only manage a handful of orbs simultaneously. Now, he commanded 20, their explosive potential rivaling that of 1,000 warriors. Emoto sensed the impending devastation and hastily crossed his arms, enveloping himself in a cocoon of black tendrils, forming a protective sphere around him. With a resounding boom, the chi orb storm detonated against the surface of the black sphere. The tremendous energy enveloped Emoto, vaporizing many of the tendrils. Inside the protective sphere, Emoto summoned more energy into his tendrils, hastening their regeneration to withstand the aftermath of the explosion. As the dust settled, Emoto emerged, battered and disheveled. His once mighty tendrils lay in tatters, smoke wafting from their remnants, and the black sphere that had shielded him was now riddled with gaping holes, barely clinging to its form. Chapter 110. The final move. As Yamcha prepared to seize the moment and strike down Emoto, he was caught off guard by Babera, who had remained dormant until now. Like a wraith, Babera appeared beside Emoto in an instant, his staff lightly tapping Emoto's body. To everyone's astonishment, the horrific scars on Emoto's physique began to vanish at a visibly rapid pace. His previously frail body, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, was suddenly revitalized. Indeed, a sorcerer is an invaluable ally. Emoto, cease your games. Subdue this human at once. I am eager to witness what he will become under my command, Babera said, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At your command, esteemed Lord Babera, Emoto replied with utmost deference. Yamcha felt a heavy weight in his heart upon witnessing Emoto's swift recovery. He was acutely aware that the battle had just become exponentially more formidable. Babera's eerie magic had reversed the tide, and now Emoto exuded an even more malevolent and formidable aura. Emoto let out a maniacal laugh. Yamcha, do you believe you can easily defeat me? Allow me to reveal the true extent of my terror. With that, Emoto's body began to swell. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, as if countless serpents writhed beneath his skin. His hunched form straightened, towering from a height of 1.6 meters to an imposing 2 meters, transforming into a veritable muscle-bound behemoth. His eyes glowed an ominous red, ablaze with a fiery rage that seemed to harbor boundless hatred and a desire for destruction. The black tendrils thickened, adorned with bizarre runes that shimmered ominously, emanating an aura that was chilling to behold. Emoto's combat prowess surged rapidly with his transformation, 11,000, 12,000. Ultimately, his battle power peaked at an astounding 30,000, a threefold increase. Not only you can transform, Yamcha retorted, refusing to show the slightest sign of retreat. He swiftly adjusted his stance, an invisible aura igniting around him, his hair standing on end as he summoned his own strength to elevate his battle power to 18,000. Nevertheless, the chasm between his power and Emoto's was still vast. Fully aware of the dire predicament, Yamcha's resolve remained unyielding in the face of overwhelming odds. Emoto regarded him with a grotesque grin, stomping his foot and causing fissures to spiderweb across the ground, racing toward Yamcha. He followed this with a brutal swing of his rune-inscribed black tendrils, aiming a vicious strike at Yamcha. The tendrils sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, distorting the very fabric of space as they tore through. Yamcha narrowly evaded the onslaught by employing a teleportation skill, but Emoto's relentless barrage offered no respite. With a wave of his hands, countless black energy blades shot forth from the tendrils, enveloping Yamcha in a lethal storm, intent on reducing him to mere fragments. Yamcha maneuvered through the air, employing his agility and keen perception to narrowly avoid wave after wave of attacks. Yet, Emoto's ferocity was overwhelming. A single misstep led to an energy blade grazing his arm, blood spraying forth as searing pain coursed through him. Ha ha ha, human, is this all your prowess amounts to? Today marks your demise. Emoto cackled maniacally, intensifying his assault with the black tendrils. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yamcha sought an opportunity to counterattack. In a moment of inspiration, he teleported behind Emoto and launched an attack aimed at his back. However, as expected, the blow merely caused Emoto to sway slightly, unable to inflict any substantial damage. As Yamcha found himself cornered by Emoto's relentless strikes, a spark of realization ignited within him. Against a foe so vastly superior in strength, conventional techniques would prove ineffective. He needed an element of surprise. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that one technique. Retreating 100 meters. He wiped the blood from his mouth. What's wrong, human? Are you out of steam? Emoto taunted, reveling in the opportunity to toy with the human who had eluded him for so long. Ignoring Emoto's derision, Yamcha opened a multi-purpose capsule containing various everyday items, quickly retrieving a rice cooker. Indeed, he was preparing to unleash the magic sealing wave, a technique learned from the cat sage. This would be his first time employing it. And Emoto, along with the surrounding demon kin, had never witnessed such a move before. However, Yamcha had only one opportunity to execute it. Recalling the ominous power of the magic sealing wave, a formidable yet perilous sealing technique he had previously lacked the chance to use, he realized this might be his sole means of survival. Sensing something amiss, Emoto halted his assault, eyeing Yamcha warily. What trickery are you up to now, little brat? Yamcha placed the rice cooker half a meter in front of him, swiftly forming seals with his hands and chanting incantations. In the next moment, a green wave of energy erupted from the rice cooker, rapidly expanding in the air and enveloping Emoto entirely. As the green wave encompassed him, Emoto instantly found himself immobilized. "What is happening?" he exclaimed, panic etched across his face. With Yamcha's incantation echoing through the air, a mysterious force stirred the atmosphere, gradually forming a colossal vortex of energy. Within the vortex, peculiar runes flickered, exuding an ancient and enigmatic essence. This mysterious aura seemed to exert a suppressive effect on all demonkin, even those far removed. Like Ashura and Bab-Era, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Fully focused on executing the magic sealing wave, beads of sweat began to form on Yamcha's brow. The energy vortex swelled, its gravitational pull intensifying as it slowly approached Emoto, while Yamcha, situated within the vortex, remained untouched by its effects. Chapter 111. The sealing of Emoto sensed a formidable pull, an unsettling wave surging within him. He attempted to flee, yet the force seemed to have ensnared him with a magical grip, compelling his body toward the swirling vortex of energy. "No, I shall not be sealed by you." Emoto roared defiantly, striving against the force as the black tendrils that adorned him writhed and lashed out at the vortex, desperate to shatter this binding. However, the might of the sealing wave was not so easily dispelled. Yamcha bellowed with fervor, channeling all his strength into the sealing wave. The energy vortex surged, enveloping Emoto entirely. Within the whirlpool, Emoto emitted anguished roars as his form was relentlessly eroded by the mysterious power, shrinking as he was drawn inexorably towards the rice cooker at Yamcha's feet. "Enter." Yamcha exerted the last vestiges of his strength, sealing Emoto completely within the appliance. As the rice cooker absorbed Emoto, it glimmered momentarily before the lid sealed itself shut. Yamcha then produced a sealing talisman, affixing it swiftly to the cooker, effectively locking away any residual energy. Once the talisman was applied, Emoto's presence vanished entirely from the cooker. The operation was executed with seamless precision, and by the time Ashura and Barbella processed the events, Yamcha had already stowed the rice cooker within a universal capsule, adorned with intricate sealing runes that firmly bound Emoto's malevolent essence. After subduing Emoto, Yamcha turned his gaze towards Ashura and Barbella, noting the vast disparity in power between them and Emoto. Nonetheless, he harbored no intentions of sparing them. With a steely glare, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, charging directly at Ashura. Ashura, still reeling from the shock and terror of Emoto's sealing, widened his eyes in disbelief. The brother he had relied upon, an invincible figure in his mind, had fallen to this human. The fierce demeanor he once possessed was now replaced by sheer panic. A chill coursed through him, akin to being trapped in an ice cellar. His limbs involuntarily grew cold. Upon realizing Yamcha was barreling toward him, Ashura instinctively staggered backward, nearly losing his footing. Yet he quickly steadied himself, gritting his teeth in an attempt to muster the courage to confront Yamcha's onslaught, though his trembling hands betrayed his fear. "Why you? Stay back." Ashura stammered, his voice shrill with terror, the remnants of his arrogance evaporating into thin air. Unfazed by Ashura's protestations, Yamcha accelerated, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Without uttering a word, he unleashed the Wolf Fong Wind Fist, his fist raining down upon Ashura like a torrential downpour. Each strike imbued with tremendous force, accompanied by a howling wind. Ashura flailed in a futile attempt to defend himself, but cloaked in fear, his movements were sluggish and rigid, incapable of harnessing his true potential. Furthermore, given the inherent gap in their powers, even with the magic bestowed upon him by Barbella, he was no match for Yamcha at this moment. Yamcha's fists effortlessly breached his defenses, landing blow after devastating blow. The resounding thuds echoed as Ashura was propelled backward, blood spewing from his mouth, his garments torn and tattered. With every strike, the terror etched upon his face deepened. His eyes filled with despair as he envisioned his own demise. Barbella, too, was not faring any better. The sight of Emoto's sealing rendered him pale as a ghost. His grasp on the skeletal staff faltered, trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat rolling down his brow, his countenance awash with terror. He could scarcely fathom how the situation had spiraled so drastically. What once seemed a guaranteed victory had turned into a hopeless battle against Yamcha's relentless assault. "Quick, stop him!" Barbella implored the surrounding demons, who were paralyzed with fear. Yet, witnessing Yamcha's ferocity, they recoiled, retreating in dread. Some even fleeing toward the portal to the demon realm, eager to escape. Yamcha, having repelled Ashura, offered him no respite. In an instant, he was upon him once more. Ashura lay weakened, crumpled on the ground, terror-stricken as he gazed up at Yamcha, his eyes pleading for mercy, though his throat could only emit raspy gasps. Unable to form coherent words, Yamcha's expression remained impassive as he raised his hand, a sphere of energy rapidly coalescing within his grasp. As he beheld the potent orb pulsating with energy, a flicker of despair crossed Azura's eyes. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the energy sphere struck Azura with unerring precision, the overwhelming force obliterating his form, leaving not a trace behind. With Azura vanquished, Yamcha slowly turned his attention to Barbella. Upon witnessing this, Barbella trembled uncontrollably, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Desperately, he scooted backward, repeatedly muttering, "Please, don't kill me, I beg you." Yamcha advanced steadily toward Barbella, each step echoing ominously, amplifying his fear exponentially. "You have committed countless atrocities on this planet. You should have anticipated this outcome," Yamcha declared coldly, devoid of any compassion. In a final act of desperation, Barbella attempted to raise his staff, chanting incantations in haste. Soon, a dark energy shield formed before him, a last-ditch effort to withstand Yamcha's onslaught. Yamcha showed no hesitation. As he approached the energy shield, he unleashed the Wolf-Fang Galebreak, his fist crashing against the barrier like a tempest. With each strike, the shield rippled under the immense force, flickering ominously. In less than a minute, under Yamcha's relentless barrage, the energy shield cracked with a resounding snap, fissures spreading rapidly until it shattered completely. The force of the collapse sent Barbella reeling backwards, blood spattering from his mouth, nearly losing his grip on his staff. Chapter 112. The turmoil of Tiendo Mountain. Yamcha approached Babera, towering over him with an imposing presence, then slowly raised his hand, conjuring another energy sphere within his palm. Babera gazed at the ever-growing energy sphere, his terror causing him to lose control, utterly collapsing as he repeatedly pleaded, "No, please, no." Yamcha's expression hardened. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the energy sphere hurtled towards Babera. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Babera was engulfed by the sphere, vanishing completely from this realm. With the demise of both Azura and Babera, the remaining minions of the demon clan were paralyzed with fear, scattering like headless flies, hastily retreating toward the portal to the demon realm. It was too late to flee now. Yamcha unleashed a storm of energy spheres upon the demon minions, swiftly clearing the area of all remaining foes. Once the battlefield was devoid of any standing demons, Yamcha paused, panting lightly. The recent battle with Emoto had been perilous, and had he failed to seal Emoto, his only option would have been retreat. However, at this moment, he was relieved to have resolved the conflict. Checking the system prompt, a joyful smile broke across his face. Defeating Emoto, coupled with the extermination of numerous demons, had rewarded him with 50 talent points, elevating his total to 553, surpassing Sun Wukong by 53 points. After a brief respite, Yamcha proceeded to seal the demon portal. Drawing from his previous experience, he quickly reclosed the gateway to the demon realm. Despite the portal being secured, remnants of the demon clan still lingered on this planet. Over the next 3 days, Yamcha patrolled the entire Oakley planet, systematically eradicating every demon he encountered, thereby eliminating the threat to the world. Once all matters were settled, he piloted his spacecraft back toward Earth. In the western city of Earth, Tiendo Mountain was bustling with activity. Aside from Vera's disciples, Sun Wukong and Krillin were present, alongside Master Roshi and Launch, with Bulma occasionally visiting with Puar and Oolong. Shortly after their separation from the last martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong, having located the 4-star Dragon Ball, returned to Tiendo Mountain to train. This was the gravity chamber he had longed for. Upon entering, he became utterly absorbed, acutely aware of his growth at every moment. Within a month, his battle power surged by 1,000 points, a pace far exceeding his training outside. Vera and the others also made significant progress, each experiencing substantial growth. As Sun Wukong marveled at the gravity chamber's effectiveness, he considered Krillin, recognizing that relying solely on basic training methods would prevent him from keeping pace with those utilizing the gravity chamber. If Krillin did not adopt this training method, the gap between them would only widen. The previous martial arts tournament had illustrated this clearly. Although Krillin had begun training earlier than Vera, Mark, and others, he was now no match for them. This was evidently not a matter of talent, but rather a consequence of the gravity chamber's influence. Resolute, Sun Wukong called Krillin to join him. In the following month, Krillin remained at Tiendo Mountain, his battle power rapidly increasing due to the gravity chamber. Soon catching up to Carlos. Carlos ranked 6th among Vera's disciples, being the first user of the evolution potion. After the initial boost from the potion waned, his growth slowed. Although he continued to train diligently, his battle power reaching only 180 points. As the demand for the gravity chamber grew, its availability became strained. Tiendo Mountain had only 2 gravity chambers. The larger one was monopolized by Sun Wukong, who consistently pushed the gravity to over 20 times normal, rendering it perilous for others to enter. Thus, he trained alone. The larger chamber, limited in space, could accommodate only 3 to 4 individuals at a time, necessitating training in 2 separate groups. However, without access to the gravity chamber, they could still engage in sparring outside, where Master Rashi, seasoned in martial arts, provided guidance on their inadequacies. Furthermore, with the rise of the Wolf Fong Fist style's reputation following the renowned martial arts tournament, an increasing number of martial artists flocked to Tiendo Mountain to challenge them, a prospect the Wolf Fong Fist welcomed. Currently, the Wolf Fong Fist was classified into 3 tiers: 3 outer disciples with battle powers ranging from 50 to 80 points, 3 inner disciples, Carlos, Mocha, and Sadie, with battle powers between 180 and 230, and the trio of Vincent, Mark, and Vera, boasting battle powers between 350 and 800. The weakest outer disciple, Baron, had a battle power of 50 points. For an ordinary martial artist, Baron's intervention was often sufficient to resolve conflicts, to accommodate challengers arriving from around the world. Vera and the others constructed a 100-meter square arena in the square, facilitating contests. At this moment, the arena was surrounded by hundreds of martial artists, all intently watching the duel between 2 combatants. One of them was Baron, the outer disciple of the Wolf Fong Fist. However, Baron did not seem to be in good form, facing a brash little chubby opponent adorned with wooden clogs, a katana at his waist, and a golden dragon ball hanging from his chest. He sensed an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of that emanating from Carlos and others. He realized that today might not end in his favor. Beneath the arena, the audience displayed a spectrum of expressions. Some martial artists wore eager looks, their eyes fixed on the stage, anticipating an extraordinary clash. Others bore expressions of disdain, smirking as if they had already predicted the outcome, while some appeared tense, their hands unconsciously clenching, as if they themselves were about to engage in battle. "What is wrong with Baron today? He seems quite anxious," remarked a martial artist clad in black. Indeed, the once arrogant Baron stands before that chubby fellow without uttering a word. An elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Could it be that the chubby one is exceptionally strong? The martial artist pondered. Perhaps. Let us continue to observe. Chapter 113. The overbearing Akainobe at this moment on the arena. Although Baron felt a twinge of anxiety, he maintained a facade of composure, his fists clenched in a defensive stance. The arrogant little chubby boy approached him with a mocking expression, sauntering leisurely. "Baron, today is your unlucky day. Surrender obediently, and perhaps I shall show you mercy," the chubby boy declared, arms crossed and brimming with arrogance. Baron gritted his teeth. "Enough with the nonsense. Let us fight. Those of the Wolf Fong sect do not concede easily." With that, Baron launched the first attack, executing the Wolf Fong Wind Fist as he charged at the chubby boy. However, the boy remained unfazed, sidestepping with ease to evade Baron's assault. "Is this all you've got? The Wolf Fong sect isn't as formidable as I've heard," he taunted. Feeling a sense of urgency, Baron struck again, yet his attempts were effortlessly thwarted by the chubby boy. Seizing the opportunity, the boy suddenly kicked Baron in the abdomen, catching him off guard. The impact sent Baron sprawling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. "Ha ha ha, utterly pathetic. What kind of Wolf Fong sect are you? You're nothing but a mere child to me." The chubby boy laughed heartily, his voice echoing harshly across the arena. Indeed, this was Akainobe, the most slippery martial artist from the Dragon Ball Earth. Having grown weary of the mountains, he sought to explore the outside world. During his travels, he often heard tales of the Wolf Fong sect's prowess, particularly their impressive performance at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Feeling defiant, and having never encountered an opponent capable of withstanding his blade, he ventured to Tiendo Mountain to issue a challenge. It was clear that this little chubby boy was no ordinary foe. Below the arena, a martial artist clad in black marveled at the scene. He was aware of Baron's strength, having faced him just the day prior and been easily defeated. To his astonishment, the formidable Baron seemed unable to withstand even a single attack from this chubby boy. Baron struggled to rise, yet the excruciating pain in his abdomen rendered him helpless. His heart swelled with resentment and fury, but he found himself powerless. "Chubby boy, don't get cocky. Allow me to have a go at you." A serious-looking young man in wolf fang attire approached. His name was Nadi. He was the strongest among the 3 outer disciples of the wolf fang sect, boasting a combat power of 80 points and mastery of the explosive mode. He supported Baron and asked with concern, "Baron, are you all right? You must be cautious. Your opponent is quite powerful." "I'm fine," Baron replied weakly. Nadi nodded and entrusted Baron to a companion named Charles before turning to face Akainobe, determination flickering in his eyes. "Let me see what kind of arrogant strength you possess." Akainobe raised an eyebrow, observing Nadi. "Oh, another one seeking death? I hope you can provide me with a worthy challenge." Nadi took a deep breath, his energy surging as he entered battle mode. He stomped the ground with force, propelling himself towards Akainobe like an arrow, moving far quicker than Baron had. Akainobe remained unhurried, sidestepping gracefully to avoid Nadi's attack. Nadi, unable to land a blow, swiftly pivoted and unleashed a series of strikes, his fists raining down like a tempest upon Akainobe. A hint of surprise crossed Akainobe's face. "Oh, this is interesting." Yet, his movements remained agile as he deftly navigated through the gaps in Nadi's onslaught, occasionally deflecting Nadi's punches with a flick of his hand or foot. The audience watched with rapt attention, their earlier disappointment over Baron's defeat replaced by excitement for this captivating duel. This Nadi is far stronger than Baron. Perhaps he can exchange a few blows with this chubby boy. Indeed, now this feels like a proper match, they murmured among themselves. Suddenly, Nadi let out a fierce shout, his body glowing as he entered explosive mode, instantly elevating his combat power to 100 points. His strength and speed surged, making his attacks more ferocious. Akainobe sensed Nadi's transformation and shed his earlier disdain, narrowing his eyes as he prepared to counter Nadi's onslaught. Seizing the moment, Nadi unleashed an energy blast towards Akainobe, the signature move of the Wolf Fang sect, the Chi Origin Blast. Akainobe, unwilling to take the hit head-on, vanished from sight as if teleporting, leaving Nadi startled as he searched frantically for Akainobe's presence. Suddenly, Akainobe appeared behind Nadi and lightly tapped him on the shoulder. "Looking for me?" Nadi's heart raced with alarm as he attempted to counter, only to be met with a kick to the back of his knee, causing him to buckle and kneel on the ground. Akainobe looked down at Nadi, a smirk on his face. "It seems you are lacking as well. Is there not a single fighter in the Wolf Fang sect who can hold their own?" Nadi's face flushed with shame and anger. He endeavored to rise again, but found himself immobilized by an unseen force. The spectators, witnessing this scene, were rendered speechless. They had anticipated an exhilarating duel between Nadi and Akainobe, only to see Nadi defeated with such ease. Who is this chubby boy? How can he be so strong? It appears the Wolf Fang sect has finally met its match. Akainobe's triumphant laughter resonated throughout the arena, echoing like a declaration of victory. Meanwhile, Nadi knelt on the ground, engulfed by regret over his inadequacy and resentment towards Akainobe. In the courtyard, Carlos, Mocha, Suddy, and Klin, along with their mentor Master Rashi, were instantly drawn to Akainobe's raucous laughter. "It seems an interesting individual has arrived," Carlos remarked, brimming with fighting spirit. Mocha and Suddy exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Master Rashi frowned slightly, quickly sensing Akainobe's energy level, which seemed comparable to Carlos, and thus felt no undue concern. After all, Carlos was the weakest among them. He adjusted his sunglasses and smiled. In that case,